Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. The Light of Carrion. Book 1 of the War of Memory Cycle. Chapter 1, The Third Army. A concussive roar woke Cobb from dead sleep. He sat up into a faceful of canvas tenting and barely managed not to claw it down. Beside him, his tentmate Horam lay tense, listening to the ensuing hush. What the Cobb started. A shriek rent the air like tearing steel. He clapped hands to his ears and stared up. Even through the thick canvas, the sky had gone noxious green. Fear knotted his guts, and he lurched for the entrance flap, but Horam shouldered him aside to get out first. Cursing, Cobb followed, the arrowhead on its cord tapping coldly against his sternum. The air outside was dry, heat boiling up from the parched earth, and from the sea of tents the slaves emerged like a distressed tribe of burrowing owls. Like all his fellows, Cobb looked skyward. Serpentine green tendrils crawled across the reddish dome of arcane energy that protected the Crimson Army camp, as if seeking entry. A massive crack ran through the dome's south side. Even as more men scrambled from their tents, the crack branched northward with a horrific ripping sound. In the northwest corner of the compound, red lightning lanced up from the spire atop the Crimson Mage's sanctum, reinforcing the dome and struggling to fight off the green. "Pike me, what's that?" swore a man by the fire pit. Cobb looked around quickly, counting heads. It seemed like all 24 of the slave workers who shared this fire now stood in the circle of the tent walls, most only half-dressed, their nervous faces washed by the murky glow. Beyond them, among the camps that held the rest of the Crimson's 15,000 slaves, the scene was the same. Another explosion came, thunderous but muffled, and though the radiant dome trembled, the cracks failed to advance. A circle of stronger red grew above the lightning-spitting sanctum, fed by the mages who worked within. One man, Maver of Baller, a local and Cobb's team leader, pointed at it with his smoking cheroot. "The mages have it," he said, pitching his voice loud but calm. Of all of them, his well-tanned face showed no fear, only the gruff confidence and wit that kept him in control of any group small enough to hear him. His tones sent a ripple of relief through the crowd. "See, they're rallying. No need to worry, just get in your teams in case the officers come by." The men muttered uneasily but started splitting into groups. Cobb moved to Maver's side, the rest of their 6-man team filling in around them. "What do you think those blasts were?" said Jasfendil as he hustled over as fast as his tentmate would allow. At his shoulder, Aravard of Cantrell just looked grim. They were hip to hip, wrapped in the same blanket in some weak attempt at decency, but no one dared comment. Former grifters and the fire pit's one couple, they were given a wide berth not due to Fendilhi of the jovial grin and incessant Rashi smoking, but for Aravard, a cold-eyed and pock-scarred windish blonde far more given to violence than talk. It worried Cobb to see him as unsettled as the others. "All I see is dust in people's heads," said Maver. "Cobb?" With a nod, Cobb overturned an empty bucket and stepped up on it to peer that way. Though the youngest of the team at 17, he was the tallest at this fire pit, not difficult, since most of the slaves were short, stocky olive-skinned Illinites. They liked to taunt that he was ogre-blooded, but he knew better. He might have been uglied up by a few fights, but he was a normal Carindrixie dusky brown, not ogreish red or mottled, and if his build was too tall and lanky for high-country Carindr, he blamed it on being here. The lowlands had apparently given him room to stretch. To the south, the palisade wall of the Crimson camp had disappeared behind a massive plume of dust, with green and red energy dueling erratically within it. Cobb squinted into the haze, trying hard to tell himself that it was not mist. His skin crawled anyway, remembering. "Think the wargate's down," he said quietly as he glimpsed debris on the assembly field. At the edge of the plume, the palisade timbers drooped backward in their settings like rotted teeth. Some wall too. With all the dust, maybe the embankments got blasted. "What?" squawked Weshker, Maver's tentmate. A wiry, sunburnt, red-haired Corvishman, he was the furthest slave from home and right now the most agitated. Even his rusty little chin tuft looked ready to leap off and run away. Yeah, can't be serious. If the gate's down, what's stoppin' the snakefolk from marchin' right in? The camp ward is still up, said Maver, gesturing at the magical dome. And Canroti's half a candle march away. What do you think they'll do, fly here? They got dragons, done they? Everyone says so. If they had real dragons, we would have been dead months ago, I tell ya, they just wait and fare this kinda. Shut up, Weshker, said Eravard coldly. No one wants to hear it. Weshker looked defiant, but the others nodded. The Crimson Army, formerly known as the Imperial Third Army of the Crimson Claw, had been camped at this spot for almost half a year, embroiled in siege against the border fortress of Canroti. The city-states of Ile-Rien lay surrendered behind it, now vassal to the Phoenix Empire that the Crimson served, but nearly all the provisions and conscripts that the army had drained from the captured lands had been spent against Canroti's walls. In the interminable wait, the siege camp had become a city in itself. Wooden barracks rose in regimented profusion beyond the slave tents, built to house the free soldiers and support crew that made up the other half of the population. Taller whitewashed walls marked the infirmaries, coils of oily smoke the free soldiers' mess halls, coated banners the warehouses that abutted the Loscanon River, and just east of the mage's sanctum stood the general's cabin on the command post hill, watching over everything within the palisade walls like a sentinel. 30,000 souls dwelled here, with 10,000 more in each of the satellite camps that bracketed the enemy fortress, and they included cooks, laundry service, merchants, medics, messengers, mages, and most important to the free soldiers, prostitutes. As slave workers, Cobb and his comrades had no access to those services, but neither were they required to fight like slave soldiers. They were non-violent offenders sentenced to physical labor, and as part of the relatively privileged bridge company, they cut wood, built barracks, repaired river berms, maintained the palisade and mucked latrines. Hard work, but better than being assigned to repair siege engines on the field or to sap Canroti's well-defended walls. Framed against their summer of grigs, scorpions, blistering heat and latrine duty, the cracks in the artificial sky were terrifying. Well, how much ya wanna bet it was just a lucky strike by their sorcerers, said Weshker, visibly wavering between indignation and fear. He drew a dagger and everyone tensed, but he just fiddled with it, one of his irritating habits, like stealing the blade in the first place, since anything larger than a utility knife was forbidden to slaves. Over his tenure in the camp, he had stolen over a dozen from free soldiers. Most were stashed in the tent he shared with Maver, but he carried a few on his person, under his faded red tunic. For all we know, they broke the Pekin siege line and everyone there's dead. Maver hooked him around the neck in what would have been a friendly headlock if not for the force with which he dragged the redhead close. Rather than struggle, Weshker winced and hid his dagger away. He knew better. Keep it low, Maver hissed. Don't need a panic right now. Maybe later, if we see an opening, What you mean, said Cobb, moving into the suddenly sly faces of his comrades. He was the newest among them, assigned here after the deaths of his former comrades and his own long stint in the infirmary, and he still did not know what to make of them. They were all criminals except Horam Fendel and Eravard, grifters and cheats, Weshker a thief, Maver a smuggler and possible dark cultist, but so far they were better than the thugs he was used to. Maver, though, seemed too clever for his own good. An Illenite like Horam and Fendel, he was the eldest and most connected, and his black market ties made their life decent here, but they worried Cobb almost as much as the cult rumor. Nothing you want to hear, said Maver, then pointed at him with the cheroot clamped between the two good fingers on his punishment-mangled right hand. He was missing the pinky from both hands, the ring finger from the right and the top half of both ears, but somehow they did not crimp his appeal. Perhaps it was the grin. You're an imperialist and your friend is a dick. He indicated Horam. Best walk away. Cobb opened his mouth to object, but Horam said, whatever your plans, I hope you choke on them. Alone among them, Horam had done nothing to earn his enslavement but be in the wrong place at the wrong time, that place and time being his farm when the Crimsons came through Ile-Rien to conscript. Horam had refused the conscription and promptly been enslaved along with his family, and now hated everyone and everything to do with the army, especially the criminals he was forced to work alongside. Cobb, a legacy slave condemned for his father's treason, was the only one Horam would tolerate enough to bunk with, and even then he made his distaste clear. The feeling was mutual, but only because of Horam's attitude. Cobb knew he was supposed to hate them all for being heretics who worshipped false lights if not the dark itself, but after more than a year with his thuggish old team, he could not find much fault with this one. They were not his friends, but he tried to keep them out of trouble, and if they disdained him for his faith in the imperial light, that was fine. They were not wrong to think that he would turn them in if they acted against it. He had already tackled Horam away from one attempted assault on an officer, getting them both whipped for fighting but sparing Horam the execution he would have received otherwise. That and the time he punched out his previous team leader had given him a bit of a reputation. Not as much as surviving a gutshot with a wraith arrow, but he preferred this one. "If you're thinking of trying something," he started, suspecting an escape plot and determined to head it off, "you know they pay even more attention to the walls when." "Attention, work battalions, ... "Ah crap, it's the officers," said Wesker, still stuck under Mavor's arm, and Cobb looked back to see a mass of men in bright crimson jackets and piecemeal armor splitting off to scatter amongst the tents. Whichever of them had spoken must have done it through one of the handheld voicecasters Cobb had only seen from afar, because the magic strained his voice tinny, but it was still comprehensible despite the distance. Above, the arcane dome glowed mostly red now, only a few green threads lingering at the dusty edge. "First Work Battalion, proceed to dock warehouses for supply distribution," came the magically projected voice again. "Second through 4th Work Battalion, suit up and proceed in companies to Wargate." "Second Bat, that's us," said Mavor as the call continued. Remembering his cheroot, he flicked ash from its tip and set it between his teeth, then looked over the team. "You heard the piking officer. Get your gear on." Wesker squirmed free of Mavor's grip and kicked dirt at him, then dove into their tent. The grifter pair disappeared into theirs. Cobb let Horam go on alone, not relishing an elbow to the face while trying to dress. His nose had been broken enough. "You all right there?" said Mavor, and Cobb ducked his head automatically. "Yeah." "You sure?" The smuggler eyed him, one brow arched. Though he was as weathered as the rest of them by the constant Ilanic sun, his black goatee and regulation flouting long hair made him into a parody of a nobleman, especially with the scars. "You're a bit pale around the eyes, . "It's nothin'," Cobb said. "Ah. Not missed?" Mavor glanced significantly to Cobb's bare side, and Cobb put his hand over the scar automatically, hating how it had come to define him. It stood out bluntly on his dusky skin, a silver circle situated midway between navel and right hip that matched the exit wound on his lower back, the marks of the crystalline wraith arrowhead that had nearly killed him 5 months ago. He had been assigned to logging duty at the edge of the mist forest alongside his previous team when suddenly the dreaded mist had rolled out from the trees, engulfing them all in impenetrable gray. When the arrows started to fall like stars, he remembered thinking, "Run. Run." But his legs had refused to work, his whole body paralyzed in fear, and when the arrow froze his insides and the radiant shapes approached him through the haze, he could do nothing but stare desperately, praying to the imperial light for rescue. And the wraiths had turned away, and he had survived. He wore the arrowhead as a charm now, partially for luck and partially for the light. Surely they were what had pulled him through his 2 months in the infirmary, pissing ice and blood as the hostile magic washed out of his system. The problem was the dream. "No mist," he said truthfully, though for a while it had been all he could see. "Just shaken like everyone else." "Understandable," said Mavor, giving him a companionable clap on the shoulder. "You say something if it comes back, though. I can get you something for that." "Sure." "He's seeing wraiths again," piped Wesker as he clambered from the tent. "Smack in the middle of the Pekin desert and still scared of the woods, ya big sis-ack." The bucket missed the ducking Corvishman by a hair, and Cobb scowled and looked around for something else to throw, especially as the next thing to come from Wesker's mouth was, "Goat humpin' imperialist ass kisser." A sharp look from Mavor dissuaded him, and he had to be satisfied with the fantasy of pounding Wesker bloody. That was Wesker's curse, it seemed, an inability to keep his mouth shut or his hands to himself. A week never passed without someone trying to wring his neck, and though half the time it was just a wind going after him because the winds and the Corvish had a grudge as old as dirt, the rest was because he could not shut up. Cobb had stuck up for him before he was just a little guy, if mouthy, but was not at all averse to giving him a bruising. They were often assigned together because the officers liked to bust them for their inevitable fights. Cobb, for his part, knew he had a temper and a certain lack of humor. Back in Carrion, you could never take shit from an equal because that meant you were not equal, whether it was done seriously or in jest. Here, the rules were looser, but his previous team had taken shameless advantage of him when he tried to adapt to them. Even now, those dead men colored his view of his new comrades, making it difficult for him to accept jokes or concern at face value. It didn't help that they often called him imperialist like an insult. He hated that. He had been a convert to the imperial light since childhood, away from the dark faith that had claimed his parents, and his devotion was why his tenure as a legacy slave would end when he turned 18 in a few months' time. With no priests in the army, it was sometimes difficult for him to stay focused on his faith, but he knew the tenets of the light and tried to live by them. Redemption through service, purification through sacrifice. An elbow to the shin snapped him from his brooding, and he ducked inside once Horam finished vacating the tent. Dressing was quick. The slave's uniform was just a faded red tunic and battered boots in addition to his breeches. Then he tucked the arrowhead down his tunic and slithered back out to join his team. The fire pit had been doused with sand, and the ready men stood around yawning or smoking, waiting for their fellows. Everyone in this area was on the evening shift, the so-called shit shift, since that was when they handled the latrines, and so had mostly been asleep at the time of the explosions. On the footpaths, the officers paced restlessly. "Hoy, Cobb," said Wesker. Cobb looked over just in time to get a wad of cloth to the face. He snatched it away and scowled, but the Corvishman had already tucked behind Maver, snickering, and Maver looked disinterested in getting involved. Cobb shook the cloth out instead. It was a plain, thin square. At Cobb's questioning look, Wesker leaned out to indicate the one tied around his neck. "Bandana, ya brickhead. It's dusty out there. Plus then we can be bandits together." Rolling his eyes, Cobb nodded the bandana at his neck. Sometimes it was hard to dislike the playful idiot. "Bridge company, form up," shouted their officer from somewhere ahead. "Come on, girls," said Maver, dropping the remains of his cheroot and crushing it. Cobb followed him, and their team blended in with the other slaves as they poured onto the gravel path. Above, the green snakes of enemy magic had been fully expelled from the protective dome, and as they quick marched through the depopulated expanse of the eastern tents, the dome itself finished mending and faded from strong red to translucent to its usual invisible state, allowing the Badlands sun to shine through unimpeded. Soon the assembly yard spread before the slaves, sprinkled with charred timber fragments. Cobb tugged the bandana up to cover nose and mouth, though he could not breathe through his nose anyway, plugged with scar tissue as it was. Through the settling dust, the remains of the palisade wall leaned at odd angles or lay shattered around the crater that had once been the gatehouse. 3 watchposts lay broken like kindling. Men with carts of tools and buckets made a long line around the periphery, and outside the shattered gates Cobb spotted the cuirassed and skull-capped men of the slave soldier combat battalions receiving further orders. With the palisade fallen, Canrodi stood visible in the distance, broken siege engines scattered around it like children's toys. Its outermost wall was scarred from months of imperial assault, but beyond it the sand-colored buildings rose in pristine tiers, topped by spires of blue and white and sea green. The aqueduct that once connected it to the high wall of the rift had been riven in many places. On the city wall, a lip of stone remained like the snapped handle of a cup. More slaves and a swath of free soldiers marched upon it now, already small in the distance. As Cobb watched, arcane lightning flashed from the imperial ranks to strike at the city, only to be repelled by an emerald barrier. Under further orders, Cobb and his team grabbed buckets and crowbars and advanced on the closest watchpost. A cluster of women in the red and white striped surcoats of the infirmary staff picked among the ruins there, occasionally tossing objects onto a stretcher. Cobb did not care to wonder why the objects were so small. They fanned out at their destination, one team among many. Wesker hoisted himself up the wooden beams with fearless agility, and Cobb took note of where the infirmary workers were so he could call them when the Corvishman fell to his death. Fendel went off one way, Horam the other, and Maver commandeered a handcart and flipped over a bucket for a seat, suddenly turning into a hub of black market trade as slaves from every company surreptitiously converged. Cobb shook his head and struck out toward a spar less swarmed by human termites, closer to the broken wall. The job was to salvage what he could from the wreck, but he knew that had they been anywhere but the Ile-Rien Badlands, his fellow slaves would be pouring from the camp in droves. There were not enough free soldiers around to control them, and no mages in sight. With briar and cacti and scorpions in 2 directions and Canroti in the 3rd, though, no one was stupid enough to chance it. The 4th option was Varaku. The very thought sent chills down Cobb's spine. He could just see it over the eastern palisade, a panorama of red cliffs and ragged rock spires on the far side of the Losganon River, rising in tumult to the high wall of the rift. Sometimes called the Broken Plateau, it was rumored to be plagued by dark spirits and wraiths, and Cobb believed it, though they had left most of the mist forest behind. Its dark trees peppered Varaku's red rocks and guarded its crumpled northern edge, and where the trees were, so might be the wraiths. Almost alone by the gate, Cobb tried not to think about it. He did not want to let the past or his nightmares rule him, so he focused on the broken spar, prying away its boards to salvage the nails and good wood. Both were a precious commodity here, and a decent haul might be rewarded. Just as he had begun to make headway, sweat threading through his short dark hair and the sun heavy on his neck, he heard a deliberate scuff in the dust nearby. Tensing, he glanced over his shoulder, then blinked at the black uniformed man. "Drink," said Scout Darilan Trevere, holding up a flask. Relieved, Cobb nodded and hooked the crowbar over his shoulder, then pulled down his bandana. The scout stepped close, a small man, compactly muscular under his dark attire, with decent fair hair bleached even lighter by the sun and a blush of burn on his round cheeks. He might have looked boyish if he smiled, but he rarely did. Right now his green-gray eyes were as hard as agates and kept flicking past Cobb to the men and ruins around them, gloved fingers tapping an unconscious cadence on the hilt of one of his long daggers. "Something wrong?" Cobb said as he accepted the flask. He took a swig, and as always it was cooler and sweeter than the rest of the camp water, which had been boiled flat for safety. He wondered where Darilan got it. "You, sticking yourself in the middle of nowhere," said Darilan. "You're supposed to stay with your team." "Team went in all different directions," said Cobb. "What's it matter? We'll just reassemble when we're called." Darilan leveled a sour look at him. They were friends, inasmuch as a slave and a free soldier could be friends, and Darilan had been looking out for him since their time in Carandur as quarry slave and guard. What Darilan got out of it, Cobb did not know, but for him it had been not so much the protection but the company that mattered. At 12, having someone around who was neither a criminal nor an indifferently brutal guard, someone who seemed to care that he existed, had filled a hole in his orphan life. That Darilan reminded him of his childhood best friend did not hurt. Yet since he was shot, it felt like Darilan had begun treating him like a pet, something to be protected and commanded without backtalk. Darilan had never exactly been a pleasant person, and he was still the one constant in Cobb's life, but they were drifting apart. "I don't like it when you wander off," said Darilan. "Especially not now. The Inquisition is here." Cobb stiffened. The Inquisition meant mentalists, the worst type of imperial mage. It was their duty to pry into minds, to root out conspiracies and detect dark taint, to condition the slaves so they could not rise up against the soldiers, and to mindwash those who had seen what they should not. They came every year to sift through the thoughts of the army and eradicate resistance. "So what?" he said defensively. "If there was something to find, they would have found it last year. That was before your dream. It's nothing. Really a dot." Darilan narrowed his eyes, and Cobb struggled not to flinch. He knew as well as Darilan did that his dream, his one endlessly repeating dream, was nothing to brush off. In the months since the Wraith Arrow, he had dreamt incessantly of himself as a child, climbing the cliffs above his boyhood home in mountainous high country Carandur alongside his best friend Ile-Rien. They were searching for something light, a bird, he was never sure, but each time their journey was interrupted by black hands reaching out from the stone. Reaching for him. Sometimes he fled. Sometimes he fell backward into the ravine. Sometimes the hands caught him and pulled him through the rock into blackness, and then It was said that the dark seeped in through cracks in the mind like water from some deep, stagnant reservoir. It could slowly erode a soul until it filled the body, spoke with the mouth, saw with the eyes, knew every thought and memory. Some nights, when he woke sweating and shaking with horror, a somnolent lump beside him and the moon shining pale through the canvas, he thought he had been eaten. The bedroll, a flat tongue, the 10 stakes teeth, the wind that fluttered the fabric, the very breath of the dark. He did not know how to tell if he was still himself, or the dark fragment that had hollowed him out. The Inquisitors would. That terrified him. Anything else I should know, said Ile-Rien quietly. Kade shook his head. The scout exhaled, then looked past him and grimaced. Crowbar down, stand up straight, he said, here comes the general. Kade turned, lowering crowbar and flask. Midway along the road, striding purposefully toward the ruined gate, was the unmistakable form of the Crimson General Crown Prince Ile-Rien Aradisson himself, the only child of risen Phoenix Emperor Arades IV and heir to the throne of light. Long hair and war braids streamed back from his tawny sunburnt face, his jaw set with determination. He carried the iconic phoenix-visored helm under one arm, its bright tassel nearly reaching the dirt, and in the late afternoon light his scarlet and gold armor gleamed as if molten, dampened only by the black cloak that flapped beneath the great sword at his back. Officers broke away from the salvage work as he passed, pacing him to give reports, and he nodded but never slowed. In his wake, a stream of colorfully robed mages and advisors struggled to keep up. Kade had seen him before, but only as a blonde speck at the far end of the assembly field. There were rumors about him womanizing, faithless, spendthrift, but up close he cut a figure worthy of the old knights of law, and under his command the slaves had not suffered. Kade pressed his thumbknuckle to his forehead in the claw salute like all the others, and though the general paused for nothing, his gaze still swept the crowd with a sense of acknowledgement, of awareness and possession. They were his and he was theirs. Where's his horse? Kade mused as he passed beyond the gate. They like magic about as much as we do, said Ile-Rien, nabbing the flask. Probably kicking the stables apart. D'you think he's going for Kenrodi? He can't break the barrier himself, Kade, and he's not allowed to parley. And don't change the S. Pain flashed up Kade's leg, the world spun, and the next thing he knew, he was on his side in the dirt with Ile-Rien's knee rammed into his ribs as the scout hunched low behind the toppled spar. Kade coughed and Ile-Rien yanked the bandana up to cover his mouth. What he tried to say, but Ile-Rien clamped his hand atop it. Nose useless, mouth covered, Kade grappled at Ile-Rien's arm, but the scout's grip was iron, his weight expertly positioned to nail Kade to the earth. His attention was on something beyond the spar, though, and after a moment of hammering his shoulder with a fist, Kade tried to lie still, tried to quell his startled panic and see. Through the veil of splintered wood, he glimpsed a shape moving up the road where the general had passed. A shape in black robes. His lungs burned. Raised in the heights, he could hold his breath better than most, but that was when he had forewarning. He smacked Ile-Rien's shoulder again, and this time the scout looked down, then blanched and quickly let go. Throne, sorry, I forgot, he hissed. You're sorry? Why are? As the hand clamped over his mouth again, Kade thought, now I know why Wes always bites me. A moment later, when he did not struggle, Ile-Rien relaxed. No hollering, he murmured. He's not far gone. Who? The Inquisitor Archmagus. Kade tried to peek up and Ile-Rien immediately shoved his head back down. Stop that. Kade growled. Like he didn't Pekin see you take me down. He didn't. If he did, he'd be over here already. The Archmagus? Why? One Pekin dream isn't enough to require the Inquisitor Pekin Archmagus. But Ile-Rien was not listening, just peering over the spar, Murkwater eyes tracking the mage to the gate and beyond. Finally he exhaled through his teeth and unpinned his knee from Cobb's side, and Cobb sat up slowly, rubbing at his new bruise. "What's wrong with you?" he said, glaring. Ile-Rien did not answer, so Cobb kept up the stare. Casual violence was not abnormal for the scout, but never had he seen him so distracted. He opened his mouth, trying to think of something to say, but Ile-Rien spoke first. "Usual guards are at the siege line, so you're on guard duty tonight." River Gate. River, that was too much. Not only was it extremely irregular for slaves to work a guard shift, but River Gate was the gate by the command post hill, near all the warehouses and the dock and of course the Losganon River. Putting slaves near the warehouses was like setting up your own robbery just so that you could catch the robbers and execute them. Is that wise? Orders are orders. Just thought I'd let you know. Ile-Rien, seriously, what's going on? The scout looked at him, and for a moment there was a pain in his eyes that Cobb could not fathom. Then a rusty-haired head popped over the edge of the spar and said, "Ha! I knew ya were." In a blur of black and red, Ile-Rien hauled Wesker over the spar and slammed him face down on the ground, nailing a knee into his back. The Corvishman coughed weakly through his bandana, dark eyes wide with surprise. Wincing in sympathy, Cobb grabbed Ile-Rien's arm as he drew it back to bludgeon. "Don't," he said. "Don't. I know he's an idiot, but he's harmless." Ile-Rien looked at him sidelong, expression flat, but when he twisted from Cobb's grip he did not resume the assault. He stood instead, hauling Wesker up by the tunic, and said, "If you insist." "Yeah." The Corvishman sneezed dust and blood, then pulled down his bandana to grin as Ile-Rien let him go. Taking a skittering step away, he said, "Pekin stars, Cobb, your girlfriend plays a rack." Cobb closed his eyes. Wesker really did need to watch his mouth. Once the sounds of scuffle had subsided, he looked up to see Ile-Rien straightening his uniform as Wesker wobbled to his feet, face bloody, shoulders slumped. "Neither of ye got any sense of humor," the Corvishman muttered. 12 lashes for disrespect of a free soldier, Ile-Rien said curtly. Wesker nodded, unsurprised. Together they started the walk toward the whipping post, a place Cobb knew all too well. "Hoy," called Cobb, and both glanced back, Wesker bedraggled but hopeful, Ile-Rien cool. Their expressions bothered him equally and he faltered, not sure what to say. He owed Wesker nothing but still felt responsible, and as for Ile-Rien, he had no idea what was wrong with Ile-Rien. "Go easy on him, eh?" "I'll tell the watch captain he's out for punishment," he said finally. Ile-Rien regarded him flatly. Wesker tried to crack a smile but his lower lip had already puffed up, making him wince instead. "We'll see," said the scout, then pulled Wesker away, leaving Cobb in the dust. He looked to the blasted war gate, then toward the river gate beyond the barracks, and wondered what was going on. By the time the official word came down about their assignment to guard duty, it was dusk. They had been called in from salvaging and stood in dusty ranks, listening to an officer read the duty roster, and the ripple of intrigue at Bridge Company's assignment put Cobb's hackles up. These reprobates might find it thrilling, but for him it would be a night of tension, of vigilance, just waiting for one of his comrades to try something stupid that would ruin them all. The officer had not sounded sure about what he was reading, but it must have had all the proper signatures and seals, for soon they were hustling across camp, following another officer with a lantern. Already the mother moon was up, her face a thin sliver that threw weak shadows across the path. From northeast of the command post came the howls of hounds being set loose for night patrol, and as their eerie cries swelled, some of the slaves broke from the column to dash for the gate. The officer shouted after them half-heartedly, then took the rest of the company up to a run. No one, not even free soldiers, wanted to be off their post while the hounds were out. Finally the river gate loomed up, with anxious soldiers and supplymen waiting there to be relieved. The officer drew to a halt and started assigning posts briskly, running down the list of names while the suppliers passed out second-hand swords and pikes and cheese biscuits. Wesker will be sorry he missed this, Cobb thought as he strapped on the shabby sword belt and tried to pretend this was normal. The one time we get to have weapons and he's gotten himself whipped. Slaves Maver and Weshker, post 21, said the officer, pointing to it. Slaves. Sir, said Cobb. Everyone glared at him. Sir, Weshker's out for punishment. The officer gave him a piercing look, then made a mark on the roster and said, Slaves Maver and Arivard, post 21. Slaves Fendil and Durnjelsen, River Gate Door. Slaves Horam and Orstant, River Gate Overlook. Cobb grimaced, as always annoyed that they had pinned Durnjelsen to him as a surname. He did not want to be reminded of his traitor father at every roll call, but he supposed that was why they did it. Soon enough, the slaves dispersed to their positions and the soldiers and supplymen beat a hasty retreat. Down either span of the palisade wall, lanterns were refilled and crossbows pulled down from their hooks, the watch officers drifting from post to post as the slaves settled in for the long evening. Cobb and Fendil bracketed the small door beside the river gate. As soon as the officer passed from view, Fendil reached under his tunic and withdrew his pipe, packed it from his rashi pouch and lit it off the lantern. He took a pull, the ember flare uplighting his long face, then exhaled a thick coil of smoke. You want, he said, tipping the pipe toward Cobb. Cobb waved it off. He had tried the stuff before, back when the army had supplied it to the slaves for its calming properties, but it had done nothing for him and then had been banned after the camp wards went up. Apparently its interaction with arcane emanations made users hallucinate. The black market trade in it was fierce. Your loss. Got more if you want later, Fendil said, and tucked the pouch away. Cobb nodded and tried to breathe through the far corner of his mouth. Of all the team, he found Fendil the easiest to get along with. A northern Ilonite with an intense rashi habit, he was a bit leaner and lighter toned than Maver or Horam and seemed to exist in a constant state of geniality. Rumors said that he and Arivard had been more than just grifters before being caught and enslaved, that they had been murderers, but though Cobb would have believed it of Arivard, it did not fit Fendil. Deep in his mellow haze, he could be directed easily, but in a crisis he was muddled and useless. Putting him on guard duty meant that he would spend the whole night watching the butterflies in his mind. But that was fine. They were not on the wall, they were at the door, condemned to stare at the endless warehouses and wait for morning. Maybe since he's down here with me and Wes is off getting punished, the others won't try anything, he thought hopefully. He could not imagine Arivard running off without Fendil, and though he suspected that Maver could escape at any time, the smuggler had never shown an inclination toward it. Gatewatch might not be their doom after all. The horn for the barrow gate sounded, signaling the start of night watch. Cobb listened as shouts came down the wall, closer and closer until it was his comrades calling post 21 set, and him raising his voice to declare, River Gate door set. River Gate overlook set, boomed Horam from above. Signaling. A breath, then the long steady note of the River Gate horn rolled over the darkened camp. As its echoes faded, the calls resumed, moving southward into silence. Biting into his biscuit, Cobb made ready for the onslaught of boredom. Most would like this better than shoveling night soil by the light of a few lanterns, but Cobb preferred the physical work. It made the time go by faster, and he had lost his sense of smell ages ago. Here, it would be difficult not to nod off. His scalp itched from sunburn and dried sweat, his shoulders ached, and his thoughts were already drifting. Hopefully Fendil's smoke would not get to him. He could do without seeing the mist tonight. He slid the spy panel open as he chewed. Outside, the night sky glittered with stars, the forest just vague stubble on Baraka's rocky chin. Further east, the rift rose ponderously to meet the emerging face of the child moon. Not for the first time, Cobb wished he had been born on the other side of that great wall. In the Phoenix Empire, not the heretic West. Closer, the river was a platinum ribbon winding slowly by, broad yet shallow enough to show the rocks in its belly. The dock was just out of sight to the north, not currently in use. In the rainy season, the river would likely spill up to the wall, but this summer had been long and dry and the barges had stopped arriving 2 months ago. Supplies came in overland now, raising all the prices. Somewhere to the south, the horn of Wargate sounded. He wondered how they had arranged that watch. Time passed quietly, Fendel perfuming the air with his bittersweet herb, Cobb watching the moons creep slowly up the sky. As the ground cooled, a breeze began to sing down from Varaka's distant pillars and crags, and it raised the hairs on Cobb's neck but soon became background music to the skitter and call of small animals in the desert scrub. He was watching a nightbird hop among the exposed rocks when something poked him in the spine. Lurching away from the door, he snapped his spear up only to have it swept aside by a black-clad arm. Next to him, Fendel cursed and fumbled for his own weapon, spilling pipe embers everywhere. "You're dead," said the shadowed figure, making snipping motions with 2 fingers. "Severed spine. More attention, less daydreaming." Cobb lowered his spear and scowled, heart thundering even as he recognized Darylyn's voice. "Sir," he said, trying to follow protocol. "Do you need to go out?" The scout emerged from the shadows, gaze flicking to Fendel as the grifter hit his pipe guiltily. Without a comment, he looked back to Cobb and nodded at the door. "Step outside, I need to speak with you." Cobb blinked. This was already an unusually Darylyn-filled day. Normally the scout would pop by for a few words or a short diatribe then vanish for a week. This request, though, was against regulations. Gate guards ducked out now and then to avoid the trek to Ile-Rien, but it was technically a whipping offense. "Can't leave my post, sir," he hedged. "The other side is still your post." "This won't take long." Cobb glanced to Fendel for support, but the lanky slave just gave him a knowing look and pulled the bar off the door, then jerked back the 3 bolts. Pushing the door open, he gestured out to the night beyond. "No eavesdropping," said Darylyn as he slipped through. "We'll knock." "Come on, Cobb." Setting his spear to rest beside the door, Cobb gave Fendel a last glower then followed. The door shut firmly behind them, bolts snicking into place. The moons cast a 2-tone light over the rough landscape, silver and gold. Darylyn stood beneath the watchpost overhang just beyond the spy panel's view, half his face in shadow, gloved fingers ticking time on the hilts of his blades. Cobb suppressed a sudden chill. "So, everything all right?" he said uncomfortably. The scout just watched him. The moonlit half of his face looked like a mask, leached of color and expression, the one eye glittering oddly. Cobb had never seen him like this. "How's Wes?" he tried again. "Dead. W.H. I slit his throat and left him in your tent." Cobb stared, trying to squeeze sense from this. Darylyn was not the type to joke, but he forced a laugh just in case. That's not so funny." "No. Because really, you wouldn't." Darylyn smiled, an unnerving one-sided motion. "Run, Cobb. Go." For a moment he wondered if Fendel's smoke had gotten to him, if this was some horrible rushy dream. Nothing about it felt real. He had never been afraid of Darylyn before. Wary of his mood, yes, especially when he started tapping his blades, but the scout had never hurt him or threatened him, not even when they argued. They had been friends for 5 years, and Cobb had once thought of them as brothers. Now he was scared. "No." Yuri shook his head slightly, unable to look away. "There's something wrong with you today. Maybe you're the one who needs the Inquisitors." The smile faded. Darylyn stepped forward and Cobb tensed, ready for some kind of assault, but the scout only reached past him to rap on the door. The spy panel snicked open. "We're not coming in," he said before Fendel could speak. "You're coming out." "Sure, yes sir," came the grifter's hazy voice. Cobb wanted to protest, but his tongue would not unstick from the roof of his mouth. A little voice insisted that this was just a prank, that if he made a scene he would look like a fool. The bolts clacked back and the door eased open just enough for Fendel to slip through, and for a moment Darylyn looked away. As the gaze broke, Cobb reeled, feeling weird and dizzy like he had just been released from something. "Stand there," Darylyn told the lanky slave, pointing to the wall. "Cobb, give me your sword." Oblivious to the tension, Fendel moved to lean against the bark-coated timbers, pipe smoldering between his fingers. "After all, there's nothing to fear," yammered that little voice. Ile-Rien is a friend. He wouldn't get us into trouble. But as the scout locked his hypnotic stare on Cobb again, he found his hand moving on its own to draw the sword. Like most of the common-use blades, it was chipped and pitted by negligence, but in the eerie moonlight it looked sharp as a razor. Ile-Rien lifted it from his nerveless grip, tested its heft, and said, "This will do." Then he struck sideways, never looking away. Transfixed, Cobb heard the muffled sound of metal biting through flesh and into wood, and the low gurgle that followed. Fendil's spear toppled forward to beat a puff of dust from the dry earth. A moment later, a spill of embers lit the ground around his feet. Ile-Rien released the blade and it stayed horizontal, quivering faintly. A certain satisfaction curved the lit corner of his mouth. "Now will you go?" he said gently. Cobb's world contracted to a pin spot. It had to be a nightmare, yet he knew he was awake. He felt the rocks digging into his heels through the old leather of his boots, the sweat ticking down his neck, the throat-thickening thunder of his heart. Everything real, too real, like the way Fendil's hands fluttered like weak moths at his sides. Still paralyzed, he could only watch as the scout's hand moved to the dagger in the sheath at the small of his back. As it slid free, crimson fire kindled up the blade, limning sigils etched deep in the black surface. His eyelids flickered as if something within the weapon distracted him. And that was enough. Already straining, Cobb shot into motion the instant the stair broke, bolting for the river like a frightened hare. It gleamed ahead like molten glass, and from behind he heard the light, professional steps of his best friend in pursuit. Someone shouted from the wall. A crossbow bolt hissed down to strike by his feet, and he leapt forward, clearing the edge of the embankment to come down in a graceless tumble through pebbles and sand and then shallow, sluggish water. Wrenching to his feet, already soaked, he glanced back to see Ile-Rien approach the verge. His dagger made a red gash in the night. Turning, Cobb splashed out toward the far shore in Varaku, a black hole opening in his heart. Chapter 2, Off the Leash. By the time Cobb finally collapsed among Varaku's rocks, the mother moon had sunk low in the west. He huddled there, panting and listening to the hiss of wind through dry brush and standing stones, his legs aching, boots waterlogged, breeches damp all the way to mid-thigh. Far below, the river lay like a gleaming ribbon, fire speckling the dark encampment beyond. Like the scatter of embers. His stomach lurched again, and had he not already retched up everything mid-river, he would have done so now. His thoughts kept hitching on two phrases: "I have to go back and they'll execute me." Heedless of the quandary, his feet had moved him to temporary safety, across the lazy river and up the rubble-strewn foothills of Varaku. Everything seemed so unreal, but running was second nature, running he could do, until his legs or lungs or heart gave out. He could not shake the sight of the quivering sword or the look in Ile-Rien's eyes. It made him want to crawl in a hole and pull the rocks down around him. Sleep for a century. Or perhaps just die. There was nothing. He had nothing. He sucked in a breath of dusty air and tried to regain some composure. The red stones still radiated the day's warmth, their solidity under his hands steadying him. 2 years on the flatlands, bordered by nothing more than canvas tenting and wooden walls, had left him feeling small and exposed, but being among rocks again, tall, standing shelves and overhangs of rust-colored sandstone brought a comforting sense of confinement. No matter that this was nothing like Carrion, nothing like the granite cliffs and limestone caves he knew. He had heard all the dire tales about Varaku, but when under threat, his feet had brought him here, because it felt like home. "Curse it," he muttered, mouth sour and gritty. Gripping the rocks, he struggled up and looked ahead. The Varaku tableland rose into the east, its colors washed to gray by the wan light. Steep cliffs and jagged crags mounted mile by mile toward the chain of crumbling plateaus at its heights. Beyond them, the rift rose like a wall against the starry sky, sheer and incomprehensibly huge. In daylight, the face of the rift would be banded by straight ragged stripes of red and yellow in the top half, then descending to gray and black, but right now it all looked silver, as if wet or polished smooth. No matter how long he dwelt in its shadow, he knew it would still terrify him on a primal level, the evidence of the cracking of the world. To the south, the tableland stretched past the lights of Canrodi and into serpent territory, ever bordered by the rift. It was dry as bone in that direction, like the badlands that surrounded the besieged city and marked the border between imperial-conquered Ile-Rien and serpent-vassaled Pudras. How anyone could live there, Kade could not guess. It would be difficult enough to survive on this stretch of Varaku, which at least had a suggestion of plant life and thus, hopefully, water. To the north, the red rocks tapered down into the dark tangle of the mist forest, what little of it stood on this side of the rift. In daylight, a fuzz of trees could just be seen at the top of the great cliff. According to the eastern slaves, the true mist forest covered the land above for thousands of miles east and southward, leaving the forest on this side like a strip of rug accidentally sliced away from the whole. Here near the Badlands it was thin and dry, unhealthy, but Kade had seen it throughout their march south. In greener territory it swelled out from the shadow of the rift like an invading force, to lurk at the eastern edge of the Loscanon River as if contemplating the crossing. Behind him lay the long slope of rubble and half-broken pillars he had climbed in the past few Candlemark's panic. It was the easiest way, and the safest, to just go back. To return to the embrace of the Crimson Army and pay for what Ile-Rien had done. He shook himself and felt the arrowhead tick against the hollow of his throat. Away from the stones, the wind ruffled his sweat-damp hair and chilled the wet cloth against his legs. The sound as it wound through the age-worn pillars was sometimes a whisper, sometimes a moan, sometimes almost a song. He struggled not to listen. Rumors said it was dark spirits, luring men to their doom. This place might feel solid, like shelter, but he could not stay. It would kill him. As might pressing on. He had no equipment, not even a canteen. The army kept them from the slaves specifically to bind them to the camp where the water was provided in buckets, rationed daily. Already his mouth was dry, the taste of bile coaxing him to spit though he could not afford it. Come daylight, Varaku would be seared by the sun, boiling hot. Even supposing there was water somewhere, he did not know how to find it. But he could not go back. Would not. For all that his mind screamed, I was almost free. Almost aged out of slavery. He knew the rules were different now. Even without Ile-Rien's actions, he had run away. There could be no return. So he forced himself to push on eastward, upward, as if gaining altitude could get him a better vantage. A perspective that would let his eyes find sense where his mind had failed. As if moving could keep him ahead of the intrusive images that hounded him. With the land gone rugged, he walked and sometimes climbed, his hands remembering the old process of reading the rock and finding purchase. It had been years, but his body still knew how to sling him upward, his feet how to brace him on even the tiniest hold. He thought fleetingly of pulling off his boots and climbing bare-toed like he had as a child, but those tough calluses had faded. He did not want to leave a blood trail. Such exertion whittled his mind to a blessedly tight focus, so much that he barely felt the time pass. He crossed flat stretches studded with dry briar and spindly cacti and clambered up scree-littered slopes punctuated by boulders and sheets of stone, passed through shallow canyons cut by wind or long-gone water, and edged across shimmering inclines of loose sand, treacherous as ice. Sleep dragged at him, painting weird pictures behind his eyelids. More than once he blinked awake to find himself standing among unfamiliar stones, his method of arrival gone in the mists of somnambulism. Finally, when only a sliver of the mother moon remained on the horizon, he let himself seek shelter. He did not know where he was or how far he had come, only that he could not do this by starlight, and the dark gap at the base of a nearby cliff beckoned to him. He liked caves, he had been born in one, raised in one. Light-headed and dry-mouthed, he fumbled at the sword belt he still wore, thinking to prod the cave's interior with the stiff leather scabbard he had nearly forgotten he had, but his aching hands would not comply, they could not make sense of the buckle. Thwarted, he picked up a rock instead and approached the cave. Scrub brush clung to the sand around its mouth, undisturbed. When he flicked gravel inside, he heard it rattle immediately against stone. Nothing stirred. Cautiously he knelt and peeked in. Empty. A small natural cave, barely an armspan wide, with a floor of sand and old leaves. A thin fissure ran along the ceiling to end in a fist-sized black gap, but he heard no sound from it and no suggestion of grigs or spiders or bats. Too tired to be picky, he crawled in and crammed the rock into the gap just in case, then collapsed on his side, facing the exit. Sleep came immediately. Ile-Rien beckoned from the ice-rimed ledge ahead, his mouth forming words that the wind took away. Bowing his head, Kade tried to shuffle forward against the buffeting gusts, but came up short a few steps from his best friend. Something had him by the arm. Dread clenched in his chest. Even as Ile-Rien reached for him, fair hair whipping around his worried face, Kade looked back. A black gauntlet encircled his wrist, the gray winter light picking out bark-like patterns etched in the material. Black armor encased the arm and shoulder beyond it, terminating in sheer cliffside granite just past the pauldron. Thin black spikes grew from the rocks above it like weird branches. Kade scrabbled at the gauntlet, but his mittened fingers slipped from it uselessly. Desperate, he yanked against it, twisting on the ledge. His boots slid on the ice and went over the verge to dangle in thin air above the mist-filled gorge, the gauntlet now the only thing that kept him from falling. With his free hand he tore at the wall for purchase, bringing down a rain of loose snow. And sneezed, and opened his eyes. Sunlight saturated the rock outside the cave. He squinted against it, disoriented. Another rivulet of sand and dust trickled down on his head, and he pushed up on his elbow, groaning at the aches the motion awakened. Raking the sand from his hair, he looked up at the crack in the ceiling. And froze. Instead of a small hole, the entire back wall of the chamber was gone, leaving a black, gaping opening mere inches away. The sand he had lain on was already sliding into it grain by grain. A musty mineral odor wafted up from the darkness on some subterranean current, and there seemed the faintest whisper. Kade scrambled toward the light as fast as he could, heart in his throat. As his head and shoulders came free of the cave, something yanked at his waist, a band of tension right under his ribs like some tentacle from the depths. He swallowed a shriek and swung his arms wide like a swimming stroke, catching the rock walls to either side of the entry and shoving with all his strength. The pain intensified, then something snapped and he scrambled free, nearly braining himself on the rock wall opposite the cave. Heart thundering, he heaved to his feet and bolted, too terrified to register the complaints of his muscles or any sense of direction or caution. The very hordes of the dark nipped at his heels, that cold remembered breath raising all the hairs on his neck. It took nearly snapping his ankle on a sheet of loose sand and then tumbling downhill for some distance before coming to a stop against a boulder, covered in grit and bits of crushed scrub brush, for him to finally stay still long enough to hear through his heartbeat and realize he was not being chased. There was no dark horde, no grasping tentacle, just a welt around his waist with a bruise where a belt buckle would be. No more belt, no more empty scabbard. Dazed, bloodied, and still unnerved, Kade sat for a while in the lee of the boulder and tried to convince himself that it had been nothing. That the empty darkness had been his shadow on the back wall of the cave, the belt and scabbards lost due to it catching on the cave's narrow entry. The whispers were just the fading dream, the same one he had dreamt since his injury, and thus not special. Everything was fine. He knew better, but it was nice to pretend. Slowly he emerged into the light, squinting, limping just a bit. The sun painted him with a baking heat, driving away the last of the cave's chill. Every part of him hurt differently, but right now what took priority were his ankle, the dryness in his throat, and the horrible implications of his escape. He started hobbling north, because he knew if he sat there while the worries crowded in on him, he would never get up again. The sun hung just above the lip of the rift, peering down on him like a burning eye. Rift on, later than he was used to seeing it, this close to the Titanic wall, the sky lightened enough for visibility long candle marks before the sun actually managed to crest its edge. Even the Crimson Camp would have seen the sun sooner. By the look of it, he had slept until nearly noon. Which meant that the free soldiers had already found the bodies and condemned him in absentia. He did not know what to think. In fact, he did not want to think at all, he just wanted to go somewhere, anywhere, that would keep him away from the fallout of Darylyn's actions. But with the Crimson Camp still practically in sight, the tug of familiarity lured him. Routine, loyalty. Faithfulness to the light. And though he felt more lucid than last night, a vice had clamped around his skull while he slept, intensifying his headache with every step. Still walking, he struggled to examine his options. The simple breakdown, return in death or flee in death, had divided into multitudes. Someone might have seen Ile-Rien with the sword, or killing Fendil, or at the slave camp with Wesker. No one would take Cobb's word against a free soldiers, but if another free soldier had seen what had happened, he could be exonerated. Surrender to the army and be demoted to slave soldier because of his escape, his legacy status and incipient promotion to free soldier cancelled a slave forever, but safe. Permitted to stay in imperial service. Return in life. He could be freed. Unlikely, but if Ile-Rien was proven as the culprit, if Ile-Rien had gone dark, the army might consider it merited for bringing such infiltration to their attention. Return and promotion. More likely, he would be condemned as an accessory or as the culprit. The army turned a blind eye to most slave-on-slave violence, but his escape would have brought him into focus, and thus punishment. Return and death, a simple execution. Or, if the dark had truly invaded him and the inquisitors found trace of it, he would be exorcised, sent to the imperial palace to have the taint scoured from every last crevice of his soul. Return and annihilation, for it was said that nothing survived the direct gaze of the light. Right now, he did not think it would be so bad to be condemned like that. To at least know that his destruction had purified him. But between his current vantage among the Viraco rocks and his potential fate in the imperial palace, there would still be the Crimson Army, the Inquisition, and the General's judgment. Not to mention Ile-Rien and Erebard and any cutthroats in their service. A desire for purification did not matter if he was murdered before he reached it. And if he fled? Where would he go? To Carindr, where the few light priests in the west ministered to the low country Carindrixie? They might be able to cleanse him, but he was loath to return. To lose himself in the heretic lands? Maybe he deserved that for disdaining his fellow slaves yet failing to report his own dark influence. Give up, then, succumb to the dreams and whispers, the black gauntlets. Whatever that entity wanted, it had not been the one to hurt him. Not directly. And that was the worst thought, that his dreams were mild compared to whatever had happened to Ile-Rien. He could not deny the madness in the scout's eyes last night. By all rights, the dark should not be able to touch him. He was not only an imperial soldier but a citizen of the territory that surrounded the palace itself, and his bleached fair hair marked him as one claimed by the light. If even Ile-Rien could fall. Cobb furrowed his brows, trying to pinpoint where the corruption had happened. Ile-Rien had always been harsh and quick-tempered, and Cobb knew that in army parlance scout really meant spy and assassin, but those did not seem pertinent. Some measure of controlled violence was necessary in his duties, and Ile-Rien was nothing if not controlled. And fair. More than once, he had been the one holding the whip when Cobb was led to the whipping post, and he was no gentler a hand with it than any other free soldier. Stony, impersonal. He took such great care not to show favoritism before his fellow free soldiers that it sometimes surprised Cobb to see his expression change from public to private, callous to concerned, professionally blank to that tiny, wry smile Cobb sometimes got from him. Off duty, he could even seem relaxed. All the slaves in their section knew that Ile-Rien only came into the slave camps for Cobb and did not care about or report what he saw there, and usually even Wesker's jokes bounced off him without response. Likewise, his recent distance was not abnormal. He was often gone on missions and subdued when he returned, and they would spend their time just sitting in the shadow of a tent, watching the sky, neither talking. Not that they ever spoke much. Sometimes Ile-Rien seemed to like hearing about Carindr, about Cobb's time before his enslavement, and sometimes he would talk about what he had seen in the wider world, but most often their meetings were like mutual downtime. No slave would hassle Cobb when Ile-Rien was around, and no free soldier would look for the scout among the slaves. Cobb could not see where it had gone bad. His faith in the imperial light told him that surrender was the only option. For months he had feared what those dreams might mean, feared the evil that had claimed his father had finally come for him too. He did not want to turn against the light that had so graciously saved him, but he knew that the dark did not require permission. It crept in and hollowed out those who did not resist it with all their strength, until they were merely shells of men. Puppets perpetrating its will. He had shared his dreams with Ile-Rien alone, and Ile-Rien had told him to stay quiet. If Ile-Rien had gone dark, and had encouraged the dark's growth in Kade in turn. No, it can't be like that, he thought, but he felt no surety, only a hollow ache where his heart should be. And if he went back and told the army and the inquisitors what he had seen, they would execute Ile-Rien. He did not think he could stomach that. It was the right thing to do, and faithful, but a part of him was still numb, still unable to accept that he was not dreaming. He dimly recalled this sensation from 5 years ago, and how when the bubble of detachment had finally burst he had felt like he was drowning. Uncontrollably drawn down beneath a dead black sea. It had been Ile-Rien's hand that pulled him free of that undertow, Ile-Rien's presence that stabilized him through the first few horrid months. And though the spark he had lost in that moment had never returned, there had been a kind of peace to these past few years. A stability. It made him sick to consider betraying that handclasp, even if it had betrayed him first. They had been friends. He could not return. Exhaling heavily, he nodded to himself. So be it. Logic therefore dictated he go north, because the forest must have water in it somewhere, and he could not go out to the river without risking capture. It was a measure of his current crisis that the thought of the mist and the wraiths barely slowed him. The only plan now was survival. He walked on through cramps and dizziness, through transient nausea as the sun shone full bore above him. It was late autumn, the 13th of Sebrin, 7th month of 8, but here at the belt of the world the heat was still fierce, and sweat prickled from his skin to map new rivers on his tunic. He wished he had a hat, but that was another thing the army failed to provide. On a flicker of memory, he checked the drawstring waist of his breeches and found Weschker's bandana still tucked there at his hip from when he had pulled it off for roll call. The officers disapproved of slaves using anything to hide their faces, even though Cobb knew they never bothered to tell them apart. He halted on a stretch of flat ground and just looked at it. A ragged scrap of dull red cloth, all that remained of a man who could have become a friend. Wetness rose in the back of his throat. Cobb told himself it was bile, that he was sickened, not sad. That he was not about to go under. Quickly he tied the bandana over his short hair and made himself ignore it. It was useful, nothing more. But it did not help much. He knew he should wait for the day to wane, or should have risen early so he could travel while the sun still hid behind the rift. No water and no food had already made him weak, and the way the sun painted deep shadows beside the blindingly bright stone walls made his eyes ache, his nerves sing with paranoia. He had almost forgotten the cave and the whispers until the wind picked up, its hissing voice multiplied through the shallow canyons and standing stones. At least his ankle stopped throbbing. 5 months, his anger said, and he let it keep talking because it pushed back the shadows. 5 months left on a 10-year sentence and it all falls apart. Got through being shot, got through the riots in Felon, got through the siege of Savannah and the quarry and everything else, and suddenly the dark comes calling. Suddenly the Inquisition is here and Ile-Rien goes mad and all is lost. All that time I waited and behaved. All that time I obeyed. I never did anything bad, never put a piking toe out of place. And now, suddenly. Voices. He halted and cocked his head, listening hard to the ensuing silence. The wind had settled somewhat, though it still stirred the sand around his feet. He could hear it sigh among the broken pillars ahead and uphill, but that sound had come from somewhere else. Like an echo. At his spot in the midst of a passage between broken buttes, perhaps once a riverbed, it was hard to pinpoint a source. Too much weathering had cleaved the walls to pieces, forming a maze of light and darkness. Maybe a wildcat, or some other Badlands animal. But then another echo. Voices bouncing from the rocks, militant shouts, a muffled order. A sharp bark. Hounds. For a moment he stood paralyzed, unable to believe it. They had sent hounds on to Varaku. After him. No one crossed the river, not even the free soldiers. After the debacle at the logging camp, the mist forest and the cliffs and everything at Rift's edge had been declared off limits, too dangerous to exploit. And that anyone at all would come after a runaway slave, even one who had supposedly gone murderous. No one cared what the slaves did to each other. Except, apparently, now. Could be looking for someone else, he thought as he forced himself into motion. He knew he could not hide from hounds, and in this warren of broken stone he could turn any corner and come face to face with a soldier. Or Ile-Rien. Did he chase me across the river? Do they already know he's gone dark? They'd come after him. But he did not think so. He had not looked back until he was far up the rocks, but Ile-Rien had been right on his heels until the river. If the scout had followed him in, he should have felt a dagger between his shoulder blades at the moment he stopped to retch. Flat ground. Flat ground and run for it, or fight. Just the thought of raising a hand against an imperial free soldier sent a spike of nausea through him. That was his slave conditioning, the mind work the Inquisitors reinforced each spring. Its strength had waned in the 6 months since its last application, but from the churn of his stomach Cobb knew he could not stand up to them. Fine with him. He loved the Empire and the army. He just wanted to get away. A gap in the rocks rose ahead, letting in a broad knife of light from the western side. Cobb heard the voices clearer, still distant but rising, the first hound call followed by more, then a host of them baying in time. The sound filled the passage, and as he darted past the opening he saw flecks of red on the downslope beyond, glimpsed for a moment like drops of blood on brick, then gone as he turned a corner in the passage. He scrambled up a smooth incline, definitely water-carved toward another span of sun. How they had found him, he could not guess, because they were not coming from his back trail, breaching into the light. He saw them below and beyond the shadow channel he had just run, arrayed along the rocks in a direct line from the distant Crimson camp. Shouts rose as he was spotted, and the lean gray shapes of hounds surged forward, but his passageway had led out atop the high foot of a new cliff and he could see no easy way for them to get up. So he ran. A crossbow bolt cracked against the stone, nearly catching his right leg. He forced himself not to shy away but concentrate on his feet and the path, the needle that stabbed his ankle with each step, the slough of sand ahead, the brittle fingers of desert brush reaching from the crevices. In this moment, he was a perfect target, running parallel to them as they swarmed the wall. Ahead and eastward, the plateau rose into ridges of striated stone like a delta, cracked and labyrinthine, perhaps an escape, but he heard the scrabble of claws just below and knew he had bare instants before someone boosted the hound up to his level. Another bolt shattered on the rock right before him. They had his measure, the next one would hit. His foot came down on shifting gravel. Pain speared his ankle and he stumbled and tried to catch himself on a stone wall, but somehow it wobbled away. He hit the dirt, skinning knees and elbows through his threadbare clothes, then attempted to surge up only to find the ground heaving beneath him. Rift quake, he realized in panic. Around and above, the ancient stones fractured into showers of sand and scree as cracks tore open along their weathered sides. Cobb shoved forward on desperate feet, shielding his head with his arms. The delta was no longer a safe destination. Nowhere on Varaku was safe, but he spied a flat span of rock that might not split beneath him. Through air thick with dust and flying debris, he pressed toward it, trying to stagger in time with the drunken earth. Trying to ignore the screams beneath the sound of rending rock. He had gone only a few yards before something slammed his shoulder, spinning him off balance. Something else clipped his leg below the knee, and sharp shards of rock peppered him as he half fell, half knelt. A stone the size of a fist barked off the back of one hand, driving his head low. Behind him, a sound like a thunderclap magnified 100-fold presaged the awful throaty roar of a rockslide, and he hunched as small as possible as a blast of pebbles pummeled at his back. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the tremor ceased. Isolated stones continued to fall, and in the distance he heard the shearing crash of more collapses, but in his area it all ebbed to silence, overlaid by the heartbeat in his half-deafened ears. He took a short breath, then gagged out grit and struggled to pull the bandana down over his face. The sky was yellowish-red with dust, he felt it on his skin like paint, in his eyelashes, plugging his barely functional nostrils. Warmth trickled down under his tunic, sweat or blood, he could not tell. The haze was so bad he could barely open his eyes. No sound reached him from behind. Reluctantly, he looked back. The whole section of cliff he had just run under lay in ruins, collapsed into the shallow canyon below. The river passage beyond it was choked with rubble. Not a scrap of red showed among the fallen stones. The spirits of Varaku yammered his fear. The whispers in the dark. A scream rose in his chest, but the dust in his lungs turned it into a crying cough. Even with the bandana tight over his mouth, he could not stop inhaling more. He had to move, but he could not help staring at the new cairn. How many were chasing me? How many? Dizziness struck. He slumped forward. If he had not already been kneeling, he would have fallen. For a moment, in the shadow of the rocks beside him, he saw hands reaching, hard hands covered in gauntlets of black stone, and he lurched away awkwardly, stars reeling behind his eyes. When they cleared, there was nothing. Just him and Varaku. Got to get out. Got to go. Gaining his feet was an exercise in pain. His clothes stuck to him at the joints. He tried not to look, knowing he had gravel embedded through the cloth, but not wanting to see how much redder his hand-me-down tunic had become. His ankle screamed, and the knee above it felt no better. His opposite hand worked only sluggishly, fingers burning from the impact. But his back and shoulders felt bruised yet livable, and when he finally took a step he felt a swirl of light-headed sickness that faded into something more like exhaustion. Slowly but steadily, he moved forward. The labyrinthine delta looked deadly now, a seductive trap. Riftquakes were not common, but Cobb's hackles were up, his superstitious nerves on edge, and he dared not move into their shelter. Carandrar's thundercloak mountains never shook, and he cursed himself for ever comparing the two. Squinting northeast past the plateau, he glimpsed cliffs petering down into foothills that merged with the first suggestion of the mist forest scrub. His scar twinged at the sight of the forest, like a warning, but he turned toward it anyway. Perhaps this flat expanse of rock had saved his life, or perhaps Varaku's evil spirits had decided to spare him. Either way, he no longer felt safe here. He was ready to take his chances with the wraiths. It looked far. He hoped he could make it. The sun sapped his strength as he pressed on. He dared not keep to the shadows lest they grab him, and soon the inside of his mouth felt like it would crack apart from thirst. Once free of the dust, he pulled the bandana up to cover his scalp again, but he could have done with a larger cloth to cover his neck. Sunburn sank in despite his tan and the naturally dark complexion beneath it, and sweat dripped off his crooked nose in runnels until there was no more to be shed. The baking silence rang in his ears. After the cacophony of the rockslide, he could not tell if he had been deafened or the world had truly gone quiet. Time passed. Thoughts disjointed. Soon he found it difficult to concentrate on walking at the same time that he planned his course. More than once he halted half over a rock ledge, unsure what had made him want to climb down it, unsure that it had not been some dark seed inside, urging him over the edge. He daydreamed about Carandrar. The icy cliffs of the Thundercloaks, the snow, the glacier-melt streams. His home village of Rishalnes nestled in its tiny thumbprint valley, always in danger of an avalanche, the rope bridge across the gorge its only connection to the rest of the world. The icy pools that gathered in rocky crevices in the heights, where he and Ile-Rien had splashed around like mad things when they did not have to mind the goats. Shuff! Thump! He twitched from his shambling daze and raised his head, staring across the sun-scorched rock. Ahead, in a sandy depression, lay a darkish object. A canteen. He stared at it. Blinked. Rubbed dry eyes. Still there. He looked side to side suspiciously. Nothing marked this arid stretch of ground but bristly bushes, cracked boulders, and a lizard that skittered off as he stepped cautiously forward. Crouching with the care of an old man, he eyed the canteen. It bore the familiar red hooks of the crimson claw insignia emblazoned on its canvas sling. He poked it. It was real. No footprints marred the sand around it. Hoi! He croaked to the empty landscape. Nothing answered, even the wind was still. He prodded it again. It rocked heavily under his finger and sloshed. That was enough. He grabbed the canteen up, fumbled the cap off and chugged the water with desperation as much as thirst. Lukewarm, it still felt blessedly cool down his parched throat, and it was all he could do to not pour it over his head or spill half of it down his front. Gasping, he lowered the canteen and forced himself to recap it, then slung the strap across his body. And felt something sticky on it. He peeled his hand away, not wanting to look, not wanting to know, but grimly aware that he must. Gut-churning, he let his gaze fall to his palm, then the strap. Red stains. Pikes, he swore. Standing, he stared around but nothing had changed. A defiant part of him wanted to pitch the canteen into the dirt and spit up what he had just guzzled, but he knew it was pointless. This might be some kind of dark lore, but he would die without it. "I won't thank you," he rasped to the sandy cliffs. All was silent. Weary and disheartened, Cobb shook his head and moved on. By the time he started passing actual trees, the shadows had grown long. Bare branches stood out skeletally against a sunset-bloodied sky, but though they looked dead, he had the sense that they were just waiting for rain. The entire transition from Veraco's heights to the mist forest's wrinkled hills seemed that way. He had clambered down several of the cracked cliffs that marked the Red Rock's terminus, then limped through shallow ravines that fed into dead floodplains and across broken slopes dotted with scrub brush. Now the undergrowth thickened as he continued to descend, its first transforming the rocky prominences into islands in a spreading sea of foliage. Small animals skittered away from the sound of his steps, and insects chirred in the brush. He followed the windings of a dry streambed, its gentle decline the easiest walk for his tired body. On the banks above, the scrub quickly became so dense as to be impassable. It made him feel hurted. Still, he was glad to leave Veraco. The mournful song on the wind was gone, as were the whispers and the stark, grasping shadows if they had ever been there. Water had revived his senses somewhat, and he could no longer be sure. At first, trees simply punctuated the gray-green bushes on the banks, but as daylight waned, they threw increasingly broad stripes over the riverbed. By nightfall the way had narrowed and the trees had laced their fingers into a tight canopy, the stars glinting among them like bejeweled rings. The child moon made no more than a bright smudge above the rift, its mother dark behind her monthly morning veil. Though every inch of him ached, Cobb dared not stop. He had no desire to sleep in the nighttime forest, and he thought perhaps he could keep going until morning. Exhaustion gnawed at his muscles. Now and then a bird burst from the undergrowth in a rush of wings and shoved his heart into his throat, and his mind sketched dangers into the darkness, scorpions and snakes, wildcats and wolves. And nastier things. Shapeless things. Black, staring things. The arrowhead grew colder under his tunic. He fished it out and pressed it to his forehead as if it could draw the sunburnt tension from his skin, trying to pretend that this was normal. He walked on. Eventually the streambed shrank to a shallow trench and the trees closed ranks around him. As the child moon rose fully, shafts of golden light slid through the interwoven branches to dapple the gravel path. And the mist filtered through the trees, ground clinging, its first tendrils coiling in strange filigrees. Cobb stopped short, heart hammering, but the path was as barren as ever. Dreaming, he mumbled as his hackles settled. His voice sounded wrong, hoarse, old. He took a swig from the canteen but his throat still felt parched. The remainder of the water sloshed within the container, almost gone. Ahead, the dark tunnel constricted even further. Motes of dust glittered in the moonlight. The air was cooling, the ground giving up its heat in a long silent exhale. He rubbed at his eyes. A smudge of bright silver streaking from the fog. He jerked his head up and braced his feet as his sense of balance pitched. The world wavered at the edges, then steadied. "Can't sleep," he rasped. Not tired, not tired, not tired, not tired, not. The shock of cold through his side, like a spear of ice. Tired. Curse it. It was so hard to walk again, to push himself into that black tunnel of trees. Part of him said go back, and he could not tell if it was fear or sanity. To the south, he saw only Veraco rising in ragged steps, bleak under the dim moonlight, the Crimson Camp should be situated just west of it, but the hills and trees hid it completely. Even if he wanted to, he could not return. Perhaps, when the wraiths descended upon him, they would see the arrowhead and know they had already killed him once. They could leave him alone this time. The earth dragged at his heels with every step, beckoning, coaxing him down. Each blink seemed to last an eternity, and afterward it was as if the moonlight had danced ahead and rearranged the shadows before him. His scar ached with cold fire, eclipsing all else until he could not even remember that he was moving. All he saw was mist. Only when his foot sank into the shockingly cold brook did he snap awake, suddenly aware of its glassy trickle on the moss under his other boot. The trees crowded close around him. He lurched back and sat down hard in his tracks, too tired to think. His eyes closed. Opened. A hooded figure regarded him from the opposite bank. At first he just stared up at it, wondering where the fear had gone. Always, in these wraith nightmares, the mist would choke him with dread until the first glimpse of a falling arrow or a wraith paralyzed him like a fist around his heart, the way it had on the logging field. But then this one was not moving, not approaching. And it did not look like the wraiths in his dreams. In the weak moonlight it was simply gray, so hooded and shrouded that he could make out no features. The wraiths of his memory were wild things, they shone in the mist like vicious stars, their movements so swift that they left banded after images on his eyes. It could be a person. Who are you? He thought, and only after a long silence realized that he had not managed to speak. It seemed like so much effort to make his mouth move. Dimly he wondered if he was too tired to feel the fear. Who are you? He finally mumbled. The gray wraith, if it was a wraith, did not answer. What d'you want? The hood tilted slightly, as if considering. Then the gray creature sank low to the ground, its shroud puddling and mingling with the seeping mist Cobb just now noticed around it. He tried to brace himself, having the vague sense that it planned to lunge, but instead it extended a long slim arm from the folds of its garment. Fine gray scales coated it, tapering to sharp points at the end of each slender finger. He focused on those. They did not look like claws, not really, and there was something stiff about them. Awkward. Nothing like the fluid, wrathful shapes that had torn apart his old team. You must be something else, he mumbled. And if you're something else, am not gonna worry. I got enough to worry about. The creature placed something small on the pebbled bank, then remained still for a moment, watching him. He imagined he could see eyes within the hood. Faint pricks of light. Then it stood and nodded slightly, and moved back, not stepping but smoothly gliding. The further it went, the more it faded into the mist, until between one blink and the next, it was gone. The mist separated into fine coils, sank, and dissipated. Cobb squinted into the empty woods, then down at the object the creature had left. It looked dark against the pebbles, squarish, perhaps hand-sized, and he knew he should investigate, but the very thought of getting up made him tired. Instead he lay back on the moss and stared up through the twisted branches, empty of all thought. Ice. Rock. Ile-Rien's pallid face. The waterfall far ahead, with the stand of white trees growing from the notch in the glacier, the warm glow of the firebird radiating from beyond. Their quest, their destination. The wind, howling, whispering. The stir of mist in the void-like gorge beside them. Small hands in mittens gripping ancient handholds, small feet traversing a path chiseled out for them by long-forgotten ancestors. Voices low like grinding stones. Black gauntlets, not metal but granite, slick with ice melt. Grappling, fighting, falling. Flying. Sunlight knifed between his eyelids, and he elbowed up with a groan. It was too dry for Du Fortunate, because his foot in the still wet boot felt half frozen even while the rest of him was baked and peeling. When he moved, the contents of his skull grated together like shards of glass, making the world swim with a kaleidoscope of nauseating colors. The brook still trickled past his feet invitingly, linked to a shallow pool at the right with a tiny rivulet running down the rocks from above. The trees, tall thorn-barked things he could not name, rose pillar-like to hold up their meshwork ceiling, leaves restricting the sun to narrow beams. Across the brook, the small dark object still lay on the rocks. Cobb contemplated it blearily. He barely remembered the encounter, and wished the thing would just vanish into dreamland along with the rest of this horrid experience. But his aches and pains in his freezing left foot told him this was real, and the creature had been real, and he was still completely piked. Not very motivating. He considered going back to sleep, waiting out the headache, but the dry chalkiness of his mouth told him it was not weariness but dehydration. Sun elements had laid slaves and soldiers low by the hundreds during the long march south, and even in the well-organized Crimson camp they still took their victims. Nevertheless, months of being shouted at by officers to mind their water and salt rations and be vigilant of overwork had made their impact. Those slaves who spoke up about overwork tended to get whipped rather than heeded. The general's intentions were well and good, but his subordinates had their own methods of interpretation. So Cobb swillied down what remained of the water in his canteen, then crawled to the brook and stuck his head in. The cold shocked every nerve to life, every ebbing bruise and scratch and pulled muscle suddenly screaming, but at least he knew he was alive. He drank as much as he could before his mouth went numb, then filled the canteen again and sat back. His stomach gurgled, water alone would not save him. Even the grating glass feeling in his skull and spine seemed unaffected, though after a little while he felt more alert, more himself. The dark woods beckoned. He had only the dimmest idea of what to do now, go onward, northwest, until he came out of the forest somewhere beyond the Crimson camp's reach. Then further northwest, across the grassland of Ile-Rien, toward the heights of Carrion. Home. The thought felt strange. The Crimson Army had been his home for the past 2 years, and in its way was more so than Carrion had ever been. Cobb and his parents had lived an isolated life in a cliff dwelling above an equally isolated village. Being torn from there at age 8 had broken his life neatly in two. Before the treason, and after the treason. In the 7 years that followed, he had lived as a slave in a low-country quarry, which had never been home. Then, at 15, he had been conscripted along with the rest of the eligible youngsters and sent south to join the army, leaving the quarry to the broken old men. That was the way of the conquered West. Even though Carrion had not been conquered but had submitted itself to the empire for protection against its old enemy Jernizan and the dissidents in the high country, it obeyed the same rules. All men of fighting age to the army, whether free or in chains. Most volunteers got to stay near home as imperial militia, and gained instant citizenship. The conscripts and slaves served their time with the formal army, but if released were granted citizens' rights as well. Though the core of the Free Army was Easterners, a loyal Westerner could still rise high in the ranks. That had been Cobb's plan. Broken now. 9.5 years for naught. Light, show me the way, he thought, but the imperial light was not one to answer prayers. Only the dark did that, lurking at the fringes of everything, waiting for a cry of desperation, a hint of hollow need that it could flow into and grow. The light gave nothing but its presence, it demanded no supplication, only action. If he wanted direction, he had to find it himself. And that started with planning. He had more options now than yesterday, despite the awful circumstances of the canteen, and beside his fragile feeling head he seemed to be all in one piece. Point-by-point inspection showed sand stuck under his skin at knees and elbows, scabs in other places, the dark patina of bruising almost everywhere, but nothing more deeply painful, and when he managed to gain his feet and go piss away from the brook, there was no blood. The world sustained a slow, ship-like wobble beneath him, but he could tolerate it. He had no choice. The ground was dry, so he pulled off his boots and massaged some feeling into his left foot, then left them off. He might have lost most of his calluses, but he still appreciated the feel of dirt under his toes. Crossing the brook took only a cautious stretch of the legs, then he was beside the weird object, which from close-up looked like a packet of leaves. He picked it apart to find slices of forest mushroom and some unknown pale fruit. Caution dictated he leave it be, but he only remembered that after he had already eaten half the packet. Brows furrowed, still chewing, he tried to decide if he had been poisoned or if the pain in his skull was the same as ever, and when after a little while his stomach did not heave itself inside out, he decided it was fine. More difficult was the decision to wrap the other half back up for later. Thank you, he told the trees, though he had no sense that the gray creature was near. With nothing more to do and no idea what to think, he crammed the packet into the space between the canteen and its sling, hooked his boots over his shoulder by the laces and picked up a thorny stick. Just in case. He still wanted to go back, because there was only darkness ahead, the shadows of the trees and the deeper ones of memory. History. Things he had been just as glad to leave behind. But though Fendel and Wesker and those soldiers weighed on his mind, he knew that returning would be worse. He did not want anyone else to die. Not even Ile-Rien. Just follow the sun, he told himself. It can't lead me astray. Or so he hoped. 6 days later, he stood blinking in the brightness at the fringe of the forest, trying to understand where he was. No sand, no cacti, just tall grass and weeds in 3 directions. Behind him, the mist forest hulked thicker and thornier than ever. It was almost a miracle that he had found his way out, as midway through the second day the trees had closed so tightly he could barely tell day from night, let alone directions. Only the rift's ever-present shadow had kept him from turning toward it and being lost in the depths forever. As it was, he felt like he had been wandering for weeks. Initially, his headache had intensified despite water and food, to the point that he had thrown away the last quarter of the leaf-wrapped packet, sure he had been poisoned. Dizzy, half-blind and delirious, he had followed dancing lights through the thorn-thick undergrowth, lights that had spoken to him with Ile-Rien's voice. At other times, dark things with bright eyes chased him. Hunters, crimsons. Ile-Rien and Aravard. A great antlered beast whose hoofbeats shook the earth. Then, like a fever, the hallucinations broke. The headache ebbed, and he regained a tremulous grasp on his mind. Strangely, his return to lucidity found him among old ruins, a long-dead village hemmed thickly by the woods, with trees growing up from moss-eaten floors and fallen pillars defining short, destinationless paths. Though the growth of vines and roots and shrubs had toppled all the walls, they had still protected the stones from most weathering. Cobb could not read the marks on the pillars, could not read at all, but knew they had to be old. No human had lived in the mist forest since the rise of the rift. Either the woods had crept up on that place, or it was older than the cracking of the world. But it had been a mystery he did not care to solve, because the stones impeded tree growth just enough to let him see the sky. As soon as he had discerned which way was west, he had set out, sick of shadows and silence and hunger. He dared not touch any of the mushrooms he spotted along the way, and even if he had been a knowledgeable woodsman, there seemed no animals here. Nothing to trap, nothing to fight, just the rocks and thorns that had made him finally put his boots back on. He still saw things, just not with the gripping veracity of full delusion. Dark shapes, never gray, though he was certain the gray thing was watching him, or following him. It had to be. But sometimes something would snag his clothes and he would lurch into a run, feeling gauntlets reaching for him and cold breath on his neck. Now, in the sunlight, none of it felt real, and so he folded up the dark dreams and pushed them into the cellar of his mind to be forgotten. His lips were cracked, his nerves twitchy, he craved salt above all else, and could not stop thinking about food. But at least he had water, and now that he was free, he could strike out through the grassland. Eventually he would find a road. And from that road, 2 options. South and the army, north and Carindrer. He did not want to choose. Part 1. Abnegation. Chapter 3, The Way of the Hearth. Mid-afternoon, perhaps. Cobb blinked in the light that slanted through the gaps in the bridge. Against his back was the dry wall of the wash, above the bleached wooden slats and the pale sky, the tips of dry grasses bending into view with the breeze. And a face. A boy. For a moment Cobb could imagine he was looking at himself, dark-eyed, rough-haired, deep-tanned by the sun, the way he might have appeared before everything had gone wrong. "Sir?" called the boy, and that was not his voice. His was trapped in his parched throat, rusty from disuse, and he did not know how long he had been down here under the bridge. Only marks, or days. The quick nap he had intended to take in the bridge's shade had done nothing for him. He blinked and sand grated in his eyelashes. Small rivulets of it slid down his neck, down the back of his tunic when he sat forward, and for a dizzy moment he imagined the black void opening at his back, like in the cave in Varaku. Then the boy said, "Sir, are you all right?" And the sound of concern in a real human voice brought him back to his senses, made him fumble at the dirt wall and try to find his legs. The stick tumbled from his lap and he stared at it, then clasped his hand around its barkless end. He needed it, in case of trouble. His fingers tightened on the wood, then relaxed. He looked to the boy. No trees around, just grasses. No hills, no cliffs, just flat land up there, the rift a distant blue shadow. "Where am I?" He wanted to say, but his tongue was like a leather fob and he could not get it to work. Crouched at the edge of the wash, the boy squinted, then said seriously, "You look lost. Mother says we should look after the lost 'cause that's the way of the hearth." "What's your name?" "Cobb," he rasped. "I'm Eden." "Come on, it's bad to be out here like this." "I'm fine," Cobb wanted to say. As he rose slowly, he felt the slosh of water in his canteen. He could move on. "Go? Where?" "Sir?" "Yeah," he mumbled. Common dot." Grudgingly, like an errant child being called home, he pulled himself from the pit to follow the boy through the trackless field. The cottage seemed innocuous as they approached it. Squat and steep-roofed, it hunched in the midst of raised garden plots that spread like skirts, with a cluster of shabby outbuildings at its back and a line of fruit trees, plum and rince and olive and dwarf peach, serving as a windbreak to the north. Domesticated red gardos, smaller and chubbier than their wild cousins, pecked busily among the pepper plants or oversaw the grounds from atop triangular frames covered in vegetable vines. As far from the road as it was, it appeared a bastion of civilization among the endless waves of wild grass and weeds. Beyond rose the dry yellow hills, and then the mist forest, several miles distant. Cobb pretended not to see the forest. Traveling through it had not been as bad as he had anticipated, but now that he had escaped, he did not like to acknowledge it there, lurking like a predator at the base of the rift. It made his breath constrict. He had admitted to Eden that he had come from there, and recently, but had no desire to consider that place and its denizens any further, no matter what the boy asked. He found his steps slowing as the grass shortened, then turned to a dirt path between garden plots. His hands knotted on the stick he carried as if at any moment some lynch mob or dire monster might lurch out of nowhere. Ridiculous, he knew. But these were the heretic lands, and he did not belong here. Eden pushed open the cottage door and vanished inside. Trailing him, Cobb hesitated. It looked shady and cool in there, but around the inner edge of the doorframe ran a line of red paint like some kind of magic circle, and immediately the voices crowded up, the priests, the officers, the campmates who had told him stories about this land. "Witchery," they murmured. "Dark magic." Something moved at the corner of his vision. He glanced there and felt his stomach sink. Strung from the edge of the roof was a little rag doll dressed in old garment scraps, with a red cord wrapped around its neck. It twisted gently in the breeze. Hands suddenly shaking, he reached out to stop its spin. "Hoodlum!" shrieked a horrid voice from the doorway. Cobb turned in time to take a cane to the arm instead of upside the head. The black-garbed, withered old woman who wielded it bared her crooked teeth and swung again, and he let his stick fall reflexively and caught the cane near the base, holding tight as she tried to wrestle it away. "Hoy, lay off," was as far as he got before she launched herself at him, nails seeking his eyes. Startled, he barely managed to drop the cane and grab her skinny arms before she could scratch his face off. She howled like a mad cat and slammed her wooden clog into his shin, and it was all he could do to keep from pitching her bodily into the garden. "Imperial!" she screeched. "Brigand! Murderer! Nana!" The sharp voice cut off the crone's tirade, and she immediately ceased struggling, instead sagging bonelessly in Cobb's grip. He glanced toward the voice to see an apron woman standing at the corner of the house, muscular farmwife's arms bared beneath rolled-up sleeves and a trowel brandished dangerously in one hand. Sturdily built, she stared at him with such baleful eyes that he winced and let go of the crone, who dropped like a sack of potatoes. "We have a trespasser," the crone declared, jabbing a quivering finger up at him. The farmwife pressed fists to her hips and narrowed her eyes at Cobb. He stood still, shoulders hunched and hands raised non-threateningly, all too aware of his torn and dirted clothing, his scraggly beard and scratched-up forearms. After so much time in the woods, he must look like a wild man. Finally she turned her attention to the wide-eyed boy in the doorway. "Eden," she said sternly, "did this man follow you home?" The boy shrugged uncomfortably. "I kinda invited him?" He looked lost. With the farmwife's attention off him, Cobb tentatively offered the old woman his arm. Rattled nerves or not, he had no desire to anger these people. Even hostile human interaction felt like a relief. The old woman glowered up at him from her puddle of black skirts but reluctantly clasped his arm, and he hoisted her up, then bent to retrieve her cane. When she shuffled one clog as if to kick, he flinched back, only to hear her chortle like a frog. "Nana! Please fix the tea," said the farmwife. The old woman lifted her chin haughtily, then snatched the cane from Cobb's hand and hobbled inside. The farmwife watched her go, then turned a critical eye on Cobb. She was a buxom woman, dark of hair and eye, sunbrown of skin like most Ile-Rienites, and garbed as one in a plain apron over a work dress patterned in bright colors. A few silver threads touched her thick hair, half hidden under a straw hat. Her only accessory was a simple braided necklace, 2 red strands and 1 gray. "So, you are lost." Cobb looked down at the dirt. "Yes, ma'am." "Where were you headed?" South." "Ah." Hearing the frost in her voice, he tried not to wince. It had been stupid to say that. He did not know how far north he had come in his confused flight, but he doubted he was much past Felon, which meant south was there or the army camp. He did not even know if it was true. "And where have you come from?" she asked, as if giving him the opportunity to confess before she accused. He opened his mouth, but the boy said, "He came from the forest, Ma. He's even seen wraiths." Cobb glanced sidelong to see the boy in the doorway, his mother's frown turned upon him now. "Has he, Eden?" she said. "And you found him in the forest?" "No, Ma, he was under a bridge. I saw him when I was going to the Targum's western fields." A frown creased her features. "Who else has seen him?" "Ma'am, no one," Cobb interjected. "Not that I remember. Been in the woods for days, and not long out of it." The woman turned her frown on him again. "And the wraiths let you be?" "I'm alive, ma'am, dot." She glanced over her shoulder toward the hunched hills and the forest, disbelief plain on her face. He did not blame her. His encounter with the gray creature had been far less dangerous than with the shining wraiths, but he would not dare that place again and could not imagine what it must be like to live at its edge. "And what do you call yourself?" she said. "Cobb, ma'am." "Just Cobb?" Cobran." "But just Cobb." "Well, Cobb dot." Crossing her arms under her bosom, she gave him one more long look, then seemed to come to a decision, the frown on her round face decreasing marginally. "I am Amala Cray," she said. "You have already met my mother-in-law and my son Eden. As it seems he has offered you hospitality, I extend it along with the shelter of our hearth, though I wonder what you've done to so swiftly rile Nana." The offer sounded almost ritualized, which made him nervous, but he nodded toward the doll at the corner of the cottage. "When to stop that from spinnin', ma'am?" "It bothered me." She followed his gaze, and for a moment he saw a clench of emotion in her features, complicated and painful. "It is a blessing for my elder son, Pale. He is away." "But, why you gotta hang it by the neck?" Cobb said, hating to even voice the words. Amala gave him a long look. "If you would know, the cord is stitched to his back." He is not hanged by the neck. Cobb winced again, but shot another look at the doll. With the blinders of shock down, he saw that she was right, and that the red thread was not only around its neck but around each wrist and its waist as well. Some kind of magic charm. Witchery. The fear screamed. Wickedness. He looked back to see Amala plant the trowel in the garden and enter the cottage, indifferent to his unease. Warily, he approached the threshold. After the red thread, the red line around the doorframe seemed even more ominous, and he wondered if he really needed rest or food or shelter. Or company. After all, he could press on southward with nothing but his canteen. South was what had come from his mouth, so it must be what he was meant to do, and what did it matter the shape he was in when he reached the army's doorstep? Come along, Cobb, said the woman from inside. Steeling himself, he stepped in over the red line. Nothing happened. He looked around, puzzled, and caught a glimpse of relief on Amala's face before she turned away. The cottage was tiny, a single room divided in half by curtains and lit by the shuttered western windows, its open half crammed full of workaday women's tools, loom, wool baskets, churn, and a small table beside the big brick hearth. Clogs and sandals and cushions cluttered the corner by the door. The floor was clay tile, a surprising luxury for such an isolated place, and on the rack beside the hearth stood a few old books among the spices, just as jarring. In the imperial lands, it was illegal for commoners to own books. A teakettle steamed on the warming stones beside a stewpot. The old woman, Nana Cray, sat at the table, sipping broodingly from her cup, and Eden perched in the other seat, swinging his feet. When Amala fixed him with a look, he hopped down and affected innocence. Young man, I believe you were headed to the Targum's fields, she said. Eden made a mutinous noise, but scampered around her and past Cobb before she could nab him. She frowned after him, then at Cobb as if just realizing he was still there, standing awkwardly at the door. You, she said. What do you do? Cobb shrugged loosely. He had done many things in his time. Build. Dig. Cut wood. Can you patch a roof? He looked up at the open rafters, at the boards and wooden shingles above. Yeah. Then you can make yourself useful. I'll show you the tools. He backed up as she approached, and she gave him an amused look, then led the way out and around the cottage. In the rear, among further garden beds and wooden frames covered in slipgrape and flowering eggvine, were the outbuildings, the coop where the Gardos had retreated from the yelling, the firewood crib and hay shed, a goat pen with a shelter and an empty horse stall, and a tool shed built beneath the overhanging branches of an aging yellow rince tree. All were weathered almost to breakdown, and Cobb furrowed his brows thoughtfully, but before he could ask, she pulled back the bolt on the shed door. You'll stay a few days and do some work for me, she said. I'll pay in meals and old clothing, since yours look torn to shreds. Acceptable? Yes, ma'am. After that, you can run off to your business in the south. The shed door came open with a creak of hinges, revealing shelves stacked with horsetack, saws and hammers hanging from pegs, buckets, shovels and picks, an old plowshare and other tools all liberally coated in yellow dust. Amala brushed at her face, then pulled items out and handed them to him. Mallet. Fro. Take that ladder. I hope you know how to split shakes. Yes, ma'am. You can use the logs from the woodpile, I'll get more cut later. Been at this long? Back in the, She looked at him over her shoulder and he turned away, pretending to struggle with the ladder. Just a year or so, he finished lamely. Back where I came from. When she did not pursue it, he maneuvered the ladder out and was about to turn when he spotted the creature on the shed roof and froze in his tracks. It stared at him through slit-pupiled eyes, a sleek sand-colored animal with darker markings along the fur on its back. Its ears were pricked forward despite its indolent lounge, ring-tail flicking idly, and he retreated a few slow steps, not sure if that would provoke it. Peripherally he noted Amala staring at him, but he refused to take his eyes off the thing. Cabrin, don't bother the cat, she said. But it's here. Get to work. I'll bring you something to eat soon. She forced the handle of the bucket into his grip and he reluctantly took it, still not daring to look away from the cat. It was a witch beast, after all. A consort to the worst type of heretics, a spy for the dark itself, and the sworn enemy of the risen Phoenix Empire. Its presence here under Amala's protection meant I shouldn't be here. I should run, get away, before. The cat stretched out and closed its eyes, purring faintly in the strong sun. For a moment he stared at it, baffled that it had not leapt upon him in a clawed, yowling fury. That was what they were supposed to do, that or creep up on you in the night and pin you down to help the dark get in. Maybe it's that old woman's, he thought. If it's her witch beast, and Amala's already scolded her for going after me, maybe it won't either, while Amala's watching. Or it's Amala's witch beast. He edged away, then turned to find Amala regarding him with annoyed exasperation. Flushing crimson, he leaned the ladder against the wall, then took up the bucket of nails and tools and headed for the splitting stump by the firewood crib, where a logging axe rose from the scarred wood like a handle on a pump. When he looked up again, Amala was gone, and the cat had not moved from its nap. What am I doing here, boarding with heretics? He thought. But the pale sky gave no answer, so after a swig from his canteen, he swung a log onto the stump. Exertion had always steadied him, and he looked forward to it now. He was his best when at a physical task, whether shoveling or chopping or breaking rocks. No need to think, no need to talk, just do the job consistently, correctly, for as long as needed. It was something that no one else on either of his teams had ever learned, nor seemed to care about. The only one who had ever listened to him at camp was Wesker, and thinking about that hurt his heart now. The look on the Corvishman's face as Ile-Rien led him away. He had the first log in place, the fro wedged into the wood grain, but he brought the mallet down too hard. A shake cleaved away roughly, full of splinters. He glared at it, then at his hands, then at the log, trying to apportion blame. As always, the finger pointed back at him. Take a breath. Forget it all, he mumbled. He had no direction, but at least he had work to do. It would help. It had to. Setting the tools down, he wrenched the splintered shake off and tossed it aside, mentally dubbing it the start of the badwood pile. He knew that technically he should not be splitting shakes from firewood, that most of it was likely to end up in the badwood pile, but as the other option was to trek to the mist forest and chop down a tree. That brought back the memories. He closed his eyes and tried to shoo them away, telling them that he had just come out of the forest unscathed so they and their nightmare counterparts could just leave him alone. But reason had never prevailed before, and now he saw their faces, the team he had lost in the mist. Burned. Frozen. Caged and mutilated. Each of them had been hit by an arrow, as had the rest of the logging crew and the free soldiers that had guarded them, but while Cobb had survived the sudden frost that gripped his side, the others had died on the field. The golden arrows ignited them, the silver caused the frost, and the green struck through them and then sprouted in instants, vines and branches tattering flesh as they took root and grew into mature trees. That was how the mist forest advanced, he thought, seeded through the deaths of its enemies. He remembered his team leader's face, trapped screaming beneath a layer of bark. The man had deserved it. Cobb wiped sweat from his brow, already hearing what his 5 former teammates would have said about this place. An old woman, a little boy and a farm wife? You could do whatever you want. After all, they can only hang you once, and you've already earned it. This place is so isolated, too. No one will find them, no one will know. Except me, he muttered. And you'll forget. His mouth compressed flat, because that was a line they had tried to use on him after what happened during the Felon riots. But worse was that as an imperialist, there were things he should be doing, things not so different from what his friends implied. Kill the cat, for one, even if the Krays were not witchfolk, cats were anathema to the Empire and were destroyed wherever Imperial forces found them. Burn those books, confiscate the metal tools and nails for the army, turn the women over as witchfolk since the dangling doll showed the witchy mindset, even if it was not true. Bring the boy to one of the work camps, or he would be set to a task like Cobb had been, until he was old enough for conscription. Dire thoughts. Useless thoughts, because he could do no such thing now. Repositioning the fro against the remaining wood, he raised the mallet and prepared himself. Then he heard footsteps. Glancing sidelong, he saw Amala approaching with a wooden plate in one hand and a straw hat in the other. He set the tools down again and tried to compose himself. She did not look like what he had expected of witchfolk. The word of light said that witches were seductresses and cannibals, which implied something less matronly and with a larger stewpot. But then, watching the sway of her hips, he had to admit that she was quite womanly. He had not been around many women. "I don't keep much for between meals," she said as she neared. "Supper is at dusk. But you look like you ought to put something in your stomach." He fixed his attention on the plate as she handed it over. Crusts of bread, salted plums, soft goat cheese and a small clay pot of preserves, real food. Better than the army. He sat down on the splitting stump and started in wordlessly. Amala lingered, fists on hips, and under her gaze Cobb tried to eat like a person instead of a starving dog, even though the tang of salt on his tongue made him ravenous. There was a little knife for cutting and spreading. He could not remember if he had ever used something so civilized. The preserves were sour rince, a hateful fruit, but not bad with the cheese. "So, you're with the army." He choked on bread. Amala leaned down to whack him on the back and he found that this put her bodice at level with his watering eyes. Ile-Rienites were not laced-up prudes, and she had more cleavage than he could handle, with that red angray neckcord hanging right down the middle of it. He whipped his head away and coughed the bread into the dirt, face hot. The scars in his side twinged dully. "That seems like a yes." Ducking his head, he fingered the little knife then released it. He would not do anything. If she hollered, he would just run. With the plate. Silence drew out, and realizing she expected an answer, he sighed. "Yeah. A conscript?" He looked up to find her regarding him keenly, her face devoid of pity but also of fear. Her proximity intimidated him, but maybe this was how things were. After his mother, the closest he had been to women were the lady medics at camp, and they were as mean as badgers. "No, ma'am. Am a slave," he said. The furrows on her sun-worn face deepened, then smoothed. The tight line of her lips eased. "I see. And how did that happen?" "Legacy, ma'am," he said, looking back down to the food. "Father committed treason and was killed before he could be tried, so they slaved me in his place." "And your mother?" "Gone." He kept his voice flat. 5 years gone. Got no other family." A long pause. Then she touched his shoulder and he flinched, but it was just a touch, not a grip, so after a moment's tension he relaxed. Her scrutiny was unrelenting. He knew he should stare back, stare her down, but could not muster the will. His comrades would be laughing at him right now, but she had not screamed or smacked him, so maybe things were going well. "Where are you from, Cobb?" Relief flooded him. That was an easy question. "Up north, high country Carrion. Village called Rishalni's," he said as he picked at the food again. The last bit of bread lay in the dirt. Should have spat it into my hand, he thought. Can't retrieve it now, not in front of her. He popped the last plum in his mouth instead, relishing its tart saltiness, and chewed it off the pit quickly. "Yet you're not returning there?" "I dunno, ma'am." She was silent a moment, then said, "So you're not a deserter." Cobb pulled the pit out, then gave a rueful laugh and looked off to the dry fields and the road that ran hidden through the tall grass, heading southward. It called to him, but he did not want to go. "S'pose I am," he said. "Wasn't on purpose." "How can you accidentally desert?" He tried to respond, but the thought brought back the falling embers, the glint of moonlight in Darylyn's wild eye. Nausea welled up. He swallowed it down along with the remains of the plum, but it was like swallowing his own fist. When he did not answer, Amala sighed and withdrew, folding her arms under her bosom, and he glanced to her sidelong, half wary and half grateful for the distraction. "How long has it been?" she said. "Since you left." "What day is it?" "Fire's Day, Sebrin the 20th. 8, then. 8 days tonight." A moment passed, then she said, "Should I believe you? How can I know that you're not some Imperial agent sent to sniff at my doorstep?" He opened his mouth, wanting to ask why would Imperial agents care about you. But he knew the answer. Instead, he set the plate on his knee and pulled up his left sleeve to expose his shoulder. The brand, shiny and stretched with age, stood out clearly against his dusky skin, a stylized mountain over his designation, KRD 1184, the numbers nearly illegible. Amala covered her mouth with her hand. "All I got," he said, looking away again as she leaned down to inspect it. He was no longer ashamed of the brand, but having her that close was unsettling. "How old were you?" 8. "Younger than Eden," she murmured. "And now?" 17. "By the goddess." Her voice sounded strained, but he kept his gaze down. A thin line of ants threaded past his feet, already aware of the fallen bread, and he pretended to find them interesting. "That enough?" he said when her shadow leaned away from him. "It will do." "Well then, let me take that." She traded the plate for the hat, and he watched sadly as she lifted the remains of the cheese away. Living on water for days meant that food was likely to come right back up as soon as it hit the depth of his stomach, but still he was hungry, hideously so. Better go slow, he told himself. He had seen men come out of the isolation cells and fairly kill themselves with camp rations. "Rest when you must," she said. "I expect you have some recovering to do." He watched the flow of her patterned skirts as she vanished around the cottage, then looked down. At his feet, the ants had arranged themselves in a professional horde, crawling over the lump of bread with antennae waving. Sadly, it still seemed appetizing. As he rose, the world wobbled, and he locked his legs as dizzy stars glittered and faded. His hands and forearms felt leaden, but he tugged the bandana around his neck and clapped the hat on, then stooped to pull the log onto the splitting stump again. No matter what she said, he was here to work, not rest. Redemption through service. The sun declined in the west. Amala sat on the step and fanned herself with her hat. Out at the road, a wagon passed, distant enough to be silent, its canvas cover cresting the grass like the back of some strange sea creature. Far to the southwest, thunderheads hulkied over the Ile-Rien Sea. Perhaps they would reach the sea cliffs, or perhaps they would wisp away before they touched shore, but the air was dry and motionless here, awaiting them. The rotten crunch of an old shingle drew her eyes upward. Another crack and she heard Cobb toss it down into the side yard. He had determination, she gave him that. Perhaps he was what he said he was. Beside her, leaning against the stucco wall, was the stick he had brought with him. A proper Imperial would have lifted it against Nana Cray when she attacked him, no matter that she was a brittle old hag. A devout Imperial would have done more than just stare at the cat, though Cobb's fear had been enough to mark him as a light follower. And a true Imperial monster would have had a much different reaction to the threshold. So he was just a man. No, not even a man, a boy. Yet still dangerous. Isolated though her cottage might be, Amala was no stranger to the Imperials. Her family had been lucky to be together at home when the army passed by. Huddled in the darkened cottage, they had waited out the snufflings and scratchings and the guttural voices beyond the walls as the Imperial hounds checked every possible entry and found them all protected. The red line, the goddess's blessing, had held them at bay, but she knew well that its existence had been noted. They knew her family as witchfolk now, as followers of the trifold goddess, and someday their awful light would return. But not today, it seemed. Not through this boy, which was fortunate, as she was bound to shelter him. The way of the hearth allowed no breach of the hospitality bond, not unless he broke it first. She would have to talk with Eden once Cobb left. Explain to him the difference between a lost soul and a stray Imperial, about the danger of being so open-handed. As much as Cobb's tired eyes appealed to her as a woman and a mother, she had too much to protect. Too much to lose, and too much that she had already lost. The distant clank of a goat's bell reached her through the stillness. With a sigh, she clapped her hat on and levered up from the step. Beyond the shield of fruit trees, the land had grown wild, the acres her husband had once plowed now gone to weed and sapling. A narrow track cut through it toward the Targum's eastern fields and the shallow pond in between. That was where the girls took the goats every day, or up toward the edge of the woods, and though they did not have to go so far, Amala thought they appreciated the time away from cottage and family. Iselina especially. Now she could just glimpse their bonnets above the grass. Brushing dust from her skirts, she moved to intercept. Cobb heard the ruckus from afar, a girl's squeal, a boy's laughter, the patter of running feet and the braying of goats. From his vantage he could not see past the little orchard, but when the clank of bells drew closer, he leaned out on his ladder to get a look. Two girls in red bonnets and heavily embroidered dresses were penning up a handful of scrubland goats, sleek-coated creatures not much like the shaggy mountain ones Cobb had tended in his youth. Amala had a mud-covered Eden by the ear, and though he was nodding like he was listening to her, his eyes kept following the younger of the girls, who had muddy handprints all over her dress. After a moment, Amala released him, and he trudged over to take up buckets with a great sigh before darting into the fields again. Once the goats were fenced in, Amala steered the girls past Cobb's ladder toward the door. The little one kept her head down, picking burrs from her dress, so all Cobb saw was her black braids peeking out from the bonnet, but the elder one stared straight up at him with narrowed eyes and a pinched expression similar to the crone's. Cobb looked away, then grabbed the edge of the roof in panic as the ladder jerked. The girl strutted off with her head high. "Kicked my ladder," he thought incredulously. "Supper soon, I expect you to wash properly," said Amala as she passed below. "I don't want you in the house in your state." Looking down at himself, dust-caked and sweaty, he was not surprised. Once he had stowed the tools, Amala supplied a bundle of clothes, just as bright-colored and embroidered as the rest of the family's garb, plus some rags and soap, and also lent him an old razor and strop. He busied himself with honing the blade, keeping his distance from the children as they washed up in the water Eden brought. By the time they left, the sinking sun had begun to bronze the tall grass. He shaved by feel, then stripped off his old clothes and picked up the soap. The scent of lye penetrated the scar tissue of his nose and brought back a tide of memories older than the army camp, older than the quarry, 9 years and hundreds of miles distant. He did not know why everything suddenly reminded him of Carindra. Sometimes in the quarry he had felt homesick, and he had missed the mountains after being sent down to join the army, but in his 2 years as a crimson, the dull ache of his childhood had mostly faded. Perhaps it was the goats. Nothing else about this place held any similarity, not the cottage, not the gardens, not the climate or the people. The only child of a pair of near hermits, he had rarely been in the company of others, his one friend a mischief-minded village child who visited infrequently. Most of Cobb's time had been spent alone among the goats on the scrubby slopes above Rishelnes, looking down upon the small houses and speck-like people from a distance that seemed impassable. His father had hunted and foraged the mountains, sometimes vanishing for weeks. His mother made baskets from the young plant stems Cobb gathered, and sheared the goats, spun the yarn, wove and dyed and sold what she could at the village for food and supplies. Neither of them had been talkative people. What Cobb remembered most about his father, beside the anger he felt now, were the few times that Durnhill had tried to teach him to play turnabout. They would sit there at the hatch-marked table, Cobb staring at the black and white stones that served as game pieces, with nothing but the clack of the loom and his father's occasional suggestions to break the silence. He never had figured out the game. As he scrubbed, he listened to the goats in the pen, nudging and sighing and gnawing at their fence. Even they seemed like a different animal to the thundercloak breed he had herded. As agile as sticky-footed lizards, those cliff-adapted goats would have been up a tree by now from sheer boredom. Years of chasing them across snow-freckled slopes and dragging them off ledges with his crook had made him as stubborn as them, but that seemed the only trait he still shared with his past self. The boy who had roamed free on the mountains was gone. By accident, he scrubbed too hard at his scar and hissed as the whole length of it twinged, front to back. Though it had healed completely, it sometimes felt like the arrow shaft was still in him, a ceaseless phantom of the attack. He touched the arrowhead on its cord, but its crystalline substance was warm from skin contact, not icy as it had been in the forest. The pain was just a pain, not a signal, not a warning. He finished up, then pulled the new clothes on. Garishly multicolored, short in the sleeves and legs and wide around the waist, they were still better than camp clothes, and he did not bother to pull his boots on. The paths between garden plots were hard and thorn-free, and his toes appreciated the feel of warm earth. Out among the grasses, the chirr of insects stilled. He raised his head, suddenly aware that it was dusk. A faint white glow limned the lip of the rift, the mother moon close to rising, but the sun had vanished over the horizon, leaving only a lingering band of orange and red. And someone was coming. Cobb stayed very still, breathing silently, listening for trouble. He had always had sharp ears. Through the stucco walls he could hear the family moving around in the cottage, all accounted for. He caught a step in the dust, distant but audible, leather scuffing on hard dirt. Then another. Then more. Strangers. And this was bandit country. The tools were in the shed. The razor was not his kind of weapon, he had never liked knives. He took it with him anyway as he moved to the cottage wall and peered around the back to where he had heard the sounds. There. Emerging from the trail beneath the fruit trees. 1, 2, 3. Though indistinct in the dusk, he saw clearly the shapes of swords at their belts. The stick? He thought. It was long and heavy enough to match against a blade, but he had left it by the front step. 3 swordsmen against him with a stick? But what else could he do? He tucked the razor into his borrowed belt and slunk silently along the wall toward the front of the cottage, aware that he must be paralleling the intruders. The ladder loomed up in the dimness and he nearly walked into it. Cursing internally, he slipped by, but as he reached the corner, he heard a knock at the door. Inside, unhurried footsteps moved toward it. A frisson of visceral unease ran up his spine. This was too much like Felon and the bad things that he. Guard the door, Cobb, and if you see free soldiers, holler. But we won't be half a mark, and these girls. Well, we can count on you, right? Had let happen. The twin needles of shame and anger stuck him, and he inhaled shortly, feeling the past trying to constrict his heart. But the situation had changed. He was older now, and bigger, and out from the shadow of that first team of bastards. They had gotten what they deserved, and so would these. The time was now, before she opened the door, before they pushed their way in. He braced his feet in the dirt, then sprang around the corner, already charging. 3 men stood at the step, outlined by the soft glow from the cottage's heart. Cobb's eyes locked onto the stick right next to them, a bad position, so he ducked his head and aimed his shoulder at the third man, hitting him full force in the chest before he could do more than drop his hand to his sword hilt. The breath hoofed out of the man and he sprawled into the dirt, barely missing the brick edge of a raised bed of bean bushes, and Cobb sprang back, quick, practiced, having ambushed more than his share of troublemakers. His right hand found the stick blindly as he rounded on the other 2, their faces showing startlement and the first bloom of fear. The cottage light shone on their half-bared blades. Half-bared was not good enough. Though they were close, Cobb was used to quicker retaliation from the rowdy slave workers, so he whipped the stick up toward the second man's throat. Cobrin. His name, spoken so sharply, stopped him short, and he stepped back without striking, though the anger ran hot behind his eyes. The door was open, he realized. Amala stood there, arms crossed. What is she doing? He thought. The 2 men finished drawing their swords. Stop that. Put those away, she said, scowling. If you cannot act civilly, you will not be stepping inside. Nerves abuzz, he did not understand what she wanted and nearly ignored her, nearly struck for the hesitating men. But then they sheathed their swords, and Cobb retreated another step in confusion. Their eyes on him were hard and hateful, but the one he had knocked down just looked startled, and very young. Suddenly Cobb felt the same. He backed off further and let his arms sag, embarrassment heating his face. "Put the stick down," said Amala sternly. He dropped it and held up his hands. The red still lurked behind his eyes, the tension and all the old fight singing through his muscles, trying to urge him on. With the light behind her, it was hard to read Amala's expression, but he knew she was angry. These must be guests. She should have warned me. "Well, come in then," she said to the men, "but perhaps you oughtn't stay for supper." She retreated into the cottage, but the men stared another long moment at Cobb, and he finally focused enough to see them properly, two weary older fellows and a boy just past Peach Fuzz. Then they went inside, and the door closed against him. He sat down on the spot, forcing himself to breathe slowly and shake off the fighting urge. The Krays were obviously under no threat, and that changed everything. While he could have shrugged off his suspicions of witchery, Amala had not greeted these men as family, which meant they were three of the many who had fled their farms and homesteads rather than be conscripted into imperial service. Like Horam, they were criminals in the eyes of the army. Bandits or not, Amala was aiding and abetting them. "I should go. Get out of here before she tells them I'm from the army, before they run off and get more of their comrades to deal with me. Before I have to." "Do what, Cobb? Haul them into the army yourself?" Not exactly in a position to be enforcing imperial laws. He exhaled heavily. There were so many things he should do, but none that did not involve giving himself up. Running now, removing himself from the situation, seemed the only option, though his stomach might mutiny if it did not get its promised supper. And to think I tried to protect them. No. I don't regret that. Regardless of his feelings, though, he knew he had botched this haven. He had his canteen, his boots, and these new local clothes. He could slip away now while they were busy, make for the merchant road and then lose himself in an Atlantic city. It would take some walking, and he had neither food nor coin, but he would manage. Somehow. North seemed the best option. If he was still south of Felon, he could not turn south without hitting the army, and though he never wanted to see Felon again, right now it felt preferable to the army camp. If he was north of Felon, anywhere else could only be better. The mother moon gave enough light to walk by. They would not follow him in the dark. Unless. He looked around, suddenly wary. The barn cat. It had been around all day, mainly napping and ignoring him, but like everything that served the dark, he knew that cats prowled the night. They saw through shadows, through walls, through your flesh and into your soul, the inescapable eyes of the dark. And there, on the edge of the dry wash that ran south of the cottage, was the cat. Cobb scrambled to his feet. It stared at him, yellow eyes reflecting the emerging moonlight, then approached with a saunter like it had mastered the world. Cobb balked at the idea of retreating from a small animal, and considered kicking it, but that seemed unwise. Witch cats were said to be tied to their witches, so unless it was the old woman's cat and not Amala's, he did not dare. As if unconcerned, the cat padded up to him and sat primly on his foot, then butted its blunt-eared head against his shin with a weird lilting purr. "Stop that," he told it, but it paid no attention. Bracing himself, he reached down and picked it up. Beneath the striped fur, it was a stocky mass of muscle and bone, a tiny hunter. He stared at it and it stared back, unblinking, then swatted his nose with a soft paw. Not even a whisper of claws. "Cobb," said a voice behind him, and he yelped and nearly flung the cat. It twisted in his grip and leapt down, skittering away in a blink. Turning, he found Eden watching him in bafflement. "Ma says you can come in now," said the boy. "Oh. All right." Eden ducked back inside and Cobb followed warily, wondering if it was a trap. All three strangers were there, the two elder men passing a jug between them while Amala bustled around the hearth area. The younger one, the one Cobb had knocked down, stood by the dividing curtain, talking quietly to the elder daughter. The rest of the family had retreated behind that curtain. The older men glowered Cobb's way and he ducked his head reflexively. Their glares became sneers. "Behave, all of you," said Amala. "Cobb, close the door and sit in the corner. This won't take long." "Neither would taking him out back," growled one of the men, a grizzled, scar-faced fellow closer to Nana Cray's age than Amala's. It was clear bravado. In the light now, Cobb saw the raggedness of their clothes and the makeshift nature of their swords, wrapped in burlap to hide the dents and pits. Their palms were calloused from plow and sickle, not from weapons. Slave worker though Cobb was, he had still gone through some training. He could have taken them all with the stick. He sensed they knew that. The other man, fleshier-faced and sunken-eyed, watched him like an edgy hare, weakly echoing his comrade's snarls. The young one just stayed away. Cobb seated himself on the floor near the door and kept his head down. He had already given them too many reasons to pick a fight. Amala turned back to raiding bins and baskets, and he realized she was filling a sack with food, bags of beans, rounds of cheese, clay jars, wrapped packets and pouches of unknown substances, and several fist-sized root vegetables. Her face was tight as she measured things out. The way the men stood, patiently swapping the jug back and forth, told him that this was normal. Maybe even her choice. She turned finally and thrust the sack at the grizzled man, and with a nod toward Cobb, she said, "You don't bother him. He works for me now. I don't care what he is or what he's done, you will respect my rules in my territory or I will withdraw my support. I am not a priestess, I am not soul-bound to the way of the hearth, and if you insist on making trouble, my door will be closed to you. And you," she said, jabbing a finger at Cobb. "Start a fight again and I leave you to them." "Yes ma'am," Cobb said, surprised that she had let him off the hook at all. "You ain't thinking to let him stay," said the grizzled man with unmasked contempt. "He's an imperial." "You bloody well said it." "A slave," she corrected. "It's not the boy's fault." All eyes turned to Cobb, and he looked away, uncomfortable. Though he had known she would tell them about the army part, he wished she had not mentioned his slave status. It was hardly remarkable, but he had to wonder what these strangers, these free people, thought. Behind the curtain, the voices of Nana Cray and the younger children rose in whispers. "So he says," grumbled the grizzled man. "I have seen the brand, Silas. They do not brand imperial spies." "Well, ain't like brands come off. Who says he ain't free now?" Which was a reasonable suspicion, and what would have happened to Cobb in only a few months if not for his escape. The Empire believed that legacy children could learn better than the crimes of their parents. His mother would never have been released, but sorrow drew over him like a black cloak, too familiar. It had been with him for the 5 years since he had watched her eyes change as he told her of his conversion to the light. His mother's eyes, always so clear and determined despite their troubles. That tremulous smile that stayed on her lips as if drawn there, the warmth still in her voice when she told him she understood, that she loved him no matter his choice. But her eyes, that hollow darkness. And the creak of the rope, the slow twist of the shadow at its end. "Cobb," said someone, very close, and he jerked back and whacked his head against the wall. Stars swam. Someone snickered. He blinked rapidly and found Amala crouched before him, peering into his eyes with a look of concern. When he smiled weakly, she patted him on the cheek. "Perhaps I should not have set you to work so quickly," she said. "Are you tired? You can go lay down." The men watched him over her shoulder, their gazes derisive. His spine stiffened as he realized he had been clasping his knees like a child. "I'm fine," he said, and straightened out. In camp, he would have punched someone, but that was not possible here. Amala snorted and stood, brushing her apron as if dusting off errant machismo. "Of course you are." "Well, if that is all?" The whey-faced man had the sack now. The youngest had rejoined them, though Amala's elder daughter still watched from the curtain, her expression clouded. "We could take him with us," Silas offered, tone wheedling now as if he thought she might have forgotten his malice. "Always need another pair of hands." No, Silas. You have enough enemies without making one of me. Do not make me speak to the hammer. The hammer would agree with me. You wish to test that? Silas stared at Amala, face stiff, then glanced to the curtain where her children peered out with wide eyes. No, he said. Then, with a sneer, you can call to him yourself when this end turns on you. We'll see, said Amala. And that was that. The three men passed the jug around one last time, then returned it to Amala, who snatched it as if expecting them to smash it. Adjusting his sword belt, Silas led the way out. The boy lingered, casting looks toward the elder daughter, until Amala gently closed the door against him. Nana Cray and the children emerged from the curtained area as Amala returned to tending the stew pot. The elder girl leveled a glare at Cobb, while the younger huddled behind her. Oblivious, Eden dragged a low table into position before the higher table by the hearth. Cobran, you'll sit with the children, said Amala. Despite the trouble, I can't say that I'm displeased to not be serving the harvest men tonight. Harvest men? Cobb echoed. I suppose you would call them the rebels, our men that yours drove from their land. They help with the planting and the harvests, then go back into hiding when the Imperials come around. They don't often visit us, thank the goddess. I dislike Silas ranting. But he's right, snapped the old woman as she settled into her seat at the higher table. It's the imperialists like this one and your sympathizer son that are. Pale is the only reason we still own this land, said Amala sharply. We are imperial citizens through his volunteering, and if you would rather be in a work camp than a sympathizer's home, you're welcome to go. If not, then for goddess's sake, be quiet. Nana Cray closed her mouth and sank into her patterned shawl, deflating. Cobb considered escape. He had wondered at the hostility of these women, and why they were alone out here when most of the lands had been taken by the army. Now it seemed those two were intimately tied. But Amala pointed to the mats that Eden had rolled out and said, sit, so he obeyed. Eden plunked down next to him, grinning gap-toothedly. The girls settled on the other sides, the little one staring at the tabletop and fiddling with the sleeves of her dress while the elder glared a challenge. In the army, Cobb had not been one to fight for leadership, but deferring to a girl just seemed unnatural, so he stared back. She crossed her arms, mouth tightening. The motion defined a hint of female shape beneath the shapeless dress, and he averted his eyes. Cobb, these are my daughters, Iselina and Giselle, said Amala from the hearth, indicating the elder than the younger. Girls, this is Cobb. He'll be staying for a little while. Evenin', Cobb mumbled. Iselina raked him with a haughty glance. He looks like he crawled from a ditch. Iselina, be polite to our guest. He's not a guest, he's a stray dog. Amala smacked the spoon down, bustled over and grabbed Iselina by the chin, leaning low to tell her, keep your attitude to yourself or you will go outside and pick your own switch. Do you understand me? Yes, mother, said Iselina contritely. Amala released her and turned away, and the girl shot Cobb the most venomous look he had ever seen. All stayed quiet as Amala filled bowls and distributed them along with a platter of bread and herb cheese. Cobb stared into the stew. Beans and slivers of onion and vegetable drifted in milky broth, and though he could barely smell it through his busted nose, it looked more appetizing than anything he could remember. Amala sat last after pouring tea. She looked down at the fidgeting children and said evenly, we give thanks to the trifold goddess, to the spirits of growing things, to the goat and the grain and the autumn rain. May the rivers run full again. Arankson. Arankson, the children repeated, then dug in. Cobb hesitated. The witchfolk prayer put his hackles up. Now so plainly stated, he could not ignore the neck cords all the females wore, all white for Giselle, 2 white strands and 1 red for Iselina, all 3 gray for the old woman. It was some sort of ritual thing, something to do with blood, and he was suddenly all too aware of the overwhelming presence of red in the embroidery on everyone's clothes, his included. But no one in the family had sharpened cannibal teeth, and except for some hostility they had done nothing that merited wariness. Beside that, his stomach was a tyrant, unconcerned by his fears. Under its command, he finally tried a spoonful. Heat bit into his tongue, not physical but something in the broth that made his mouth catch fire. He nearly spat it back into the bowl. Ile-Rien and the lands further south were famous for their spices, but this was no spice, this was poison. Sweat sprang up on his brow as he stared around at the others, not wanting to swallow. They had bent to the food intently, but Amala cast him an amused glance and said, "You might wish to avoid the peppers. The shiny green bits." He looked down into the bowl. Indeed, shiny green bits floated among the more recognizable vegetables, and though his eyebrows still felt like they might combust, nothing else had happened. Reluctantly he swallowed and felt the fire work its way down his throat. Across the table, Iselina fanned herself mockingly. Cobb glared. He would not be outdone by a little girl. By the time he reached the slurry of peppers and broth at the bottom of the bowl, he was ready to die. He set the spoon down, mopped his face with his bandana and pretended not to see them laughing behind their hands, even Amala. It was a welcome distraction when breadcrumbs flicked by. "Children," said Amala. A spoon flew past in retaliation. "Is this normal?" Cobb thought as he ducked a stray piece of bread. A memory floated up like a discordant echo, 3 figures around a low table, quiet, formal and respectful. It brought a twinge of pain. My father never would have tolerated this. Amala dealt with the children by sending them to wash the dishes. They shuffled out with significant sidelong glances at each other, and once the door creaked shut, Cobb caught a muffled whoop and the sound of running feet. Amala sighed and went in search of stray food. Feeling awkward at the empty children's table, Cobb moved to help her, then stowed the table and the mats at her direction. She gave him a slight smile, then an examining stare. "You look much better now," she said, and patted his scraped clean cheek. He flushed. "And where will he be sleeping?" said Nana Cray waspishly. "Not near me." "Then you won't mind moving to the children's side." A sly look touched the crone's face, then she waved dismissively. "Put him in the goat pen. Nana, he's a guest." "He ain't a guest, he's an imperial and he's already gotten more than he's merited." Cobb grimaced. Truth was truth. Planting her hands on her sturdy hips, Amala stared her mother-in-law down. "I am the mistress of this house, and he is working for me. Unless you'd like to patch the roof yourself, kindly go move your things. Now, Dot." With a scowl, the old woman heaved up from the chair and hobbled through the curtains. A muttered stream of imprecations floated out, followed by rummaging and dragging sounds and more muffled curses. Amala shook her head and turned back to the hearth. Does that mean I'm sleepin' with you?" Cobb ventured. He told himself that he meant nothing, but all his comrades seemed to lurk in the back of his head, leering. Amala gave him a cool once-over, then smiled flatly. "Go fetch my children. And lock up the goats. Go on now." No light remained on the western horizon as he scuttled out, though the mother moon had risen over the rift. Navigating by the sounds of scuffling and laughter, he found the children near the goat pen, Iselina chucking spoons at her brother as he chased the little sister and growled like a bear. "Your mother wants you inside," Cobb said. Eden slid to a halt and flashed a grin, then dashed for the front door with little Giselle following like a puppy. Caught in the act of flinging a spoon, Iselina froze, then swiftly gathered all the bowls and cutlery and strutted past him, chin high. Cobb watched after her until she vanished around the corner of the house, then sighed and swung over the fence to deal with the goats. Though they were very interested in sniffing him and lipping at his garments, he managed to close them in the shed in short order. The sounds of settling and quiet bleating brought on another surge of nostalgia, so deep and thick it made him feel ill. Closing his eyes, he focused on an image of the harvest men. Their faces, their hatred. That was what he had to deal with now. Amala meant well, but he knew they would come after him if they could. It was the way of things. He could not hide behind the witch woman's skirts for long. When he shuffled back inside, the children had already tucked themselves away. Amala glanced up from her sweeping and gestured to the curtain nearest the door. "Get settled." He nodded and brushed through. On the other side was a small chamber taken up mainly by clothes chests, with a second curtain dividing it from the children's area. 2 pallets had been laid out in the middle with a line of cushions between them. Cobb lay down on a pallet and stared at the ceiling, stomach an anxious knot. The cushions said quite clearly that nothing would happen, but when Amala parted the curtains and stood there with the last candle in her grip, a handsome woman, the years smoothed away by shadows, the white of her underdress luminous in the dark, he could not help the leap of his pulse. Now was when she would pounce on him with wicked claws, or... She looked down at him sternly and said, "Roll over." Blinking, he set his back to her as she lay down opposite him. The candle was snuffed, and no other word passed between them. Shortly, faintly, she began to snore. Cobb closed his eyes, trying to shake off the weirdness of the day and let sleep come. That last image of Amala, though, of the fall of white cloth above him, clung to his mind uncomfortably. Only when nightgown against darkness blended into general whiteness did he relax enough to slip under. The ledge. The hands. The struggle, and then, for the first time, a neck and head and face joining the black-armored shoulder in its exodus from the stone. A man's face, short-haired and southern dark, trying to say something, his mouth twisted in an expression of strain. Cobb could not hear him over the keening of the wind. Did not want to. From the boulder above, Ile-Rien shouted his name but could not reach him, and when the black gauntlets hauled him toward the cliff wall, he put his hands up to keep from being brained against the rock. Instead, they passed through the stone as if it was water, and he fell into darkness. The tower burned. No flame of nature or magic could have kindled the white walls, but those within it were not so charmed, and the smolder of flesh and furnishings stained the windows black and drew streaks of greasy soot on the perfect facade. He watched from the pinnacle of the tower as smoke flowed by. The flat floor here was hot from the fire below, hot through the soles of his hobnailed boots. Behind him, the mages cursed as they singed their fingers while chalking the runes. Only his partner Cuthra spat no curses. Since their entry to the tower, the pillar of the sea, Cuthra's laughter had quieted. That mocking laughter he had thought could survive any horror. Foot planted in a crenel, he looked down upon the besieging horde. Through the veil of smoke, they glittered like a blanket of crystal over the land below. Iridescent wings, polished carapaces, arthropoid bodies bearing the torsos of beautiful women or regal men, their mouths pedipalped, their eyes mad, they had long overrun the town around the pillar, the great flat beetles that were their infantry piled 3 deep in the streets. Woman-faced mantises screamed from roofs and steeples. Too recently he had been forced to run among them, hobnails screeching on carapace, scissor-sharp appendages lashing at him from all sides. Cuthra had danced ahead, light as a ghost, the fringes of his robe flecked with ash and ichor, but there were too many monsters to fight, and guiltily he was glad that they had been sent too late, that they had not been here to witness the taking of the town or the betrayals that had caused the burning of the pillar. For all their power, he knew they could not have prevented either. But now the sealing ritual was nearly done. Already the sky was red, the storm clouds boiling up from the glassy sea beyond the cliffs. A white hawk circled far above as if lost. Here atop the grand height of the pillar, he could just see the light of the gate on the northern horizon, the mass of insects, stellar locusts, Cuthra called them, all but blocking it yet doing nothing to impede its radiance. When he closed his eyes, its afterimage was of something pushing through. Some shining larva being birthed into this world. Lines of light lanced suddenly across the sky, above the cloud layer. He shaded his eyes with a gauntlet hand. They drew themselves into forms, shapes, words in the script of magic, illegible to him. At his back, Cuthra and the mages began their chant. A thread of excitement unspooled in his chest, worming its way through the weariness and horror. Perhaps this would succeed. Perhaps they would be heroes after all. His part was done, he had brought Cuthra here. Now he watched the lines twist across the tormented sky as if the gods themselves had set pens to the red parchment of the air. From 3 points in the north and from the east and southeast, the runes flowed toward them, the other 5 sacred sites still secure despite sabotage and siege. The circle was complete. As long as a mage screamed, high and agonized. He whipped around, unslinging his stone khopesh by instinct. There had been 2 mages left alive in the pillar when they arrived, both cornered in well-warded spaces, terrified. One now stood above the other, pulling her dagger from her comrade's back. Her eyes had lost their meekness and shone now with mad zealotry. Her side of the runic circle had smeared, the power cascading up from it in unstable jags. Kuthra was fully engaged by the spell, his spirit manifesting to help handle the power. This was his purpose, to create the final anchor, to hold it until the sorcerer priests at the other sacred sites could shape the seal. His wings unfurled in great arches of bone, 2 pair, with feathers like ivory spears. Energy gathered in his hands and made his long white hair shine with phantom light, his ichor-hemmed robe shivering with it. And this is my purpose, thought the man who had once been a soldier, as the other eyes opened in the back of his mind and the black armor flowed down over his rough-scaled shirt, changing him. As he stepped forward, his boots became reptilian claws rendered in night-black stone. The zealot's face went pale, her leer of triumph turning sickly. I should have expected this, he thought as he swept the khopesh up. I should have known better than to trust. What cannot be salvaged must be destroyed. Cobb snapped awake, wet with sweat and still tasting the greasy odor of the smoke. That final thought rang in his head like a death knell, over and over to the thunder of his heart. Never before had the dark entity taken him. Never before had that cliff-climbing, light-seeking dream changed to something else. And what it had become. It felt real. Like there had been someone else in his head, remembering something he had never seen. And that black armor, so like the black hands that had grabbed him. Those unfamiliar thoughts, that face emerging from the cliffstone. I have to go back, he thought. Not for Weshker or Fendel, not for Darilon. For myself. He could feel the emptiness in his chest unfurling like a black flower, consuming him, and though he had run this far in a blind panic, he now saw that it was folly. He had to give himself up and let the army do what it must. It was his duty as a follower of the Imperial Light and his duty to himself, to his own blasted soul. But he was afraid. Far to the east, another awakened. Shallow blue eyes opened in a deathly pale face, and for a moment they too held the memory of the white tower in the blood-red sky. Then they narrowed. It was time. Chapter 4, The Penitent. It was still dark when Amala stirred. Cobb had not managed to sleep, too troubled by the dream, and he rose when she beckoned. Outside, a faint pale haze lit the edge of the rift though the rest of the sky was black. Sunrise in the Empire. The air held a crispness that would burn off as soon as real dawn came, so he savored it for a few breaths before cramming his feet in his boots and taking up the 2-bucket yoke Amala gave him. That settled, he headed for the river. The grasses along the trail brushed his sides with dew. Whickertails, waxwrens and sunderlarks flitted among the scrub, their morning songs echoing in the still air, and by the time he crossed the cart road to the river, the sky had paled, the water reflecting like silvered glass. 2 wild gartos, far taller and more lizard-like than Amala's domesticated dwarfs, stared at him from across it, then shook their bright feathered heads and continued to drink. He edged down the bank and filled the buckets. Tiny silver fish whirled in the trapped water, and after a moment's observation, he scooped them out and let them slip through his fingers, back into the mirrored depths. He wished he could follow them, but returning to the army would not be as easy as swimming downriver to the camp. In the middle of balancing the sloshing buckets, he spotted the other man, a dim figure in the weeds, back the way he had come. He settled the yoke and raised a hand in greeting, but the stranger did not respond. The sun was still below the rift, leaving the world oddly shadowed, but Cobb knew it was not a scarecrow. It was a man, standing just in view. Trying to be noticed. A chill went up Cobb's spine, and he immediately checked his surroundings. That rince tree overhanging the road, was that a man's shape blending with its trunk? Yes. And a second man crouched in the shadow? Yes. No others, not that he could see. The land was not quite flat, the wild growth more than sufficient to hide someone small or crouching, and twilight would not lift for at least a candle mark. The grass came up to his chest, he had probably been visible from a long way off. He shifted the yoke across his shoulders, considering its weight. Can't run with it, an animal'd probably kick me out if I broke it across someone's face. But then, I was planning to leave soon. They had not moved. They could have come upon him while he was filling the buckets, perhaps they were only there to watch. That little angry flame he had cultivated over years of being trapped with other surly, aggressive men told him, face them now, or next time they'll catch you unaware. But he was not supposed to start fights. Nerves on edge, he knew he'd throw a punch at the first sneer. He gripped the yoke's handholds and started toward the cottage. Cold energy buzzed through him, he did not see the men move, but the moment he passed beyond sight of them, his hackles went up. The grasslands fell silent. They were following him. He had expected this. Expected it from Amala too, to be honest, her welcome and protection had surprised him. Did she send them? Spoke Paranoia in a soft voice. His hands fisted in the grips. It was possible. She had talked with the harvest men for a while last night before calling him inside. And she had sent him to the river with this burden. So that the children would not be around when they caught him? Should deal with her. Deal with all of them. I'm not a mad dog, he muttered under his breath. I know you're the dark in me. Don't mean I'm gonna listen to you. Boots crunched on dry earth behind him. He realized that for a while he had been hearing the swish of grass to either side, now it was gone. They were on the trail. Not yet close enough for him to hear them breathe, so he held his own, thinking about his first move. He might manage one solid blow with the yoke before the men overtook him. Then he would flee. He was a fast runner, he could stay ahead for a while. A slithery metal sound, a blade being unsheathed. His heart leapt. It was close enough to stand down. The shout came from ahead, not behind. He looked up and saw Amala on the trail, the logging axe clenched in her fists. He was trapped. The distance between him and Amala was all that kept him from lashing out at her. Fire blazing in his veins, he took one step, another, and only then realized that she was staring past him. Still the urge to strike her knotted his arms and clenched his jaw. He forced himself to stop just out of range. What's going on? He said through his teeth. She gave no answer, only glared past him and hefted the axe. He risked a glance back and saw the men, 4 of them now halted in a line, the one in front with a long knife held low. They were around his age. Mean-eyed. I told Silas to keep a rein on you boys, said Amala. No response. No chastened looks either, they watched him like hounds near the ends of their tethers. The spot between his shoulder blades itched. That knife had his name on it. Go, said Amala when it was clear they would not answer. She gestured curtly with the axe. Get gone. I catch you again and I'll send you weeping back to your mothers. Their expressions did not change, but after a moment the one in the rear stepped into the grass and started away. 2 more withdrew a pace, leaving the knife wielder. A sneer passed over his face, then finally he turned his back on Cobb and Amala and pursued the others through the grass. Silence stretched as they watched the young men go. Then, with a sound of annoyance, Amala said, no one else could walk down to fetch water and come back with assassins. Cobb eyed her sidelong. They found me, ma'am. She gestured cottageward with the axe. I know. The boy you knocked down, Eston, he's courting my daughter. He came to tattle about this. You're lucky I came out. Yeah, Cobb mumbled. Now I think you need to go. The problem is where? He blinked, then followed her as she moved on ahead, axe slung over her shoulder. You're in bad trouble, she continued. It's plain to see. I can't have that around my children, so I won't shelter you further, but going south isn't the answer, Kade. No matter what you've done. His mouth set in a grim line. You don't know. How could you, witch? Out loud, he said, I have to. I need to be cleansed. I need the light to burn away my corruption, either at the altar or at the headsman's block. Her shoulders stiffened. You think you're corrupted? For what, escaping? It's more than that. It's about redemption. Sacrifice. Automatically he fell into the mantra, one of the few things he remembered from his conversion: the light embraces all who seek it. It burns away the darkness that clings to us. Through service to the light we are redeemed of our crimes. Through sacrifice to the light we are purified of our mortal weaknesses. Ahead of him, Amala shivered. And what do you sacrifice? Everything that keeps you apart from the light. Everything that casts a shadow. He swallowed, trying not to think about the ones he had already cut away from himself. The faces that floated up to accuse him whenever he closed his eyes. He was doing this for them, after all. To be rid of them, to avenge them upon himself. This was how it had to be. The light demands trust. Absolute trust. To join with it is to let go of everything else. Bonds, family, life. Her smile so sad yet placid, her eyes so empty. He shook his head vigorously, not wanting to remember. The first sacrifice. It still hurt, it had never stopped hurting. Even when they told him that she had done it to herself and that he should be relieved to be unshackled from her corrupting shadow, he had not felt free, and he could not feel cleansed. Always it was there in the back of his mind, unshakable. He must have made some sort of noise, because Amala turned suddenly, fire in her eyes, only to soften the moment she saw his face. Kade? She murmured, and her expression said, "What's wrong, child?" Even though her words did not. Looking down at her, so different in features yet so much the same, felt like a nail in his heart. He glanced away to the cottage that rose like a ship from a bleached sea. Insulated from harm, a world in itself. Tell me what to do, he said quietly. She stared up at him, brows creased, then sighed. Go home. Flee to Carrion. Surely your people will, but she must have seen the change in his face on the second word, the way it twisted his gut, because she stopped and gave him a stern look. You would rather throw yourself on an altar than return to your homeland? Yes. But you have taken shelter with me. You have no desire to die. He said nothing. It was all a knot, an awful useless tangle, and as much as he wanted to cut it from his chest, he did not know how. Then, she flapped a hand as if trying to gather some memory. Then go on the pilgrimage of light if you must. Isn't that why they do it? My son Pale tells me close your mouth, dear. He obeyed with a click of teeth, but the surprise did not fade. The pilgrimage of light. It was the goal of every light worshipper, to surmount the rift, travel the whole eastward length of the empire, attain entry to Deshia city and perhaps even be permitted into the imperial palace, the very center of the faith. To kneel before the living throne and be cleansed of all shadows, all suffering, all sorrow. Kade swallowed, trying to control his growing excitement. He wanted that with a passion. In his woeful flight, it had never occurred to him that he had any option but the army or exile, certainly not one as glorious as the pilgrimage. He remembered the stories from the priest in the quarry, of the white boulevards and shining towers, the bells and altars, the eternal summer foliage, and the gentle warmth of the light's embrace. And if he knelt before the throne and was found wanting, he would be blasted to ashes, as was right. Yes, he said roughly. Do you think I can go? You'd need papers, dear. Or to use the smuggler's paths. There are forgers in the city, but they charge heavy silver, and an imperial registrar would only have you arrested. Beside that, there will be snow on the rift soon, if there isn't already. I'm not afraid of snow. Can you walk all winter? Without papers, that's what you'll be doing. He shrugged, the bucket swinging slowly with the motion, and looked past her to the rift. There would be no smugglers' paths this close to the mist forest. From listening to Fendil and Arivard, he knew that most rift traffic, legal and illegal, occurred in a single heavily patrolled spot in the north called the Rift Climb. There were ways to circumvent the rift, but those involved daring the ogreish tundra or putting to sea south of Canrodi. Neither of those was practical. You should go into Baller, Amala said finally. It has an imperial garrison, but our people do the policing, and you can shelter with the shadow folk. They might. I won't have anything to do by the dark. She gave him a look, then sighed. As you will. You know your friends from your enemies, I'm sure. I do, Cobb said stiffly. Then, after a moment under her flat gaze, he said, But thank you. I don't know that I'm worthy of the pilgrimage, but that's why we take it. To find out. Amala just arched a brow at him, then headed for the cottage. He followed a few steps behind but could not keep his eyes from the rift. New possibilities tumbled through his head in a dizzying array. Perhaps he still had a right to hope. In a room the size of Amala's cottage, in a compound 2 days' ride south, two men were engaged in what could only loosely be called a discussion. Put that down, Ankelan, said Crown Prince Kelcherin Aradison for the 5th time. He was a handsome man, older than he looked, tawny and leonine, almost idealized, with the physique of a swordsman and the stern stare of a natural commander. Right now his face was tense, voice exasperated despite the lounging pose he maintained in his camp chair. A golden pendant in the shape of a teardrop gleamed beneath the open collar of his nightshirt. At the shelves that bore the Crown Prince's campaign trophies, Inquisitor Archmagus Shadaxi Ankelan ignored him. Ankelan was the polar opposite of the prince, slight and pale and sharp-featured, with unruly black hair that fell to his black-robed shoulders. Despite impeccable tailoring, his robes seemed a size too large, as if he was a boy dressed up in his father's clothes or a man who thought himself bigger than he was. The lightning-split silver circle on his black cloak proclaimed him to be a magus of energies. He was in fact the Archmagus in charge of that chair for the Council of Valant, the ruling body of the Silent Circle. He consulted for all 3 army groups, ran the Inquisition as the Emperor's left hand despite not being a mentalist, and had trained the Crown Prince personally. He was known to be energetic, inventive, and quite amoral. And, sometimes, incredibly irritating. Right now, he was toying with the wavy ceremonial dagger that Kelcherin had claimed from a dragon priestess during the first assault on the Southlands. So far that battle had been their only southern victory. The serpent sorcerers kept Canrodi heavily warded, and there were no imperial sympathizers within, the Empire's most potent city-cracking tool, so the siege might well be endless. Should the Crimson Army circumvent the city to strike for easier prey, Canrodi would strike as well, and thus they were stuck. Can we perhaps return to business? Kelcherin said, gritting his teeth at the repetitive sheath and unsheath of the blade. I suppose, said the Archmagus. He set the dagger down and picked up a crystalline skull, human-sized but oddly dentitioned, oddly shaped. A wraith skull from one of the few wraith corpses they had managed to claim after the furious fights along the forest line. If you would stop playing with things and just turn around like a normal, respectful. Ah, there's your problem. You want me to be respectful. Just put the skull down, Ankelan. Master Ankelan. I am not calling you. Well, if you won't be respectful, I don't see how you can expect it from me. Kelcherin sighed and set his head in his hands, elbows on the drifts of reports that covered his trestle table desk. He had already dismissed his officers. It was one thing for Ankelan to cause his usual scene, completely another when it was in front of Kelcherin's men. Only one remained, standing stone-faced and parade-stiff in front of the warded door, and that one would not gossip. Fine, said Kelcherin, because it was better than pulling his hair out and easier than trying to beat some humility into the horrible mage. That had never worked. Master Ankelan. Would you please put the skull down, pick up nothing else, and turn around so we can have a proper conversation? The Archmagus held up the skull as if considering it, then set it on the shelf and turned with a smile. His face was narrow, his nose hooked like a vulture's beak, a scar cut through his right eyebrow, pulling it into a constant sardonic quirk. Beneath those brows, his eyes were flat and cold, like a rime of ice over shallow water. "Go on then," he said. "I'm pretending to listen." Ile-Rien knew it was the best he would get. He picked up the top report and sat back, gesturing with the parchments. "The fugitive. The vessel. It's been 10 days since he escaped, Ile-Rien. You told me you traced him." "Vaguely," said the Archmagus, smile unwavering. "It's no use tracking him by the brand, not from a distance. Too much interference from the possessing spirit. But I have my ways, and since you asked so nicely." He trailed off expectantly. Ile-Rien gave him a flat look. The one person he wanted to ring for information, and he was not allowed. The Archmagus outranked him. It chafed to be just seventh in his father's hierarchy. "Please enlighten me, Master Ile-Rien," he said with no inflection. The Archmagus beamed at him as if he was a dog that had learned a trick. "He's south of Baller. Not far, a few marks' ride. And he's standing still. Gone to ground with the locals, perhaps. I can't pinpoint any more precisely." "Not in the Wraith Forest?" "I couldn't trace him if he was in the Wraith Forest, now could I?" Ile-Rien snorted. He doubted any claim of inability from the Archmagus, and Ile-Rien had stonewalled him too often out of simple, gleeful spite. But as much as he hated relying on him, this time it was necessary. No one outside this room could know the truth, and though Ile-Rien had the Emperor's ear, he was too capricious to give up the game right at its start. And it was a game to him. Ile-Rien had no doubt of that. "Then you will go to the area to seek him further?" "No. Ile-Rien." The Archmagus gestured dismissively. "I have other duties, Kel. And my own projects, which, as you should know, the Emperor considers a priority. I can't be running around looking for your little fugitive. It's not my fault he escaped." Peripherally, Ile-Rien saw the third, silent member of their discussion stiffen. He sighed. "No, but you still have a stake in this. You're the one who started it. I don't understand why you refuse to assist in what is essentially one of your projects. I handed it over to you and Trevere. Is it my fault that you fumbled it? Shall I clean your room too?" "Don't go in there," Ile-Rien growled as the Archmagus turned toward the curtain that blocked off his bedchamber. "Why, is one of your lady friends still in attendance? You know I'd have to kill her." "I dismissed her with the rest of the officers." "Please stop meddling with my property." "Of course," said the Archmagus. "Then I shall just excuse myself. You obviously do not need my aid in recovering your slave." Ile-Rien's face twisted. Again the slave issue. He hated keeping them. By and large they were criminals, though petty, and served out of a mixture of fear and the mind control efforts of the army's mentalists. He tried to treat them like men, tried to find reliable ones to promote to free soldier, but it was difficult. There were so many now that he had enforced full conscription, with such an array of crimes. And he needed them. No one would send him reinforcements, for the Emperor had commanded that he stand or fall on his own merits. Even when success was impossible. "Obviously I do need your help," he said through his teeth. "My scryers can't find him. You set the spirit trap in him, you're the only one with that kind of a link. Ile-Rien, Master Ile-Rien, you know what my father will do if he finds out that we had the Guardian but lost it." Ile-Rien turned cool eyes on him, smiling in his predatory way. "But why should I care?" "Because you serve the Empire and its designs. Because the capture of this fugitive is essential to the welfare of the realm. Because they will take my army from me. Because you've been like an uncle to me all my life." Ile-Rien said none of that. It would make no impact. Up and down the chain of command, everyone knew that Ile-Rien served the Emperor for one reason only, the freedom to pursue his projects no matter the cost in gold or lives. A discarded project meant as little to him as loyalty or sentiment. "Because my father will know you were involved," he said instead. "And I will tell him you refused to help. He'll take away your toys." The Archmagus' eyes narrowed, and the temperature of the room dropped precipitously. Wards on the walls and door sparked to life in response to the perceived assault. Ankhelan ignored them. His gaze was fixed on Ile-Rien, who refused to look away even as the sudden cold stung him through his nightshirt. "I do not take kindly to threats," said the Archmagus. "Of course you don't. But now I have your attention." Ile-Rien held up the parchment he had selected earlier, with its army insignia and his own royal seal. "I've authorized a hunter writ for Trevere. He now has the authority to go anywhere and commandeer anything in my territory, military, militia, mage, or civilian. By now, they should all know the consequences of refusing a Crimson Hunter. He will pursue and capture the fugitive with your assistance." "No. As nostalgic as that little palace reunion would be, I have better uses for my time. Send him out on his own, you'll have no aid from me." That was it. Ile-Rien smacked his hands on the table and rose from his seat. "You brought me into this, you utter bastard. You can't just leave it in my lap like. Don't pretend it's my fault. I know quite well that you've had warning, but..." "Warning? Of course I've had warning. But you said to just observe or we'd spook it. You were supposed to come and claim it. And you were supposed to..." "Sirs? Sirs." As one, they shot a look to the third man. It would have combusted a less hardy soul, but Scout Ile-Rien Trevere only narrowed his eyes. His one sign of nerves was the tap of gloved fingers on the hilts of his long daggers. No soldier would dare interrupt the Crown Prince and the Inquisitor Archmagus, but Trevere was not a simple soldier. He was the Crown Prince's most trusted assassin. "It no longer matters what we were supposed to do," Trevere said flatly. "What matters now is carrying out the mission. I will go alone if necessary." "No. Absolutely not," Ile-Rien said, mastering his temper with an effort of will. On the other side of the camp desk, Ankhelan crossed his arms and lifted his chin in arrogant obstinance. "I have already selected a team to go with you. The issue is our lack of arcane support. We have more mages recuperating than we have fit for the field, and I need every one of them to hold the siege line around Canrodi. Ankhelan, if you won't go yourself, lend me some of your Inquisitors. General Lind keeps blocking my requisitions to the Silent Circle." "No. No? Are you a child? You know how important this is. And so my work should suffer because you let him slip through your fingers? You have at least one mage not on the siege line, Verkii, that emissary from Gajara. Send him, and one or two of your recuperating mages. A pursuit is an easier burden than a citywide ward. Are you trying to sabotage me?" The Inquisitor Archmagus laughed, lightly and insincerely. "Of course not. Recuperating mages will be no worse against the Guardian than any other." Ile-Rien opened his mouth, but the Archmagus turned away, waving a gloved hand as he headed for the door. "I have an inquisition to run, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me." Not waiting for an answer, he pulled the door open with a crackle of unsealing wards and strode out into the lightning morning. Exhaling heavily, Ile-Rien looked to Trevere. The assassin's fingers ceased their tapping, and he straightened to parade stiff. Ile-Rien grimaced. The two were long familiar with one another. Ile-Rien had been stationed at the palace for most of Ile-Rien's youth, in various roles from harem guard to weapons trainer, and had taught him much. They had once been close. Duty had separated them recently, though, and Ile-Rien could no longer read his friend's expression. And now there was this matter. He did not want to doubt Darylyn's story that he had gone to speak to Cobb at the gate, but that Cobb had behaved strangely, finally attacking him and the other slave before running off, but there were problems. Ile-Rien had been the slave's keeper for the past 5 years, assigned to make sure that he remained docile and trusting and too heavily dosed to misbehave, but while that seemed an easy job for an imperial assassin, Ile-Rien had failed. And he never failed. There were other irregularities, like the sudden assignment of the slaves company to Night Watch and the subsequent disappearance of the assigning officer. Ile-Rien wanted to write that off as cultist manipulation. It was an open secret that the shadow cult had agents among his men, and if they had learned that the slave might be hosting a dark spirit, they would certainly try to set him free. But there would have been no murder, no ruckus. The cult was a thorn in his side, but he appreciated their bloodless methods. This was someone else's doing. And as Cobb's keeper, Ile-Rien was the only one who could bring him back. The hunter writ, Ile-Rien said, holding out the parchment. It was one of the most powerful documents in a general's arsenal, designating the bearer as a proxy of the general himself. Once, he would have given it over without qualm, but now it was not so easy. Ile-Rien broke stance and stepped forward to take it, the etched black bracer peeking out from under his black sleeve. He looked over the page, examined the ensorcelled wax seal at the bottom, then scrolled it up neatly and bowed his head to his commander. "This is your one chance," Ile-Rien told him. "We need him alive. If you fail again, if he escapes or dies, I will be forced to have you decommissioned." "I understand, sir." "Good. Pack your bags and rendezvous at the teleportation chamber in 2 candle marks. You are the Crimson Hunter now. Make me proud." "Yes, sir." Dismissed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cobb was ready to leave the moment they returned to the cottage, but Amala did not allow it. She ordered him to finish his work first, and so he spent several marks patching the roof, then doing the same for the garde coupe, while the birds clambered all over him to see what he was doing to their cozy home. He daydreamed about the imperial city meanwhile, how he would walk up the white road in a penitent's robe, through the flowering gardens alongside the other pilgrims, all seeking the same thing he did: salvation. Around him, time on the homestead went by quietly. Nana Cray's loom shuttle clacked methodically inside the cottage, and Amala bustled about outside, washing and stringing up laundry until mysterious feminine garments hung everywhere like flags of an alien empire. Cobb tried not to look at them, or at the barn cat that napped atop the tool shed, deceptively indolent. He did not want to be distracted by reality. Only when he finished with the coupe did she let him come inside. Ordering him to the floor, she presented him with a bundle made up of clothes, soap, and travel supplies wrapped in a blanket. He tried to refuse, but the look she gave withered his resolve. After that came a brisk parade of food: milk tea, porridge, boiled greens, and he ate quickly, worried that she would smack him with a dish if he did not take it when she offered. She whisked the last bowl from his hands before he had finished chewing. In its place, she presented a scroll. He blinked at it, then up at her. "A letter to my son Pale," she said. "He is a soldier. If you go on your pilgrimage, you will pass his post atop the rift. See that he gets this." Cobb swallowed the last lump of greens and took the scroll cautiously. He could neither read nor write, and the ability to interpret all those little squiggles had always seemed like some sort of magic. Stranger than that, though, was the thought that Amala had a son in the army. "If I can, I will. And this is for you. A protection." She held out a cord of 3 braided strands, red, white, white. "Man, husband, father," she said, "unless I have misjudged you." "I told you, should have been all white for him," chortled the old woman. "He's no man yet, not the way he's been looking at you." Cobb reddened and looked down. "I can't take it. Anyway, I don't deserve your protection. I would have burned down your house if I'd come with the army. So you will eat my food and sleep beneath my roof, but not accept my blessing?" He grimaced. "I can't, ma'am. You know I'm not allowed." A sigh, then the multicolored skirts filled his view. He looked up to find aggravation and pity commingled on her worn face. "Then you bring it to my son," she said. She took his hand and folded the cord into his palm. Cobb nodded slowly, impelled by her eyes, and after a moment she released him. Turning away, she brushed her hands on her hips as if wiping them clean. "You should go now," she said. "It is many marks walk to Baller, you may not reach it by nightfall." Kade rose, feeling more out of place than ever. The old woman stared at him from her seat at the loom, for once not sneering, only watching, her eyes like two seeds in her dried apple face. Amala moved to the hearth as if the matter was closed. As if he was already gone. "Thank you for everything," he told her back, his throat tightening around the words. "I won't fail you." She gave no response, no indication that she had heard him. Kade's heart sank, and he told himself, this is how it's supposed to be. They're heretics, my enemies. Shouldn't have come here in the first place. In the stifling silence, he slung the bundle over his shoulder and gave the old woman a brief but respectful nod. She waved him on impatiently, and he turned and pushed out the door. Outside, the sun was at its zenith, baking the parched land below. The Gardos in the garden turned their scaly heads, then discounted him as no threat and returned to their pecking. Beyond them, the sea of dry grass rippled in the faint breeze. Thunderheads had piled up in the southwest, like distant gray towers in the clear sky. Insects droned lazily in the heat. The stick he had carried here from the woods still lay among the plants. He slid the scroll and cord into his tunic and picked it up. Its heft had been comforting when he had run from wraiths in the darkness, when confusion and delirium had consumed him. But his mind felt clearer now, and his enemies were no mystery. He would not go to them unarmed. A sigh and a last jaundice look to the boy-shaped poppet hanging from the eaves, and he stepped out into the dust and the yellow grass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Amala stood at the window, watching as his hat bobbed away into the distance. "Come off it, girl," croaked Nana Cray from the loom. "You shouldn't get all misty over an imperial." "He is a child," she said tightly. "He cannot be blamed for their crimes." "Of course he can. There's always a choice, girl, and he ain't as ignorant as he pretends. No man is. You can't pardon M for every error and still expect M to act decent. That's how the Empire draws M, acting like they can be redeemed from everything." Amala's mouth thinned, but she did not argue. Pale was out there at this moment, and meshed in those same fantasies, sure that somehow, something of what the Imperials did was right. That was where all the men went, to the woods or the Empire's war. There had been no dissuading Pale, as there had been no chance to sway Kade. And someday, all too soon, there would be no chance with Eden. Chapter 5, Hunter in the Farmland. The walk to the cart road felt longer than ever. The wind had picked up, rattling seed pods and bowing the grass in slow waves, and the outlines of the footpath before him blurred and wiggled. Kade kept alert, glancing side to side to catch any errant motion within the fields, but it was hard to tell. The harvest men could have gone home. He knew better. He was a threat, and now that he was out of Amala's care, they would deal with him. Well, they can try. He was halfway to the road when the first one stepped out ahead of him. Not a surprise, the cluster of trees nearby made a perfect watchpost, with enough shade to hide several men. Kade unslung the stick from his shoulder and heard grass rustling behind him. There was no point in talking. He rushed the man blocking his path, thinking to bull past him and just keep running. At the last moment he saw the gleam of the knife. He planted his heels and sprang backward as the man stabbed out, the blade nicking his belly through the shirt. One-handed, he brought the stick down hard on the man's thrusting arm. The man grunted in pain and stepped back, and Kade pressed forward, lashing out again. He had a long reach and the stick took the man in the shoulder as he ducked away from it, hard enough to jar Kade's arm and send the attacker tripping into the grass. Quick steps behind him made Kade turn. A young man with a battered sword lurched for him, hacking down wildly. Kade parried with the stick and heard the wood crack. Stick against sword was no contest, no matter how shabby the blade, but when Kade advanced instead of retreated, the man was too surprised to dodge his kick to the crotch. Farm boys, Kade thought as that one doubled over in pain, the sword hanging loose in his hands. Cobb raised the stick, meaning to bring it down on the man's head. In a campfight, beating your opponents into the infirmary was the only way to keep them off your back later. No one just went down and stayed down. Before he could strike, a third harvestman hit him from the side with enough force to slam him into the grass. Bundle and stick were torn from his hands. Plant stalks bristled against his cheek, and someone was on top of him, a hand on his neck. In silhouette he saw a fist rise against the pale sky. He bucked and twisted, and the first blow glanced across his temple. His right arm got free, and he grabbed for the wrist that held his neck and dug his ragged nails in. Someone tried to catch his leg, but he thrashed away. The second punch caught him on the mouth, and he saw red. He dug his feet in the turf and wrenched sideways, the wrong way, face down. The man on top was not braced for it and half rolled off. Someone had Cobb's legs again, but he planted both hands in the dirt and lurched up, throwing the first man off. The other had him by the trouser leg awkwardly. Just a few kicks. Then the sword came down on his back like an iron bar. He gasped as pain striped across his spine, and for a moment he could not move. Weight pinned his legs again, and he heard one of them step closer. The swordsman, aiming for his head. Fear shot through him, and then pure, rending agony in his skull. The world darkened. An itch ran up his arms, somehow familiar. There was no thought. He shoved up on one elbow and twisted, lifting his right arm to intercept the blade. Metal slammed down with enough force to break bone, but he heard only a shriek like steel on stone, and felt nothing at all. His arm looked black against the sky, the man above him gaping, sword held two-handed but stopped cold. Twisting again, Cobb got his feet under himself somehow despite the man still lying across his legs, and he lurched up, forcing the sword back on its wielder. The swordsman stumbled back and tripped over his comrade, and they went down in a torrent of curses. Two others stared at Cobb from the footpath, one with a knife and the other with a better-looking sword. He snarled at them, but they did not advance. Their eyes were round and bleached faces. When he stepped aside from the down two, they moved to mirror him, keeping their distance. A quick glance away and he spotted the bundle and the stick among the grasses. The hat had fallen underfoot and been crushed to uselessness. As the two down men struggled to regain their feet, Cobb sidestepped and grabbed his belongings, keeping his eyes on his enemies at all times. If they rushed him now, together. But they did not. Even when the first two rose, they hung back, staring at him like he had grown a second head. Fear and faint knowledge nagged at the back of his mind, but his skull ached and he could not focus. This intimidation was a boon, no matter where it had come from. With the bundle tucked under his arm again, he edged to the trail, waiting for them to break ranks and pursue, but when after several long breathless moments they had still made no move, he turned and bolted. Soon he heard them behind him. Whatever had fixed them in place was gone. He ran on, long-legged, teeth gritted with every headache-jarring step. The road drew closer, but once there he knew that he had to keep running. Carts came by rarely and he could not expect any to stop. The trail was flat and straight. His canteen whacked against his side at first, then eased as he fell into a rhythm. Lungs made vast by his youth in the high country drew air in deep gulps. He had the lead and he would keep it. While he was only a decent fighter, he was better than any of his comrades at running away. They shouted behind him, but he barely heard through the pounding in his head. A knife whistled past his shoulder and disappeared into the grass. Fortunately they had no bows, no crossbows. It must be an Ile-Rien thing to ambush with blades rather than shoot from cover. The road opened ahead, with the river glinting beyond it. He raced up the embankment and glanced back once, to see his closest chaser a few strides behind and the others straggling. No time to pause. He turned north, and though what he saw on that horizon was a mere smudge, he knew it must be the city. Baller. About to leap down to the road, he caught the rattle of cartwheels coming up from behind and took off along the embankment instead. Voices rose in his wake, shouting to the carter. His heart lodged in his throat. The weeds and brambles of the embankment made for rough running, but if he took the road, the cart would run him down. The wheels juddered closer, heavy horse hooves stamping the dry earth. Cobb jumped a bush, landed wrong and hissed as pain shot up from his heel. Can't stop. Won't stop. Hoy, lad, you need a ride? He shot a sideways glance to see that the wagon had come alongside him, the big tan Tascard horse that drew a champing at the bit, sharp canines showing. The wagon looked like a tinker's, lightweight and brightly painted with images of hammers and tools, and a grizzled old man sat on the carter's bench. He flashed a grin at Cobb, eyes hidden in the shadow of a battered leather hat. Come along, I don't jest, he called, his voice gravelly but amiable. What are you doing? Bellowed one of the pursuers. That was proof enough for Cobb. Barely breaking stride, he leapt for the wagon side and latched on, his feet slamming home on the open edge of the carter's box. The wagon jerked from his sudden weight, but the old man leaned the other way to compensate and the horse lunged onward. With a recalcitrant creak of axles, the wagon righted itself and stayed on course. A wide grin cut through the old man's scrub of white beard. Get on, he said. Cobb swung onto the bench, then jerked in surprise as the tattered rug in the footwell lifted its head and cocked an ear at him. An extremely scruffy, tan-brown dog. Don't mind Toivo, he won't bother you. Just don't step on him, said the old man. Behind them, a pursuer yelled, imperialist bastard. Cobb gritted his teeth and peered around the side of the wagon. The 4 harvest men stood in their dust trail, panting heavily. One caught him peeking and made a rude gesture with his knife, but they had given up the chase. Odd. What was that about, lad? Cobb sat back and eyed the old man. I dunno, he said. They just catch you stealing? No. The old man chuckled and clapped Cobb on the shoulder companionably. He was a big man, bull-shouldered and brawny-armed, with teeth like flat white tiles. The paunch of maturity showed beneath his homespun tunic, but he looked fit to wrestle a bear. When he tipped his hat back, his jovial eyes gleamed like emeralds. It's catch as catch can these days, lad. No shame in it, he said. Survival's the force that drives all men. I didn't do anything. Right you are. Headed north? Yeah. How far? Cobb hesitated. If he said he was headed to the rift climb, what would the old man think? Only merchants and pilgrims trekked back into the empire, and he was obviously no merchant. Baller, then Savannah, he decided. The city of Savannah stood at Ile-Rien's northwestern border, called the cornerstone for the way it intersected with the territories of Avron and Jernizan. It also marked the western end of the imperial road, just as Dacia city was its eastern terminus. The empire had controlled Savannah for a long time, but it had fallen to rebels during the Crimson Army's Jernizan campaign 2 years ago. Cobb had been there for its second conquest, among the ruined walls and the rubble. It was not a place he would forget. There was something appealing about the thought of walking the length of the imperial road for his pilgrimage. Few days' ride, said the old man, but I'm headed through to Avron anyway. I wouldn't mind a helping hand if you can tolerate some stops. What's your name, lad? Cobb eyed the man. He had expected to be run down, not offered working passage into the north. Dubious. Cobb, he said anyway. The old man grinned and offered his fist. Jasper. That simple gesture filled Cobb with relief, and answered several of his questions. This was no lifelong merchant ready to clasp hands and count his competitors' rings, or a bandit or slum scum who clasped arms to check for hidden knives. No civilian. The offered fist was the soldier's greeting, and Cobb knocked knuckles with him easily. Retired and Atlantic, but still a soldier, with a soldier's code. And you've met Toivo. He's an old fellow, worst he'll do is drool on your feet, said Jasper, nodding to the rug of a dog. The dog's ears perked, the left just a tatty stump. Cobb held out a hand and was rewarded by a warm brush of muzzle and a woof before the dog settled down again. So, ride along? Well, what you need done? Nothing tough. Ever patched a pot? No, sir, You can learn. You look rough enough to be a traveling tinker's apprentice, said Jasper with a chuckle. And the look is more important than the work. What? The old man fixed him sidelong with a merry green eye and said, I'm as much a tinker as you're an honest traveler, lad. A jolt went up Cobb's spine. He clutched the stick in his lap. It was notched from the fight but still not broken, still a passable weapon. He heard the shout. But Jasper did not elaborate, only snapped the reins. The Taskard horse pressed on with new vigor, its leonine tail flicking, and the wagon picked up speed. Cobb gripped the edge of the open bench and awkwardly tried to hold onto both bundle and stick. Behind him, metal clattered in the closed-up wagon. If not a tinker, then what? Cobb thought. Weapon smuggler? Can tuck your gear under the seat, Jasper said. Cobb reluctantly stuffed the bundle down there, but kept the stick across his lap with one hand. They traveled a while in silence, Jasper driving and Cobb watching the countryside pass in rattles and jolts. His thoughts never strayed far. The man was surely witchfolk, though he did not have the red cords or the poppets or anything blatantly witchy about him. Abruptly he remembered Amala's scroll and patted his tunic. It was there under the cloth, hitched against his borrowed belt, and he wiggled it free and grimaced at how flat it was. One edge held a dark crust. Dried blood. Cobb looked down at himself. A thin slash had parted his tunic, and through it he saw a smear of blood on his stomach. But he felt nothing, not even when he poked the spot. No pain, no wound under the smear. You all right there, lad? Said Jasper, and Cobb quickly rearranged his shirt. Yeah. Fine. Inside, a little bubble of panic rose like a bead on a string. It's happening. That darkness, that weird itch, that glimpse of whatever had happened with his arm. No. Wasn't real. Just my mind playing tricks on me. This is someone else's blood. And his headache was gone. He had thought the pain was from being whacked with the sword, but when he ran his fingers over his scalp he felt nothing. No blood, no lump, not even a bruise. He inhaled deeply and tried to focus past the fear. He was a servant of the light, the dark could have no hold on him. Only in doubtful souls could it find any purchase, and he had no doubts. He would journey to the imperial city and shake off these shadows, submit himself to the judgment of the true light. He would be purified. Made anew. Exhale. He opened his eyes, feeling a bit better. Since the dreams had started, he had tried many ways to dispel them or convince himself that he would be fine, but no denial, no prayer had soothed his nerves like this mantra. He would make it through the pilgrimage. He would journey to the heart of the light. It would happen. It had to. So you're a northerner, Jasper said suddenly. Cobb shot him a sidelong look, but the old man's gaze stayed fixed on the road. Yeah, he said, cautious. Gajeran? Drixie? Karen Drixie, Cobb corrected automatically. The short form was not quite a slur for his people, but was often used as such. High country. Ah. That explains your silence, said Jasper with a chuckle. Most folk won't stop talking if you give them a silence to fill, but Drixie, pardon me, Karen Drixie, aren't said to talk much. You mountain folk don't often come this far south, do you? Guess not. You must have had important business to end up here. It was not a question, so Cobb did not answer. There was a pause, as if Jasper struggled to find something to break through Cobb's reticence. Then he sighed and said, You'll forgive an old fellow his curiosity. It's been a long road. S'all right. Only I wonder how you came to be here, high country Karen Drixie and all. By cart. Cobb's flat pronouncement drew a glance from the old man, then a rough, relenting laugh. Very well, by cart, he said, the amusement heavy in his voice. Cobb did not answer. The silence fell again, less comfortable, and he considered jumping off. The wagon might be faster, but he preferred to be alone, not needled with questions. If night fell before he reached the city, he would just sleep out in the open. The storm had not moved in from the sea yet, he would not be rained on. Still, it felt rude. Even if this man was nosy witchfolk, he had given Cobb an escape from what would have been at best a savage beating, if not a massacre. Cobb clenched his hand on the stick at that unbidden thought. It was only anger talking, nothing more. Even though he wanted to consider himself a soldier, even though he had spent half his time in the army either fighting or being punished for fighting, 1 against 4 was difficult odds. And they had had weapons. Surely he could not have taken them all. The stunned looks on their faces meant nothing. Light help me. The sooner I get on with this pilgrimage, the better. A leather hat clapped down over his head, startling him from his thoughts. He looked to Jasper, who flashed him a grin. Unshaded, the old man lost some of his devious air. His pure white hair was cut short, the lines of old scars visible on his scalp. "Don't be giving it back, lad," he said as Cobb moved to doff the hat. "The sun's strong here, and it looks like it's getting to you. Drink your water." "I'm fine," Cobb said, but let his hand fall. "How about you?" "Ha! Nothing gets through this old hide anymore. You keep it till we reach Baller." Cobb nodded and glanced forward, trying to make out the distant city through the glare. Instead of its smudgy outline, a closer dust plume caught his eye. Riders, perhaps, or a caravan. Neither seemed common here. He noted Jasper watching the plume too, with a less than jovial expression. Maybe Jernizan raiders, he thought, though he knew they were too far south and too deep in Ile-Rien for that. Squinting into the cloud, he leaned forward as if that might afford him a better view. The riders crested a hill in the distance, and their uniforms, crimson and black, came clear despite the dust. Cobb stiffened, heart thudding against his ribs. An army patrol. They would know him, they would stop the wagon and drag him back to the camp for execution. Less than a day ago, he would have welcomed that. Now he started to rise, thinking to fling himself off the wagon, but Jasper grabbed his arm and pulled him back down. "Don't do that, lad," the old man said. "You don't want their attention. Just sit back, be calm, and they'll pass right by." Cobb pried at Jasper's hand, but his grip was like steel. "They'll know me," he hissed. "No, they won't. I've done this before, lad. Just settle down. I have to. Don't be a fool. Let go." Burning with fear, Cobb half stood and raised the stick to strike. "Sit." Cobb sat. The moment his backside hit the bench, the old man yanked the stick from his hand. Cobb clenched his teeth, wanting to grab it back, but Jasper held his gaze with hard eyes until he cursed and looked away. Only then did Jasper release him and turn to watch the approaching crimsons. Drillmaster, Cobb thought as he rubbed his arm, but the anger could not keep. His eyes were drawn to the soldiers, and tension locked him in place. 2 riders on striped 10 sky horses approached ahead of the rest. One, dressed in blood-red robes, held a metal rod over his steed's head like a dowser, a faint light emanating from the tip. But Cobb's attention was riveted by the second rider. Black-clad, fair-haired, bent low over the neck of his straining steed. Even from this distance Cobb knew him, knew the look in his eyes. That flat, killing stare. Ile-Rien. He's come to finish it. For an instant he was there again in the dark, with the palisade wall beside him. And the sword stuck in the wall, the glottal choke and flutter of fingers, the half-light painting the scout's face cold as marble. He shrank back against the wagon flap, clutching the bench with nerveless hands. It was broad daylight, but the black memory gripped him like an isolation cell. "I can't." "Hush, lad." The distance closed, the riders never slowing. Then they were alongside. Then they were gone, the black and red flicking past, followed by a blur of tan and brown and crimson as the rest of the column passed. Cobb stared into the dust plume as the thunder of hooves faded behind them. Disbelief held his tongue, and he swallowed thickly once, twice, then a shallow inhale that would have become hysteria had it not been full of dust. He coughed raggedly, and Jasper pounded on his back until he managed to spit out the grit. "What?" he croaked, unable to form anything more. Jasper squinted down their back trail, then sat straight, chuckling to himself. "Guess they've got business elsewhere, eh lad? Lucky us." That didn't happen, Cobb thought. He glanced around his side of the wagon, but all he saw was the dust hanging in the air. It wasn't him. Couldn't have been him. And then he thought of the dowsing rod in the red-robed mage's hand, and their direction. Another raft of ice fetched up in his gut. The craze. Can't be. Wasn't Ile-Rien just my imagination? No reason for scouts or the army or anyone to go there. But even as he told himself those things, he was rising and grabbing his bundle, preparing to leap from the wagon. Jasper's hand clamped on his arm and jerked him down as fast as he stood. "Cabron, no. Trust me, it's not worth it." "Not worth it?" Cobb snarled, wrenching his arm away. 2 women and 3 kids aren't worth it? Tell me about the army. Do they slaughter women and children indiscriminately? They? No, he admitted, pride rushing back despite his unease. No, they don't. But Amala helped me. They can enslave her for that. Jasper shook his head and Cobb stared after the riders, chest tight with guilt. The dust had settled, leaving a blank streak of road. He would never catch up to them. "She helped you willingly," said Jasper. "All here know the dangers of defying the Empire. It doesn't stop them." "I know, but..." "Trust the woman to know her business, eh? Nothing you can do now but be caught up in the same net. And perhaps they are not here for you." Not likely, Cobb thought. But that could not have been Ile-Rien. The scout would never have overlooked him. It must have been some other scout on a mission, tracking down bandits or heading to a Seacliff port to check on smuggling activity. There were other blondes in the army, plenty of them, Dishans and Jernison and Wins, even if most of the troops were dark as dirt. And if it wasn't Ile-Rien, that meant there was no danger. Slowly he retook his seat and turned to stare past the cart horse. Jasper glanced at him, then rummaged under the bench. "Here," he said, pulling out a bottle. He popped the stopper with his thumb and waved it under Cobb's nose. Fumes penetrated the plug of scar tissue and Cobb recoiled from the whiff of strong alcohol. "Go on," the old man said. "Square your nerves right up." Reluctantly, Cobb took the bottle. He had drunk before the army had once issued a beer ration to cut down on illness from drinking the river water, and the black market was rife with back-alley brews and smuggled stuff, but it had never really agreed with him. Despite his better judgment, he took a swig. It was like a lump of cider-flavored hot iron had hit his throat. He coughed hard, and Jasper nicked the bottle from his hand then pounded him vigorously on the back. "Put a bit of life in you? Good," the old man said cheerily. "Just sit back. We'll be in Baller in no time." Cobb cleared his throat, wiped the water from his eyes and reluctantly leaned against the wagon. The fierce burn eased and a warmth crept through his chest. Despite how much he wanted to go back, he could not. He just had to hope that Jasper was right. The first sign Amala had that something was amiss was the cat. It had prowled away to parts unknown earlier, but while she stood in the garden setting up the tarps for the oncoming storm, she heard a hiss of grasses and looked over to see the cat bolt from the fields toward the rear of the cottage. Its ears were laid back, its thick tail puffed out in distress. She stared after it for a moment, alarmed. Then she heard the hoofbeats. Down the trail, which for so long had seen no more traffic than the goat cart she sometimes drove out to the road, came a full score of horsemen. Amala scrambled from her garden to the cottage door, hardly aware that she could move so fast anymore. In the doorway, she planted herself on the red line and turned to face the horde. Nana Cray was inside, the girls were away with the goats, Eden was at the Targums farm. One person to protect was still too many, but she crossed her arms tight under her bosom and told herself to be brave. As the horsemen rode one by one into the cleared circle of the yard, Amala looked them over, expecting Cobb among them. In armor or in chains? If he was there, he blended well with the other riders. Each wore a blood-red tabard over chainmail, heavy boots, heavy gloves, heavy swords at their sides, and red hooded cloaks and plain helms. Tabards and cloaks were both marked with the army's sign in white, a curved claw, and their cloak clasps were a badge of 2 crossed lances. Their horses were the stocky, aggressive Tascard sort, thick-maned and lion-tailed, and in such close quarters they eyed and snapped at each other with their long canine teeth, but the riders handled them well. None dismounted, only sat their horses and stared at her. Amala struggled to stay calm. Bringing up the rear of the column were 4 more riders in addition to the 20, 2 men on Tascards, 1 in much finer armor and 1 in a garish orange robe, and 2 on 10 sky horses that trailed them warily. 10 skies were a smaller, skittish breed of horse with striped coats and short spiral horns, and they came to settle beside the garden instead of near the tawny Tascards. Their riders were smaller too, a fair-haired man in a crimson robe and another in a black uniform, who slid off his horse immediately. The one in black moved to consult with the armored officer, a knight, Amala thought. Then she chided herself for it. The Empire has no knights, only butchers in armor. The red-robed man scrambled down to join them. Though his robe had the claw insignia of the Crimson Army, the back of his cloak bore a plain silver circle. He held a short metal rod with a crystal on the end, which he waved helplessly at both the man in black and the still-mounted officer. They were too far to overhear, but from the wealth of gestures, Amala gathered that the mage's rod had brought them here. At last the armored officer dismounted, and the soldiers followed suit. 2 flanked him as he approached the cottage, trailed by the mage and the man in black. "Mistress, where is your husband?" said the officer. Unlike the others, he wore a helm with the Empire's phoenix crest spread-winged across the brow and a short brush of crimson horsehair down the back. A steel cuirass covered his tabard, chainmail peeking out from under the cloth, and along with his etched greaves and armguards it looked heavy and unbearably hot. She could not guess his rank, but his voice was clipped by an Eastern accent and his face surprisingly pale behind the metal. "Dead and buried," she replied. "This is my steading. What business have you here?" He inclined his helmed head. "I am Lieutenant Furcad Saravi of the 2nd Lance of the Crimson Claw, in service to the risen Phoenix Emperor. I pursue a fugitive and require your cooperation as an indigenous resident of this new imperial protectorate." Amala squared her shoulders and her will. "My son is a free soldier in the army of the Crimson Claw, sir," she said. "I am not an indigenous resident, I am a citizen through him." "Very well, mistress. Your cooperation as a citizen. Have you a writ of purpose?" The man in black sighed, but Lieutenant Saravi seemed unfazed and gestured to his companion. With another sound of annoyance, the black-clad one pulled a scroll from the case at his belt and passed it to the officer. "If you cannot read, it is my duty to read it for you," said Lieutenant Saravi. "I can read." His brows lifted in surprise, but literacy was not illegal for Ile-Rienites yet. "Very well, mistress," said the lieutenant, and moved forward to offer the scroll. With the difference in height provided by the step, she was just barely as tall as him. His eyes were gray in the helm's shadows, cool and self-possessed. Perhaps a knight in his own mind, Amala thought as she accepted the scroll. It was smooth vellum, with an insignia in red ink at the very top, a coronet surmounting a curved raptor's claw, limned in fire. Beneath it, blocky script spelled out the terms of the writ. "Be it known that the bearer of this document serves His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince Kelcherin Aradison, Commanding General of Imperial Third Army Group the Crimson Claw and Overseer of the Western Lands of the Risen Phoenix Empire, and must thus be tendered all aid and assistance as befits an Imperial servant. Let the bearer be further entitled the rank of Crimson Hunter for the purpose and duration of the pursuit of the renegade KRD 1184, known as Cabrin son of Durnil of Rishelnes, Carindrer. Amala grimaced and scrolled the writ back up. This was worse than she had anticipated. A hunter could take everything from her and she would have no recourse, even as an imperial citizen. The only hopeful sign was that the hunter seemed reluctant to reveal himself. "O Kade, what have you done? You are the bearer this speaks of?" she said, looking to the black-clad man. He was a head shorter than the lieutenant, with a round, youthful face and murky eyes. He nodded and tried on a smile, but in its lines she read annoyance and sleeping malice. "I am Crimson Hunter Darilon Trevere," he said. "Then I shall submit to your command." She offered the scroll, and Trevere stepped up to retrieve it. As he did so, she saw his gaze flick to the red lines painted along the inside of the doorway. For a moment, his eyes widened, and when they returned to her she found the malice no longer asleep. "Search the house," he snapped to the lieutenant, then yanked the scroll from her hand. "I will investigate the grounds." Turning away, he gestured curtly, and a few soldiers broke off to follow his orders. The lieutenant looked after him, expressionless, then back to Amala. "If you would stand aside, mistress," he said. "My home is small, you will not fit many. Stand aside." Anxiously she stepped back into the house, though what she wanted was to follow the hunter, to be sure he harmed nothing. He was one of the Empire's monsters, she was certain of it. Only they would understand the ward. It had been laid for her by a true trifold priestess, and would block anyone hostile, but the Empire's monsters. Them, it would hurt. Nana Cray had risen from her nap and sat at the table by the hearth now, a carving knife clutched in her withered old hands. Amala caught her breath, but the lieutenant was still outside calling some orders, so she rushed to the old woman's side. "You cannot threaten them," she hissed. The old woman stared back at her through narrowed, rheumy eyes, then pursed her lips with great distaste but let Amala take the knife. "The children, you sent them away?" "Yes. None should be back before supper. They'll be safe. I told you that lad was bad business." Amala grimaced, then tucked the knife into the folds of her apron as a heavy bootstep fell on the tiles. Looking back, she saw the lieutenant in the doorway, drawing off his helm respectfully. Beneath it he was a light-skinned Easterner, his face narrow as a blade, with sharp black sideburns and a serious mouth. Salt in his hair, perhaps mid-30s. A career soldier. For a moment he scrutinized the women, then stepped forward to beckon the mage inside. "You may stay where you are," he told them. "Do not move except by order." Amala exchanged another look with Nana Cray, a look of mutual tension and fear, then she sat down in the second seat. Beneath her apron, the knife was a dire weight. Iselina watched from behind the orchard trees. Further away in the tall grass was Eston, her young suitor, who had spotted the riders first. He had come to them at the pond, and Iselina had ordered her sister to stay there with the goats until someone came to fetch her. Now she wondered if she should have stayed as well. The yard swarmed with redcloaks, and one of them was even going into the house, with a fellow who had to be a mage because everyone knew that imperial mages wore dresses, even though nobody had ever seen one. "Now I have," she thought as the robed man stepped inside, and suppressed a shudder. Whatever tricks her mother had, they had failed, as Iselina had always known they would. The paint and the colored cords held no real power. They had not even been able to keep Pale home. Hands spread on the rinsed tree's bark, Iselina watched the soldiers and quietly seated. So rich and arrogant in their polished armor. Everything they had stolen from her people. Eston should have run to the harvest men in the woods, not to her. They would have come with weapons and showed these soldiers the wrath of Ile-Rien. Someone shouted orders then, and the soldiers broke into clumps, a few keeping control of the tall horses while others spread out to inspect the grounds. Iselina crouched lower, frowning. This was not what they did when they came to extort tax money. They had never cared about the goat pen or the tool shed before. Kade, she realized suddenly, and her dark eyes narrowed. He must have tattled. She and Nana Cray had been right from the start, but Mother had not listened. Mother had gone on pretending like Pale had come home. All that hearth stuff she was always nattering about, that was only to justify herself. Estin shouldn't have warned Mother about the harvest men, she thought bitterly. Estin was in awe of her mother, which had always annoyed Iselina, but this time it was almost enough for her to put an end to their courtship. Never mind that he was the only boy her age who hadn't been snapped up by the army or hidden away in the forest camps. Never mind that he was funny and always looking out for her. If he liked her mother so much. And now Cobb had escaped to tell on them, and that was all Mother's fault too. Everything was her fault. Soon they'd all be in jail or unhomed and huddled in the woods. Iselina hated. "Hello, child," said a smooth, malevolent voice behind her. Iselina froze. Her heart thumped like a running rabbit. "I watched all the soldiers. Nobody even came near here." Slowly, with nightmarish terror, she turned to face the man behind her. He was crouched just out of arm's reach, the sunlight gilding his hair but making no impact on the dead blackness of his uniform. He looked young, but she knew instantly that he was not. There was something about his smile, about the wet metal gleam of his eyes, that told her he had watched years pass like a stone gargoyle on a roof. He had been with the other soldiers, but she had just stopped noticing him. "I have a question," he said. "I would like you to answer it." Beyond him, in the grass, Estin should have been hiding. She could not tear her gaze from his strange eyes to look, but she knew the boy would do nothing to help her. Probably he had already run. He had never been very brave, only eager to please. What do you want?" she whispered, horrified by the quaver in her own voice. "Where has he gone?" "Cabrin, KRD 1184. "Don't you know?" she almost said, but caution held her tongue. If he didn't know, then maybe Cobb really was a slave. A runaway. She did not want to believe it. No one was honestly that thick-headed. "I don't know," she said. Those shining eyes drilled into her, green-tinged gray, like moss grown on drowned steel. I didn't even know he was gone." But she did. Estin had told her all about his flight, and the wagon with the hammer on its side. The man tilted his head slightly, then tucked a hand into his belt pouch. Iselina stiffened, sure he would pull out some weapon, some horrible hook thing that people with such eyes would have. But instead, he lifted a thin coin into view. A gold coin. Iselina's eyes locked on it and widened. Gold, real gold, was worth more than jewels these days. More than blood. The Southlanders lusted for it as a symbol of their dragon gods, the imperial war machine enslaved and conquered for it. A single coin was leverage, prosperity, freedom. It could buy the Craze farm a dozen times over. Iselina had never seen a speck of gold in her life. Having a complete coin so close sent a little shiver up her spine. The way it glowed in the light was far more fascinating than the man's eyes. "Silver for information," he said. "Gold if it leads to his capture." With gold, we could flee this wretched place, thought Iselina. Escape the war. By passage to the islands, maybe, or Jernison, or the southern continent. One gold coin would go so far. "You swear you'd come back and pay," she said. The fear was gone. Fantasies swirled in her head. "Of course." "And you'll give me silver right now?" He shook the pouch. It gave a muffled but enticing jingle. "How many?" 5. 15. 6. 14. "If you take my coin for weak information, I will kill your entire family." She leaned back, shocked by the ease in which he said that. His expression had not changed, but those strange eyes held her like the gaze of a viper. Like he could squeeze the very truth from her mind by the grip of his stare. "T10, she managed, greed well balanced with fear. "I know things." "Speak." "It was only a few marks ago. He went north." He got picked up by a hammer's wagon, that's one of the justiciars, the trifold goddess's lawman. He frowned, but she was relieved to realize it was not at her. He was staring into nothing, as if considering the future. What else? He said after a moment. He's dressed like us. Like an Ile-Rien, she said, racking her memory for something worth the gold. Oh. And I heard about a pilgrimage. The black-clad man looked to her sharply, and for a moment there was only fury in his eyes. What? He snapped, and she recoiled against the tree. I don't know, He's going on the piking pilgrimage, the man snarled, his anger turning just as suddenly elsewhere. He lurched to his feet, and she saw his black-gloved hands fist, the thin gold coin bending in his grip. A spate of curses, and he started away. Sir? What? Isolina flinched again, but with anger distorting his face, the man's eyes had lost their power. Now he seemed like any furious boy, ready to stomp a hole through the earth but nothing more. Payment, she said crisply, hardly knowing how she dared. He gave her a long, hard look, then tugged at the cords of his coin pouch. One after the other, he tossed silver coins at her feet. Don't leave the area, he said as the last chimed down onto the pile. You wouldn't want to miss out on the gold. And with that, he stalked past her, around the tree and into the yard. She scooped up the coins quickly into the pockets of her apron, trying to peer after him at the same time, but all she saw was his black-clad form move to the doorstep of the cottage, then away. The soldiers still milled around, the horses still stamped restlessly, and no screams had come. No cries, no crashes of furniture, nothing to show that things had gone wrong. She looked to the grasses and knew Eston was not there. Just as well, she thought as she stood. Her apron felt heavy for the coins. I will be the rich one, and I will have my way. My own way at last. The White Hawk alighted on the icy rock and shimmered and became a boy. A familiar boy, a friend from long ago. Ile-Rien, he thought, and the boy grinned and held out his hand. Here, you'd best wake up, said a rough voice in his ear, and Cobb nearly tumbled from the wagon seat in surprise. He blinked blearily at Jasper, who chuckled and looked back to the road. Cobb looked too, rubbing his grit-filled eyes with the edge of his hand. He must have been lulled to sleep by the heat of the day, for Baller loomed before him now, its baked clay walls massive above the dry plains. Nothing remained of the 10 cities that had clustered around it, the Crimson Army had seen to that. Refugees, those squatters had been conscripted or run off, their goods and possessions confiscated, their shanties destroyed. They had not returned, at least not outside the walls. With night still a few marks away, the great wooden gates stood wide. Beyond them, the main road cut north into the city, thick with wagons and horses and darting children, hollering vendors and handcarts, women with baskets, the life of trade and commerce. Baller was the last real civilian stop on the southward trade route now, what with the post-riot lockdown of Felon and the siege blockade of Canrodi. Goods came in along hundreds of farmland trails. I have some business here, lad. You don't mind tagging along? Jasper said, steering through the wide mouth of the gates. A few city guards patrolled the wall above, their tabards of vivid, repellent green. No. 'S fine, Cobb said. Suddenly, with those memories of the 10 cities, of the buzz and stink of the place, of herding weeping women and children from their dismal homes at Spearpoint, of the ones who had knives beneath their rags and waited patiently until someone with a badge of rank came close. He did not want to be in Baller alone. All right, as long as you're in no rush, said Jasper. The rift won't go anywhere. In his half-asleep days, with the bad memories still swarming, Cobb did not remember he had not mentioned the rift. Chapter 6, Baller. Horse and wagon threaded through the dense crowds on Baller's main road. From his vantage on the carter's bench, Cobb found it easy to pick out incongruities and outlanders among the press, fair-haired journeymen, bronze-skinned Padrastans, darker folk from the Serpent South. And ogres. Ogre-bloods from Gajara and the northern lands, who stood like towers over the sea of short dark Ile-Rienites, their skin odd colors, greenish, reddish, deep dense black, and their mouths contorted by tusks. Most were in mercenary chainmail, some in the tabards of the city guard. That they were tolerated here, perhaps even respected, put Cobb's hackles up. Gajara was a snowbound land north of the Pinch, the narrow pass that separated Carandrar's Thundercloak Mountains and the Rift. While nominally a human territory, it had been invaded so thoroughly by the ogre tribes that most humans there blatantly showed their ogre blood. One of the few lands on the northern continent that had held out against the Empire, it had also invaded the Carandrixi lowlands many times, both in history and recently to harry the Imperials and their followers. Technically the Empire and Gajara had a truce now, and were even exploring an alliance, but Cobb did not look forward to fighting alongside his people's enemies. Alongside? Think, Cobb. You're a deserter, you'll never fight alongside them. He grimaced and tightened his grip on the bench as Jasper scraped the wagon past two entangled carts and their hollering carters. Even though he had only ever been a slave worker, he could not shake the association of himself as a soldier. He had aspired to it, not because he loved fighting but in the hope that it would give him direction like the light had. As just a civilian, he knew he would be lost. "It's bloody packed today," Jasper grumbled as he worked to steer them around a trio of journeymen riders in tan coats. His horse snarled audibly, tawny mane bristling, and the journeyman steeds made way despite the consternation of their riders. Cobb blinked, surprised that none had snapped back. They were all Taskguard horses, with the dangerous teeth that marked their omnivorous scavenging breed, and not known for their good tempers. But beyond a few sharp looks from the long-faced riders, they passed unharried. "It revel here a lot?" Cobb said, more bemused than curious. "Few times a year. You'd think they would have spread out a bit, they've got the space now. But I suppose people prefer to stick close to home." Cobb frowned and squinted around. Here, only a block from the gate, the buildings were squat heavy hulks of brickwork, covered in signs and banners that proclaimed all manner of services, most prominently taverns. Pitchmen shouted from narrow balconies, extolling their business over that of their neighbors, and small stalls selling roasted squash and sausages and pickled plums crowded the walkways, forcing pedestrians to dodge in and out of traffic. On the street, the wagons crowded shoulder to shoulder, with hogs and gardos and children scurrying fearlessly between them. Ahead, a great white building split the road in two like the prow of a ship, one side heading west toward the river and the other northeast, but down both paths Cobb saw no end to the crush. Shooing off a garto that had fluttered onto the bench, Jasper added, "This is a big place, lad. Miles and miles. Mind you don't wander off while we're stopped." Cobb nodded distractedly. It was hard to hear over the din, and he had to keep kicking away furtive hands that tried to grab at the packs under the bench. All told, this was not how he remembered Balor. He had been here with the Crimson Army when it marched through almost a year ago, 2 months after the successful recapture of Sub-Honor. Balor had fallen to its knees before them, no siege, no skirmishes, just wide-open gates and barren streets, the prickling sensation of being watched through shuttered windows the only sign that the place was populated. None of the city dwellers had given them trouble, and the city council had bowed easily to the Crimson General's demand for funds and supplies, for conscripts, for a Crimson Barak and a new regime. Only the shantytown had required force, but that was gone and the empty streets were full now, and Cobb saw no sign of Crimson uniforms. "So where are we going?" he said. Jasper pointed at the great whitewashed building. "Whitemane's Inn. They keep a room for me. We'll need to do some walking from there, but you're a sturdy lad, you can keep up, Dot." For a moment Cobb considered not following, but Jasper seemed harmless enough, and there was no hurry. If he had wanted to do Cobb in for being an Imperial, he could have just driven by instead of picking him up. And a sure but slow ride was better than a quick trip to a dungeon. The crowd around Whitemane's was no smaller than anywhere else, and Cobb peered up at the bleached facade as they angled up the westward side toward the stables. The building's wedge shape extended back for half a block and rose to 3 stories, the tallest he had seen outside of Sub-Honor. An odd, patterned-out thrust of bricks buttressed its red tile roof, too distant to discern the design, and from the myriad balconies the inn's residents watched the passing throng. Cobb squinted at them thoughtfully. Not many looked well dressed enough to afford such lodgings. A small child waved at him from the third floor, and he reluctantly waved back. The cart horse muscled them through the crowd by the stables, snapping at the others of its breed as if enforcing some horse hierarchy, and finally they pulled in parallel to the wall to await the stable hands. The white brick to one side and Jasper to the other, Cobb managed the breath to sigh. In the crowded street, it had felt like being packed in a box with 1,000 angry gartos. The riders ahead dismounted and handed their reins off to two girls in tunics emblazoned with a white lion head, evidently the tavern's insignia. Cobb squinted after them as they led the horses into the cavernous expanse of the stables. As Jasper pulled up to the doors, he saw lanterns on sturdy hooks, stalls big enough for draft hogs, wider bays for wagons, and more women in pants and tunics handling the beasts and their feed, their hair bound back under kerchiefs or in tight tails. It was bizarre. Another girl came out to take the cart horse by the bridle, looked up at Jasper and blinked. "Oh, sir," she said. "Just pull in, I'll get the stable mistress." "Yes, lass, if you would," said the old man, then dug up a coin purse and looked to Cobb. "Down you go. I'll be out shortly." Cobb nodded and grabbed his bundle from under the seat. Stick over one shoulder, he slid off the bench and stepped away as Jasper snapped the reins and pulled the wagon into the vast stable. Positioning himself against the far wall, out of the way of new arrivals, Cobb watched the street. It was not difficult to tell why people lingered on the balconies. There was much to see. A fistfight outside one of the taverns that lined this new block, the ruckus of farm carts and foreign traders' wagons, stray goats, cats, the flocks of women in their brightly colored dresses and market bundles, the further profusion of stalls and strolling vendors selling trinkets. So much unregimented life. It made Cobb nervous. He spotted city guards in their bilious green uniforms, standing about chit-chatting or browsing stalls as if ignorant of the traffic and the scuffles. If regulating such things was not their duty. "Young man, you shouldn't loiter," said a voice from above. Cobb looked up to see a dark-haired woman on the narrow balcony to the right, an Ile-Rien, her patterned shawl demurely covering the front of an unusually curve-hugging dress. The side slit bared her leg nearly to the thigh, and Cobb flushed instantly. The woman tipped her head, then smiled and said, "You can come up here if you need shelter. If the recruiters catch you idle, you'll be off to the army in a blink." It took a moment for Cobb to find his voice. I'll be fine, Dot." "Are you sure?" "They don't take boys out from under their masters' noses, but as soon as they're gone." "He's not my master." "He'd best be. If he's your grandfather, he'll be no help." Cobb looked from the woman to the crowd. The guards did not seem to be paying him any more attention than anyone else, but he knew that the Crimson Army had its own recruiters in the large cities, often plainclothed. Here, though, plainclothes meant brightly patterned, and all the Ile-Rienites looked the same to him, their attire more eye-catching than their features. "They're that active?" he called up. "Look around, do you see any boys your age?" He already knew the answer, had realized it the moment he saw the stable girls, but he scanned the crowd anyway. Almost every man on the street had gray in his hair. The few who did not were foreign or uniformed or visibly supervised, like the three burly young men unloading barrels in the tavern alley opposite the inn, under the eye of a stocky matron. There were women and girls aplenty, even more when he looked closely to realize that many of the people in breeches, doing men's work, were not along with small children, but there were no young toughs, no lads running errands or minding the street stalls or chatting up the girls at the water pump. "Not many, miss," he mumbled. "And do you know why that is?" Cobb sighed. They were all in the army. The Crimson Army camps besieging Canrodi were like small cities themselves, with a massive workforce of conscripts and slaves to augment the free soldiers. The Ile-Rienites who had volunteered for the army had mostly been stationed at the fringes of Crimson territory lest they conspire with their own people, but the slaves had all been taken south. Maver was a Ile-Rien, Cobb remembered. No doubt he had worked with others uprooted from here. It would be a bitter joke to be caught by recruiters now. "I'll be careful," he called up. The woman made a dubious sound. A hand clapped his shoulder and he nearly leapt from his skin, but it was only Jasper, with the ragged dog at his side. The old man grinned under the brim of his reclaimed hat, then tipped it back to peer up at the woman on the balcony. "Marina," he said, sounding pleasantly surprised. "Always on the lookout for a fellow in need, eh?" "You know me too well," the woman laughed, and fluttered a hand at them. "Be safe now, you old fool." Jasper chuckled, then looked to Cobb. "You want to stow your gear anywhere, lad?" Cobb tightened his grip on the stick and bundle. Fine." "Aye, well then." "Oh." The old man patted at his tunic, then at the leather satchel he had slung over his shoulder, and pulled out a bronze band. He tossed it to Cobb. "Put that on, it's good luck, Dot." Cobb caught it reflexively and examined it, frowning, a worn old arm cuff with a faint insignia stamped on its broadest part, like a six-armed snowflake. "I can't take this," he said, but Jasper was already walking off, the dog at his heels. "Hoy!" he called, and hustled to catch up. Jasper glanced at him mildly, but pressed on into the crowd. "Hoy, I don't need luck," Cobb argued as he ducked into the old man's wake. "This one of those heretic things, isn't it?" A passerby snapped him a sharp look and he almost bit his tongue, remembering where he was. Jasper reached back and grabbed him by the arm. For an instant he wanted to fight the old man, fight all of them, these tainted dark followers and their chaotic city, then Jasper yanked him forward to walk at his side. "You know better than that, lad," the old man said easily. Cobb was not sure if he meant the heresy or the yelling about it in a busy street. His grip stayed like a vice on Cobb's elbow. "Sorry. But you do need luck. A lot of it. Marina, she's one of the few evening ladies who don't report free men to the army. They pay well for conscription dodgers. So that's a bit of luck already, but we all need it in this day and age." He steered Cobb onward, around street vendors and away from wagons and through the constant mill of city folk. Occasionally a stray hand tugged at Cobb's bundle, but he held it tight against his side and no one yanked. "Maybe just to keep all stuff," Cobb muttered after the fifth abortive theft. Jasper chuckled. They walked for a while toward no destination that Cobb could tell, and the crowd thinned from a river to a slow stream. The buildings changed as well, with taverns replaced by residences and small shops, their upper floors accessed by rope ladders or rarely by steps built into the walls. Unlike the unpainted brick or tan stucco of the buildings by the gate, many were bright peach or yellow or olive, pink or deep earth red, and paintings outlined doorways and spanned from wall to wall in profusion, abstracts, stylized animals, glaring faces, eyes, flames. Craftsmen's banners hung from windows and balustrades. Fewer wagons intruded here and more children roamed the street, kicking ragballs and trailed by dogs and pet hogs. Women watched from doorsteps and balconies, some knitting, some hanging laundry on lines strung across the alleyways, and paused in their gossip to greet Jasper and give Cobb measuring looks. Jasper tipped his hat to them, but though the constant press of the crowd had thinned, the foot traffic was still steady enough to urge the two men onward. "Where we goin'?" Cobb said finally, puzzled by this stroll. Cooking scents drifted out of ground floor doors and upstairs windows, penetrating through his bashed nose enough to make his stomach grumble. A day and a half of being fed had taken the ravenous edge off, but he was still ready for a stop. Amala had packed him some snacks. Here and there, Dot. As if in response to Cobb's scowl, Jasper abruptly veered toward a building and went up the brick steps without a holler, then hauled himself onto a balcony and disappeared inside. The dog watched him go, then lay down like a rug on the sunny sidewalk and closed its eyes. "Hoy?" Cobb called up uncertainly. The old man peered out, brows raised under the brim of his hat. "Well, come along, lad." Cobb sighed, then regarded the arm cuff in his hand. The urge to leave it on the doorstep and walk away, just disappear into the city and fend for himself, came and went. With a sigh, he wiggled it onto his wrist and pushed it under his sleeve. It was loose on his forearm, maybe made for a mightier man. A flicker of movement made him look up as a bird alit on the rail of the opposite balcony. It stared back at him, some kind of small raptor, brownish in the building's shade, and after a moment of awe, he realized that a vermin-riddled city must be a decent place for a hunting bird to live. They never came into the army camp, unfortunately. The wards kept them out, despite being incapable of excluding the scavenging lizards or the grigs. It cocked its head, then took wing again, and he watched until it vanished above the roofs. Then up the stairs and onto the balcony he went. Behind the curtain that covered the archway he found a low-ceilinged room crowded with ballerines, old women in black, younger ones in the traditional multicolored woven dresses, several men in smocks and work clothes, and a few children threading through the group with teacups and plates. He stood blinking in the archway until one of the children nudged him to a cushion in the corner and placed a teacup in his hands. All the adults had gathered around Jasper, jabbering for his attention. Cobb sniffed the tea and watched, bewildered, as the supposed tinker confidently quieted them, urged them onto the other cushions that filled the square room, and began to hold court. It was a strange experience. Surrounded by what he was sure were witchfolk but thoroughly ignored, Cobb watched in bafflement as Jasper mediated disputes and discussed news of the outside world. Wild goblins were active again on the rift climb. According to him, journeys and raids had ceased due to continuing grass fires, which had spread as far as the road to the Pinch. The harvest in the army-controlled farmlands had been mediocre, so no extra goods were likely to trickle northward this year. Felon was partially rebuilt, with sufficient shelter for the winter. The populace had decided to stay. Cobb sipped the bitter tea and watched their expressions shift as they bickered and laughed. A small child came by with a bowl of dumplings and Cobb accepted one warily, found it full of sweet fruit jam, and took a whole handful. The child giggled and he flushed but put none back. By the time goodbyes were bid and the dregs of the tea drunk, the light from outside had dimmed. Cobb popped up at Jasper's beckon, dislodging the housecat that had taken up determined residence in his lap despite his many discreet attempts to shoo it away. It stared after him, tail bristled, then huffily stalked off among the cushions. "So you're not a tinker at all," Cobb said as he climbed down the steps to the street. A dusty little boy looked up from feeding bits of sausage to the dog, which waved its ragged tail and clambered up, stretching broadly. "I tinker quite a bit, lad. Not so much with pots and pans. Just with people." Jasper chuckled and hitched his satchel across his shoulder. The little boy rushed over to hug his leg, then fled inside without a word. "Not with people, no. Only the space between them. Tinkering with people, that's bad business. There's enough folks who do that." Cobb opened his mouth to protest, then sighed. The old man had not said it directly, but Cobb knew the jab was aimed at the army. Like all slaves, he had been conditioned for obedience by the Inquisition, and even the free soldiers were inspected and mind-washed periodically. It was meant to keep the army free of dark or heretic taint, but from his treatments Cobb remembered only a sense of claustrophobic terror. "Yeah," he said. "Well, what now?" Jasper regarded him sadly, not quite pitying, then shrugged. "I'm here for these gatherings, lad. If they're too dull for you, I can walk you back to Whitemains, or perhaps find you swifter transport from the city. But I can't let you wander around on your own, Dot." "I can handle myself," Cobb thought, but gave a sullen nod. At least there was food at the gatherings, and no one had done anything too weird. "Why'd you do this?" "I was asked to. The folk don't much trust the government since it bowed to the empire, so I come by a few times a year, stay a few days, deal with what must be done." "Well, but why you?" Jasper cocked a brow, then flashed a cheesy grin. "Because I'm dreadfully handsome." Cobb snorted. "Come on then, lad, we've more visits to make." And so it went, with Cobb tagging along at Jasper's heels and the dog always beside them. Most stops were brief, a word or two at a shop or a home, time enough for a snack but not for tea, and Cobb learned that Ile-Rienites were willing to put almost anything inside a dumpling. The first time he bit into one and found a pickled vegetable filling, he almost spat it across the room. The longer stops wore on him, though. He had no patience for other people's problems, his own kept nagging at him any time he had a moment to think. Though following Jasper was not the worst punishment he could imagine, it made him restless, like a child trapped at a grown-up party. As another group assembled into what promised to be a long meeting, Cobb refused the day's fifth cup of tea and sat on the narrow balcony instead, swinging his legs through the rails. The further they had penetrated into the city, the fewer people they had seen, as if all the life was clustered desperately around the gates and the center left to decay. In the distance, the taller roofs of government buildings and noble compounds gleamed white in the lowering light, but directly around them the city slouched toward abandonment. The street below was empty of traffic, but not of weeds, and despite the stretching shadows, few lights shone through the boarded and shuttered windows. There were no children in the room behind him, no young women asking for advice or mourning conscripted husbands. Only older folk stubbornly clinging to their homes. Did we do this? Cobb wondered. Could we really have taken so many men that the place is just empty? He did not want to dwell on it. And the street below was clear. Jasper couldn't scold him for a walk if there was absolutely no one around to see. Keeping a grip on his stuff, he clambered back down to street level. The dog lifted its head from its comfortable curl, mangled ear-perking, then got up to pace along with him. He did not try to dissuade it. A little silent company might be nice. The homes and shops here had once been upscale, serving the nearby city center. Mosaics covered the low walls of gardens run riot, painted tiles surrounded doorways and windows, many missing. The dry weather had staved off much decay, but shutters hung awry in dark windows, and the breeze rattled and coughed through the alleyways with the sound of old debris. A lonely place, sepulchral in its fading colors. Cobb eyed the mosaics as he passed, the great scaly fish and humanoid shapes, the sunbursts, the dragons and hares and entwined snakes. All brightly colored but with black eyes, like twin holes into nothingness. Eerie. No sound but the quiet shuffle of his feet, the trot of Toivo's paws. The wind sketched patterns in the sand that covered the cobbled street. Then, down an alleyway, a burst of laughter. Cobb halted, wary, but it had been distant like an echo. He squinted down that way. Like most of the alleys he had seen before, this one was roofed by the walkways that went between the upper floors, leaving a few gaps to the sky. On the far end he glimpsed movement, people, another flutter of laughter. Shouldn't, he told himself, but his feet were already moving. He was tired and gloomy, and even at a distance the sounds of amusement drew him. Toivo kept at his side, and he reached down to ruffle the old dog's ears for reassurance. The alley opened onto a new street not so different from the old. Less residential, more business, but equally boarded up except for a few well-kept spots, a pawnbroker with a big coin and ring sign, a dry goods shop, two buildings heavy with blue and red banners and guarded by burly men in chainmail, and the tavern Cobb had come out alongside. On the street in front of the tavern's porch, a frizzle-haired old lady sat cross-legged on a roll-out rug, dealing cards for a drunk man while his friends stood about snickering. Cobb approached cautiously, interested despite himself. The old lady had set them out in a pattern like a compass rose, with two crossed in the center, four at the cardinal points and four more in the gaps between. He recognized the deck. Maver had one just like it, and occasionally lent it out for games of cutthroat or black and white. Witches were supposed to use it for divining, but Cobb had never seen it done before. The old lady had already turned over most of the cards, leaving only the northeast face down. She was tapping the northwest card, the 10 of clouds, with white birds flying in formation. A transition, but a common one. Through this passage you approach your future, she said matter-of-factly. Her bony fingers moved to indicate the northern card, the Herald of Swords with its image of a messenger at a corner, hiding from thugs. Swords speak of order and governance. Look at that, you're gonna be an imperial spy, said a drunk observer, and his companions roared with laughter. The man at the reading waved them off absently. They were all older, huskier, dressed like workmen. Not so different from the men Cobb had left with Jasper. If he's going imperial, he ain't got a future, said another one. The old woman scowled and jabbed a finger at the commentator. The picture is not the story," she declared. "The cards require interpretation. There is more than one order, and the pendulum shall swing back to us in time. Now be silent and let me finish." Chuckles rippled through the gathered men, but weakly, and then faded as she flipped the northeast card. Face up, it showed the crown of blades reversed, a grim man bleeding from where his heavy, angular metal crown cut into his forehead. "When upright, this means resolve," she said, tapping the card with one long nail. "Like this, it is weakness of will. Perhaps for all your jackal friends cackling around you. It stands between your soul and your future, an obstacle. If you wish to return order to your life, you must face that which weakens you within yourself." His companions jeered, but the man on the rug nodded slowly, appearing to absorb the message. He tossed a few coins down and staggered to his feet, and the woman swept the cards together swiftly. "Right, my turn," said one of the jeerful observers. The old woman raised a hand to stop him, eyes narrow. "You do not respect the cards." "Respect the cards? They're bits of board, you old hag. You may laugh at them, but they will never speak for you. You want coin, yeah? We ain't going anywhere till sundown," he said, nodding toward the building with the blue and red banners. Cobb glanced that way, wondering what evening business they had in a place with armed guards. "So you can make up another tall tale for coin, or you can rent us the deck and we'll entertain ourselves. Anyone wanna play Shiv?" Through the general chorus of assent, the woman said, "No. These are sacred tools. I will not let you use them for gambling." "Then read for me, eh?" "You are disrespectful." I will read for him," she said, and pointed right at Cobb. The whole drunken crowd turned to stare at him. "When'd he get here?" one fellow muttered. Cobb said. It felt like his feet had been nailed to the ground. "I was just watching. I don't have any money." "These men demand entertainment, so they will pay for it," the old woman said sternly. With a roll of his eyes, the argumentative fellow nodded and beckoned Cobb forward, and though Cobb dearly wished to be elsewhere, he let himself be pushed toward the rug, gritting his teeth the whole way. Toivo trotted after, unconcerned by the crowd. Once on the rug, he hunched his shoulders defensively and stared at the old woman and her cards as if either might bite him. "What's with the stick, boy?" said one of the men, and Cobb pulled stick and bundle into his lap protectively. "It's a stick. I got a problem with sticks?" he grumbled. The men laughed, but the old woman only raised her wild brows and shuffled the cards. She had a face like a pitted hatchet blade protruding from her cloud of steel wool hair, and her dress was dull gray, bizarrely simple for an Ile-Rien. Her eyes, sharp and inscrutable, never left Cobb's face. Overall, she was much more what Cobb had expected of a witch. "Here," she said, holding out the deck. "Cut 6 times, then hand them back." Cobb took the cards gingerly. They were woodcut printed, carefully colored, better than Maver's, where the only color was red to mark the fire and wood suits. He wondered what something like this cost. Deft enough with them, he cut as instructed, and the old woman nodded her somber approval as she took them back. A moment's regard, then she said, "You are a young man still, with more future than past. I will read the 6 gates for you." Cobb nodded, clueless, and watched as she placed one card face up in front of her, then 6 cards in a rough circle around it, face down. The 8th card she placed across the first, also face down. "This card is the petitioner," the old woman said, tapping a long nail on the first card. The picture was turned toward Cobb, showing animals cleverly camouflaged in the bushes behind 6 slim tree trunks. "It represents you as you are now." Reversed, the 6 of staves. Normally a card of secrecy, of hiding, but in this state, one of emergence, a tentative entry into life. Into danger. "Not a bad start," she added, then waved her hand over the cards of the circle. "These are the 6 gates that stand in your future. In our lives, we must choose to either pass through each gate or to walk away. They may come in any order, and you may not realize you have made the choice until long after it has happened, but you will not forget it. First is the gate of ambition, the gate of fire. She turned over the upper right card to show its picture, a knight kneeling over a fallen enemy, sword raised to strike, with a battle ongoing in the background. 8 other swords littered the ground. The old woman pursed her lips and said slowly, "The 9 of swords." This denotes moral hesitation, or perhaps a job left undone. Whatever form your gate of fire may take, it will demand that you either act or walk away. No more indecision. An important moment, to be sure. Frowning, Kade eyed the card. He knew that each suit had a story, and for swords it was the tale of the fall of the Knights of Law, betrayed from within. He did not look forward to seeing any part of it come true in his own life. Not that it hasn't already. Across from it, tempering it, is the gate of wisdom, the gate of water, said the old woman, turning the lower left card over. This one was brown and vivid green, depicting a bark-skinned woman garbed in lilies and moss who offered cupped hands toward an old traveler. The orb of a queen card showed in one corner. The wildwood, the queen of staves, the old woman said. A new view of the world will offer itself to you like a thorned gift. The water of the wildwood is not to be drunk lightly, for it is transformative stuff. You will not be the man you once were. Kade nodded dubiously. He did not like the sound of thorn gift. Third, the metal gate, the gate of conflict. She flipped the lower right card to show a reverse scene, a jail cell from the outside, with ropey vines tearing the bars from the window while small birds and climbing lizards helped pull a young man free. The old woman gnawed her lip for a moment, then tapped the card with a long nail. A wood card for the metal gate, quite oppositional. And reversed at that. Normally the 7 of staves represents a release from bondage or commitment, an escape, but this indicates a continued connection, though not a wise one. Languishment in service to a dead hope. That this is the gate of conflict tells me that you will know how much this connection restrains you, but may be powerless to sever it, no matter the harm it does. But as it is wood against metal, you may have a chance. Sounds like my wife, said one of the men behind Kade. The others chuckled drunkenly. Kade grimaced, trying not to think what the card might mean for his pilgrimage plans. Sparing a glower for the men, the old woman turned over the 4th card, upper right. The gate of wood, balancing your gate of metal. Ah, I begin to sense a theme. She smiled at Kade in a motherly way, tapping the image of a wounded man struggling through thickly thorned woods. The shield of a knight card emblazoned the corner. Knight of staves, the wayfarer. Quite a few staves so far. Kade clutched his stick absently. Not my fault having something to beat people with makes me feel better. Aside from that, the woman continued, this is the gate of growth, and it may well hold the key to the rest of your gates, young man. The wayfarer has suffered, in body and in heart, and been driven into the wilderness. Yet he persists in his journey though he knows not where the path leads, or if it shall ever emerge from the dark forest. It is a good card, a card of perseverance and determination, though such things can also mire a man ever more deeply in trouble. Is sure this is supposed to be in the future? Kade mumbled. Oh yes. You have far to go. Pekin terrific. Here now, don't be swearing at a lady, said one of the drunkards with laughter in his voice. He clapped Kade on the shoulder, and Kade barely refrained from hitting him with the stick. All these readings are doom and gloom, it ain't her fault. Half the cards are people killing each other. The old woman huffed. The pictures are not the... Yeah, Cups is all about that girl poisoning her man, said another. Slapping a hand down on the deck, the old woman declared, the pictures are not pertinent to the reading. Now be quiet so I can continue, dot. The men subsided, still chuckling amongst themselves, and with a heavy exhale the old woman looked back to the cards. Turning over the one at the bottom, she said, the gate of want, of earth. It was another reversed card, showing a man and a woman standing on a white shore by a dark sea, a goblet clasped between their intertwined fingers. The banner of a herald showed in the corner. See, a bloody cup, chortled one of the men. The old woman favored him with a venomous look, and he lapsed into awkward silence. Returning her gaze to the cards, the woman said, "The gate of one holds both desire and greed, but to see this here, reversed, is interesting. This means separation. The lovers, the herald of cups, not necessarily a romance but possibly a friendship, a familial bond, a sense of belonging. This card asks you to break that bond, but it is a strange gate to find it behind. Perhaps you will feel that you have been too loved." Cobb snorted, and the old woman shook her head in bewilderment. "All I can say is that it will be clear when it occurs. Now, our last gate." She turned over the topmost card. "The gate of release, of air. This is where I would expect a card of severance. And here we have the one of candles." As simple as its name, the picture showed a single candle in an arched, open window, the night beyond it starless. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "This is not the beacon, which calls you to a path, nor is it the light which sheds hope over a scarred landscape. It is a lonely glow, unanswered by stars. It might be a conviction, or a person, or an object, something shunned by the outside world. This gate asks you to choose between containing and freeing it. And all of these, I might not know 'em when they happen?" Cobb said, looking among the spread of cards. He was not much taken with this fortune-telling. It seemed awfully vague. "No, you are not likely to see the gate before you," said the old woman, regarding the cards herself. "But with so many staves in evidence. The suit of wood is about metamorphosis, whether for good or ill, and while many people encounter gates that merely adjust their path, you may one day look back and no longer recognize yourself. The wild wood, the wayfarer, and the stark choices of the others. You have a long and branching road ahead." Cobb frowned, privately doubting it. The only branching he could see was either to reach the imperial palace or to get caught, and that was not a choice. "How about that card?" he said, pointing to the one she had overlaid on the central petitioner card. "Ah yes, the fate. The end result of all your striving." She hovered bony fingers over it as she fixed him with a surprisingly clear stare. "With all the trouble you seem to be facing, I can only imagine. Slavery." "As for all conscription dodgers," said a voice from behind Cobb. A distinctly sober voice. Cobb was already rising as the word slavery registered, but a strong hand clamped on the back of his neck and forced his head down. Around him and his accoster, the drunk men scattered with guttural oaths. "Don't even think of fleeing," sneered the man who held him. "You won't get 5 st." The blunt end of the stick hit something solid and Cobb heard the man grunt, felt his grip slacken. He lunged forward, barely avoiding the old woman, and let the stick slide from its back-thrusted position under his arm to his hand. Glancing back, he saw his accoster doubled over, clutching his solar plexus. 3 more plainclothed recruiters approached from beyond the man, hard-faced. Without those expressions and the swords they were drawing from under coats and ponchos, they would have looked like any other ale-seeking Ile-Rienites. "Give up, boy," said the bulliest of them, circling around the rug where the old woman was swiftly gathering her cards. Cobb's lunge had put him in a corner between a wall and the jut of the tavern's porch. Even as he grabbed the railing to swing up, the other 2 recruiters were rushing forward, and he smacked one with Amala's bundle but had it wrenched from his grip by the second. Stick in hand, he tumbled over the rail and lurched for the tavern door only to have it slammed in his face. The burly man set one foot on the tavern step and leveled his blade at Cobb. "In the name of the Empire, you are under arrest for stop. But Cobb was already bolting across the porch, and vaulted the opposite rail before any of them got near. His feet hit the dust and he shot into a sprint, all that instinct toward flight taking over. He barely heard them shout behind him. The blood pounded in his ears like his heels in the dirt. Shouldn't have come out, he thought. The street, which had been all but bare when he sat down, was sparsely populated now, workers and tradesmen heading home from their duties as the sun sank further, but they all cleared out of his way when they saw him coming. As if this was normal. as if they would do anything to avoid getting involved. He glanced back once. The recruiters were still chasing. 6 of them now, blades catching the light. Ahead, a man who looked like a drunk straightened up from a wall and reached under his poncho, revealing a sword hilt. Cobb veered away, glad for the width of the road but not so glad for its flat straightness. The alleys. With the new pursuer right on his tail, he jammed one heel forward and flung himself sideways, twisting into a tight turn without slowing. The tendons in his legs twinged and he skimmed the alley wall with his shoulder but heard the man stumble in his wake, heard the chuff of hidden chainmail and a vitriolic curse. The sky closed up over his head, leaving only slits of light to show the way. The next street was empty. He could not remember if it was where he had left Jasper or somewhere else. He shot across and into the opposite alley, not daring to linger as the only figure. A stitch crimped his side, telling him he should not be doing this so soon, that a few days of normal food was not enough to put him back on good footing. He ignored it and all the little sparkles that danced in the corners of his vision. Another empty street, another glance back. He struck someone with enough force to slam them both to earth and tumble them through the dirt, the sky wheeling drunkenly above. Rolling off, Cobb gasped raggedly and scrambled to his feet, tasting air like saw blades in his lungs. The other man heaved up with less grace and more spitting. "Watch where you're going, you ass." The man snapped. Despite his situation, Cobb stared for a moment, thinking, Wesker? A Corvishman for sure, with a shock of red hair and bright black eyes, but the resemblance ended there. Where his fallen campmate would have been already laughing, bruised or not, this Corvishman wore a vicious sneer. "Sorry, I." "Go on then, run," the Corvishman said harshly. At that word, the fear came like a great black wave to wipe all else away. No city, no recruiters, just darkness surging around him, and something high above in the midnight sky, a circling fleck of white. He bolted. The plainclothed recruiters came out of the alley onto an empty street and paused, panting, at the center of the road where the running tracks intersected a wide scuffling mark. They regarded it for a moment in silence. On their side was a single trail of boot prints. From the other side exited a set of split-hoofed tracks like those of 10 sky horses. No other prints marked the road. "What now?" "Follow?" rasped one of the men. Another, shaking his head slowly, said, "No. Barracks. This is for the Imperials." By the tavern, the old woman rolled up her rug and stood carefully, grimacing at the creak in her back. The drunkards had scattered, and soon the sun would be down and the night trade would begin. The mercenaries would open the doors across the road and the evening ladies and lads would pull back their curtains. She did not like to linger for such scenes. The dog that had followed the boy was still here as if guarding her, with the boy's bundle clutched in its shaggy jaws. It kept perking an ear as if waiting for her to say something. The gleam in its animal eyes was sharper than she would have expected, sharper than some of the men whose fortunes she told. She considered it, then looked to the deck of cards in her hand. The dog looked too. She had swept them up quickly, but knew by touch that they had not left their order. Balancing the rug across her shoulder, she pulled them one by one off the top. The boy's 6 gates. Then the 7th card, the one that had covered the boy's petitioner card. The one she had not yet turned, that showed the future beyond the gates. With the spread still in mind, she turned it face up and blinked, then smiled an odd smile and flipped it to show the waiting dog. An interesting reading indeed, she told it as it stared with undog-like interest. All of those staves, and now the crown. The dog looked a moment longer, both tattered ears perked, then bent its forepaws deeply as if bowing. She inclined her head to it in return. With a cheery wave of its tail, it then bounded off as if dismissed, back the way the boy had come. Shaking her head, the old woman straightened the rug and tucked the cards away. It was time to go home. Chapter 7, Shadowland. Cobb thought, Jasper's gonna kill me. He did not know how long it had taken his mind to clear. Fear sweat soaked his clothes and he was sure he stank of it. The panic had come on so fast that he hardly remembered what had happened. The cards, the recruiters, the Corvishman. Then nothing. He had a horrible headache now, like a vice clamped across his brow. With a groan, he slid down the brick wall and squinted up at the sky. He was in another alley, empty laundry lines strung above him like stitches in the darkening air. A few early stars were out, though to the west the sun still hovered unseen, casting bands of orange and red between the black shapes of buildings. Nothing about the place told him where he was. His legs still felt unhinged. He did not want to get up and peek around the corner, did not want to be chased again. He still had his stick and canteen, but nothing else. He checked his wrist, remembering Jasper's bronze band, but it too was gone. That didn't just fall off, he muttered, rolling up his sleeve like it might have magically migrated to his bicep. But no, it was gone. Just vanished. He rocked his head back against the wall and blew out a sigh. Jasper really would kill him. Well, probably just yell at him, but it angered him that he could not even remember where he might have. Wait. The Corvishman. Grimacing, he sat up a bit. The Corvish were all thieves and bandits, kleptomaniacs. As much as he hated to think ill of the dead, he had worked with Wesker long enough to know it as truth. Wesker had stolen weapons because he liked sharp implements in a gleeful, boyish way, but from the bitter stories the other slaves told, and the way most would rather have spat on Wesker than talked to him, Cobb gathered that the Corvish were not to be trusted with anything. And now the armlet was missing after he happened to run into one on the street. When it had been Wesker misbehaving, Cobb had just smacked him upside the head and Wesker had gamely handed back whatever he had nicked. But a stranger stealing from him that smoothly while he was running for his freedom? That pissed Cobb off. Suddenly, intensely, he missed the army camp. It had never been home, but he knew how it worked. This city, this whole land, was like another world to him, where the rules as he understood them no longer existed. Jasper was strange, and Amala had been strange too, but at least they had been helpful. Now he was alone. He struggled to his feet. His legs and sides ached, making him wonder just how far he had run. The alley mouth gaped nearby, showing glimpses of buildings no different from any he had already seen. Down the other way, the scene looked the same. Choosing the nearer exit, he edged to the opening and peeked around the corner. This street was surprisingly populated. Despite the darkening of the day, men and women and even children lingered outside, chatting or tossing dice or running errands. A flock of little kids and a few older ones chased a kickball, laughing and shoving. And that was odd, the older kids. Some of them were boys. Not quite Cobb's age, but he had seen conscripts in the army who would not shave for a few more years, and that meant these ones should be vulnerable to the same recruiters who had chased Cobb here. Maybe these kids only come out at night. Maybe it's safe now. Cautiously he emerged from the alley, aware that he was being watched. No one stared blatantly, but there was a moment of stillness along the street, a sort of studious not looking, before the comfortable ebb and flow of the place returned. Cobb realized he was still holding the stick like he meant to hurt someone, and jammed it awkwardly into his belt. Should ask for directions back to that white man's place. He nodded to himself and looked around. The dice game would be bad to disturb, he knew that from the army. The chatting women too. There were a few trinket sellers on the street though, rugs rolled out and wares glinting in the fading sun, and he angled toward the nearest of those, an older fellow half napping on the shady side. As the man lifted his graying head, Cobb stopped short, his stomach lurching in alarm. Black marks marred the man's features, circling his eyes and outlining the leathery creases of his cheeks, and his eyes themselves were whiteless orbs the color of pitch, like holes in his face. The marks continued down his jaw and neck to extend beneath his bright woven poncho. Dark plague, Cobb thought, and stepped back. The kickball whooshed past his heels, followed by the horde of kids, and for a moment he was penned there, staring at the ghastly old man. Who cracked a cheery, gap-toothed grin and said, "First time in the Shadowland?" "The." Sitting up straight, the old man gestured wide to indicate the street. His nails were dark down to the quick, but did not look rotten. Just dull, sheenless black. This territory. Baller's Shadowland. Where the shadow folk live. Cobb swallowed, heart tripping faster as he flicked a look to either side. Kids, city folk, merchants. Normal-looking buildings. A normal sky. Not what he had expected from an enclave of the shadow cult or anything called the Shadowland. No obvious atrocities, no black-limbed monsters reaching from the alleys. But the kids rushed by again, laughing and howling, and he caught sight of a few faces stained with black. Not all of them, and not all to the same degree. Some just looked like they had lost a recent fight, while others wore stitchworks of markings on their cheeks and arms and legs like black veins. And there were plenty that just looked like normal little sun-browned Ile-Rienites. But they were dark worshippers, part of the biggest and most vicious, most organized resistance to the imperial light. The shadow folk, the carry, the old man was saying, us what got the blood of Morgwy in our veins. Horny old bastard, him. Cobb darted a wary look at him. With a finger on one of the black patches that marred his cheeks, the old man added cheerfully, ain't too subtle neither. So we keep to ourselves. You're not from around here, eh boy? No, Cobb said, and eyed the alleyways. He wanted to run, but his imagination conjured all sorts of horrors waiting in the shadows. Well then, you ought to. How do I get back to Whitemains? The man raised shaggy brows, then gestured vaguely down the street. You could find the city wall and follow it southwest, but you don't want to be walking the streets after dark. The Empire's got a kennel here, and they set their hounds out at night. Even we don't go far from the Shadowland then. Hounds, Cobb thought, and shuddered. The memory of their belling cries, the scrabble of their claws on the rocks below him, brought on a surge of paranoia and guilt. He crammed it away. It can't be that far, he said. The sun's still not. Less than half a mark and the light'll be gone, boy. You won't get there walking. Might get there running, but if you run, you'll get chased. Trust me, new or not, you're safer sticking around here. We're not gonna eat you. People ain't that tasty. He grinned broadly, not exactly trust-inspiring. Cobb set a hand on his clobbering stick and eyed the street again. A few folk had already withdrawn into the buildings, and lights were being lit behind shutters and panes of bubbly glass. The kickball game had turned into a tussling melee, drawing women away from their gossip groups to haul the children apart. Street vendors pocketed their wares and rolled up their rugs, and tavern doors were propped open. It seemed so normal. Except now that he looked, he saw the details of the houses were different, the curtains beyond the windows thicker, the shop banners absent, the mosaics darker in color and with strange figures featured no longer animals but spider webs and spiky things in big cabochons of black glass. Not subtle is right, thought Cobb, and wondered how the Imperials could have failed to cleanse this place. The bulk of the army had marched straight down the main road, the one on the more prosperous west side of the city that paralleled the river, but there had been scouts. They must have found this Shadowland. And there aren't even walls around it, or guards or anything. Like these are just normal, harmless Ile-Rienites. Give an old codger a hand, eh? Said the man. He too had stuffed his pockets full of his trinkets, and now waved a wiry arm insistently. Cobb stared, then with great trepidation pulled him to his feet. He came up with a crackle of vertebrae and a grunt, and grinned to Cobb as he flexed bony shoulders beneath the woven poncho. You'd think God's blood would do more for a fellow, eh? But age comes on anyway. Perhaps old Morgwy's been spreading his seed too far, too thin. We're none of us like the shadows of old. Cobb held his tongue. It would not do to start arguing about the so-called gods with a dark cultist. And get my rug, eh? I fine, Cobb said, and knelt to roll up the rug. A trinket fell out. He picked it up, frowning. To his eye it looked like trash, just a lopsided marble of slag glass on a twist of tin wire. Not pretty, not shaped as jewelry. He had no idea why anyone would buy it. He turned to offer it to the man, but the fellow was already hobbling across the street toward the light of the nearest tavern. Cobb stared for a moment, torn between fear of the shadow cult and fear of the hounds, then followed with a sigh. Children skittered out of their way. The game had broken up, but not all of them had dispersed, particularly the older boys who stood now in clumps, watching the alleys. They had rocks, Cobb noticed as he trailed the old man to the porch steps. For the hounds, if they come? Suddenly he felt sorry for the kids. Listen, I shouldn't be here, he told the old man as he followed him up. Isn't there somewhere outside this shadowland I can get to before dark? Nope, said the old man cheerfully. Nothing but empty houses, boy. Come along, come along. Grudgingly, Cobb trudged after him into the tavern. It was already heavily populated, with men and women of all ages gathered around the trestle tables or crammed into booths, the air abuzz with conversations. The lanterns on the low ceiling beams cast swaying shadows across the floor. Cobb tried to focus on the old man's back, feeling eyes again upon him, but could not resist a few sneaking peeks. 1 black-marked face. 2. 5. 12. A man at a nearby table sneered at him and he looked away, tense. They were everywhere, shadow blood scattered through the room with no pattern, no seeming need to clump together. Some were Ile-Rienites, some more northern-looking, some with the dark faces of the southern Zhang, and they were all watching him. He just knew it. They could tell he was an Imperial and at any moment they would. Boy. The rug. He blinked up, and the wizened old man snapped fingers at him, then pointed at the floor by a bar stool. They had made it to the counter, behind which stood the bartender, a heavily scarred man, one corner of his mouth upturned by a horrible gash, with eyes like chips of sea glass. No shadow marks, though. Cobb looked from the old man to the bartender, then slung the rug down where ordered. I dropped a thingy, too, he said, offering the trinket. The old man snorted and pushed his hands away. Keep it. Only good for appeasing the Ayats. You might need it. The what? The bartender already had a mug prepared, and slid it to the old man while looking Cobb over critically. Lost soul? Yup, said the old man, grabbing the mug up happily. Mind if we school him proper, that? Nope. Hoy, Cobb protested, looking between them nervously. He brought me in, said I couldn't leave. I didn't want to be here, I just. Lark. Cobb followed the bartender's gaze to one of the booths, where the curtain had been drawn aside. A young woman, southern dark, leaned out questioningly. Upon spotting Cobb and the others, she slid free, smoothing her skirt over her hips as she approached. Yeah, care, what? She said, her words directed to the bartender though her eyes stayed on Cobb. Take this one. Tell him what he's just got himself into. I'm not going anywhere with you, Cobb said, backing away from the bar. I don't want any of your dark, anything. All right? I'm just gonna pike off and you can do whatever crazed shadow cult things why do that. He heard a bench scrape back, and his mind suddenly caught up to his words. Oh, pike me, I've done it now. He looked slowly behind him and saw shadow-faced thugs rising from their seats, the normal blur of conversation now hushed. At the bar, the girl whistled low and stage whispered, he said called Dot. Then do your job and get him before someone else does, Lark. Cobb's feet felt glued to the floor. He longed to run that gauntlet, to flee through the open door and escape into the street, but knew he would not reach it. There was a lot of muscle in the crowd, a lot of visible weaponry, short-studded clubs, small blades, and they all stared at him now as if he had just pissed on their grandmothers. He opened his mouth to say something, he knew not what, but then a hand caught his arm and yanked him away and all that came out was ack. He tried to pull free but she pulled harder and he found himself hauled into the booth the girl had vacated, with the whole tavern staring daggers at his back. The booth was empty but for a bowl of cherries and a table lamp. Get in and sit down, she said, shoving him toward the bench seat, and Cobb did so, temporarily meek. The girl slid in on the other side and yanked the curtain blessedly closed. Outside, the quiet mingle of conversation began again, but slowly. Morgui's balls, the girl swore, and kicked Cobb under the table with a pointy-toed boot. What were you thinking? Do you think, Dot? Pulling his legs up defensively, Cobb just glowered at her. She was a pretty young woman, plush-lipped and deep brown of skin like the Zhang, her fine brows drawn down in annoyance over her wide, tilted eyes. Though her hair was done in myriad Zhangish braids, with two at her temples tied back to keep the waterfall of them somewhat tame, she was dressed like an Ile-Rien in a violently red blouse and tight embroidered vest over a paneled, multicolored skirt, the neckline of her blouse exposing a deep V of cleavage Cobb tried to ignore. No shadow blackness marred her complexion, and her accent, now that he focused on it, was all Ile-Rien. Curt and clear. Obviously you don't, she continued. If you had, you'd realize that calling the family business a cult is stupid, but... The family business? He echoed incredulously. The Greater Aurechtgalian Trading Consortium. Or the Carry if you absolutely need something short. She crossed her arms under her bosom and sat back, frowning. Most people can't say Aurechtko correctly, so they just spew out whatever comes to mind. But it's a cult. You worship a dark spirit. That's what cults do. Who said anything about worship? Cobb blinked at her. There was an odd twinkle in her impenetrably dark eyes. He said, feeling suddenly on shaky ground and unsure how he had got there. But, that's what happens with dark spirits. Who says? Listen, she said, sitting forward to jab the tabletop with a red-tinted nail. We're a family business. The blood of Shadow are the family end. Those of us without it are the business end. Karis Morgui is our boss. People call him the Shadow God, and yes, he's a real god second only to the true light, but we don't do any praying or kowtowing, alright? We don't dance around bonfires and hold secret ceremonies or whatever. It's not about that. We work for him. We get paid. And, fortunately for you, we don't kill people just because they act like idiots. Now let's go back to the beginning. Cobb blinked, utterly confused. As far as he knew, there was only one god, and it was the Imperial Light. All others were dark spirits masquerading as gods, the various false lights, the dragon gods of the south, the beast totems and elemental powers venerated by the old tribes. Liars, tricksters, corruptors. Did you just say you acknowledge the true light? He managed. Ignoring it, she stuck out her hand in the smuggler's way and said, Good evening, sir. My name is Lark, and I am the external liaison for Bakai, the Ile-Rien Shadowland. A pleasure to meet you. Cobb, he mumbled after a long hesitation. Realizing he was still clutching the trinket the old man had given him, he stuck it down the top of his boot and reached to clasp her forearm uncomfortably. Beneath her sleeve lay the shape of a small, unobtrusive knife. Nice to meet you, I guess. So, what can the Greater Aurechtgalian Trading Consortium do for you this evening? Nothing. All I want to do is get back to Jasper and get out of this town. Jasper? Said Lark, brows rising. You mean the Trifold's Jasper, Dot. The Trifold? You don't know the... Morgui saved me, she sighed, then said, the Church of the Trifold Goddess. Big customers of ours these days, which is splendid because they have a much better reputation among the common folk than we do. We move a lot of supplies for them, food, medicines, texts, sometimes priestesses. Another dark cult. What does that have to do with Jasper? Lark fixed her mischievous eyes on him, mouth pursing into a hint of a smile. Big old fellow, pretends he's a traveling tinker, has this really shaggy dog with him all the time? Toivo, Cobb said with a sinking feeling. Right. He's famous. One of the best-known hammers of Brancer, the justiciars of the Forge Goddess, third of the Trifold. You've been traveling with him and you didn't know? Seriously, Dot. Tired, lost, surrounded by enemies of the Empire, with only half an idea what Lark was talking about and even less desire to understand, Cobb just sat back and stared at her. Of course Jasper was a cultist. Deep inside, he had known it but had been fine with ignoring it. Now, with the words spoken, he could not. Everyone around him was dark. Lark must have caught his dispirited expression, because her grin faded into puzzlement, then dawning shock. "Oh Shadow," she said, "you're a real Imperial, aren't you? I said I shouldn't be here." "No, you shouldn't. But if Jasper let you tag along." She trailed off speculatively, and he frowned. His temples and the bridge of his nose felt tight, the headache compressing slowly, and in the flickering light of the little table lamp, Lark's eyes seemed to gleam. "You're not as old as you look, are you?" she said. "I'm 17. "Really? You look like a full-grown man." "I am a full-grown man." She made a scoffing sound. "Are you on the run?" It's just like him to pick up some imperialist boy out of misplaced kindness. "I guess," he said, then corrected himself, "I'm on the pilgrimage to Dishia City, to submit myself to the light. And if you really acknowledge it, you should shed your dark faith and—" "What?" She interrupted, then blinked and narrowed her eyes. "Are you proselytizing to me?" "I said you acknowledge the light. That's the first step to dot." "Yes, I acknowledge the true light, the one who cooperated with Morgwi to create the world. Not your imperial light with its claims of freeing us from the oh-so-evil dark. But regardless of that, I follow Morgwi, not the light, and I sure as pikes don't follow your vicious, manipulative imperial usurper." Cooperated with, that was not what he had been taught at all. The very idea was laughable, light and dark working together, so he shook it off and moved on. "The imperial light freed us from the long darkness," he said, sitting forward to match her. Beside the tenets of the light, this was one of the few things he remembered from his time with the priest in Carrion, and something no one, cultist or otherwise, could deny. The first Phoenix Emperor rose with the newborn sun to banish the accursed reign of the dark. "Oh, 6 months, what a horrible lengthy reign," Lark said acidly. "That's propaganda. The long darkness happened almost 200 years ago, and I'm sure it was a terrible time, but the world recovered even the parts of it without your imperial light. No one knows why the sun vanished, and it's entirely a coincidence that it returned when your first emperor said it would." Coincidence? The ritual of the risen light. 200 years ago, and I'm not here to argue with you. She smacked her hands on the table, then visibly forced herself to sit back. "If it weren't this late, I'd have you kicked out, but you're young and stupid and you know Jasper, so I'll let you have a chance." Scowling, Cobb said, "You're no older than me. Don't pretend you know better. I'm 21, idiot." "Oh. Really?" That surprised a laugh from Lark, then she sighed. "Look, you need to stop the imperialistic talk, all right? The boys are already riled what with the necromancy rumors. They won't tolerate your crap on top of it." Cobb wanted to keep arguing, to press the point about the imperial light's importance, but good sense told him he had already put his foot in his mouth enough. Still, he could not resist a last jab. "You big tough cultists, afraid?" She gave him a look, half amused, half pitying. "Keep pushing your luck, Cobb. And you should be afraid too. You know about necromancers, right? Supposed to have been killed off by the Silent Circle and that lot centuries ago? But killings like this still crop up. People found dead, all dried and shriveled like the life, the very soul, got sucked out of them. People who had been fine just marks before. My boys found 3 mercenaries like that this afternoon, so you're lucky we're here to keep you off the street." Cobb digested that slowly, his ire cooling. He had heard of necromancers in camp tales, but like Lark had said, they were all supposed to have been exterminated before even the long darkness. To think that such things could have survived into the age of the risen light. All the more need for it, he decided. "Well, fine," he mumbled, "guess I didn't need to be wandering around at night with necromancers and hounds about. So, thanks." Her brows rose slightly, then something in her expression relaxed and she said, "How did you end up here anyway? You were looking for white manes? Got spotted by recruiters. Chased around a bit. I'd think an imperialist would be happy to get recruited." Cobb looked down at his hands. An awkward moment passed, then she said, "Look. We'll help you. We can't get you to Dishia City, our influence doesn't extend that far. But we can put you up for the night, then get you back to Jasper free of charge. We owe him more than the life of one stray Imperial." Cobb exhaled, then nodded. "So I'm safe here? I can rest? In a booth like the rest of the moochers. We don't keep rooms for outsiders." "That's fine." He closed his eyes, trying to will himself to relax. The argument had awoken his nerves, but beneath them he was bone-tired, and the cushions were comfy. Maybe this shadow woman was being honest and no one would pull him out of the booth in the middle of the night to beat him senseless. Maybe this had just been an uncomfortable detour. He could almost believe it. After all, the big burly men had sat back down rather than come after him. The shadow-marked old fellow hadn't screamed bloody murder and brought out the dark monsters that undoubtedly lurked, and Lark seemed nice enough for a cultist. Deluded, but professional about it. Just one night, then he would return to Jasper, who was some different kind of cultist, and get back on the road. Apparently this is my life now. He opened his eyes just in time to see a skinny gray-black hand reaching up from under the table to feel for the cherry bowl. His heart leapt into his throat, and he scrambled up onto the bench instinctively, hefting the stick. Below the table, the shadow seemed to shift, and the skinny arm retracted with a sound like a startled squeak. "Crazy boy, what are you doing?" said Lark, straightening warily. "Sit down." "Something under the table," Cobb snapped. "Some shadow thing." "It's not a shadow thing, it's a goblin." Cobb shot her a horrified look, incapable of understanding why she seemed so calm. In Carrion, goblins lived wild in the many unreachable caverns and crevices, where they stole crops and livestock and sometimes babies and were impossible to fully eradicate. Like winter ice and the storms of freezing sleet, their depredations were simply endured. He remembered Jasper talking about how some had been spotted near the rift, but he had not imagined he would find one here. On the flatland. Under a tavern table. Lark sighed in exasperation. "Sit down, you idiot. He's not dangerous. Rien, come out." Cobb stayed on his feet as the goblin swung itself cautiously onto the table. Crouched, it appeared childlike, with thin limbs and big eyes and a large bald head. A mazework of red paint covered its scalp and fletched its pointed ears, and more finger paintings trailed down its neck to vanish into the dark wrappings that swaddled its torso. Beneath the markings, its skin was ash gray, shading to black on its long, narrow hands and feet and along its nervously flicking tail. It bared needle-like teeth at him. "Rien, stop it," Lark scolded. For a moment, Cobb just stared, trying to reconcile this creature with his mother's stories. The teeth were certainly right, but goblins were supposed to be covered in hair and otherwise naked. The huge dark eyes should have been crazed, the fingers and toes ending in sickle claws. Instead it looked a bit like someone had shaved, painted and dressed a cat, if cats had people faces. "What is that, really?" he said. "I told you. He's a goblin. If that's a goblin, I'm a Peking dark lover." At her side of the table, Lark rolled her eyes. "He's a goblin from the city under Baller. He's been. They have Peking cities?" "Of course they do. Why? What about the hairy ones?" "You mean the wild goblins?" She laughed shortly and shook her head. "Those don't live here. Wild goblins for wild places, civilized goblins for civilized places." The goblin shifted on its feet as if preparing to spring, and Cobb leveled his stick at it. It showed its teeth again, but Lark grabbed the end of the stick and glared at Cobb. "Sit down and put that away or I'll have you tossed out, hounds or not," she said sharply. "Rien and his people are our allies. Without their aid, Bacchae wouldn't exist. Aid? They're dark monsters, barely more than animals. She yanked on the stick, and Cobb dug his heels into the bench cushions, trying to keep his balance. Enough of your dark talk. We're all creatures of shade and balance. We have solid bodies, we cast shadows, we burn if we stand too long in the sun. You're not of the light any more than the rest of us, so if you can't hold your tongue. That's not what it means. Are you so sure? I'm talking about the Peking goblin. They aren't dark either. Gods, you'd think a light follower could tell the difference between normal creatures and the likes of the void seekers or the hungering ones. The what? She covered her face with her free hand, took an audibly deep breath, then said, I see. You have no idea what we're talking about. Cobb yanked the stick away and stood uneasy on the bench, staring down at her and the cringing goblin. Lark planted her hands on her hips and returned his gaze with disdain. What do they actually teach you? Those Imperial light folk. Do they just say we're right and everyone else is evil, and forget to point out the actual specific dangers? Dangers like goblins? Cobb snapped, not wanting to hear what she was saying. He knew what he knew. Sit down or I'll have you thrown out, Jasper or no Jasper. Last chance. With great reluctance, Cobb lowered himself to the bench seat. The goblin ducked below the edge of the table again, just its eyes and painted scalp showing over the ridges of its knuckles. After a moment, Lark sat as well, still glowering. Rien is my friend, she said tightly. He's been with me for years. His people are more civilized than we are, they've been here since before the rise of the Piking Rift, and between them and the allies they've connected us with, they might be the only reason Baller hasn't fallen into complete disarray. We were trying to make something better here, then your people had to come and stomp on it. I don't know what you're talking about, Cobb said. Right, fine. I'll use small words. She pointed at the goblin, which blinked its big black eyes. Friend. Then she pointed at Cobb, her tinted nail a few inches from his nose. Jackass. For a long moment, escaped slave and goblin wrangling smuggler glared at each other in silence. Then Cobb sat back and released a sigh through his teeth. His head hurt worse with each passing moment. The little lamp flame was now too dazzling to look at properly. All of the pressure seemed to be collecting at 2 points, one above each eye. Whatever you say, he mumbled. Lark ran a hand over her mass of braids, visibly collecting herself. Don't take this wrong, but we don't like your kind. We're sheltering you as a favor. So try to behave. He squeezed his eyes shut. His body felt heavy, the air around him thick and slow. The vice clamped harder, he reached up to touch his nostrils, expecting blood, but his fingers came away dry. Distantly he heard her say, Hoy. Hoy, Cobb? Are you all right? Something moved out there in the red shadows beyond his eyelids. A familiar shape, drawing closer. His mouth filled with the taste of metal, and the vice in his skull sent bars of light across the pulsing depths. For a moment he saw the shape of a white bird circling far above in the bloody sky. Then he heard the curtain yank aside, and his eyes flew open. No. Can't be him. But it was. Less than an armspan away stood Ile-Rien Trevere, mouth curved in that crooked little smile, murkwater eyes so narrowed that they seemed like slits in his smooth face. His hair had been artfully mussed and he wore Atlantic clothes instead of a uniform, but Cobb could never mistake him for someone else. You can't just come in here, Lark barked from across the table. Cobb heard the slap of her hands on the wood but could not tear his gaze from Darylyn's. If you have business, take it to the bartender. We're occupied right now. My business is with him, said Ile-Rien. His voice was low and sleek and even, and as he leaned forward, it took Cobb an effort to recoil. His head buzzed with the memories. The two-tone moonlight. The shouts from above. The trailing red after-images as the long dagger came free of its sheath. Wait your turn, Lark snapped. Peripherally, Cobb saw her come around the edge of the table and shrug the curtain fully open. His gut clenched. She was standing at just the angle Fendel had, the unlucky third party. "You're obviously not Jasper, so..." "It's fine," Cobb croaked through the tight reed of his throat. She shot him a look he barely registered. He could not turn away from Ile-Rien but managed to push himself backward on the bench, trying to gain some distance. For a moment Ile-Rien just stood there, one hand on the alcove wall and the other tucked behind his back in a pose that could have been mistaken for formality if Cobb had not known where he kept that dagger. Then he jerked his head dismissively at the girl and slid onto the bench seat, as Cobb had hoped and feared. "Give us a moment, will you?" Ile-Rien said smoothly, his serpent's voice steeped with command. Behind him, Lark stared like they had gone mad, but finally withdrew and yanked the curtain shut. A moment later, it rippled from the bottom as the faint skitter of goblin digits fled the alcove. "Smarter than expected," Ile-Rien said, and eased closer along the bench. The lamplight caught on a thin silver pin in his coat lapel. With his back to the alcove wall, Cobb pulled his legs up like a barricade, ready to kick at any moment but knowing he would not do it. Could not. All the enervating horror of that night had returned, sapping his will, leaving him helpless before the man who had been his best friend. His only friend. "Stay away from me," he mumbled, unable to muster a snarl. "That would not be in your best interest," said Ile-Rien. He propped one arm against the alcove sidewall and let his other rest on the table, both hands hanging empty, but under his ragged coat Cobb glimpsed the hilt of the wicked dagger. "Neither of us should be here. Just come with me now and we can avoid a great deal of unpleasantness." Cobb wanted to. Despite the fear and the flight, some part of him was desperate to trust this man, the same way he had felt 5 years ago when Ile-Rien had entered his life. Ile-Rien had been just a quarry guard then, one of the endless succession of cruel and cold intolerant Imperials sent to watch over the toiling Karendrixie slaves. But Ile-Rien had not been cruel, no more than necessary. And he had watched out for Cobb, who desperately needed it. The other slaves were largely felons, and a 12-year-old boy, no matter how angry, was at best a nuisance and at worst prey to them. Cobb had seen him bring down men twice his height and 5 times his weight. He was fast and thorough and deadly with the small blades he carried. But that seething red dagger. Outside the gate was the first time Cobb had seen him draw it, the first time he had felt its malevolent presence. It was alive, and his friend and protector was not at all what he had seemed. "You sent me here," Cobb hissed, the bitterness welling up in his chest. "You said run and I ran. And this is where I ended up. Don't try to take it back, because you can't. You killed Finn and Wes for this, dot." The muscles under Ile-Rien's eyes twitched, then eased, the rest of his face a mask. "I lied about Wesker. He's fine. And you never liked Fendel." Cobb flinched and raised a hand reflexively toward the bandana around his neck, taken aback. One weight fell from his shoulders, but the other grew heavier. If Wesker was alive, then Ile-Rien had tried to bluff him. And he had called that bluff. And Fendel had died for it. "Doesn't matter if I liked him," he said roughly. "You killed him to chase me off. Now they send you to bring me back? I saw you on the road with a troop. Where's the rest of them?" "Waiting," said Ile-Rien. "When did you see me on the road?" "Doesn't matter. Who sent you this way?" "A little girl. Iselina Cray, dot." In his mind's eye Cobb saw the Cray homestead burning, the bodies strung from the trees. "They're fine too," said Ile-Rien, forestalling the vision. "We have no need to injure civilians, Cobb. Even dark following ones. As long as you cooperate." Cobb bristled at the threat. He tried to draw up the memory of the passing troop, Ile-Rien in black, a mage in red, another garish robe, then a blur of soldiers. "You're here to bring me out quietly?" "Yes." "Why? Why send me off, then come to drag me back?" Ile-Rien's thin mouth flattened further. Tonelessly, he said, a momentary lapse in judgment. That's a Peking huge lapse. Are you coming or not? 20 Imperial soldiers, maybe more. Plus 2 mages. They would storm the tavern and meet instant resistance. All he knew of the shadow cult was rumors, but those included shadow paths, direct connections to the realms of the dark spirits, where those steeped in wickedness awaited the chance to take their revenge on the folk of the light. If the shadow cultists could open those paths, then any assault would become a bloodbath. On both sides. He had seen the power of Imperial mages before. He cared nothing for these people. Not even the kids on the street, the boys with their rocks and their stiff, proud shoulders. But he did not want anyone else to die because of him. I'm going on the pilgrimage, he said curtly, fingers tightening on his stick. I can send my crimes on to the palace. I'll yield to punishment there. This is not about punishment, Ile-Rien said, leaning closer, his voice gaining urgency. The murky rings of his irises captured the light like tarnished silver. There was something in the depths of his pupils, a white flash that Cobb recognized. Then something heaved inside him, and a sound like stone claws clambering up a mineshaft filled his ears with reverberating squeals. Twin lances of migraine pain drove into his head, blinding him. He jerked and felt the wall smack against his skull, heard his teeth squeak as his jaw clamped tight, yet those sensations shrank away swiftly, as if they were happening to another man in a small, bright room in his chest. He stood in sudden darkness, poised at the edge of a black ocean that hissed and roiled like water on porous rock, like scales intertwining. The waves lapped at the very edges of the world. He could not move, he felt mesmerized. White Herald, acknowledge, said a thin, distant voice from the steely sky. Ile-Rien, do you hear me? The man in the little bright room said, Protocol 1 breach. Pike me. White Herald, override and take control. Acknowledge. A fleck of light, hawk-shaped, dipped from the sky toward the place where he stood. He sensed its intent like prey senses a raptor's, but the sea surged around his feet and he knew that these were not waves, not just water, they were bark rasping its secret language, stone grating against stone, dense black ice jagged up against everything. A murderous landslide, a lahar, a living sea of tangled debris. The smell of salt and blood and thick loam invaded him, and the white fleck pulled from its stoop with a scream and ascended away fast. Abort, he heard the man in the room say. Do not abort. Do you hear me? White Herald, acknowledge. Don't tell me that stuff is out of his system, I dosed him constantly. Ile-Rien, throne sake, acknowledge. No answer. The sea rose around him, swallowing the white room, and he watched branches break through the waves and broaden, spread, saw rocks pierce upward like the first rise of land from the water. Like the shore being reborn after the retreat of the tide. The tiny light spiraled up and vanished into the sky, leaving him alone. Lark halted in mid-order as a rush of air swept through the common room. For an instant she thought it was a shadow path, but it had none of the sense of hollowness that those brought, the feeling that a door had suddenly been opened into some vast, dry space. This was not dry. It tasted like salt and wood and cold wet stone. And beast. A chill ran up her spine, and she looked from the bruisers she had been instructing to the drawn curtain of the alcove. A moment later, the curtain bulged and nearly snapped from its hooks as the stranger tumbled out. His face had gone pasty white, his eyes wild. On his feet again immediately, he pushed back the sides of his coat and Lark saw the daggers, one sheathed at his left hip, one bound horizontally at the small of his back. He clasped the hilts. Get him, she snapped to her men. They rushed forward, eager to bring pain down on this disruption to the business. Around the common room, all other conversation had ceased, dozens of eyes turned toward the brewing fight. Some had risen, wary. Others were laughing over their beers. The intruder's blades came free just before the thugs fell upon him. Lark caught a glimpse of ruby light and wondered if her eyes were playing tricks. A splash of blood. A grunt, a high hoarse scream. Their backs were to her, their meaty arms swinging truncheons, but suddenly one of those arms flew free, a heavy limb and a tattered sleeve, the muscles still twitching as it hit the floor a yard from her feet. Lark skittered back, shocked and confused. Another spasm and the hand relaxed, releasing the truncheon from its grip. The man who had owned it howled once, then gurgled, and Lark looked up to see the tip of a seething red blade protruding from the rear of the man's bald head. The blade did not retract, but swept sideways as the thug collapsed, opening his skull in a clean, easy slice. Blood flared after it, chasing and accumulating on the still-moving blade to make a sticky sheen that was absorbed into the black metal beneath. Brilliant crimson runes inscribed its full length, leaving bright contrails as it dove toward its next victim. It had a pulse. She felt it in her gut even from this distance. Her feet slid backward of their own accord. Beyond the fallen thug, the struggle became a dance. The seething blade led its wielder like a hound on a choke chain. She saw it yank in the blond man's grip, saw the flash of his gritted teeth and the tension in his arm as he controlled it. His left hand defended, the plain dagger held in a switched grip to block away truncheon strikes with the strength of the forearm behind it. He was small compared to the shadow thugs, with a short reach, but though his dodges and parries moved him away from them, the burning blade always brought him back. Anything it touched, it sliced through. A truncheon head, solid black-painted steel, spun away into the crowd. Others were rising from their seats. Swords slithered from sheaths. Behind her, Lark heard the click of a crossbow being readied. Her backside bumped the edge of the bar and she gripped it hard, unable to look away. A red seam opened across the second thug's face, the intruder's blade flashing there then away in another spiraling spray of blood. For a moment it seemed no more than a scratch. Then the edges gaped, the bone structure beneath it giving way. Shock registered in the thug's eyes and he raised a hand toward his collapsing jaw. The intruder took that advantage and stabbed him through the sleeve and wrist and into the throat beyond, the strike limited only by the crossguard of the red blade. As the thug fell, choking, the others recoiled. They were veterans, Lark knew, survivors of the street wars that had solidified the Shadow's control over this area years before. But this was something else. Back down, all of you, the intruder snapped. I am the Crimson Hunter, and in the name of the risen Phoenix Empire, I will. He wrenched aside abruptly as a knife flew past his ear. All around, the shadow folk were on their feet, hefting clubs, blades, tankards, whatever was at hand. A little thrill ran through Lark at the sight. A hunter had come into the Shadowland alone and tried to order them around. It was almost funny. The hunter's eyes narrowed. He took a step back from the crowd and touched his collar. Bring the light, he rasped, and a small pin on his lapel flashed. With a snarl, one thug grabbed a chair and swung for his head. Bring your own piking light. Lark saw the blade lash out, heard the chunk as a chair leg flew free, but in that instant she saw something else. From the bar, she had a clear view of the open tavern door and the odd, heat haze shimmer that had formed within it. Then the shimmer peeled away, revealing hands in mid-gesture before a bright red robe. She was the only one to cover her eyes. Even then, the blast of radiance stabbed through her eyelids and turned her inner world white. A cacophony of screams rose instantly, the shadowbloods suffering in the glare, and their volume and pure terror clamped her guts like a fist. In fear, she hauled herself over the bar, her feet sweeping forgotten mugs off to shatter on the floor. She heard Kade cursing, close and fevered. Head down, she dared to open her eyes and at first saw only swimming after images. Then the floor wobbled into view, strewn with pottery shards and spilled liquor, lit from above by a flat, scorching glow. Her hands found the second crossbow under the bar, and the stringing hook. Imperial raid, Imperial raid. Her mind shrieked. They all knew what to do, but from the sound of the continuing cries, the light had disoriented them too much to do it. Her teeth chattered as she struggled to pull the bowstring back, one foot jammed in the stirrup at its front. The shuff of armor, the sounds of heavy boots, of swords, of chanting, Shadow cursed them, they had brought mages. The string clicked into place. She scrabbled under the bar for the bolts, found one, slotted it in its groove. I can do this, she told herself. It's not my first raid. But they had always been warned before. By the guards in their pay, by the watchers on the street, by the general mood of the city. And there had rarely been bloodshed. Spittle and curses and bruises in jail, then jailbreaks, then a temporary increase in bribes and threats, but little more. Where were the warnings now? Clenching her teeth to keep them still, she swung the heavy crossbow up and dared to look over the edge of the bar. In future days, she would wish she had not. It was a massacre. Two mages flanked the door, one a massive ogre blood in garish orange robes and the other a human in army crimson, both weaving little spheres of light between their hands. The first burst of radiance had dissipated, but its effects on the crowd still lingered. Shadowbloods lay crumpled on the floor, screaming or retching or clawing at their faces, their eyes blind white and their shadow marks bleached to ashy bands. The unbloods were recovering, squinting, trying to drag their afflicted fellows out of the way or fight back, but the soldiers were making that difficult. 10, 20. Lark lost track of the number of uniforms, imperial crimson and city green. Armored, shield-carrying and unafflicted by the light blast, they cut through the fallen like sides. Some had broken off to pull down the alcove curtains, and as she watched, the mages flung light spheres to hover within and dispel any possible shadows. In the alcoves near the bar, she felt the sudden dry air disturbance of shadow paths opening. Reinforcements. Imperial raid. She screamed, her voice coming out high and strange through the tightness in her throat. Two mages. A crossbow bolt hissed past her head to shatter a bottle, spilling chana and glass across her back. She cursed and ducked down again, just registering the handful of soldiers taking up firing positions before the door. They're finally here to clear us out, she thought. Oh Shadow. Oh Mordwy, why must you be off your throne again? Then that scent, that strange mix of brine and wood and glacial ice, washed over the edge of the bar, and with it came a wave of blackness, like a solid presence rising to blot out the sun. Only it was not there, the glare from the mage lights had not dimmed, and the shadowbloods still screamed. It was inside. A cool shade drawn across the soul. She raised her head, eyes wide. For a moment all was still, all faces, even the blind ones, turned toward the thing emerging from the alcove. Black antlers, broad spread, and high enough that they threatened the rafters. A stony brow, a mane of jagged quills that spilled over shoulders plated in spiky, wood-knotted armor. Flesh like striated stone, covered in pelt and scale and vine, thickly muscled legs that jointed like a beast's, terminating in deer-cloven hooves of sharp obsidian. Broad hands, knuckled with rocky protrusions, that clamped on the alcove frame hard enough to splinter the boards. It raised its heavy head, black cabochon eyes searching the melee, and Lark's heart jumped to her throat. By its color she had thought it might be some new shadow denizen, but she recognized the carven planes of its face. Not sullen or recalcitrant now, but flat, hard and murderous. Shadow's heart, its cob. Only one person moved, the hunter. He bolted for the door. Lark took aim at his back and let fly. The sense of shade had stilled the shaking in her hands, and the bolt went true. It hit him just below the neck, between shoulder blade and spine. He staggered and gave a horrible cry. Then the paralysis that had held the crowd snapped. Soldiers wheeled toward the cob beast and the black-clad shadow folk now spilling from the still-curtained alcoves. Lark struggled to wrestling the crossbow blindly, not wanting to look away. Another flare of light stung her eyes, but the internal darkness seemed to dampen it. The new-arrived shadowfolk simply cursed and laid into the soldiers with their long clubs. The black beast's attention followed the hunter, crown of antlers slicing the air as it slowly turned. A soldier rushed up and slammed a sword across its body, and the weapon snapped audibly, the shards spinning away like gleaming knives. The beast brought its broad fist around into the man's face with a sickening crunch, and he fell, his helm caved in, his heels beating a spasmodic tattoo on the floor. Beside her, Care yanked up the hatch that led to the basement. Broken glass tinkled down into the dark. Others were scrambling over the barbed, blinded shadowbloods, the terrified waitstaff, the few civilians who came in because the cook made great pie, and Care guided them to the ladder, still trying to blink his eyes clear of the first blast. His crossbow remained beside him, unfired. Another barrage of bolts flew from the soldier's line. Some shattered against the black beast, and Lark heard others impact the front of the bar. She took another shot. The hunter had swung past the mages in the door as if luring the beast broadside to them, and for a moment he faced her. The bolt went straight for his throat, but his blade came up in a red blur and smacked it away. Too fast. And the beast of wood and stone, the creature with Cobb's face, was slow. No, she thought as it lashed out again, sending a soldier through a table and into a support beam, its stalking. Its head was lowered, those sharp antlers angled threateningly. Beyond it, the crossbowman frantically loaded another round, while the mages wove a net of orange-red light. The hunter kept maneuvering, not even stumbling when he ripped the bolt from his own back. That act should have put any normal person on the floor, but he cast it aside with no reaction, only a slight foam of blood on his lips. The beast rumbled suddenly, bent low to touch its long fingertips to the ground like a sprinter, and charged. Its hoofbeats shook the floorboards. The two mages flung their net as it passed, the bright light snapping around it from head to toe, and it nearly jerked them from their feet as its momentum hit the magic. They fisted their hands in the strands and fought for control, though, and the beast's charge slowed to a halt as the arcane cords pulled taut. A cry of dismay rose in Lark's throat. Whatever the beast was, it was fighting the Imperials, and if it went down. The hunter rushed in and sank his blade through the arcane net without touching the cords. It buried hilt deep into the black stone flesh, but when he tried to drag it sideways through the beast's gut, it grated nastily and barely budged. The beast bared teeth like pebbles and forced its clawed fingers through the gaps, straining against the magic. As the arcane net sparked, the hunter glanced up in alarm, then tried one more time to cut through the beast's flesh. The great antlered head shook. The black shoulders flexed, then heaved, stripes of muscle standing out in the stone of its arms. Around the beast, the net dimmed and flickered, then tore apart like rotten rope. Freed energy back-surged toward its shapers. The ogreish mage made a flicking gesture to cast off the reins of the spell, but the other was too slow, and screamed as power arced up his arms and into his eyes. He collapsed at the ogre mage's feet. Lark raised her crossbow, but had to duck again as something large flew toward the bar. It hit the front with a horrible crunch and a grunt of pain, and she realized as she peeked over that it was the hunter. He rose awkwardly, his back to her, and from this close she saw in horror that there were white things crawling in the hole her first shot had punched into his shoulder. Maggots, she thought, but they were too thin, too fine, like thread. They were stitching him up. She heard another subtler crunch and realized that his broken arm had just set itself. Not just a hunter. An imperial abomination. Beyond him, approaching slowly, came the great black beast. The seething blade had carved a line across its belly, but that line was sealing as smoothly as water. It bowed its head again, antler points like a row of spears, and beneath them its eyes were wide pits, its lips drawn back in a malicious grin. Even worse than its polished stone teeth was the empty black hollow of its mouth. The hunter panted hard, his breath a bubbly rasp. Under the sea surge of the beast's scent, Lark caught a whiff of him, blood, fear, and poison. She raised the crossbow slowly, aiming at the base of his skull. One more moment. He whipped aside just as the beast started its charge, and her shot embedded in the ceiling. Cursing, she fumbled for another bolt as she watched them run. The hunter was fast, agile, compactly powerful under his ragged garments. The ease with which he vaulted tables, slipped through melee, dodged support beams and kept his balance on the slick of oil and alcohol would have astonished her at another time. Maybe drawn her admiration. But the beast was right on his heels. With long thundering strides, it ran him down and swung heavy fists for his head. He dropped, rolled, and skittered. Black hooves slammed into the places he had just been. Across a table, through a crowd the hunter ran, and the beast followed, mowing down those in its way with broad sweeps of its armored limbs. Only a few pockets of combat remained. As was their way, the shadow folk had hit and run, fighting to rescue their fellows and then escaping in the chaos through the remaining curtain alcoves. Beside her, Kade sent the last of the refugees down the ladder. "Get gone," he hissed, but she ignored him and set another bolt. The hunter hit the ground again, beaten down. She saw him twist between the beast's legs, saw the hungry blade yank his hand forward to bury itself in the beast's knee. It went all the way through, tip punching out the back, and for the first time the beast roared. The sound shook the tavern and dropped the soldiers to their knees. Lark's fingers went slack, the crossbow tumbling from her grip, and it was all she could do to kneel down and cover her ears, but that did not help. She could feel it in her bones, like an avalanche roiling and thrashing her within it. As if she was caught in the very throat of the earth. Her eyes watered. The remaining lamps in the rafters rattled on their hooks. For a moment she thought they would fall, thought the whole roof would cave in, but then the bellow ended in a snarl that lifted every short hair on her body. She looked up. The beast had the hunter by the throat, but in turn the hunter had sliced its arm open from wrist to elbow. The knee damage had sealed, but there was another slit in the beast's gut, another in its chest, and the hunter had planted a boot between the wounds and was stabbing furiously at the injured arm, face purple from the strain. Arterial blood cascaded out to meet his seething blade. The beast's good arm trembled in a bond of orange light. As the hunter drew back the blade for another stab, the beast gave a last growl and flung him at the mages. He bounced off an invisible wall and hit the ground in an unsteady crouch, gasping for air. "Bind him! Bind him!" the hunter rasped. The orange light tried to wrap around the beast, but the beast tore the threads away with its bloody hand and they dissipated into nothing. Yet it retreated, back toward Lark, its heavy hooves scraping through the debris of the battle. The shadow folk were gone and the soldiers lined up 3 deep at the door, swords out, shields out, shifting to defend the hunter as he coughed wretchedly. As Lark watched, the beast's black armor began to crumble, first the tips of its antlers, then the thick slabs on its shoulders and thighs, the stony protrusions on its arms. They broke up and boiled away like smoke, and though the bleeding ebbed and the wounds closed, the blackness of its flesh faded inexorably to dusky tan. Finally the great obsidian mane retreated to Cobb's rough crop, and his backward steps faltered, his head lifting suddenly as if he had just woken up. Across the room, the crossbowmen raised their weapons. "Cobb!" Lark shouted. Lunging up, she snagged his arm, still partially covered in crumbling bark, and yanked hard. He turned toward her and she saw his eyes, no longer solid black but bewildered, shaken. Then Kade reached out and grabbed his other arm, and they hauled him over the bar as the burst of bolts shattered the remaining bottles. This time she did not need urging to get down the hatch. This time she dragged Cobb after her, cursing and bleeding amid the rain of glass, into the darkness. Chapter 8, Discord. Lieutenant Kade Carrion was an experienced officer. He had spent his entire youth in the Imperial First Army, the Sapphire Eye, before being exiled to the Crimson Claw 12 years ago. He had seen the annexations of Avron and Carindor and the assault on the high country cults, the first conquest of Savannah, the war against Jernizan. He had ridden as a lancer with the cavalry to hunt plainsland dragons, horse thieves, saboteurs, and Jernizan militias alike, and if he did not have scars to show for it, that was because he had never been unhorsed, never been bitten or mauled or even shot. He was better than that. Cold, sharp, precise. In control. But he was not in control now. His hands shook, his family's heirloom blade jittering in his gauntlet grip. He could hear his own breath, harsh and fast, in the hollow space of his helm. Around him, his soldiers were silent, the shock of what they had just faced kicking in now as the adrenaline ebbed. He forced himself to look away from the glass-strewn bar where the creature had disappeared. Forced his heavy arm to raise his sword, forced his other hand to fumble out the cloth to wipe it. Forced his mouth to open, his lips to form words. Retrieve our wounded. Execute any living cultists. Bring the bodies outside. It was all he could manage. His throat felt bone dry, the words exiting in a croak, but they stirred some of the men to life. Not the city guards, those had already fled to the street outside, but the men under his command, some of whom had followed and obeyed him for nearly a decade. He stepped aside as they moved numbly to their task, his hand doing the automatic work of cleaning the blade. Not much blood marred it, the enchantment on the sword helped to shed gore, and he checked along its edge absently for nicks or dents. None. His armor would need repair. He had taken a few hits from those heavy metal bludgeons before dispatching their wielders, and his bracers were scarred with their black paint. Blood on the pommel from where he had broken someone's nose. Blood on his glove, his chest plate. A spatter on his cheek, none of it his. He wanted to focus his attention towards scrubbing it away so that he would not have to think, but he did not have that luxury. He was the officer. Sheathing the blade carefully, he cast his gaze around at the others who still lingered by the door. Pallid faces, blank eyes. He grabbed the closest by the shoulder and yanked him around. Lancer Lynchard, he snapped. The soldier, a sandy-haired, long-faced wind, managed to focus on him after a few uncertain moments. Assist your comrades in removing the bodies. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Saravi released him and grabbed another. He knew the blankness in their eyes. Not just the horror of that black thing, that creature, but the echo of the mind-washing and conditioning they all went through as free soldiers. It happened upon entry to an imperial army, upon transfer to a different army or division within an army, upon contact with significant dark or sorceress forces, and upon discharge from service. At each milestone, they were forced to meet with the Inquisition to allow their heads to be picked through, their memories excised as necessary. For the good of the Empire. This paralysis now, this numbness, was the aftershock. The soldiers who had been mind-washed most recently were hit hardest. They just stared at the bar until he pulled them away, shook them, turned their thoughts from it. They were not catatonic. If attacked, they would defend themselves, and they followed orders once those orders penetrated the psychic plugs in their ears. Saravi had always wondered if this was a failsafe, some kind of mental tripwire to keep soldiers who had seen too much from escaping the Inquisition's reach, but he would never dare to voice that. One by one, he herded them outside, where city guards held a few street urchins in custody and the corpses had begun to pile up beside the restive horses. The captives were not his business. He spared a glance to see that two were shadow-blooded, their faces black-streaked beneath the tracks of their tears, then turned away. They would be jailed, perhaps. This place was corrupt. His men had caught two guards trying to sneak off after the briefing in the barracks, probably to warn their shadow cult contacts. More likely the youths would be quietly ransomed. It did not matter. That was not his job here. Stepping back into the tavern, Lieutenant Saravi surveyed the wreckage. Two of his men were putting out the small fires that had sprung up among ruined tables, and a few more continued to pull corpses from alcoves. The place reeked of blood and oil and spilled alcohol. Beside the door, the ogre-blooded mage Rivek Verkii was waving a little bottle under the nose of the unconscious circle mage, whom Saravi recalled only as Jijin. As he watched, the young mage twitched, his eyelids flickering. Across the common room stood Crimson Hunter Darilan Trevere, staring over the bar. Lieutenant Saravi eyed the hole in the back of Trevere's shabby disguise. Blood covered the glimpse of flesh beneath, but Trevere did not stand as if in pain. Despite the chaos of combat, Saravi had seen him flung, battered and half-strangled, but the line of his shoulders was steady now, and around his neck the livid marks of the creature's stony grip had already faded. Cautiously, Lieutenant Saravi approached. "We have to follow," said Trevere, not glancing back. His hands were flattened to the countertop, blades pinned beneath them, his gaze stayed fixed on the open trapdoor. Saravi halted as he saw the red-runed dagger twitch on its own. He had seen blades like that before, in the Sapphire Army. Faint shards of memory tried to assemble themselves. With a brisk shake of his head, he cast them away. The Inquisition had removed those experiences for a reason, and he would respect that. "Not in this state, Hunter," he told Trevere's back. "3 of my men are dead, 2 by the hand of that creature, and there are several injured." "That doesn't make you vengeful?" "Of course it does." Lieutenant Saravi had seen the men fall, seen their bodies taken out, but had not yet examined them. He did not need to. He could tell who they were by the gaps in the ranks he had shaken from their stupor. Vargas, the harebrained one whom everyone called Vig, Ninoli, a fellow Trivestian exile though not a friend, and Payson, who had been thrilled to be assigned a task-guard horse again. They had been lancers together in the Jernizan campaign before Saravi's promotion to lieutenant. A good soldier. The pain was dull yet. Saravi supposed he had the Inquisition's tampering to thank for that. Vengeance has no bearing upon this, he said. We will retreat to the barracks and tend to our wounds. He'll be long gone by then, said Trevere. We can't give the Shadow Cult time to move him through their realm. They have already moved him. No, they haven't. He's down there. I can smell it. Lieutenant Saravi regarded Trevere sidelong. Close enough now, he saw no wound beneath the blood on his back, and only a few dried flecks on his mouth. The hunter's breath came fast like that of a small animal caught in a trap, and an odd reek hung about him, detectable even through the ferment of smoke and bile and ale. A thick, toxic scent. That, too, was familiar. Saravi pushed away the flutter of images that tried to rise. My briefing did not cover these circumstances, he said. Trevere turned. His irises had shrunk to thin circles around the black pits of his pupils, but he just looked annoyed, not insane as Saravi half expected. Still, that wide-open stare was uncomfortable to hold. This is an unfortunate hitch, Trevere replied icily. But it changes nothing. We are what the general can spare, and if we do not retrieve the fugitive. Retrieve, yes. Alive. I saw you try to kill it. I tried to stop it. You will note that it did not die. Tell me what it is. The hunter's lips drew back in a sneer, exposing blood-filmed teeth. You're not authorized for that information. Anger sparked in Saravi's chest, but he suppressed it. Shouting would not help. He was not happy to be working with a Crimson Hunter, or to be handling this swiftly complicating errand, but he had his orders and would follow them. I am aware of that, he said levelly. I am also aware that because of this event, we will be visited by the Inquisition upon our return to base. Perhaps sooner. You wish to pursue your target. I will not permit my men to follow you unless I understand what we are fighting. Indulge me, then report me once we are finished. They will remove anything that they think I should not know, but... Trevere stared at him, no expression on his deceptively boyish face. Then his lip curled in amusement and disgust. I have never seen someone ask to be mind-washed. This is not my first campaign. The Inquisition will come whether I ask for them or not. Trevere looked away, shaking his head, but said, fine. If I tell you, we go immediately. Get the city guard to hold this place and bring everyone else down with me. And you keep all of what I say to yourself. I accept your terms. Good. Go back on your word and I'll kill you. After watching Trevere during the fight, Saravi did not doubt that. A quick glance to make sure that no one was near, then Trevere crooked a finger. Saravi leaned in. Trevere nodded toward the opening behind the bar and said in a low tone, our quarry is possessed. By a so-called Great Spirit. Some kind of dirt-grubbing dark entity. A deer spirit? Saravi asked, thinking of the hooves and the broad antlers. No, it gets that from him. Like you get your hooked nose from your eagle tribe blood. Saravi touched the side of his nose, frowning. We do not speak of the old tribes. We are civilized now. And how did it invade him? We trapped it there. Saravi blinked, wondering if he dared ask the identities of the we. Trapping a spirit of any type required powerful magic, as evinced by their two allotted mages' inability to do more than slow the black beast down. He opted for a different question, more pertinent. You have intentionally caused an Imperial servant to be possessed? Trevere gestured dismissively. This project wasn't my idea. But the spirit's been plaguing the Empire for ages. Organizing resistances, insurrections like the Skin Changers and Trivists. Get to the point, Saravi said. He knew well the war of attrition in his homeland. The campaign against the forest-dwelling beastfolk had been going on for generations. Fine. The point is, it needs a mortal body to strike at us, and sometimes it possesses down a family line. So we've prepared our own vessels for it, the descendants of its former vessels. Soldiers and slaves that our mages have filled with spirit traps. And now it's taken the bait. Yet your traps failed, said Saravi. No, they're working. Trust me, said Trevere. If it was free, it would have left him already. He's a light follower. He even thinks he's on the pilgrimage. Maybe the bonds on him aren't as strong as they could be, but the Great Spirit doesn't have his mind yet, and it's not inexhaustible. That's why we need to go after it now, while it's recovering. Bind him up tight so it can't struggle, and haul him back. And after that? They'll send him to the palace for exorcism, I expect. It's the only way to kill the dark spirit. If you have prepared him for this, then how did he escape the camp? For an instant, the hunter's eyes flicked away. Saravi noted that more keenly than the cold glare Trevere leveled on him afterward. We couldn't lock him up, he said. It'd never possess him like that. We had to give him some free rein and hope we could tell when the trap got tripped. But we missed it somehow, and he ran before the Inquisition could check him. They're the only ones who could have verified that it was inside of him. Saravi nodded slowly and looked to that black opening in the floor. Beyond it would be the full force of the shadow cult in this area, as angry as a kicked beehive. Add a supposed great spirit, and the hunter's obvious evasion of the truth. He did not like the picture it formed. It looked fatal. But this was his duty. Half-turning, he spotted a soldier and snapped, "Lynchard." The long-faced lancer came to attention and Saravi waved him over impatiently. "Lynchard, get a veiling from the mages and go to the city barracks. I don't trust a guard to properly report. Tell them that I need all free hands here to hold this tavern and the area, and that they should expect shadow resistance. Have them take the horses back and bring the hounds, and get a mage from the city governor's court. Even a civilian mage should be able to keep the shadows at bay. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Full reinforcements, expect resistance, horses, hounds, requisition a city mage. Go." He watched Lynchard hustle over to the ogreish mage, then turned away. The veiling, that peculiar wavery, underwater-feeling magic that had masked his troop from the eyes and ears of the locals on their approach, should see Lynchard safely to his destination. After that, it depended on how corrupt the Ile-Rien guardsmen really were. "I do not wish to bring the injured," he said, looking back to Trevere. "Well, up to you, but we're bringing both mages. If the shadow cult pops out once we leave, those men are dead." Saravi stared at Trevere, seriously considering knocking him out and hauling him back to the barracks. By word of the hunter writ, Trevere far outranked him. It was fortunate that as a scout, he was unused to command, but Saravi was not afraid of a court-martial. He had been through one before, and had been exiled here. His life as a rising star officer and the scion of a Trivestian noble house was over. His further punishment did not matter. But he doubted he could take Trevere down. The hunter was obviously empowered. Saravi did not know what to make of that. While there were rumors of palace-blessed agents among the common troops, and certainly he knew of the White Flame and its exploits, Trevere did not seem like the sort of person the risen phoenix would raise up. Nevertheless, he had no wish to be gutted in front of his own men, and feared that if Trevere led them down into the depths over his cooling corpse, none would return. "Very well," Saravi said, and turned. Then flinched. Looming at eye level was a great gathered mass of beads, talismans and greasy braids, overlaying a bright orange robe that even a Ile-Rien would have deemed too garish. Saravi backed up quickly, squinching his nose shut before he could accidentally breathe Revek Verkiai's stink. The ogre-blooded mage grinned down at him, exposing short yellow tusks, then fixed his attention on Trevere and began a snarling, rapid-fire diatribe in his guttural native tongue. Travere, who came up to the ogre blood's breastbone, shot a look of dismissal to Saravi before snapping at Verkii. Imperial? Imperial. I don't speak gibberish. Saravi circumvented them quickly, breathing through his teeth. He had nothing against Verkii personally. It was the ogre blood that made him perilously tall and bony, like a living coat rack but without a full ogre's bulk, and with that heritage came the olive skin, the flattened nose and massive jaw, the oily black hair and pronged beard, and the musky stink that all male ogre can seem to emanate. How breeding ever happened between ogres and humans, Saravi could not bear to imagine. Though Verkii was an observer from Gajara and not an imperial mage, he accompanied the team because the Crimson Army had no one else. For years their supply of mages had dwindled as the general's requests for reinforcements were denied. It was politics, Saravi knew, but upon hitting the steel wall that was the siege of Canrodi, the number of Crimson mages had dropped precipitously. Canrodi's serpent sorcerers were exquisitely trained in destructive magics. They killed off the Crimsons at alarming rates. Verkii at least seemed competent. The other mage, Jijin, was propped in the doorway now with a rag pressed to his bloody nose, trying to pretend that he was more than a boy in a robe. He skittered out of the way as Saravi passed. Outside, 3 spheres of light hovered over the bodies that had been piled in the street, casting a harsh, shadowless radiance upon everything. The Tasgard horses shifted and eyed the piles. They were scavengers and would tear at the corpses if given the chance. Saravi's soldiers stood or sat or crouched nearby, nursing injuries that could have been worse. A few had taken knife wounds through their chainmail, but most of the shadow cultists seemed to wield clubs and saps. The 3 dead Crimson soldiers had been laid out carefully, arms crossed over their chests. There were several dead city guards beside them. Saravi bowed his head toward them, then looked over the living. They all met his gaze, the aftershocks gone. Bandages had been applied, dented armor discarded. They seemed to already know what his order would be. He hated to give it. On your feet, he snapped, assuming the tone of command. Assemble single file. Injured in the middle. We are pursuing the cultists. City Sergeant. The grizzled, green-tabard guard that headed these city troops stood and crushed his cheroot under his boot. Sir, he said unenthusiastically. You and your men follow at our heels. Leave the dead, and set the injured to watch the horses. Reinforcements will arrive shortly to hold this area. Yes, sir. He scanned their faces once more, wondering who else he would lose on this nasty errand. But it did not matter. They all belonged to the Emperor, to be elevated or destroyed as he chose. Form up and follow me. The river embankment, his heels scudding through gravel, sliding, stumbling, running for the water that shone with reflected moons, while behind him, swift footsteps. Cobb's eyes snapped open, but he was running still, pelting down a black rustling corridor with a hand gripped tightly around his wrist. The hand's owner tugged him onward, her braids jostling against her shoulders with every lunging step. It was pitch dark, but somehow he could see her anyway, in supernatural clarity. Every strand of hair, every fleck of sweat, every mistake in the weave of the back of her blouse. He shook himself and the clarity faded. All went dark. Then the stars came. Thousands of them, bursting behind his eyes in a glory of pain. He did not feel the hand lose his wrist, or the ground rise up to catch him. For a time, there was no thought, only the writhing in his chest like a great snake of flame and the gargle of his failed attempts at breath. Eventually, through the fire, he sensed the hand patting his cheek and felt that the floor was not quite solid but constantly shifting, constantly rustling against his ear as if trying to speak. Whatever message it had, he could not decipher. He dragged in a long, shaky gasp of air. The fire focused itself in his arm, his stomach, his head. His head felt the worst, as if someone had driven steel climbing spikes into his skull an inch above each eyebrow. Red and white stars spangled the corners of his vision, and he could barely open his eyes, not that it seemed to matter, because the corridor was still black. "You alive in there?" said his guide. She sounded distorted, as if speaking through water. Lark, he told himself. Her name's Lark. "All right," he mumbled, but the act of speaking shot nauseating pain through him. He fumbled at his forehead. The other wounds, whatever they were, he could bear them. But if he had cracked his skull? His fingers found unmarred skin. No injury, only the horrible pressure of the vice. "Come on, gotta get you out of here," Lark said, and he felt her arm slip under him. She heaved him up and he tried to help, though it made the vice clamp down so bad he thought he would pass out. Then he was on his feet again, sickened but stable. The dark rustling was everywhere. He felt its tiny fingers on his back. "Walk slow if you have to, but walk," said Lark, and tugged his arm again. With effort, he went. Every step added to the dance of stars behind his eyes, but slowly he fell into a rhythm. The vice receded to an ache and the fire in his arm and belly subsided. He touched his stomach and felt sticky warmth saturating his tunic, but no wound. The fabric was not even torn. Someone else's blood, he told himself. Where are we? Nowhere. That's why we have to move. They can't keep it open very long. Who? The Shadowbloods. This isn't a path, we couldn't take you on that. But it's the next best thing. Cobb nodded in the darkness. The motion made him lightheaded, but he kept his feet. That sensation of fingers still roamed his back, crawling along his shoulders and tickling his nape above the collar of his tunic. Patting at his scalp through his rough-cut hair. When his pace flagged, he felt them pushing him onward, always whispering. Were he not so exhausted, he might have been afraid. Eventually the darkness ahead began to thin. He saw Lark in silhouette, then clearly as an opening loomed ahead of them, a chamber illuminated by a faint greenish glow. She sped up and he stumbled into a jog, wincing as each step shot a fiery branch across his vision. The whispers swelled until, right at the threshold, those tiny hands suddenly gripped him from scalp to heels. Startled, Cobb planted his feet on the hissing path and felt their grip flex like a composite muscle, ready to yank him back screaming into the dark. But Lark had his arm in both hands and pulled, her teeth bared whitely against her dark skin, her boots braced on the edge of the doorway, and the blackness peeled from him with a noise like tearing parchment. He stumbled forward and nearly fell over her, but she was ready for it and moved with him. His feet touched green-lit ground. The whispering ceased. Almost too late, she said as she stepped back, still holding onto his arms but looking past him. Her face scrunched up in thought. Strange, it didn't try very hard. I don't call that trying hard? Cobb said, panting. He felt like he had fallen onto a colony of stinging ants. He shook free of her hands and pushed up his sleeve, not surprised to see dozens of marks on the back of his upper arm as if from small pinching fingers. Lark planted her hands on her hips. If they were trying hard, it would have taken 10 of us to pull you out, if we didn't get yanked in with you. I'm surprised it didn't do that sooner. We were in there too long. Cobb looked over his shoulder to where they had exited, and stared. It was a wall. No door, just smooth gray wall. I don't think I want to know, he said, and glanced around the room. They had emerged into an odd chamber, roughly circular, with irregular protrusions jutting from the walls. Glass spheres embedded in the walls provided light via their swirling greenish-gold contents, casting strong shadows in the lee of those protrusions. A few shadowfolk watched Cobb and Lark from a distance, their faces weary, but aside from them, the room was empty. A single archway led out. Sure you do, Lark said, and clapped him on the shoulder. Just like I'm burning to ask about you. But come on, we shouldn't linger. Still got some distance to cover. I don't. Just ask. Say, where are we? Cobb sighed heavily. His skull was down to a dull throb and the pinches just ached a little, but he was tired, so tired he thought he could curl up and fall asleep right here, whispering things or not. Looking exasperated, Lark grabbed him by the arm and towed him toward the arch. Where we are is in the goblin depths, she said. They've made safe rooms for us so we don't have to travel all the way to Ile-Rien to escape. What we were on is called an iron bridge. They go direct from shadow to shadow. It just takes some work. Beyond the chamber was a corridor, its low ceiling striped down the center with an endless row of metal rungs. Green glowing spheres studded the walls and the occasional hole opened in the ceiling. They looked big enough for Cobb's head but not his shoulders. He glanced up one and saw it extend away into darkness, another row of rungs running up the inside. We're deep underground, she continued as they followed the curve and slight slope of the corridor. And I mean deep. The goblins live down here. They've got whole cities in the caverns. I'm not sure how Baller doesn't just fall in on them, but they know what they're doing, I guess. Thought you were friends with them, Cobb mumbled. Something about her chatter struck him as strange, too quick, too automatic, like a wall of noise, but he could not focus. I know their tongue, I know they're diplomats and the ones they've assigned to work with us. But nobody's allowed in their cities. Completely off limits. And we don't ask about their work anymore, we just let them do what they think is best. Diplomats, Cobb thought dazedly. Monster diplomats. They do all this by themselves, Lark continued, gesturing around. Tunnels, vents, lights. They have their own guards too. Weird things. You ever heard of metal elementals? Cobb stumbled, then stopped in his tracks. Lark took a few more steps then looked back in puzzlement. Metal elementals, he repeated slowly, aware of the sudden sweat that had sprung up on his brow. Yeah. What? Live in metal that shapes itself into people? You know them? He knew them. They were another echo from his mountainous childhood. Carrion was known for several things: its marble quarries, its goats, its stubborn high country populace and weak-willed, money-grubbing low-countrymen, but it was legendary for its non-humans. The Murii, the Silver Ones. A race of warriors, tall, graceful and deadly, formed entirely of metal. Long ago they had withdrawn into their stone cities, and by imperial order they had been declared a myth, but all children of Carrion knew of them. The high country cults worshipped them. There's some here? Why the goblins? Yeah, Lark said, her dark brows crinkled. Something wrong? No, he could not tell her about the sudden flood of nostalgia and hate. The Murii had not come to his father's aid, nor to anyone's. Carrion was imperial now because the Murii were dead in their tomb cities. If they weren't, they should be. It's fine, go on, he said, and let himself be towed again. Immediately she picked up the thread of her chatter, but he tuned it out. He did not want to know about the darkness or the shadow cult or whatever Ile-Rien was. He just wanted to climb back to the surface, have a nap, and move on. Ile-Rien. Ile-Rien was in the tavern. He blinked. That was right, he had no recollection of arriving here. One moment Ile-Rien was in his face and the next he had been running through the darkness, covered in blood. There was an ocean. Wreckage. Trees and rocks in the water. No. Just my imagination. Some weird sort of dream. What happened in the tavern? He said through the stream of Lark's monologue. She fell silent, for a moment just pulling him alone. Then she glanced back, her expression drawn tight. You don't know? I was in the booth, and now I'm here. Her eyes widened. Shadow's heart, are you serious? You don't remember any of it? No. I saw my friend. I dunno what I saw. What happened? So she told him. Cobb yanked his hand from hers after the first mention of black armor, but he did not stop walking. She dropped back beside him, watching his face, but he kept his eyes on the path as she described the fight, Darylyn's blade, Darylyn's injuries, his own. The mages, the roar. By the time she reached the end, he was shaking his head methodically as if he could dislodge everything he had just heard. Didn't happen, he muttered. It did, she said, and prodded him in the side. Look, that's all your blood. You beat down soldiers and blew up a mage. Didn't happen. All right, you stubborn ass, what did happen? There was a fight. You dragged me out. That's all. Someone else bled on me. Look, I know you're an imperialist, but there's... Shut up, Dot. Obviously something going on inside you somehow, Anne. Shut up. It's a lot more dark than us. He rounded on her and she leapt back, bringing her hands up defensively. Her expression was strange. Frustration, fear, pity. His hands fisted at his sides, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay still, though his shoulders shook with the effort of restraint. He hated everything suddenly. This strange place, the city, the empire, himself, and whatever it was that lurked inside him. He knew she was right, had known it for too long, but saying it was more than he could stand. After a moment in tableau, she lowered her hand slightly, her fine brows drawn down and her face tense. All right, we won't talk about that, though you're passing up a great opportunity to work with us. I mean, the ability to rend magic, but no. We'll just go topside and find Jasper and you can be on your way. Cobb let out the breath he had been holding. It did not diminish the miserable anger or the headache, but he knew he should behave. All right, he mumbled, and nodded for her to lead. She slipped ahead with a last wary look at him, and they started moving again. Exhaustion weighed on him. Soon he was trailing behind and wondering just how far down they had to be to have walked this far. The shadow bloods from the chamber had not followed them up, and no other footsteps echoed along the spiraling passage. They were alone underground. After some time, Lark said, "We'll pass the windows soon. Don't go climbing out or anything." "We're at the surface?" "No. Not yet." Cobb frowned and hustled to catch up. Getting out of here would do great things for his mood, but her comment puzzled him. Who puts a Peking window underground? Goblins. Are they stupid? Coming from an Imperial. Stop calling me that. Now you're denying it? If you're gonna keep calling me that, I'm gonna call you a cultist. It's scary if that's all your little mind can handle. Imperial. Cultist, cultist, cultist. You know, you're like a little boy. Cultist, 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 cull. He stopped abruptly as Lark planted herself in front of a huge irregular gap in the wall of the curving passageway. The window. The mossy light from the spheres did nothing to dispel the blackness beyond. Well, come on, she said, challenging him with a look. Come over and tell me how stupid goblins are. Cobb drifted over warily, but that wariness dispersed at his first glimpse of the lights below. He moved to the edge and peered down, fascinated. The window at which they stood hung near the top of a massive subterranean cavern, its ceiling an inverted forest of stalactites and its floor glittering with water and wet stone. And structures. Glowing domes carpeted the ground like soap bubbles on black velvet, in all sizes and hues. From this distance Cobb could not tell if the glow came from the domes themselves or from their contents. Tiny lights zigzagged up the larger stalactites as if illuminating paths, and against the glow he dimly saw the silhouettes of bridges and hanging ladders, ropes and chains and dangling cages. Small shapes moved among them, some with pin-spot lanterns and some only visible when they passed before a light. Poking his head through the gap, Cobb caught faint noises from below, rhythmic whirs and clanks that brought to mind the siege engines at Savannah. Directly under the window, though perilously far down, was a huge, radiant peach-colored dome with a black skeleton of bracework marring its light. Under construction, he guessed. A channel of water flowed beneath it, in one direction and out another, and when he squinted he could just see huge cords trailing from it toward the nearby domes. He had no idea what to make of it. So we can't go down there? He said, trying to gauge the length of the drop. Nope. Not allowed. Why not? They'd eat us. Ah. So they're goblins after all. She smacked his shoulder and he looked over, annoyed. The ugly anger on her face startled him. "You say one more nasty thing about them and I'll push you over the edge myself," she said, jabbing a finger in his face. He leaned away, the edge of the window pressing against his hip, and pushed her finger aside with one hand. "But why set it yourself? They'll eat us. Like the ferals. It's practicality. Any civilization would execute invaders, and since they don't get a whole lot of meat down here. What'd you do, feed them your enemies?" Her face went flat and hard. He braced himself, ready for her to lunge, but instead she whirled around and stalked up the tunnel. Surprised, Cobb lowered his arm and watched her go. The drop at his back did not bother him, he was used to heights. Nor did the idea of a fight distress him, even if it was with a girl. But to have the enemy just walk away. "Hoy!" He called and ran after her, sparing only a brief last glance for the Undercity. She kept walking even as he closed the distance. "Hoy, Lark," he said, trying to bring his own temper down as he grabbed for her arm. "All I mean's that they're not so nicin'." Her hand connected with his face and he recoiled, eyes watering. He had never been slapped before. It was such a surprise that he did not even think of striking back. Her face had contorted again, but this time he realized that she was not just angry. She was trying not to cry. "I don't know why I saved you," she said, her voice unsteady. "You're not helpful, you're not even nice. You're an imperialist asshole and you're the reason they killed my friends. And I'm trying to help you but you just can't keep your mouth shut. We don't want anyone to die, we never have. We don't even want to kill the Imperials, alright? We bribed them to stay away. But somehow they want you more than they want money, and they even have a hunter with them, an Imperial abomination, and now people are dead. So shut up, just shut up about everything, you ignorant little prick." And then she burst into tears. Cobb stared, aghast. The last time he had seen a woman cry had been his mother, 9 years ago. It felt like a knife in the chest. He was not even sure what she meant by abomination. She covered her face with her hands but that only muffled the sounds, made them worse, and in the dim-lit tunnel they seemed to echo in all directions. Cautiously he clasped her shoulder. She smacked his arm and recoiled the first time, the second time she punched him in the chest. It hurt, but the third time she reluctantly let him steer her onward, though she turned her face away. They walked for a while like that, with his hand just barely on her shoulder, until she finally shrugged it off and walked on her own. "I'm sorry about your friends," he said as she pulled ahead again, remembering his callous thoughts in the tavern. "Don't talk to me." Cobb nodded and shut his mouth, and wished he had never come here. Chapter 9, Underground. Hunter Trevere led the way down, slowly but not slowly enough for Lieutenant Saravi's preference. That the hunter had done this before was obvious in the careful way he inspected the archways and the chamber floors, in the lightness of his footsteps, in the silent hand signals he gave to the Ogrican mage to direct the bobbing wisps. Yet Saravi would rather have torn apart the chambers crate by crate, hauled anything useful back up, and retreated as soon as they spotted any sign of defense. He wanted the rooms flooded with lights, while Trevere ventured forth with only a few wisps hovering over his head, leaving the soldiers anxious and half-lit in the hallways. They had already been through what would have amounted to a block-long storage complex above ground. Crates, barrels, boxes stacked high toward the smooth ceilings, positioned in long narrow rows that crimped visibility and brought on the claustrophobic certainty that at any moment the boxes might start falling. Chamber after chamber filled to the brim with them, with sledges in the aisles waiting to be loaded and the occasional ramp or ladder leading up into the street-level buildings, and strange code-like dents at shoulder level on each archway. No light sources but for the mage's wisps. No shadow cult presence but for the foreign-looking charcoal marks on all the crates and boxes. No dust. No noise from ahead. No blood trails, though Trevere was undoubtedly tracking something. At the forefront of his soldiers, Lieutenant Saravi had the best view of the hunter, though that came with the necessity of standing next to the stinking mage. Now and then, Trevere would pause in his careful creep and sniff the air. At any branch in the long featureless hallways, he would do the same, and select his path with the precision of a hound. It chilled Saravi's blood. This whole place did. There were the walls, striated stone, dark gray with threads of rust and ochre, unmarred by chisels or seams. Smooth, as if worn by water. They reminded him of the aqueducts outside of Canrodi, the ones the Canrodians themselves had destroyed when the Crimson Army advanced upon them, to keep the troops from using their channels to march straight into the city. Those two seemed to have been formed rather than built, though they had been as red as the rocks of Varaku from which they stretched. Sorcery, he guessed. And where there was sorcery, there would be traps. His men were not happy to be here, but they did not argue. The city guards had argued until he had threatened them with Verki eye. The Ogrican mage, most obliging, had grinned his horrible tusky grin at them and they had quieted down, though Saravi still caught their mutters from the back of the ranks. None of us should be here. This is beyond our power. Another chamber crossed, another beckoned from Trevere on the far side. Reluctantly Lieutenant Saravi led the way through the mountains of crates, trying to steel himself for ambush. A blizzard of poisoned bolts, perhaps, or nothing. An easy crossing. He joined Trevere in the newest doorway, the lights hanging over their heads, and stared down. The scent goes this way, Trevere said. It was a staircase descending endlessly into blackness. Just the sight of it made Saravi's mouth go dry. They had come far already, and to descend into those depths without knowing if they could make it back up. He did not intend to die in the bowels of the earth. But Trevere was already heading down, his hand raised to keep the others from following, and one of the magewists spiraled down before him to search out the darkness. Down and down and down to a new chamber far below. A new chamber filled with crates. "Pike me, it never ends," muttered one of the soldiers peeking around the archway. This would be why the city guards prefer the bribes from the cultists over the bounty rewards from the Empire, Saravi thought. It could take weeks to find them. Then Trevere beckoned, and Saravi reluctantly followed. No threats, no alarms. He could not help the feeling that they were being lured down the gullet of some great trap, but what it might be, he could not fathom. There were no shadow cult enclaves in the imperial heartlands where he came from. The Silent Circle and the White Flame had long ago scoured them out, and beyond a few thefts and some rabble-rousing, the cult had made no move against the army here in Ile-Rien. The camps were warded against them, and the army had better things to do than chase around a bunch of thieves. Saravi had never fought them before. Know your enemy. That was impossible here, and it distressed him more than the darkness. The new storage chamber at the bottom was the same as the others. His men filed down behind him, at once bored and uneasy, a bad combination. Trevere slunk ahead again, straight on, and though Saravi was relieved that they would not have to navigate a new labyrinth of crate walls, this was getting ridiculous. "Keep sharp," he told his men and paced after the hunter, grimacing at the hard sounds his boots made on the strange floor. "Close now," Trevere said as Saravi drew up behind him. "The scent is thick." Saravi sniffed the air but caught nothing but dry wood, distant sewage and faint, unfamiliar spices. He squinted past Trevere into the new corridor. It was short, sloped, and ended at yet another chamber, though from here it seemed markedly smaller than the others and devoid of crates, with a metal wall on the far side. "Is he there?" Saravi asked, pitching his voice low. It did not look likely. There or beyond the gate. Either way, he's close. Saravi frowned, but nodded. He set one hand on the hilt of his sword and looked back at the mages, gesturing for them to send in their lights. Two wisps flickered by to bob down the hall, and Trevere followed them immediately, half-crouched and with such a silent, cat-like tread that Saravi wondered why the hunter had not simply gone alone. The answer, of course, was that Trevere's quarry could smack him across the room with the ease of a man swatting a fly. He watched as the hunter reached the end of the corridor and knelt down, then leaned out ever so slightly. A long moment of no movement, then he beckoned. With the men at his heels, Saravi approached, eyeing the room warily over Trevere's head. The closer he drew, the less he liked it. The metal wall was not a wall but a solid, ceiling-mounted gate that bisected what was likely a circular room. In the visible half-circle stood two man-sized figures, one at each edge of the gate, a knight in dull iron plate and a masked gladiator in coppery southern-style splint mail. The knight bore a long sword, its hands overlaid on the pommel. The gladiator held two shorter blades, both copper, crossed down. Neither moved. Statues, Trevere hissed. Saravi blinked. Yes, on second glance, he could tell they were not men. The gladiator's forearms were bare beneath carved bracers and they too were copper. Fantastically detailed copper, the muscles standing out as if alive, but metal nevertheless. Through the eye holes of the mask and the knight's helm, he saw no eyes but only more metal. Still, his heart was racing. He did not trust this. He jerked back when Trevere rose abruptly, and the hunter gave a derisive snort before crossing the threshold. Saravi realized that he had been crouched at the edge of a grooved strip of metal in the floor, one that ran up both sides of the entryway. Looking up, he saw the tines of a withdrawn dropgate just barely recessed into the ceiling. "Hunter, this is not a good idea," he said. But Trevere was already across the room, sniffing at the gate. Saravi shot a look between the two statues, then stepped across the threshold. When nothing happened, he moved in fully. As he had assumed, the room was a half-circle. In the center of the floor was a grating no bigger than a man's fist, and in the ceiling directly above it was a larger opening, perhaps a foot in diameter and just out of arm's reach. No other details marred the chamber. Mages. "I need this gate opened," said Trevere as he dug his gloved fingers at the bottom of the metal wall. "It's inset in the floor." "All in," said Saravi, and moved out of the way as his soldiers poured in to let the mages through. The wisp lights bobbed up to the ceiling, shedding their stark radiance over everything, and in that glow he saw the strain on the soldiers' faces, the gray around their eyes, the clenched jaws, the specks of sweat. The two mages slipped in, followed by the injured men and the rearguards, who fanned out cautiously along the curved wall. Behind them, still in the corridor, lingered the city guards. Saravi eyed them as the mages slipped past him to approach the metal gate. Their commanding officer was not at the front. Two younger green-clad guards stood there, pale beneath their deep tans, their hands clasped restlessly on the hilts of their swords. "I said all in," Saravi told them. They avoided his eyes. "We'll not go any further, Lieutenant," came the officer's gruff voice from somewhere back among the press. "Bad enough we've come this far. You'll not budge any of my boys into that room." Saravi ground his teeth, but had no energy for argument. He looked back to the mages, who were scribing arcane sigils on the metal wall with their chalks. "Verkii," he called, "send one of your lights back into the tunnel." Then he noticed Trevere, and the rag he was pulling out from behind the base of the knight statue. The bloody rag. The look of horror on Trevere's face told him all. Something clicked in the wall above the entry. "Send the light," he shouted, and grabbed the two front guards by their tabards. Surprised, they did not resist, and he yanked them into the room just as a solid metal plate dropped like a portcullis from above, slamming into place and blocking off the corridor. The sound of metal on metal reverberated horribly through the room. A moment later, a wisp light bounced off the plate like a moth from glass. "I need this door open right now," Saravi said as he shoved the guards aside and went down on one knee at the edge. Its bottom was sunk into the floor with no place to grip. Jigen said, "I'll just Saravi looked back to see shards of red light falling from around the young mage, the remains of his physical ward, shattered by a copper sword. Shocked, Jigen stood stock-still as the metallic figure of the gladiator brought its other blade to bear. Saravi's men were in motion, but it was already too late. The weapon descended and no other ward sprang to meet it. Bone crunched sickeningly beneath the strike, and Jigen was driven down, convulsing, one eye rolling madly next to the red concave of his brow. A moment later a soldier hit the copper gladiator's shoulder first, a desperation tackle, but the creature did not budge, only tilted its masked head and turned its swords toward the soldier. Then the others were upon it, hacking furiously, and Saravi lurched to his feet and drew his heirloom sword. He glanced from the copper monstrosity to the dying mage, to Verkii backing up rapidly from the wall and cursing in his guttural tongue, to Trevere on his feet now with his seething red blade drawn and the Iron Knight come to life as well. "Pikes," he whispered, then strode for the gladiator. "Protect Verkii." The soldiers' swords impacted the copper monster, but the dents they made filled in immediately, and as if in response, the metallic creature's own weapons twisted like snakes to jab through the ranks, its armor erupting with spikes. Ours are regulation blades, unenchanted, Saravi realized. No common soldier owned anything of magic and most would not touch the stuff even if they were offered. "Down swords, up shields!" he shouted. Unengaged move toward the entry. He pressed forward and the soldiers peeled out of his way automatically, responding to his voice and the helm's red crest. Trapped in the small room with dark monsters, they were already halfway to panic, but they were well trained. The hilt of the eagle-headed heirloom blade made Saravi's hand tingle through the gauntlet. It was not Trevere's terrible weapon nor mage enchanted, but time and faith had imbued it with the will of 15 generations of House Saravi soldiers, conquerors, even the pagan spiritists. It had served as an anchor to him throughout his exile, and he did not fear to test it against the dark. Another step closer and the gladiator turned its masked face toward him, spikes protruding from every inch of it, some bloodied. The blades arched up to greet him. Then there were men with shields at his side, moving to block for him. Tall cavalry shields, he was glad he had ordered them brought along. The copper monster did not stagger as it was shield-struck, and its material immediately began to flow around the stricture, but it gave him a chance. Saravi stabbed for the metal in between the shields, and the blade went in. Not far. Not well. Like striking hardwood. Still he saw the creature flinch and pull back, and another shieldman hit it from the other side. Saravi struck again toward what seemed to be its neck, not that it mattered. The first gouge stood open, showing him that the creature was solid copper. This time the impact cut a divot from its metallic throat. A snake-like blade shot toward him from the gap between shields and he leapt back, feet braced like a fencer. This was not the way the heirloom sword was used, slightly curved. It was meant to hack, to behead or dismember, not to pierce. But any form in a crisis. Slicing down with the edge, he managed to cut off a good length of that stabbing appendage, and it hit the ground and started wiggling toward the drain. Another stab, another minor gouge cut into its mask and the blank face beneath. A soldier cried out as a spike got past his guard. This was not going well. "Heave!" Saravi shouted. Another shieldman added his weight to the press, and soldiers without shields rushed in to help. Stepping back into a crouch, Saravi jabbed at the thing's legs, gritting his teeth. It would be too easy to stab his own men like this. A thrust, a twist, and a large chunk of copper fell free from one calf. The thing teetered, one foot coming free from the floor. He hacked a divot from the opposite heel. Metal tore, then buckled. The thing collapsed. The soldiers went down with it, all their weight on their shields, and beneath the pile a man squalled horribly. "Get him out!" Saravi barked. "Keep it down!" The shieldmen shifted and it lurched, but Saravi stabbed between them, drawing a gouge down its center. It seemed to flinch from the blade, giving the men enough time to place themselves, a shield across each arm, across each leg, one balanced precariously on its flattening head. It was changing shape, losing its faux humanity, but slowly, Saravi saw its limbs separating into thick tendrils, but they were still compressed beneath the shields. The shieldmen managed to shift the copper mass enough for the fallen soldier to be pulled free. The sergeant, Benson, and Saravi sliced apart the metal strands that tried to keep him. Benson's leg looked crushed, with shards of copper sticking from the skin, his face gray as his fellows dragged him away. Piece by piece, Saravi hacked at the thing, heedless of the sweat stinging his eyes and deaf to his own curses. After one strike he lifted the heirloom blade enough to see that the tip had blunted, the beveled edges flattened by his blows. It made him feel something he did not want to acknowledge. He layered anger over it and laid into the monster all the harder. But soon its change had completed. Like a nest of snakes, the copper creature unraveled beneath them, each separate tendril writhing toward the drain at the center of the room. The men stomped and struck with swords and shield edges, but it was like hitting metal bars, and as they dispersed, Saravi just stepped back and glanced over the scene. On the other side of the room, Trevere stood amid the ruins of the Iron Knight, its sword in pieces, its gauntlet arms the same. Droplets of iron boiled up from the huge gash in the center of its armored chest, defiant of gravity, to beat along and dissolve into the pulsing red blade. The hunter's head was bowed, his shoulders heaving, the back of his nondescript tunic was in bloody tatters, and the red-streaked flesh beneath it looked gray and wriggling. Saravi looked away before his stomach could revolt. The last of the copper snakes disappeared down the drain, and his men gathered around it at a safe distance, poking with their swords and staring, their faces frightened, fascinated. 3, 2, 1. Their eyes closed in unison, then opened. Blank. He felt his own slide shut. There was nothing he could do to resist it. But he was better at shaking it off than most, and when it had gone, he felt steady. His pulse slowed in his throat. "Verkii," he said calmly. "We need the door we came through reopened." No response. He looked that way, toward where his men should have been guarding the mage, and saw that they had done as he ordered. Even the injured men were there, crowded 3 deep around the door and the ogrekin. But like the others, they had frozen in the aftershock, and amid them Verkii stared back at him with a strange, burning intensity. "What?" Saravi snapped, having run out of patience. "Haya caused this, Fadlos?" The ogrekin rumbled, passing his broad hand before one unresponsive soldier's face. "Higher in fire? Empire." "Yes." The ogrekin snarled, his lips drawing back to show the full span of yellowed teeth and tusks. Then, with a guttural word like gargling rocks, Verkii turned away and began scrawling his marks on the door. Saravi pressed fingertips to his temples. "Light bless me, this had best not constitute a breach of secrecy. It's not my fault we were assigned a foreigner." He moved to smack his men back into sensibility while the mage worked. The 2 city guards were huddled against the wall, staring at the frozen soldiers in horror. They would need to be mind-washed too, or word would get around. "It was a decoy," Trevere said behind him. Saravi did not look back. He still had his sword in hand and knew that if he was forced to face the accursed hunter, he would break the heirloom weapon on that bastard's red blade. "I think the goblin said it," the hunter continued. "That bitch's goblin. I caught a glimpse of it in the tavern, but this is definitely Cobb's blood. It carried this rag the whole way, then just vanished up that vent, but..." "Give your excuses to Jigen," Saravi said curtly. He felt the hunter's gaze concentrate at the base of his neck, and tensed himself. Then a nasty metallic shriek shot through the room, and he flinched and sensed Trevere do the same. Ahead, the dropgate rose slowly and noisily under the direction of Verkii's black-nailed hands. For a moment Saravi saw past his soldiers, past Verkii's voluminous orange mass, to the dark hall and the crowd of tiny black creatures that huddled atop the mangled forms of the city guards that had been trapped outside. Then, like insects scattering before torchlight, they vanished back into the darkness. A reek of blood and entrails rolled out from the corridor, but beneath that was something worse. Something Saravi had only caught a whiff of in the tavern, that hollow, cavernous emptiness. Pure darkness. Then it was gone and there was just the blood and shit, and the shouts of horror from the stirring men. And the grating sound of the great door behind them. He looked back just once. The spikes at the bottom of the door had disengaged from the floor, showing dozens of plated metal feet beyond them, and from the drain in the center of the room, the copper snakes rose en masse. "Move!" Saravi roared, and slapped the flat of his sword against the helm of the nearest frozen soldier. The man shook his head as if awaking from a dream. His eyes popped wide, then Saravi slapped him with it again, on the shoulder. "Watch your step and do not stop for anything. Verkii, keep lights on all of us at all times. Move. All you idiots, move." Someone cursed, someone else made a throttled sound near puking. "Go!" he shouted at them. "Drag your comrades, leave the dead. Go, go, go." Like half-stunned animals, they started to move. He helped them. Trevere was very close, the cursed red blade like a hot poker all too near his side. It was alive, only barely restrained by the hand that held it, and even as he hauled another nauseated boy toward the exit, he was sure he would feel it pierce him. Then the last man was through and he followed them, fast despite the blood-slick floor, gauntlets slapping the walls, the evil blade in pursuit. They ran. The twisting tunnel took Cobb and Lark past the Undercity twice more. They did not pause long, all too ready to be rid of each other, but Cobb knew the memory of those views would stay with him. The fantastic glow amid the deep darkness, the sense of secret life. He wanted to keep them as images. Dreams. Unexamined, simply admired. After the windows were gone, they passed intersections. Not many, and most of the side passages were unlit, but Cobb had to wonder how much of Baller was underlain by them. Where did all the tunnels lead? Sewers, basements, vaults? Their path ended abruptly in a small room with a ladder and a ceiling hatch. Lark went up first, and Cobb found to his red-faced relief that she wore leggings under her skirt. He ducked his head and cleared his throat and fidgeted while she wrestled with the hatch, then clambered after her to peek over the edge. Crates. Crates all around. "Come on," Lark said, tapping her foot impatiently. Cobb heaved up and looked around as Lark lowered the hatch and kicked a roll of burlap over it. The greenish light from the tunnel disappeared, leaving them in the pitch dark. "I don't think this. Come on, this way." Her hand fumbled for his wrist, then clamped on. He heard her feel around at the edges of the crates for a moment, then she gave a sound of satisfaction and tugged him forward purposefully. "I can't see a blasted thing." "Shush. You'll be fine, Dot." He kept his mouth shut and followed blindly, the weight of the mountains of crates almost tangible around them. Their footfalls were soft scratches in the darkness. He felt like a grig, a vermin animal creeping around a warehouse in search of scraps. "Where the pike are." "Shoo." Her tug on his arm angled down, and he crouched obediently, puzzled. He heard her sip a short breath, then go silent. He held his breath too and tried to hear past the residual ache in his skull. A sound. Metal on stone, fast, sharp, echoing faintly through the cavernous underground storehouse. Beneath its staccato, the constant faint jingle of chainmail. Then light. Nothing nearby, just enough to show him the outlines of the barrels they crouched behind. One flash, then a second. A brief intensification of the sounds, a sudden rushing horde reverberating through the cavern. Then another flash, and the slow fade of the noise. In the distance, the sharp crack of an order, the words blurred by echoes. Lark hissed out through her teeth. "Shadow's heart, I can't believe they came down H." The pressure in his skull arced up again. He tried to clap his hand over her mouth and got her nose instead. She grabbed his arm and swore at him, but he found her mouth that time, and though she bit him, at least she did it quietly. There was something else in the dark. Something silent. In his mind's eye he saw the red sigils lighting one by one up the length of that black blade. His heart lodged in his throat. Twin pin spots of pain burned at his brow and Lark stilled in his grip, hands still clutching his wrists but finally sensing his fear. "Dar-Elan. Right there in the dark, listening for me." A faint sound. Footstep? Inhalation? Lark's hand left his wrist then and latched onto his leg. He flinched, and was even more surprised when she slid her fingers down his calf into his boot. Suddenly it was difficult to concentrate on the invisible, silent enemy approaching through the dark. She felt around in there for a moment and he thought intensely about kicking her away, but then her fingers stopped on something that felt like a stone, something that had been there long enough that he had begun to ignore it. She pulled it out and his hand followed hers, feeling the elegant length of her fingers and the object. An irregular glass sphere with a twist of metal. Kieri Shivan, she hissed, and it was snatched from their fingers by a swift, tittering rush. A moment later, their silent stalkers swore viciously and the red light ripped into true being. Cobb cringed behind the barrels, pain like a fractured web all across his skull, but the glow came no closer. It cut the air a few times, furiously, then the whispers rose like a wave from the blackness. A shriek of outrage, chillingly inhuman. Another slash of red light. Then the sound of fleeing footsteps and a high, hideous chorus of childlike laughter, moving away. Throne, what was that? Cobb whispered, the words thick in his throat. Lark punched him in the shoulder, hard. No invoking the throne, you. Fine. But what? Ayats. The little shadows. They make the iron bridges. How? I saw you put the Ayatakri in your boot. Ayat gift, that glass thing. This is why we make them, to call the little shadows. Now come on, we've got to get out of here before the Imperial comes back. She had him by the wrist again. He had no idea how she navigated in the pitch black, but he stood when she tugged at him, and followed along in short-breathed silence. The ache was ebbing, the fear fading, but he wanted out. Out of all of this. A ramp. A door, unseen in the dark. A hallway, brick-walled and also dark, with tiles underfoot. Another door into a small room with shuttered windows, moonlight slitting through to illuminate the squat shape of an oven and hanging pans, a kitchen. Another door, opening into an alley. Cobb took a big gulp of outside air. It tasted of smoke and local sewage, but more so of freedom. He had never thought he would be claustrophobic, but after all that darkness, it was a blessing to be outside. Come on, Lark said, still tugging on his arm. Safe house this way. They were no longer in the Shadowland. The mosaics on the less crumbled walls were fish and lizards and wading birds. A few lights gleamed through shutters, but no one was on the street here. Through another alley, up a new road, Lark still navigating by the stars for all Cobb could tell. Then they came out onto a new street and he glimpsed a city gate in the distance, and looked around wildly for that white painted inn. It was nowhere to be seen. Life still lingered here, a few taverns open, some evening traffic, and half of the city gate stood wide, but it was not where he wanted to be. As Lark dragged him across the street, a cart rumbled up behind them. He turned his head, and his eyes met the driver's. White King, Lark heard a man say. Cobb collapsed, almost bringing her down too. She gasped and went into a crouch beside him. His eyes were open, but only the white showed, twitching back and forth in their sockets as if in the grip of some violent nightmare. Oh Mordwi, she whispered, and grabbed his arm and belt, meaning to at least drag him off the road. Then the cart rattled to a stop beside them. She looked up and snapped out a knife as a man swung off the carter's bench. He was not Jasper, she would have known him, but a short fellow in a coat and cloak, the mother moon's silver light stealing the red from his unruly hair. His face, sharply vulpine, was unmistakably Corvish. I don't think so, he said as she raised the knife to throw. He swept his hand at her and suddenly she was flying, light as a feather until she struck the stucco wall across the street. The breath fled her lungs at the impact. For a moment she was pressed there as if by a giant thumb, and she saw the man staring at her over his pointed fingers, the indifferent horse behind him and Cobb still twitching at his feet. Then his hand fell and so did she, dropping into the walled garden of the house she had hit. She coughed in the dirt and struggled up, bruised and tangled in broken weeds. By the time she hoisted herself over the wall, the man had slung Cobb into the back of the cart and was on the bench again. She swung one leg over, but he already had the reins. A snap of them and he was on his way. A familiar gray shape skittered along the wall to her, churring its distress. Still coughing, she looked to the goblin as it patted her cheek with long, spindly fingers. Rien, she said roughly, then jerked her head after the cart. Catch them. Y.S. He leapt off and scampered after, quick as a cat and easily mistaken for one in the dull light. Eyes watering more from humiliation than pain, she watched him chase the cart out silently through the city gate. Chapter 10 reports. It did not take Lark long to reach her destination, though her legs ached and her ego stung from the one-sided fight. The safe house was nondescript, unmarked, just another shuttered-up former home. She swung up onto the garden wall, grabbed the edge of the second-floor balcony and pulled herself over the rail. No ladder. The place had to look unoccupied. Inside, thin blades of moonlight cut lines in the darkness. She navigated by memory more than sight. This front room was as it had been when it was abandoned, the furniture now dark broken hulks, the whole place smelling of dust and rot. No Griggs, at least the biting, lizard-like vermin birds that infested the drylands. The Ayats kept them away. Down the stairs and through a beaded curtain that was now mostly strings, into a short hallway. First archway on the left was what had once been a bedroom, now bare but for the pile of old straw and rags that had been the bed. That mess lay on top of a broad rug, and Lark hauled up one edge of it, then hooked her foot in the ring of the hatch door beneath. Pulling that up, she struggled for a moment with the weight, then stepped down carefully to the rungs below. The shrine beneath the house was small, no more than a hideaway, uncomfortably enclosed and windowless but not dark. Eye-shaped lights spangled the walls, cast from the slitted screen that stood around the 3 low votive candles on the offering table, the tiny room's only furnishing. Kade knelt before it, Ayats draping his head and shoulders like a spiky hooded cloak, all rustling and whispering in their tiny voices. They turned myriad black bead eyes to Lark as she approached. "The boy. He's not with you," said Kade, not raising his head. The minimal light carved the scars even deeper into his age-worn face, and he looked tired, angry, but those emotions did not carry over into his voice. It was important to stay calm when communing with the shadows, no matter what. Lark pressed her hands over her heart and bowed slightly toward the offering table, and at the show of deference the Ayat ceased to stare at her. "No. I'm sorry," she said. "A mage came. Imperial or some third party, I don't know. There was nothing I could do." "A single mage?" "Yes. No soldiers or anything. He just activated some kind of mentalist trigger, I think, then used magic to cast me away. Didn't seem to care about my involvement. Rian's after him, so maybe he'll manage to report." Kade sighed roughly but did not raise his head. On the offering plate before him, a larger Ayat stood inspecting the big chunk of garnet he had sacrificed. Occasionally it chattered to its fellows in their unintelligible tongue. Lark settled cross-legged on the stone floor and clasped her hands in her lap. She had sat here many times, watching Kade perform the rituals and wondering when it would be her turn to take up the reins of the Kai. Not that she was eager to take Kade's place, though she knew he had tried to groom her for it. He wanted the Kai to stay in the hands of unbloods, to serve the business interests instead of those of the family, and had picked her out from the other potential successors because of her connection to the goblins, and despite her age and relatively brief membership. But though she had memorized every rite he taught her and all the codes of shadow law, though she had brokered mutually beneficial deals with the goblins and overseen several successful prisoner exchanges, though she had been vital in holding the locals in check, particularly the southern diaspora during the Crimson Army's pass-through, she could not seem to please him. The unblood she had displaced as his successor supported her. He ran the protection squads in the Baller Shadowland now, and Lark could tell he was relieved to not have to deal with outsiders anymore. The rest of the dedicated Bakai staff seemed to respect her. She did not know what she was doing wrong. And now she had lost them a possible asset. "What do we do?" she said. "The Regency is debating a kill order on the Imperial threat, so we wait for their word before we act." That's not good, she thought. The Regency ruled in the Shadow God's absence, and as he was usually absent, that made them the de facto governing body of the Carry. They were the family side, the God's most powerful daughters, and no one went against them. "Carefully," she said, "I saw the Imperials in the lower depths, though. Had to use an Ayatakri to chase them away. If they've already invaded that far." Kade shook his head and flicked a shadow creature from his brow. The spiky black thing tumbled down to mesh with its companions at his shoulder. "Lured by a goblin, or so I heard." I need you to tell the goblins that we do not want further conflict. The goblins may consider the depths to be their territory, but that does not permit them to orchestrate a massacre. Lark's hands twitched, then clutched together in her lap. For a moment she saw again the frenzied assault on the tavern, the tearing down of the curtains to prevent shadow getaways, the blood-stained flash of crimson swords. They had violated the deal, a deal she had helped to craft alongside the Crimson's Ile-Rien representative, the Houndmaster. Mutual non-interference. So they had deserved the trap she had set. It had been easy to mop some of the blood off of blank-eyed Cobb after they hauled him through the trapdoor, but before they entered the shadow path, he had been covered in it. Easy to send Rien down with the rag. Bitterness welled in her mouth at the thought that her quick decision put her at odds with the Regency, who sat safe and distant in Orechku. A massacre, she said tightly. Like the Imperials did? You know the danger of blood spilt in the shadows. We cannot risk awakening the hungry dark. The Ayats tore apart the guards who accompanied the Crimsons down. We'll have to pay blood price to the city for that. A fist clenched in her gut. Dimly she recalled seeing green behind the red in the tavern's doorway, city guardsmen. Barely participating in the raid, but not stopping it either. The carry paid them a good wage to stay out of shadow business, practically a one-to-one match for their city salaries, and expected certain concessions in return. Certain warnings and assistance. But likewise, the city guard and the rest of the city government expected the carry to behave like citizens. The Regency agreed. If her trap had caught guardsmen instead of Crimsons. It's the Imperials who riled them up, she said, trying to shake off the sick feeling. They came in and killed Shadowbloods. Of course the Ayats would be aggressive. Kair fixed Lark with one pale eye, scar-mapped face showing no sympathy from within its shroud of darkness. We are the custodians of the little shadows, he said coldly, not their apologists. It is our purpose, in Morgui's name, to see that they do not run amok, nor to give them cause for violence. And it is your purpose, in treating with the goblins and their allies, to make sure that they do not overstep their bounds in surface politics. We must hold the reins until the Regency or Morgui himself tells us to loose them. Swallowing down the lump in her throat, Lark nodded. What can I do until then? I have already arranged the trade. Our dead for the slain guards, what pieces we can retrieve. The Lord Governor understands that the Imperials are at fault in this. There will be no further trouble. From him. From the Regency, though. She shuddered at the thought of a visitation from the Office of Oversight. The Imperials won't be appeased, she said, not if the Houndmaster couldn't hold them back. And they have an abomination, Kair. Yes. I saw it. Surely the Regency can't object to killing him. Kair grunted and looked back to the offering bowl, where the big Ayat now appeared to be chewing on the garnet. We are authorized to kill any Imperial monster that enters our domain, yes. The benefit outweighs the sacrifice. But it is among the other Imperials. Unless we are given permission, we cannot risk killing them accidentally. Teeth gritted, Lark struggled not to see that vicious blade slicing through her bodyguards' faces like they were made of clay. This isn't one of their spies, Kair. This is a hunter. An abomination hunter. Whatever Cobb is, they want him badly enough to break all of our agreements and send a fully authorized monster straight at us. We can't let it get away. We can't keep cowering while those bastards spread their festering light everywhere. We are awaiting orders, not cowering. Dry your eyes and go speak with the goblins. Lark inhaled sharply and thought about spitting at him. Though he was the leader of the Kai and her mentor, he had never been a friend. When the Shadowfolk had moved into this territory decades ago to take advantage of the blossoming of the Atlantic cities, he had been one of the young toughs who threw in with them to fight the slaver cartels that had owned the streets. He considered people by their value to the organization, and the dead had no value. It was a mentality that the Regency encouraged. No vengeance, no high drama or passionate violence. Just business. Perhaps that was why she was failing. If there's a kill order, you'll tell me, right? She said, pushing to her feet. I want to be in on it. He regarded her briefly, then shook his head. You are our goblin liaison. We've got diplomats on both sides now. It'll be fine. Look, I'll go with a crossbow, take some of that trifolder stuff, and we can see if it works. He'll be dead, we'll have new information, all is well. Perhaps. Thanks. Don't let them talk your ears off. Kaer nodded from beneath his garment of shadows, and Lark headed for the ladder, already planning her strike team. She wanted all the Imperials dead, but one would have to be enough. Battered and exhausted, the soldiers mounted the steps of the city garrison. Lieutenant Saravi had led them up the first ramp to the surface they could find to an empty warehouse near the city wall, but since their exit onto the streets, Trevere had dogged him with smothered fury, demanding to go back down into the depths, insisting that he had caught the quarry's scent and just needed light. Saravi was not falling for it again. Now, as he herded his men up the steps past the night watchman, he heard Trevere's aggravated sigh behind him. We failed, the hunter groused. Saravi held his tongue. It would be un-imperial to say he was glad for it. Instead he turned and clutched Trevere's shoulder. The hunter lifted his head, eyes locking aggressively with Saravi's, despite their difference in height accentuated by the steps that cold, flat gaze forbade Saravi any sense of superiority. We will report and see what our orders are, Saravi said. And then you should rest. You've done more than any of us. Surprise touched Trevere's blood-smeared face, then a sort of petulance. I'm fine, he said, and tried to shrug Saravi's hand off, but Saravi had a firm grip and steered him up to the open door. A moment of resistance, then Trevere let himself be herded inside. The narrow entry room was empty, the door behind the front desk standing wide to show the crowded rally chamber beyond. A soldier held the door for them, and Saravi steered Trevere and then let him go when he shook away. He had other concerns now. The gathered men quieted, parting from his path as he moved for the split stairs on the far side. He mounted up to the halfway landing, then turned and took a quick head count, marking the men's sweat-stained faces as they removed their helms. The bobbing magelights cast an unpleasantly clinical glow upon them, but they were all there, all 16 he had gone down the ladder with, including Sergeant Benson with the crushed leg, still with his arms across the shoulders of his comrades, Vern and Wolfston, who had hauled him all the way here. He was gray-faced but focused, attentive. The Obrican mage Verkii leaned against a nearby wall, smothering a yawn with his huge hand. And there was Lancer Lynchard, coming out of the second-floor hall onto the balcony with several men in city livery, one in lavish civilian garb, and a mage in noxious green. The Lancer pulled up into an instant salute, and Saravi returned it, relieved. It seemed they had not been entirely betrayed. At ease, Saravi told the waiting men. Injured to the infirmary. Everyone else. Guard captain. If you would indicate which bunkrooms my men can occupy. One man on the balcony, a grizzled old fellow in the city's noxious olive livery, grunted and plodded down to stand beside Saravi. Rightward hall. Second, third, and fourth room, he said, pointing. Mess hall's in the rear, but the kitchen staff's gone for the night. And the infirmary, guard captain? Leftward hall, all the way back. Have to get someone to go roust the medic. Please do so. Saravi looked to his men. Eat if you can. Bed down as soon as possible. I want a magelight in every room, Verkii, and wards if you have the energy. 2 able men in the infirmary at least until the medic arrives. Vern, Wolfston, it looks like you've volunteered. Down in the crowd, the pair gave their yesers. Good. Expect mobilization in the morning. Dismissed. As the men scattered, Saravi turned to the others descending the stairs. 2 wore guard livery, the first a hulking, wide-jawed old soldier in ornate dressplate, the other whiplashleen with a narrow, pointed face, his armor light chain and leather heavily scarred by claws and teeth. Like an honor guard, they flanked the third man, a civilian in a coat of forest green velvet and broad pantaloons of gilt-stitched silk, burdened with jewels and rings and a pendulous gut, with a round, dark, doughy face and shrewd black eyes. His teeth, when he smiled, were capped in silver. "Lieutenant!" The civilian boomed with false heartiness, teeth gleaming in the mage light. "Such a short stay, and already I have heard so much of your exploits. Most bold, to assault the Carry in their very stronghold. Lordship. I hope our activities have not drawn you from bed," said Saravi neutrally. From tasseled slippers to soft velvet hat, he knew who this man must be. Lord Governor Mekos Badran, the city's ruling official. Ah, hardly. You must know by now that Baller never truly sleeps. Governor Badran offered his hand palm down, presenting his bearing knuckles as if for a liege's kiss. Aware of protocol, Saravi took it and bowed slightly over it, studiously ignoring the glitter of gemstones. "Yes, your lordship." "It is apparent." The Lord Governor's thumb pressed against the back of his hand, holding his grip. Saravi straightened warily. With a silver smile, the Lord Governor said, "Have you met my associates? Commander Tunner, in charge of my full garrison, and Houndmaster Keelath of your Imperial Crimson Army." Saravi's gaze flicked to the Houndmaster, marking again the green tabard but now noticing the small, lacquered red medallion of the Crimson Claw at his throat. Easy to tuck under the armor when one did not wish to be associated with the Empire. The Houndmaster gave him a flat smirk that he probably thought was a smile. "I have not, your lordship," said Saravi, not liking where this was going. He and his men had been in town barely a mark before word of their quarry had arrived, and Hunter Trevere had insisted that they follow up immediately. There had been no time to clear their operation with anyone else in command, though technically the Crimson Hunter was the highest authority here. "They have both been exceedingly helpful in keeping the peace," said the Lord Governor, the fleshy folds of his eyelids crinkling unpleasantly. "I prize the stability that Baller has seen despite the war, as I am sure your general does. After all, we do ship quite a lot of supplies to your encampment. I'm certain the general appreciates that, your lordship. Thus you understand what disruptions within the city could do to your war effort. We have no intention of distressing your honest citizens, your lordship." "Ah. Do you not?" For a moment, looking into those keen eyes, Saravi's blood ran cold. It was impossible to tell if they were Ilanic dark or Shadow Cult black. The garrison commander and the Houndmaster had shifted subtly, now they seemed to bracket Saravi more than the Lord Governor, like enforcers. The Lord Governor still gripped his hand, keeping him unable to pull away politely. "I appreciate your sentiment," the Lord Governor said. "And I expect that you have far better uses for your time than to comment on the activities of our honest citizens." In a flash, Saravi saw the panorama of crates and boxes, the vast holdings beneath the city that the Crimson Army had never investigated, never imagined, in their thunderous march southward. What did they hold? Food, weapons, medicines, housewares, artifacts? Where were they bound? To the enemy? "Proper dedication brings proper rewards," said the Lord Governor into the silence. The rings gleamed up at Saravi, gorgeous even in the mage light's harsh glow. He let himself look now, realizing that this was the bribe. Gold and silver set with big opal cabochons and sparkling cuts of emerald, filigree jade, citron and green tourmaline. In this day and age, they could buy armies. Likely they already had. More than anyone, the Lord Governor would know how badly the Crimson Claw was hurting for coin. He would know everything that flowed through his city en route to the camps. The food supplies they had confiscated on the road south were used up. Requisitions from the Imperial Heartland brought nothing. Merchants sold to them at extortionary rates, skirting the edges of the general's ire and fleeing into the bandit lands when they went over the line. The farms that the army controlled were producing enough to keep up the basic ration but no more, and the free soldiers needed to be paid. Saravi had seen his monthly stipend drop by 2/3 since the Kanrodi siege began. But Saravi had no family to support. His estranged wife, far removed in love and distance, had returned to her kin. No children. No elderly parents. His father was still hale, still seething, having long since disowned him. His siblings had their own lives, and never returned his letters. There was nothing to starve him for gold. He could not say the same for his men, nor for any other man under the general's command. A bribe, then, and a threat. Slowly, Saravi let his eyes rise and saw in the Lord Governor's face the mirror of his knowledge. Those black eyes measured him frankly, that smile just a line marked in the flesh like a stylus cut through wax. Lifting his free hand to his collar, Saravi tugged out the pendant that hung hidden beneath his armor. The Lord Governor's gaze flicked to it and went cold. "I will report to the general in full as it pertains to our quarry," Saravi said. "This is my duty." The Lord Governor's eyes narrowed further, but if he saw anything beneath Saravi's fixed expression, he did not show it. With a grunt, he released Saravi's hand and nodded to his bought soldiers, who moved again to flank him. "I expect nothing else of you," he said, and then, with a sidelong look and a slow silver smile, he added, "Oh, we shall send your general the bill for blood price. City guards and civilians, TSK." With that, he and his retinue stalked down the stairs, followed by the green-robed mage. The houndmaster glanced back just once, to tip a wink and a nasty smirk. Then they were gone, their little parade slamming the main door behind them, and Lancer Lynchard was at Saravi's side, shifting on his feet anxiously. Saravi ignored him for a moment, gauntlet fingers curled tight around the pendant he had exposed. The winged star, the holy mark of those faithful to the light. Deep breath. Exhale. Concentrate on the report. I am not a diplomat, I do not make deals on behalf of the army. The Crimson General can rectify this if I have made a mistake, but the only way to see it done properly is to tell him everything. Lancer. Report. I got the guards as you said, sir. They called in a mage, and we went to the tavern but they didn't hold it, they just took the bodies. There was a fellow in black talking to, Lynchard trailed off and Saravi looked back to see the guard captain still standing behind them, glaring. At Saravi's glance, he looked away. I see, said Saravi. Where did they take them? The dead guards, back here. Ours too. The cultists, I don't know, sir. Then they stuck me in the infirmary with the medic lady, said I didn't look so well. Didn't let me out until just before you got here. Down below, Verkii emerged from the bunkroom hall, a small flock of lights bobbing over his head. Saravi caught his eye and nodded toward the meeting rooms upstairs. You did well, Lancer, he said as the Ogrican mage drifted over. I'll have it noted. Thank you, sir, but... Find Hunter Trevere for me, please. Yes, sir. Lancer Lynchard headed down the steps, giving Verkii a wide berth, and Saravi started for the meeting rooms. He heard the guard captain fall in behind him and felt the momentary urge to kick the corrupt, cult-abetting bastard down the stairs, but restrained himself. Verkii, he said. The rooms are lit and warded? Highs. And you can contact the Crimson General? I have scrying stones, highs. I will prefer scrying vowels. Scrying bowls. Good. Let's get started. The meeting room he chose was windowless, the rear of it crammed full of scroll racks and the walls covered in maps of the city and surrounding countryside. The guard captain bustled through and ripped down a few before Saravi could inspect them, but from a glance he gathered that they were of the underground. It did not matter to him, and once the guard captain ran off to hide them somewhere, he felt much more at home. Verkii produced two broad, shallow bowls from the satchel he carried, and set them on the long table that dominated the room. His mage lights whizzed off to bob in the corners, bathing the place in their piercing light. Saravi finally acknowledged the complaints from his feet and calves and sank into a chair to unbuckle his shin guards, kick off his boots and set aside his helm. Hunger gnawed at him, but there would be time for that later. Lynchard showed up shortly with Hunter Trevere. Verkii sent the Lancer out to fetch some water, but Trevere came over to claim a seat by Saravi and slumped down as if boneless. Saravi did not envy him his easy relaxation. He looked haggard and smelled worse, the toxic stink even more intense. "Wouldn't have taken you for faithful," Trevere said as he stretched his legs under the table. "Most of your kind get stuck out here because they're not." Saravi blinked, then glanced down at the pendant, still in sight. He tucked it down his collar again. "Not your concern." "No. But interesting all the same." The hunter fell silent, but Saravi sensed him observing. He fixed his attention on the mage's work and pretended not to notice. Verkii appeared to be meditating over the bowl, mouthing some guttural incantation as he did so. The beads on the 3 prongs of his braided beard clacked together as he swayed in time. They and the ropes of teeth and claws and amulets and other oddments that hung about his neck made him look like every nasty tale of ogreish spiritists, except that he was not naked. Saravi was very thankful for that. Here, the Ogrican mage gruffed as Lancer Lynchard returned with a pitcher of water. He snapped it from Lynchard's hands and Saravi gave a nod toward the door when the Lancer looked over, a silent dismissal. Relieved, Lynchard saluted quickly and made himself scarce. "Hiya Voth's Feekvith, General?" Verkii asked, waggling a rune-covered stone at the two of them. "Who go first?" "He will," said Trevere. "Ah. Lieutenant." Verkii beckoned, and Saravi reluctantly heaved up from his seat to approach the scrying bowls. The mage placed the stone in one bowl and took up the pitcher, pouring just enough water in to submerge it, then offered Saravi a silver-edged knife, hilt first. "Leetle cut," he said. "Leetle drop. Do not bleed all over, not good." "Blood magic," Saravi said dubiously. "Confidentiality." Baring all his big yellow teeth in a pleased grin, the Ogrican said, "I not here general, Hio not here Anik Vikiji. VE can have special orders, highs?" "He's talking about the Inquisitor Archmagus," said Trevere. "That's who he reports to." Saravi sighed. "Very well." He set the silver edge to his thumb. It sliced in easier than he had expected, no doubt it was enchanted. Wincing, he held his hand out and, at Verkii's impatient gestures, squeezed a drop into the water over the stone. A tingle ran down his arm and through his hand, like an icy wire being pulled out from under the skin. The red droplet unfurled in the water, then the whole bowl turned silver as a polished mirror. It reflected nothing, not his hand, not the ceiling, but after a moment it appeared to darken, then blur into the dim outline of a face. "Who is this?" said a woman's voice in his head, strangely tinny and muzzed from sleep. "Lieutenant Furkad Saravi of the 2nd Lance of the Crimson Claw," Saravi said automatically, giving Verkii a questioning glance. The mage looked amused but shrugged his bony shoulders and moved to prepare his own scry. "I am on a mission for the Crimson General, His Imperial Highness Kelcherin Eridison, and am reporting, Right, just a moment, I'll get him," said the woman, smothering a yawn. The image had cleared slightly, showing her as young and brunette in the light that emanated from her scrying source. The room beyond was dark. As she disappeared from view, Saravi reflected dully on the time. It was several marks past sunset, almost midnight. A more familiar face swam into view, and Saravi straightened in salute. In the scry, the Crimson General returned it, then passed his hand across the image. It rippled from within. "Do you have him?" he said without preamble. He was bare-shouldered, and Saravi was surprised to see tattoos covering his skin like twisted pictograms. The teardrop pendant at the hollow of his throat gleamed in the reflected light. "No, sir. Not yet. I apologize for contacting you so late." "It's fine. Report." So Saravi did. Every detail he could recall, every inference he had drawn except for those about Trevere, who still sat across the table with his eyes locked on Saravi, difficult to ignore. Within the scrying bowl, the Crimson General nodded and occasionally glanced aside or picked through parchments just below sight. Finally, as Saravi finished his low-voiced explanation of the Lord Governor's oblique threats, the general sighed and waved him to a stop. "You are very thorough, Lieutenant," he said. "I appreciate that. It seems I'll have some work to do. I apologize if I..." "It's fine. Very little of this is new." The general pressed fingertips to his temples, his face wearied by more than the time, and Saravi realized with a jolt that he was not as young as he appeared. In daylight, on the field in his blood-red armor, he had always seemed the pinnacle of youthful power, but then he had seemed that way for the entire decade Saravi had served under him. "Blood price will hurt, but it has to be paid," said the general, half to himself. "Including that for the cultists. If I had thought the renegade would go to ground with the shadow cult, I would have given you clearer instructions. We do not interfere with the cult or its business." "But sir..." "No. And I don't want you bandying it about that I compromise with them, but it's necessary. The only concessions I've managed to wring from them are closing the southward trade routes and not actively supplying our enemies, and I have little way to verify the second part. We are on our own out here. I must do what I can to keep us on course." Stiff-faced, Saravi nodded, but his stomach sank. His general, his leader, was trying to justify this pandering to the enemy. "To the dark." "I understand, sir," he said, struggling to mask his unease. "We will not disturb them again. See to it that you don't. Is the fugitive still in their care?" "I don't know, sir. Trevere claims to have spotted him near the surface, but we have been tricked before." The general shook his blonde head. "If he is, we'll have to fall back on diplomacy, and I don't know if we can pay them what they'd ask, especially if they know what he is." "And what is he, sir?" "You saw him. You had Trevere explain." "Yes, sir. But I still do not understand. If the spirit within him is so important, why send us? Why no greater force?" In the image, the general grimaced. "You were a battalion commander once, Saravi." "Yes, sir. Captain Major, 2nd Bowman's Battalion, Emerald Corps, Imperial 1st Army, the Sapphire Eye. During that time, you've been mind-washed." The general sighed again. "Suffice to say that you are what I have chosen from the options available. We were trying to do this quietly, but if it's begun manifesting through the bonds... I still want him brought back, but I expect we can't reason with it now." "Sir? Reason with it? I thought it was dangerous and needed exorcism." The general paused, then said, "Yes. And it will be destroyed as soon as possible. After witnessing it, I am not certain that my men can capture. Support Trevere. This is all I need from you. Trevere tried to kill it, sir. He knows what he's doing. As you say, sir. But we've lost a mage, and the mind-washing." "You still have the Gajeran mage?" "Yes, sir. Have him contact the outpost at Myrit. He should have a scrying stone for it. They will send a mentalist to mind-wash." "Sir, that's not what." "Is there anything else?" "No, sir. Get Trevere for me. You are dismissed." Saravi looked up to find Trevere still staring. The hunter smiled a slow, unpleasant smile as their eyes met, and slid fluidly from his chair. "My turn, is it?" Nodding, Saravi stepped away from the basin and let Trevere take his place in the silver-edged blade. As Trevere nicked his finger and dripped blood into the bowl, a shiver went up Saravi's arm, that cold wire sensation in reverse, a thin thread of self retracting from the arcane scry. The faint ambient sounds he had barely noticed, breath, rustled papers, movement in the darkness of that distant room vanished from his head. Trevere flapped a hand at him dismissively. At his own scry, Verkii was deep in grumbled conversation with the unseen Inquisitor Archmagus and did not glance up. Rubbing his arm, Saravi turned and headed out into the dark of the sleeping garrison, closing the door behind him. He was not tired. He should have been, for all the effort and trouble he had seen this day, and he should have been hungry, but that fire in his gut had been neatly extinguished. His legs were restless, inviting him to pace the dark corridors, but he turned them toward the stairs. Checking on his men might ease his mind. One small part of it, at least. He lied to me. As he descended the stairs to the rally room, Sarabi turned that moment over in his head, that slight pause before the general's assurance that the creature would be destroyed. Something hung there unsaid, something he blindly connected with the general's question about his time in the upper ranks. But he could not remember that time, and had little desire to do so. As he peeked into the bunkrooms, counting heads under the perpetual glare of the mage lights, all he could think of was the lie. What are we really doing here? 4 men missing from their beds. He swung by the infirmary to find 2 asleep in cots under the watchful eye of a plump woman in a red and white striped robe, who raised a finger to her lips before returning to her book. He moved quietly to consider them. Sergeant Benson with the crushed leg, his complexion returned to normal, his snoring also normal, and Kenner, who had taken a slash across the thigh and a poke in the ribs from one of the few cultists who had carried a blade, and who now slept deeply on his good side. They would mend. Sarabi knew he should roust a city guard and ask where the morgue was. See the 3 he had lost. Start penning the letters that would eventually reach their families with the blood stipend. But they were still on mission and he had 2 more men to account for. Letters could wait. By a combination of deduction and good hearing, he found his way out to the front steps of the garrison. It overlooked the grand square that was the heart of Balor's government district, a fine but sparse plaza that he had barely given a glance to at their arrival in daylight or their subsequent return after dark. In the very center, a marble maiden poured a fine stream of water from her pitcher into the faint night breeze, the fountain beneath her rippling quietly from the drops. On the steps, looking out at the white facades of the tax office and court and library and the tall spires of the Lord Governor's mansion, sat his soldiers, keeping company with the night watchman and his lantern. Vern. Wolfston, he said quietly, and Wolfston flicked the butt of a cheroot away with a swiftness born of long, furtive habit. It was only then, seeing that he had surprised them, that Sarabi realized he was not wearing his boots. The cold of the stone steps was just beginning to seep through the patches on his socks. I suppose I am tired, he thought as the men came to their feet in anxious salute. The night watchman only turned, still sitting, his own cheroot hanging insolently from the corner of his mouth. Inside. Get to bed, he told them. They went in a rattle of mail. He would berate them later, because right now he understood the lure of Rashi, the comet instilled before the hallucinations came. If only this had all been Rashi hallucinations. A cold look for the watchman and he went inside. Closed the door. Checked again to be sure that all the men were in their places. At the last room he stopped and stared at an empty bunk and envisioned himself crawling in, but the armor dragged at his shoulders, it would take a while to get out of, and make too much noise. He ended up in the darkened mess hall, cutting a slice from a wheel of cheese the men had left out in their half-asleep rummaging. Lack of appetite was unimportant, food was necessary. Perched on the bench at the long table, he stared at the piece, and at the gleam of the knife in the moonlight that came through the narrow windows. In the corners, shadows gathered silently. If you think I'm going to discuss this with you, you're sorely mistaken. Cobb opened his eyes to a black sky, star-strewn, the mother moon still clinging to the western horizon. Directly above hung that great blankness called the Eye of Night, around which the constellations of Phoenix and Leviathan constantly battled. He shuddered instinctively, it was unhealthy to be out beneath the eye. In fact, the only good time to be out at night was when the chain of YDGYS was up, with its thick band of stars illuminating the darkness nearly as well as the mother moon, and that time was not now. I have a right to know, said a gruff, familiar voice behind him. Blinking, Cobb pushed up on his elbows and looked around. He was laid out in the back of a small open cart, half covered by a drift of vegetable sacks. As he moved, a furry head lifted off his thigh and perked tattered ears. Toivo, he mumbled, confused, and the ragged dog shimmied closer to lick his chin. You have no rights, said the first voice, the one that had woken him. curt, caustic, a stranger's. He looked up to the two figures on the driver's bench, easily identifying Jasper by his bulk and the slouch of his hat. The other man was smaller, slighter, with a cloak slung over his coat and a mane of unruly hair. "Where were you when she died?" the stranger continued, his sneer audible. "You abdicated your position at that moment, as far as I'm concerned. I can't be responsible for every justiciar action." "No? I thought you were supposed to be important." "Listen." Jasper glanced down at Cobb as if by reflex, then did a double take. "Ah, our passenger awakens," he said, false jollity springing into his voice. The other man looked back just enough for Cobb to catch the gleam of an eye and a sharp cheekbone. "You mean my passenger?" Yes, your passenger." "Cobb, lad, how do you feel?" Cobb shifted around to face the two men, suspicious. The vice that had gripped his skull and baller was gone, but he felt lightheaded and his stomach seemed to be gnawing on his spine. "Fine," he said, trying to dig up the memory of how he had gotten here. One moment he had been running with Lark, and then... "Good. I brought your pack." Cobb glanced to where Jasper pointed and found Amala's bundle crammed in the corner of the cart bed. "Thanks," he said, and pulled it into his lap. There was food inside. Right now that seemed the most important thing. "Well, he's awake," said the stranger as Cobb tugged apart the cords. "You can get off now." That was the deal. More shock. "You know I can't just." "You can. You have to." "What could you offer him?" "Cryptic teaching stories and a blatant lack of intervention when it's most needed?" "You've already put him in danger." "And you've been so innocent?" "I was trying to stay out of it. But no, you had to rush in and help despite the trouble it will cause, so now it's my problem too." "Don't make me invoke my authority." Now. Can't we discuss this like friends?" "We're not friends, Jasper. No. I recognize that. But we have worked to mutual benefit before, and if we can come to some accord on this. You know the rules as well as I do. You can't be here." Jasper sighed heavily. "Perhaps we should ask him how he wishes to proceed." Cobb looked up from cramming a wad of bread and goat cheese into his mouth to find them both watching him. Ahead, the cart horse plodded along without apparent need for guidance. He grunted, chewed, swallowed, then said, "What?" "We are debating your future," said the stranger, a thread of amusement interweaving the acid of his voice. "What's to debate?" "I'm going on the Peking pilgrimage," Cobb said, eyeing them both. "And I don't care who you are, why not gonna change my mind?" "I'm not deaf, so don't pretend I didn't just hear you." "Justiciar." Jasper had the grace to look abashed. The other man, Morshock, smirked and said, "Engaging the boy under false pretenses, Jasper? What a surprise. And yes, of course you're going on the pilgrimage. But while that's a start, there are a few things you should know before you reach Dishia City. Judging by the blood on you, I'd say you're discovering them." Cobb stiffened, the bread halting halfway to his mouth. He had almost managed to forget the tavern and the black, rustling corridor, and all the horrors Lark had told him he had perpetrated. Now they rushed back in a sickening wave, and his gut roiled. "Possessed. I'm possessed by the dark." "Don't bait the lad," said Jasper sternly. "He's not ready." "Oh, and I suppose I should ease into it by dropping little hints and taking him to tea parties? Maybe I should tell some stories about lions and sorcerers and see if he can make any blasted sense of it. It's funny, you have such a delicate touch for someone who wades in with a hammer when he runs out of words." "Morshock. Don't morshock me. You know I'm in the right." Another aggrieved sigh from the old man. "And I suppose you'll tell him everything up front, sharp and precise. From stoning the temple windows to whatever it is you're up to now." "Don't be ridiculous." But here, I'll start with some plain truth. A creak of the bench, then Cobb felt the stranger lean closer, and managed to dredge his attention up from the black depths enough to focus. The moonlight outlined the man's sharp features and reflected in his narrow eyes, making him look somehow feral as he hissed, "I knew your father." Cobb grabbed Morshak by the throat and yanked him from the bench, a reflex effort keyed to that last word. He did not feel his own rage until a moment later, by which time he had already clamped both hands around the man's neck. Everything had gone red, no darkness, just fury, the way it went any time someone in camp made a snide remark about his father. Dimly he heard Jasper spit an oath, but the old man did not intervene, and as his grip tightened on Morshak's throat, Cobb growled, "You what, that?" Morshak's expression was rigid as stone. His gloved hands rose as if in surrender, then clasped lightly on Cobb's tense forearms. Even through the intervening clothes, they were chillingly cold. "Do not touch me," he said in a warning voice. Cobb was not impressed. Half off the bench and shorter by at least a handspan, Morshak was no threat. But a twinge went through his skull as the man glared at him, and for a moment the world wavered, the air filling with the dull rasp of scales on scales. He let go, shoving Morshak away, and the man struggled upright. As his hands left Cobb's arms, the sky silenced. "Who are you?" Cobb demanded as they retook their positions, glares locked from just beyond arm's length. Beside Morshak, Jasper grumbled as he struggled with the reins. "Your other half," said Morshak curtly. That made so little sense that Cobb just stared, torn between grabbing him again or spitting on him and leaving. In the back of his mind he knew he was being irrational, Morshak knowing his father was nothing like his army comrades sneering at him for being a legacy slave, or the quarrymen condemning him as the son of a traitor. But his hate knew no logic, and it took an effort of will to push it back down and cap the well. Morshak stared back, the faintest hint of a mocking smile on his lips, until Jasper finally punched him in the shoulder. "Ow," he said, turning to scowl at the older man. "Don't think you can touch me either. And you said you're better at this." "I am. Faye. Here, take the blasted reins. This is the last time I'll apologize for you. I never asked you to." Without response, Jasper slung his legs over the back of the driver's bench and lowered himself to the cart bed. He was dressed as before, the moonlight bleaching the colors from his rough-spun tunic and breeches, but he doffed his hat as he sat by Cobb. Not too close and not facing him, but with his back to the cart side and the hat clasped between his heavy, scarred hands. Cobb looked away, contemplating the cart's edge. He liked Jasper well enough, but the man was a cultist and therefore could offer him nothing. He had no reason to stay. Toivo the dog lay between him and escape though, tattered ears half-perked, and his hand automatically drifted to the furry head. A whiff of breath, a flick of doggy tongue, then Toivo lay a soft paw on his knee and his heart contracted with the need to just be here in silence with a creature that would speak no hog crap. "Let me tell you a story," said Jasper. Up on the bench, Morshak groaned, but Cobb said nothing. He just stared at the way the dog's fur flattened beneath his rubbing thumb, the way the ragged tail swished back and forth on the cart bed. He wanted to go home, to forget, but he could do neither. "It's about a young lad, angry with the world," Jasper continued. "With his people, his homeland, all those who should have cared for him but could not. Left alone but for a voice that whispered in his dreams, a voice he feared yet was drawn to, a voice that spoke in opposition to all he had been taught. For a long time, he ignored the voice. He clung to what he thought he knew, and refined his belief until it was pure and bright as the sun. But staring into the sun is not wise, and the more he did, the more he was blinded by it. The harder it became to see his path. And the voice kept whispering. It said it knew another truth, an ancient, deeper truth that could take away his pain, erase his past. And so, tempted, he turned toward it, though he could not see the shape of it. "No, he didn't," Cobb interrupted curtly. "And I'm not blinded by the light." "See?" said Morshak. "His stories are stupid." Jasper tilted his head, regarding Cobb. "You don't think so, lad? You've never longed to shade your eyes?" No. The right way is always painful. The dark whispers only lies. Ah. The right way is always painful. Wouldn't you agree, Morshak? Morshak just snapped the reins. The cart rattled on, picking up speed. I don't see what this Pekin well has to do with him knowing my father, Cobb said, jerking his chin at Morshak. Or why I'm here, or anything else. I was going to a safe house. You fell asleep, said Morshak calmly. I picked you up from the shadow folk. Needed to get you far from the Imperials. Cobb looked to Jasper for confirmation. The old man frowned, but said, you have to stay away from the army. I know. Cobb narrowed his eyes at Jasper, a new suspicion rising as he remembered what the two men had been talking about while he ate. You knew about me. About the problem I've been having. Before you met me. That's why you're here, isn't it? You were hunting me. Both of you. What do you want? Jasper grimaced and looked away. From the bench, Morshak said, don't ask him that. There are some questions he can't answer without swathing them in ridiculous stories. But yes, I was looking for you. I'm here to help. I don't want help, I want clean sin, and you don't look like a light priest, Cobb snapped, drawing his legs up defensively. The wad of bread and cheese sat in his stomach like lead, his gut heaving around it. Between Morshak's proclamation, Jasper's oblique story and his own bad memories, he felt ready to swing off the cart and vanish into the countryside. Run away from all of this. But there was Ile-Rien to think about. Monstrous Ile-Rien, and the dark horror that he had become. The corners of his eyes burned, and he ducked his head and clenched his arms around his knees, hating to look like a child in front of them but hardly able to bite back tears. He wished he was anywhere but here. Back at the army camp, or curled up on the pallet at Amala's house, or even home in Carindver, with the rain drumming on the ledge outside and the thunderous somnolent grumble, the light from the banked hearth throwing soft shadows on the cave ceiling. Suddenly he missed that so much it hurt. Digging his nails into his elbows, he forced his mind up from the mire. There was nowhere to shelter now. He was exposed here under the great bowl of sky, with the wind rushing through endless wild grass and clouds massing in the south like gray ships. Baller had long receded, just a smudge of wall on the withdrawing horizon. No other option. Are we going to Decia's city or not? He mumbled into his knees. Oh yes, said Morshak. We'll find our way there. Jasper was silent, eyes on Morshak. Looking between them, Cobb had the strange feeling that some other conversation had been going on over his head all this time, that Jasper's story had been for Morshak's ears more than his, and their bickering barely to do with him. He took a moment to swallow down the bitterness, to focus and think, to breathe. Then, into the uncomfortable hush, he said, so. Why can't Jasper be here? Not that I want him to stay. Morshak shook his head. It's complicated. But it's for your own good. As much as I hate to agree, it is, said Jasper. He cast Cobb a rueful look, half smile and half sad. There are troubles that travel with me. I cannot keep you safe. Perhaps Morshak can. Cobb opened his mouth to say you seem safe enough, then changed his mind. Admitting to trusting Jasper was like saying the light was wrong, and he knew too little about the cults to guess what kind of unmentionable problems the old man might have. You're just gonna hand me off to another cultist? He accused instead. I am not a cultist, said Morshak, nor an imperialist, nor anything else. Just think of me as a guide. How can you not be anything, I keep to myself. But you're here now. Only to prevent you from getting killed. Why'd you care? Don't you listen? You never said. We can discuss it later, Cobb. Just know that I have your best interests in mind. Cobb scowled, not believing that for an instant. By their own words, Jasper and Morshak were not friends, and while he knew Jasper now justiciar, servant of some heretic goddess, Morshak was still a stranger. An unpleasant stranger who had some connection to his father. You trust him? He asked Jasper. The old man grimaced, the lines on his face deepening further. I believe that he would not involve himself unless it was necessary, and that he does not lie to me when he tells me he will protect you. But you don't trust him, Dot. Lad, there is no trust with a bird of prey. It will turn on you by instinct if you're fool enough to provoke it. Cobb eyed Morshak, but the man was an impassive silhouette on the bench. From their interactions so far, it seemed inevitable that Cobb would pitch him into a river. But from Jasper's sad smile, he knew there was no other option. He could not strike out on his own. Baller had taught him that much, and the argument between the two older men seemed to indicate that Jasper had already overstepped some rule in coming to his aid. And in all honesty, Cobb was ready to part from him. As a tinker, he had been kind and generous, but as a cultist he set Cobb's hackles up. I guess that's it, then, he said. Jasper nodded soberly, and Morshak drew in the reins and guided the cart to a rattling stop. You take care, lad, said the old man as he clambered carefully off the cart. Toivo gave Cobb a last lick before bounding off, raggedy tail wagging, and Cobb regarded them worriedly, man and dog on the dusty road in the dark, nothing but hills and fields for miles and miles. Will you be all right? He said. Jasper chuckled and clapped his hat back on, pulling the brim as if to shade his bright eyes. Don't worry about us, lad. We'll do fine. Oh, and Morshak, give the lad back his armband, aye? It'll do him more good than harm. A grunt, then something metal clattered into the cart bed next to Cobb. He caught it before it could roll off the end, the bronze band he had lost in the collision in Baller. You why? He said, but Morshak was staring ahead, paying him no mind. With a sigh, Cobb wiggled it onto his wrist and shoved it up under his sleeve. It was broad enough to go the whole way, finally seating comfortably on his upper arm over the old smooth smears of his slave brand. Thanks for everything, he told Jasper, free of grudge now that they were parting. The old man smiled and touched the brim of his hat. Fair travels and welcoming hearts for you both, he said, the warmth in his voice unmistakable. If you need shelter, you know where to look. We won't, said Morshak, and snapped the reins. As they pulled away, Cobb scooted his back to the bench and tugged the bundle into his lap, still watching out the end of the cart. The old man had bowed his head against the plume of dust, hand on his hat and dog tucked behind his leg, but between one blink and the next, they were gone. Cobb squinted, heart thudding oddly in his chest, but saw nothing but the fields and stars. Go back to sleep, said Morshak. We have a long road ahead. I'm not tired, Cobb muttered, but that was a lie. He felt cold, drained, and though he tried to fight it, the darkness pulled at him with soft fingers he could not resist. Chapter 11, Crimson and Shadow. Pre-dawn in Midland Ile-Rien. Lark ran through the Shadow Realm with the others, grimly pleased to be part of the mission. Below them, the bulk of Orechku hung in the black, a spindle-shaped mass of stone spiked with towers and wrought with roads, suspended like a grand cocoon in the net of white pathways that stretched into the darkness. She followed one of those pathways, close on the heels of the Shadowblood ahead. With every step, her feet stuck to the white surface, the connection easily overcome by the pace of her run but still enough to keep her bound to the road. Which was a good thing, beyond the narrow width of the white ribbon lay only darkness. Half of the strike team ran along the underside, their feet pounding in opposition to hers. Looking down at them was like looking into a reflection. Clothes straight, hair proper. Nothing to say which was the true up or down. She had not been here often, and still found her heart racing at the strange view. Only Shadowbloods could step through on their own, and only Ayats could open a portal. Most of the Carey's business relied on those talents, from smuggling goods and people to effecting rescues, terrorizing enemies and eavesdropping on secrets. Unbloods just performed the dayside operations. Right now, their business was assassination. Across her shoulder, Lark held the light crossbow she preferred. A pouch of special bolts jounced at her hip, trifold anointed, part of the many deals the Carey made with that faith. If hearsay was correct, they should prove particularly effective against the imperial abomination. She had pulled a few other items from the armory: a skirt of stiffened leather and chain, a light cuirass, steel armguards. Less because she thought they would be useful than that they made her feel like she was a part of the assault, not just the management's observer and hopeful sniper. None of the others wore armor, they were all Shadowbloods and had better tactics than loading themselves down with gear. "Almost there," said the one ahead of her. She squinted past him but saw nothing but the shrouding gloom. Their path seemed to dead end some yards ahead, the white length of it suddenly snipped, there was no landing, no place to stand. The most precarious part of a shadow maneuver, she knew, was the exit. The Bloods ahead of her slowed and she followed suit, the gravity of the path sticking her feet more securely. It was still easy to pull free, but she had the sense that if she was jostled on the shining surface, she would not dislodge. It read her intentions more than it did the force applied. Everything here was like that, subtly attuned to its denizens. She suspected that it was alive, but no Shadowblood would speak of it. "From here, we take the iron bridge," murmured the man in front of her. She quelled the urge to kick him in the ankle. She was not a gawking newcomer, she knew what was going on. But the habit of hurting the unblooded was deeply ingrained in some agents, and she had to admit that stepping blindly off the edge into darkness was not something she would do without coaching. By all appearances, that was what the Bloods in the lead were doing. One by one, they stepped to the very edge of the white path, reached out as if taking an invisible hand, and leapt into nothingness. Rather than plummeting away, they vanished as if yanked from existence. Lark's stomach knotted up as the line ahead of her thinned. It was an easy act for the Blooded, but this was no portal, no permanent entry point between Audiobooks and the outside world. Iron bridges were off the cuff and fundamentally unstable, made to connect the realm to an impermanent shadow or two shadows to each other. They were built of ayates and held together by the will of the Bloods alone, and were notorious for swallowing up those they had been meant to aid. Then there was no one ahead of her, the helpful Blood having leapt out. Lark stepped to the verge, swallowed hard, and reached. The hand was there to grip hers, and she clasped it and closed her eyes and lunged forward. In an instant, the dry cavernous emptiness of Audiobooks became the hissing, skittering, dead black space of the iron bridge. Her feet touched down on shifting material like 1,000 layers of rustling leaves. The Bloods led onward, seeing where she could not, and the one ahead kept his grip on her hand. She was thankful for it now. Already she felt tiny fingers plucking at her clothes and running through her braids, and the hisses and chitters of the ayates filled her ears. They crossed the shuddering distance until suddenly, unexpectedly, Lark realized she could see. Not her surroundings, and not even the Bloods except where they were silhouetted, but ahead there spanned a wide rectangle like a picture window filled with smoky glass. Through it, dimly, she saw the length of a corridor and part of a conference chamber, as if she was staring through the wall itself. On the other side, this splay of wall would be in shadow, only in the dark places could Audiobooks bleed through. In the chamber, pillowing his head with his arms, was the imperial abomination. Light bathed that room, the searing arcane light that had turned the tide so easily in the tavern, but it was a clear shot. And there was no one else in view. "Perfect. Lark," called the team leader. "Can you hit him from here?" "No problem." She stepped forward, glad to get closer to the window, and dropped to one knee. With professional swiftness she cocked the crossbow and knocked a bolt, noting the herbal smell of the trifold poultice on it as she tugged the paper from the tip. The shaft was marked with red paint. She nodded to the shadow leader, and he touched the false window. A small hole opened in the smoky surface, letting in a trickle of light. Around them, the iron bridge hissed with one voice. Lark moved quickly to position the bolt and block the light with her body. Sighting down the shaft, she took aim at the abomination's head and fingered the trigger. No movement. Still asleep. She squeezed. The string snapped forward. The bolt flew. His shoulder lifted just as the bolt left its perch. His chair slid back, his body down, and for an instant she thought, "I got him." Then she saw the black fletches quivering in his upper arm, and the red-runed blade slithering from its sheath. "Shit!" swore the team leader. "Prepare to flank." Around her, the Bloods rushed to the window and placed their hands on the smoky surface. Lark sat back to recock the crossbow and saw the abomination yank the bolt out, teeth bared, his eyes scouring the entry and then locking on the hole. "Decoy," said the leader, and nodded to a Blood. The man returned the nod and crossed the barrier as if stepping through a sheet of water. Lark saw the abomination's gaze switch to the decoy, and then he rushed. His punctured arm was limp at his side, but the red blade burned in his other hand, and as he flashed past Lark's vantage, she tried to take aim, but suddenly the Bloods were spilling through everywhere, foiling her shot. This time, they had brought blades. Steel reflected the glow of the chamber until one Blood stepped up, grimacing, and slammed the door. In the darkness that followed, the red blade was the only light. Lark squinted through the window, trying to follow the fray, but the Bloods had surrounded him. All she saw were red flickers between their flowing forms and on their swords as they rose and fell. Snarls and grunts filled the corridor, and from around her came the intensifying hiss of the Ayats. She realized suddenly that she was alone on the iron bridge. Not good. She shoved her shoulder to the barrier and felt it yield slightly, like a firm gel. Her hand found the bolt hole and wiggled through. On the other side, the wall felt solid, and she slapped her palm against it and used the leverage to slowly force her way past the obstruction. Her arm came free to the elbow, then the shoulder. As she bent her head against it, she felt tiny fingers on her neck, pinching. Along her other shoulder, more pinches. And now tuggings at her braids, at the edge of her armored skirt, at her boots. Soon there would be teeth. She forced her head through, the pressure of the barrier pushing at her eyelids like a pair of thumbs, and the sounds switched places, the hissing now faint, the clash of metal and shouts of pain now sharp and clear. Her knee went through, and now momentum was on her side, the gel of the barrier parting more rapidly. Though she held the crossbow close, she felt tiny fingers snatch away the bolt she had knocked. She worked the crossbow free, tossed it down, planted both hands on the wall and pushed with all her might, as if trying to swing her legs up onto a high platform. For an instant she felt teeth in her calf, then they were torn away as she popped free. No longer hindered, she swung her feet forward and braced them on the floor before she could fall on her ass. Panting, she looked to the fight, which was somehow still ongoing. A slash of the seething blade and the Bloods near her jumped back, giving her a momentary glimpse of the abomination, fair hair slicked down by red and black, 2 daggers lodged in his side but still fighting as if he did not feel them. He had claimed a sword from one of the Shadow Bloods and flailed it awkwardly, left-handed, the arm she had shot. In his other, the accursed red dagger darted like a sentient needle, keeping his attackers at bay and cutting apart their seeking blades like paper. Metal shards littered the ground along with smears of black blood. In the darkness, Morgui's children would not stay hurt for long, but they bled like every other mortal. Lark snatched up her crossbow and drew another bolt. The abomination's blade made him a good target. If she was lucky, she could end the fight before he managed to strike someone in the heart or head. The shadow could not mend everything. Already black specks swarmed the evil blade's blazing length like an inverse constellation, drawn into it drop by drop. She took aim, ignoring the twinge from her calf and the increasingly frantic nature of her comrades' attacks. Within the circle of shadows, the abomination danced madly, the captured sword a blur, the red blade drawing zigzags of light as it chased flesh. His teeth were bared, his mouth stained black as if he had bitten someone. Black trails wound down his chin and throat. When he whirled around to strike at those near her, she saw the whites of his eyes and the writhing, worm-like threads at work beneath his tattered clothes, repairing the damage. Her shot flew straight for his face. At the last moment, the red blade struck it away. Cursing, she loaded another and heard the team leader shout, "Bring him through." She smirked. If they could get him into the iron bridge, the Ayats would rip him to shreds. Beside her, the dark wall opened and a dry breeze invaded the hall. The hiss and roil of a million ravenous Ayats made the fine hairs on her body stand up straight. Ahead, the fight degenerated into a grappling brawl. The stolen sword clattered free. In the press, a man howled horribly as if having his guts torn out. The bloods were packed too tight now for Lark to see her target, and so she shied away from the emptiness of the wall. The gust of air that emanated from it was cold and awful, like from a long-sealed tomb. This was the breath of the hungry dark, wafting up from a place beyond Orechku, beyond the thin veil of the world itself. A place no shadow dweller, not even their god Karis Morgweit, dared to breach for too long. Through the forest of black legs, she saw the abomination dig in his heels, saw him bow down and jam the blade into the floor, gripping it fiercely. The bloods tried to wrestle him toward the dark mouth, but he would not budge. And then, beyond them, she saw the light coming up the stairs. Her heart leapt into her throat. Mage! She tried to cry, but it would not come out. The shadow bloods were too involved to see, and the breath of the dark was upon them all. The exhale finished, the inhale now begun. It stirred her underskirt and tugged at her sleeve like a child's hand, gentle at first. Smaller shards of broken swords slid toward its scape. Mage! She cried again, and this time her voice worked. The struggling ball broke apart, shadow bloods leaping away from the crouched abomination to stare toward the light. A robed figure came around the corner and the closest shadow blood lunged, only to rebound heavily off a bright orange ward. 3 wisps of light hovered over the mage's head like a bobbing crown. He reached up to pluck one from the air. Retreat, the team leader snapped. Immediately the bloods leapt for the shadows, but not the iron bridge. In the new light, the flicker of sword shards flying down its black pebbled gullet was bright and clear. Instead they slipped past the mage or dropped through each other's shadows, vanishing so quickly that in a heartbeat Lark's allies were down to a handful. As the mage drew back the wisp as if to fling, one of the bloods grabbed Lark's wrist and yanked her toward a shadowed wall. Light burst upon them, soundless and searing. The hiss and rustle and the inhalation of the dark vanished utterly. Lark hit solid wall, shoulder first, blind. It took her a moment to realize that the hand gripping her wrist was no longer attached to a body. A scream welled up in her throat, but before it could get free, someone shoved her to the wall and slammed her crossbow hand into the stone. Cold fingers pried the weapon from her grip and smashed it beside her head, wood splinters spattering across her cheek and shoulders. She gasped and nearly choked on her captor's reek ichor and poison, like swamp murk under a spoiling sun. "You," the hunter breathed into her ear, his voice thick with blood and the dry, papery slither of the things that lived inside him. "You are mine now." With that, he took her by the neck and yanked her along, stumbling, whimpering, the dead hand sliding off her wrist like a gruesome bracelet, downstairs and through doorways until she was slammed into a chair and a boot planted between her spread knees. She clutched the edges of the chair, every muscle shivering, trying to breathe in tiny sips lest she retch at the stink of him. He hung close, not touching her but near enough to feel his heat in the cool of the room. Slowly vision began to return, and she blinked rapidly and focused on his knee, not daring to look up at his face. Torn breeches. Torn skin stained with red and stitching slowly together of its own fibrous accord. Her stomach lurched, and she bit her lip hard. He had not bothered to bind her yet, and she had a short knife up her right sleeve. Perhaps. Cold fingertips touched her forehead and she fought another scream. They slid along her braids, then knotted among them and yanked her head back, forcing her to look up. Close, too close, his once fair face stared down at her, and she realized in horror that the black blood around his mouth and down his throat was not from biting. It bubbled from the corners of his lips as he breathed, and with it came the stench. "What are you?" she whispered despite herself. He smiled faintly, the motion moving only one side of his mouth. "I am my master's servant," he said in his thickened voice. "You won't need to worry about me for much longer." Before she could respond, he raised his other hand, and she cringed back automatically from the seething blade. Close up, the black metal looked rough, the burning runes heavy and chiseled in, but the brutal nature of its craftsmanship was nothing compared to its palpable aura of bloodlust. Like the breath of the dark, it was a ravenous thing, the abomination's arm strained to hold it in check. "Do you know what this is?" he said, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. and a Carrion blade. Not forged or shaped or wrought, oh no, but trained. In Acaridi, in Pain's arena, breathing the bone dust of generations of gladiators, he was taught to serve a singular purpose. Just one of the many, the men and women honed as weapons of spite, of fury, of never-ending need. And then he was sacrificed. Bone and muscle and flesh all compacted into this form, in service to our eternal Lord. His name is Sirindus. Give him your greetings. He set the flat of the blade to her cheek. The runes flared, their heat like fingers on her skin, and the world warped into a wash of red. No room, no chair, no abomination. In the veined emptiness, a hulking figure held her in a monstrous embrace, its heavy fingers gloved in her struggling arteries and its blind, half-formed face so close that she tasted the blood on its breath, felt the slick silken length of its tongue lave across her trembling lips. It had a mouth like a horizon, edge to edge along the meaty nub of its head, and when the jaws parted, teeth gleamed back into the darkness of its throat like endless rows of broken glass. A bubbling chuckle rose from the depths, a glottal lover's whisper, and her innards contracted in stark terror. Every fiber of her being pulsed with heat, she felt squeezed like inside a muscle, and when it clenched its heavy hand, her heart stuttered. Then the world slapped in again, the presence gone. Gasping, skin buzzing and bathed in sweat, she stared up at the abomination as he ran his tongue idly along the flat of the burning blade. The runes reflected in his eyes, dancing like little flames. Lark shifted in the chair and was ashamed to realize that her leggings were damp. Now, I don't have much patience, said the abomination, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. So I would like you to tell me a few things before I give you to Sirindus for eternity. Starting with, where is Cobb? Lieutenant Saravi rose as the door to the makeshift interrogation room swung wide. Though Vorkii had tried to convey just how bad Trevere looked, it still shocked him. By any measure of appearance, the man should be dead. He's left the city, Trevere said, blackness foaming at the corner of his mouth. He held up what looked like a small white needle, in his other hand was the woman's bolt case. She has a goblin trailing him, and a tooth from it. We can use her. A tooth, Saravi echoed, then shook his head. He gestured to a pair of soldiers and they preceded him into the room. Through the open door he just glimpsed the woman, her head bowed, shoulders shaking. You consider this reliable? We'll see. Where's Vorkii? Upstairs. Are you, well, Trevere? Fine. As the hunter brushed past him, the reek hit, and Saravi was hard-pressed not to gag. He raised his hand to his mouth and watched the man move to the stairs with the truncated, hitching strides of someone in serious pain. The way he held his left arm tight to his body and the care he took as he mounted the steps. You should see the medic, Hunter, he called, but Trevere disappeared down the hall without a backward glance. With a sigh, Saravi moved to the doorway to look in on their prisoner. She was unbound, several of her braids loosened to fall kinkily about her shoulders. On the small card table nearby lay 2 small knives and a length of wire with leather grips, a garrote. She did not look up at his approach, and he regarded the rows of her braids thoughtfully. What would the general have us do now? Hold her for ransom to reduce the blood price? Release her to show that we do not intend further conflict? Both options tasted bitter. She was an attempted assassin and should pay for that crime. Saravi did not consider himself a bloodthirsty man. He did not seek out conflict and kept his soldiers on a short leash, but this soft-handedness with the shadow cult made him re-evaluate his respect for the general. Perhaps this deal had been necessary, but it was by no means right. How much are you worth to them, woman? He said, more an audible thought than a real question. Trevere evidently had some plan for her. Her shoulders twitched, and her head rose just enough for him to see her dark eyes. Not the black of those shadow bastards, probably why she had not escaped. But she did not answer, only stared at him as if fixing his face in her memory. He was about to ask again when she said, "You have no idea what he is." Saravi quirked a brow, his interest sparked. He glanced to the 2 soldiers standing guard, then jerked his head toward the door. They gave him uneasy looks. "Go," he said, and they stepped out, closing him inside. For a moment Saravi just looked around the room, considering. It was a plain bunkroom, full of beds and chairs and footlockers. Despite the many places where shadows could hide, there were none. The mage light that hovered behind the prisoner insinuated its radiance everywhere, without regard for obstructions. Pulling a chair over, Saravi spun it around and planted his foot on the seat. A slight barricade in case she was planning a trick. "Explain." "Oh, should I tell you what he just told me about his dagger?" she said harshly. Her face was streaked with drying tears. "You Imperial soldiers have no idea what lurks among you." Saravi frowned. He had hoped this would be about the fugitive, but information about Hunter Trevere could be useful. "Woman." "My name's Lark," she cut in. "Don't call me woman. Saravi sighed. He had no interest in sparring with her. He removed his foot from the chair and turned toward the door. "Wait." He paused. "What'll you give me if I tell you?" "Nothing." "But you've seen him." "He's not human." "That means nothing to you?" "No." He heard her chair shift and looked back sharply, hand falling to the hilt of his sword. She had not moved much, only drawn her legs to a position that happened to expose a good deal of thigh and legging. Bland-faced, he tapped his fingers on the sword's pommel. She was not exactly dressed for seduction. "How about my life?" she said. "Can I have my life?" "I am not in a position to promise you that." She gave him a disgruntled look. "At least you're honest." "Fine. So you must know about Imperial abominations, right?" His eyes narrowed. When he did not answer, Lark said, "Right? Go on. Like your friend there. Crazy face. 2 kinds of blood, little maggots inside him that fix him up, and that stink, didn't you notice it? That's because he's dead inside. That's what the Empire does. They kill you and pack you full of maggots and send you back out to do their dirty work." Ridiculous, Saravi thought. He knew about abominations. They were the things that crawled in the dark, the things that the Shadow Cult and its ilk let loose upon the world when they opened their wretched pathways. They had nothing to do with the Phoenix Empire and certainly nothing to do with Trevere, a Dacian who could stand in the Emperor's light. No, Trevere was one of the blessed. "And then there's the hounds," she continued. "You know why they call them hounds and not dogs? Because they're not dogs. They're monsters your people shaped to look like dogs, except they don't, really, not when you look at them closely. They've got no fur, and they've got faces, people faces." He started to scowl, annoyed by her prevarication, but suddenly he saw them as if in memory. Pacing closer on paws that were not paws but hands, curled so that their chitin-plated knuckles held the weight, their long black claws tucked back against their inner wrists. Their blunt, armored brows, their teeth, their ears twisted to points, and the eyes, the despairing human eyes. Then the fog rolled in. The earth pitched under his feet and he caught the edge of a bunk for balance, shuddering as he felt the image erase itself from his mind. "Hound, hound, hound," he repeated silently, trying to hold on to the memory, but it brought nothing. Hound. Nothing. A meaningless word. He shook his head briskly, frowned, and let go of the bunk. It was foolish to show weakness in front of a prisoner. Obviously he had not caught enough sleep, had not eaten properly. Irritated with himself, he cast her a brief glance and disregarded her look of bafflement. "You will be fed, and if you remain compliant you will not be harmed," he said as he pulled open the door. She made a sound of confusion but he did not look back, only waved his men in to stand guard. Up the stairs, to the conference room. The floor outside it was dribbled with black, as if someone had flicked a paintbrush. That swampy stink hung thick in the air. Inside, he found Verkii and Trevere leaning over a scrying bowl, their expressions intent, and he switched to breathing through his mouth as he approached them. "What do you have?" he asked. The Ogrekin mage looked up and beckoned with a big hand. The goblin's eyes, he grunted, pointing into the bowl. Saravi peered at the glassy surface and saw pebbles, dirt, rutted road, all passing by swiftly at the top like an earthen sky. Then the perspective shifted slightly, and at the bottom were wooden slats, juddering with unheard motion, and long skinny black fingers digging into them. "It's riding under a wagon," Trevere said. "We've traced it north, halfway to Savannah already. Impossible to say if our quarry is actually there, but Verkii tells me there's magic above the goblin, strong magic. Warding magic. I think we can bet he's there." The fingers held Saravi's attention. For a moment that word drifted back, like a whisper at the base of his skull, "Hound." Then he shook it off and yanked his gaze away. "We'll need to ride swiftly then," he said. "I'll assemble the men. Trevere, you should see the medic or at least wash up." "I'll wash," said the hunter sourly. "I don't need a medic. Verkii, you." "I have to frefare for en Ile-Rien," said the mage awkwardly, gesturing toward a circle of chalk runes on the floor. "Haya need heads bashed, highs?" The mentalist from Myrit, Trevere translated as he headed out the door. Saravi grimaced. A mind wash would take all day, between the time spent rooting out unapproved memories and the time necessary to recover. He could not put his men on their horses in that state. But he could not lawfully refuse the mind wash. "Do as you must," he told Verkii grimly, and turned. And almost slammed into Trevere, who had slunk back and was reaching around him toward the scrying bowl. "Watch it," the hunter snapped, then started for the door again, holding the 2 orange ribbons that had been laid out beside the bowl. Puzzled and more than a little annoyed, Saravi followed him. "Why do you refuse to see the medic?" he asked as they headed down the hall. The hunter knotted one ribbon around his right wrist awkwardly, using his right hand in his teeth. Pale runes glimmering on it as it cinched closed. He still held his left arm tight against his side, and Saravi noticed through the blood and tunic shreds that the flesh of his left shoulder was inflamed, the whole joint swollen and red. "I can't," Trevere snarled. "You saw her robe? The medic's? The appropriate red and white stripes." "What?" "She's not a medic, she's a trifolder. A Brigidian, one of their healers. We haven't exterminated them because they'll heal anyone who asks for it, even us, but I can't let her touch me." "Will you stop badgering me now?" "Thrown sake." Saravi frowned as he trailed Trevere down the stairs. Trifolder, the witch cult? That plump, pleasant-looking woman he had left in charge of his injured men? But the men were fine. They were up now, milling with their fellow soldiers in the rally room and the mess hall, Sergeant Benson with just a slight limp for his troubles. He had not questioned that. Too much had been going on with the assassination attempt and the prisoner. Light. Why has this become so complicated? A mind wash was starting to seem like a blessing. Ahead of him, Trevere threw open the door of the interrogation room and stormed in. Saravi saw his men recoil. They had been lingering around Lark, perhaps listening to her, and she leaned back with a frightened look as Trevere approached. He grabbed her right wrist and, before she could react, tied the other orange ribbon around it tightly. "Feel the tingle?" he said, showing his own ribbon. "Now we're linked. Anything that happens to me, happens to you. Stab me, you bleed. Kill me, you die. Stray too far and the same thing happens. Have I made myself clear?" Lark looked from the gleaming ribbon to Trevere, and a paroxysm of hate crossed her dark face. She spat at his feet, then sneered, "Very good. Lieutenant, don't bother tying her up. She'll need riding clothes, and so will I. See to it, dot." With that, Trevere turned and cut past him, hollering for the captain of the guard. Saravi watched after the scout, not happy with leaving the girl caged by a mere ribbon, however enchanted. When he looked back to Lark, though, she returned his stare with wild eyes and a clenched jaw, like a cat caught in a trap, and he understood that she feared it. Something told him to put her out of her misery. Without thought, his hand drifted to the hilt of his sword. No. Duty, he thought. Duty. Do not talk to her, he snapped at the soldiers, who straightened guiltily. Then he turned and stalked out as well. There were clothes and provisions to assemble, men to herd, trouble to chase. And if they accidentally missed the mind wash? Chapter 12, A History Lesson. By the time Cobb woke again, the sun had lifted past the rift, shedding heat across the grassy plains as they slowly bunched into hills. Cobb ran a hand through the bristles of his short hair and blinked blearily. His mouth was parched and his skin covered in a fine layer of dust, but he felt all right. Good, even. Morshock sat on the driver's bench, straight-backed and silent. In daylight he was obviously Corvish, his unruly red hair the only evidence needed. He still wore both cloak and coat despite the fine weather, and did not move or speak as Cobb fumbled around the cart for his canteen and Amela's bundle. As he swigged the lukewarm water, Cobb took a few moments to straighten out his thoughts. He had dreamed of black ruins beneath a stitched white sky, where white birds circled invisibly and the ground ached like a broken tooth. Somehow it felt connected to that place he had gone when the blackness overtook him in the tavern. When Ile-Rien had... What? Driven him into the dark? It made no sense. His dreams had already changed once, from the cliffside trail with Ile-Rien and the black gauntlets to that burning tower that seemed more like a memory. If these ruins visions were another manifestation of the dark, he would have expected something to happen, some escalation of its takeover. Instead, there had been nothing but the slow motion of the tide, the incessant circling of the birds. And a sense of waiting. Of impatience. With a sigh, he set aside the canteen and tugged on the edge of Morshock's coat. The Corvishman did not respond at first, and Cobb felt a tingle of alarm. Then Morshock shook himself and looked back at Cobb, frowning. His face was startlingly pale. Something you want? Cobb squinted up at the stranger he now followed. The night conversation almost felt like a dream itself. There had been a tension between Jasper and Morshock that he still could not fathom, and in the light of day all the reckless events of the previous evening felt thin and washed out, like they had not happened. Unfortunately, the blood that covered his front said they had. You know things, don't you? Cobb said haltingly. The Corvishman snorted and turned forward again, but patted the driver's bench beside him. I know many things. It's time for you to learn a few. Cobb dug a crust of bread and some dried fruit from the bundle, then clambered up onto the bench. This cart was much smaller than Jasper's, with a simple footbar to brace his heels against. Just beyond it, the cart horse's heavy rump heaved back and forth between the traces. It was a Taskard horse, dun-colored and huge, and evidently not much bothered by the weight of the two men or the cart. They were moving at a good clip along the deeply rutted road, the wheels locked in their courses and the ride surprisingly smooth. Bread? Cobb offered, but Morshock shook his head. I ate. Must have got it in his pockets, Cobb thought, because beside his own gear, the only things the cart was hauling were empty vegetable sacks, and half of those had slipped out the open end during the night. Chewing his meager meal, Cobb eyed his companion critically. The only Corvishman he had ever really known was Wesker. They came from Corvia on the other side of the rift, in the volcanic mountains and forests of the Kiliakil range that overhung the protectorate of Winden and the Imperial Road. Once nomadic hunters, they now made their living by raiding the Windish settlements that encroached on their ancestral territory. Easterners considered them to be savages and vermin. From Wesker's example, Cobb just found them exasperating. It lightened his heart to know that Wesker was still alive. Morshock had the look, coppery hair, near black eyes, angular vulpine features and a wiry build. One of his brows was cut through by an old scar, giving it a sardonic lift, and the narrow bone structure that had looked cheery on Wesker made him appear sharp, reserved and above all cunning. Despite that, he did not seem to be a rough man. He carried no visible weapons and his plain travel garb spoke of a tradesman's background, if anything. So, where do we start? Cobb said cautiously. You don't want to fling questions at me? He did, but he could hardly articulate them. The facts were still too scrambled up with his fears. I want to hear what you think I should know. Morshock snorted, but said, Fine. Can we discuss your father without you attacking me again? Cobb clenched his teeth on the dried kalcha he was chewing, but nodded slowly. Though it was definitely not his choice for first topic of the morning, he had asked for it. Durniel, son of Rithmer. I only knew him briefly, said Morshock. He was deep into the spirit by then, the same one you carry. I suppose you're aware of it by now? The dark thing that made me attack people. Not exactly. It's called the Guardian, or Ezengad in the old tribal tongue, and it's not what you think of as dark. Oh, it has connections to the darker side of things, specifically the physical elements of water, earth, and wood, but it has no relation to that dark against light propaganda the Empire likes to sow. It's older than that by far. One half of the great spirit that used to rule all creatures. But anyway, your father was working its will in the mountains of Karendra, trying to organize a resistance to the Empire's incursions. You likely never saw the meetings. You were very young then, and he usually sent you out to watch the goats. Memory loomed, and Cobb grimaced. The cloaked and secretive travelers on the path to their cave home, the ringhawks gyring in the updrafts from the river chasm, the green fields of the village so far below, and the obstinate braying of the goats on the rocks above him as he watched the strangers come and go. He shook it off, and glimpsed Morshock watching him sidelong through those slanted eyes. The Corvishman looked back to the road. Anyway, you know what happened to him. I won't bring it up. But before that, he'd been in touch with everyone he could reach, including the Murii, who aren't normally in the Guardian's purview. They're called the Silver Ones for a reason, one of the peoples of metal. I know, Cobb mumbled. I met with him once because he had gotten them involved. I will tell you right now that I have nothing against you or him or the Guardian itself, but you need to respect my territory. I am air, fire, and metal. They belong to me. You will confine your dealings to your own elements. Cobb blinked, taken aback. I will not say that the Murii were his downfall, Morshock continued bluntly, but they certainly did not come to his aid when the Empire arrived on his doorstep. Consider it a warning. You may be Karendrixi and thus fascinated by the mythology of the Silver Ones, but they will not help you. You're not their kind. Of course, since you're going to Dishia City, I assume you already realize that. Cobb said, still at a loss. Anyway, from what I gather, the Imperials had learned a few things about the Guardian by then. It has plagued them since the very founding of the Empire, but it's always been one step ahead of their attempts to destroy it. Unfortunately, it has to inhabit a body before it can have any effect on the world, which is a problematic carryover from a long, nasty stretch of history I might touch on later. Suffice to say that it needs not only a vessel but a partner, a mortal soul that it binds with and lends all its strength and wisdom to, but whom it flees when the partner is no longer of use. However, it keeps a fragment of its vessel within itself, a sort of imprint of the soul. These imprints can linger for a long time, almost like separate entities, and continue to influence it. And thus, you. The Empire learned about those imprints and decided that to trap the Guardian, they should steal descendants of its vessels and put them in danger. See if it showed up to save them. Cobb swallowed thickly, his head buzzing with Morshock's words. My father, a dark vessel. Cult meetings in our home. Contact with the Silver Ones. If that was true, it was more than high treason. He did not even have a word for the magnitude of that heresy. A fragment of its vessel. An imprint of the soul. His head hurt suddenly, harshly, as if his thoughts were being strained against a colander. Slats of white light crisscrossed his vision. He gripped the edge of the cart, the remaining dried fruit slipping from his fingers as he fought vertigo. There was something black beneath him, rising like floodwaters, and when it pressed him up against the razor-white sky he knew he would be slashed apart. No, no, settle down, said Morshak at his ear. His breath burned like frost. It's not time yet. The bonds are still too tight, and I know you can't bear it when they die. For a moment there was nothing but the black crush and the white net. Then the netherworld of his dreams receded. The sky wheeled drunkenly, but at least it was normal, the ground a comforting tan and green. Dizzied, he stayed upright only due to Morshak's cold grip on his arm. The Corvishman was stronger than he looked. Slowly he regained his balance, then hung his aching head into his hands. You're a trap, you see? Said Morshak. Made after your father died, so that the Empire could catch the entity that had fled him at his death. It wants to leave you just as much as you want it gone, but it can't. And the Empire pursues you so that it can destroy you both. Cobb looked away, unable to form words. Morshak was wrong, had to be. The dark thing had taken him over completely in the Shadow Cult Tavern, and according to Lark it had battered its way through soldiers and magework alike. If it had that kind of power. Don't think about it. Just get rid of it. Dimly he realized that Morshak was still supporting him, and he tugged his arm in the man's grip. After a moment, Morshak released him. Cobb was glad of it. The chill that radiated through the Corvishman's glove unnerved him. For a time, they rode in silence. Then, abruptly, the cart lurched upward on his side, and he raised his head in alarm. But it was not the world moving, it was Morshak driving horse and cart onto the embankment at a perilous angle, grass and scrub brush crackling beneath the wheels as they drove toward the river that paralleled the road. What the pike are you doing? Cobb shouted, clinging to the bench. Beside him, Morshak's face was fixed in concentration. The left front wheel mounted the embankment and for a moment they were tilted backward dangerously, then the rear wheels heaved up and they straightened. Cobb hung on tight as they rumbled down the rough slope on the other side. Bracken thwacked the undercarriage. Here the land was greener than by Amela's place, the undergrowth less spiny but thick, the earth not quite so hard-baked, and on the bank of the slow-flowing river there was mud as well as sand. Morshak reined in short of the mud and the cart groaned to a stop. The horse lowered its head to crop listlessly at the weeds. What is wrong with you? Cobb snapped as his guts slowly unclenched. Already swinging off, Morshak glanced up and lifted his brows in amusement. Second thoughts about riding with me? Third and fourth, actually. You'll love. He jerked his chin toward the river. Go wash up, you're a mess. I need to pick up supplies, so I'll get you some clothes too. He started off through the weeds and Cobb glimpsed cottages in that direction, tucked into the roll of the hills and shaded by fruit trees. Cobb scowled after him, then looked down at himself, at all the blood. Morshak was right. He tossed his boots and socks into the cart and swung down, calloused heels indifferent to pebbles and thorns. At the edge of the river, he sank his toes into the warm mud and picked at his tunic, then remembered the letter beneath. Flattened and blood-edged, it was in bad shape, and he cringed at the thought of handing it over to Amela's son. But he had promised. The blessing cord around it was still intact, so he hung it from the branches of a brown-leafed bush where he would see it, then sat down in the shallow water. The cords of his breeches were crusted over and almost unworkable. He yanked them apart, redness wisping away through the water. The gore had lacquered his clothes to him, and beneath them scales of blood plated his belly and thighs. When he peeled the fabric away, hairs went with them in a horrid stinging wave. Teeth gritted, he scrubbed viciously at the remaining blood with handfuls of sand until everything from navel to knees felt raw. The silvery crystal arrowhead lay like ice against the hollow of his sweating throat. He tossed the ruined clothes on the bank, refilled his canteen from upstream, then waded deeper into the water. It was lukewarm on the surface, slightly cooler below, sluggish and burnished by the hot Atlantic sun. He wished for the cold instead, for Carrion's Arctic torrents that stung like knives then numbed, for the glassy beauty of the sheer ice-sheen cliffs, for the way blood froze in the wound. He touched the arrowhead as if it could summon that cold. All it summoned was the memory of white walls and white ceiling, the inside of the infirmary, and Darylyn's relieved face, his murky eyes. The first things Cobb had seen when his mind had cleared from delirium, when the wraith arrow in his side had finally released its grip. Cobb clenched his hand around the arrowhead until it hurt. He did not want to remember their friendship. Because if he was a trap set for this guardian, then someone had to be minding the trap. Suddenly 5 years of his life turned to ashes. The bracing hand, the calm word when he was 12 and newly orphaned? Artifice. The laughter, the security of having someone to watch his back? Orders. The friend that had lingered at his bedside, fidgeting, pacing, as he floated in and out of consciousness? Never existed. His eyes stung and he sank deeper in the water, up to his neck and then his chin, furious with himself. He had barely wept for his mother and certainly not for his father, that bastard, the cause of all his suffering, so why now? Why for the traitor he should have suspected all along? A flicker of motion caught his eye across the river and he forced himself to focus. A hare. Dun-colored, timid, its long ears tilted in his direction. His brows crinkled. The river was wide here, but he was near enough to the far shore that when the hare edged closer, it puzzled him. He had little experience with wild animals. A few days on Varaku and in the Wraith Forest did not a woodsman make. Then a flare of wings descended next to him and he lurched away, heels digging in the silt, as a large crow alit on one of the protruding river rocks. It tilted its head at him, then dipped its bone-white beak into the drifting water. He stared at it, then looked around, realizing with growing amazement that he was not alone at all. On the bank behind him, a small family of hares lapped at the water, keeping a polite distance from the wild gardo that picked its way through the shallows. Unlike the domestic dwarf ones, the wild gardo was taller than Cobb, with a long black-scaled neck and red-feathered body and a curved black beak longer than his forearm. It regarded him with one glittering eye, then, like the crow, returned to its business. Further downstream, a tan scrub fox emerged from the brush, sniffing the air. The hares tensed but did not flee. Cobb said, then realized he was about to try to talk to animals and sighed instead. They paid him no mind. He ran a damp hand through his hair, trying to consider this rationally. None of them were too close, maybe wild creatures were bolder than he had thought. Then tiny cold feet pattered up his back, and he barely stopped himself from flailing in shock. A small lizard emerged over his shoulder, blinking its milky inner eyelids at him. On the nearby rock, the crow lifted its head in sudden interest. Cobb stared at the lizard, and the lizard stared at him. Finally he extended a cautious finger to it, bracing himself for a bite, but its jaws stayed shut and its scaly tail whisked once across his shoulder blade. "Hoy, little guy," he whispered, fascinated despite himself. Carrion was too cold for reptiles, and the only ones he had seen in the army had been the big desert snakes that the outriders sometimes brought back to cook. It just stared at him. On the rock, the crow shifted and flexed its wings as if pondering a pounce. All at once, a skittering filled the undergrowth. Cobb looked up to see the hares vanish and the fox dart back into cover. In the middle of the river, the gardo raised its head and hissed, its beak gaping to show a thin black tongue. The lizard leapt off his shoulder and plopped into the water, and the crow fluffed up in indignation. "I have your clothes," Morshak called from the shore. Cobb looked back to see the Corvishman waving from slightly upstream, a packet tucked under one arm and a bundle in his hand. With some reluctance, Cobb waded toward shore. "Making friends?" Morshak asked as they converged by the ruined garments. Cobb lurked in the water, and Morshak regarded him questioningly before realization dawned, then he snorted. "Ah yes, Drixie prudery. It's not like I've never seen a man's bits before." "Well, you're not seeing mine. Just leave the clothes. How did you ever survive in the army?" But Morshak set the bundle on dry ground and headed for the cart, and after a moment Cobb emerged to pick through it. Loin wrap, breeches, tunic, the outer clothes blue and brown, much plainer than Amala's gifts but serviceable. He wrapped up quickly and was pulling on the tunic when Morshak said, "Did you know we have a stowaway?" "What?" he called back and gathered up the ruined clothes. They were soggy and gory, but he felt weird about leaving them. He slung the canteen over his shoulder, grabbed the letter from the bush and picked his way quickly through the bracken to the cart. On the bench sat Morshak, rusty brows arched. In the back, at the very edge of the cart bed, crouched a goblin with Amala's bundle clutched in its spindly arms. It hissed at Morshak but quieted as Cobb drew near. Cobb eyed it warily. The bald pate with its zigzags of red paint, the black harness. Rien, he said, surprised to remember the creature's name. The goblin's notched ears twitched and it looked to him with big eyes. Lark say catch. I catch. Lark? When? Him zap. It pointed an accusing finger at Morshak, who regarded it mildly. What? Said Cobb. He reached the edge of the cart and considered the situation. The goblin did not instill in him the same revulsion as it had at first sight, but its presence put him on edge and he did not want to get close to it. He wanted to kick it for distance, really. Yet it looked small and pitiful, hugging the bundle like that. And Lark had sent it for some purpose. Curse that woman. I don't want anything to do with her shadow cult plots. With a sigh, he slung himself into the cart bed and slid up toward the bench, trying to keep away from Rien. Immediately the goblin maneuvered to put in between itself and Morshak. Catch! It said, its black gaze fixed fearfully on the Corvishman. Morshak snorted and picked up the reins. I don't know why your friend sent that, but it's not coming with us, She's not a friend. Cobb eyed the goblin and it gave him an importuning look. It was really quite small. Inhuman and unsettling, but childlike and obviously frightened. He felt a pang of pity. "'D'you know the way home?" He asked it quietly. "Yes. Will you go?" "No." He chewed his lip. "But why caught me?" "Your work is done." The goblin hugged the bundle tighter, staring up at him sadly. Cobb tried to harden his heart, but he could not be angry at something that had done him no wrong. "I'm a sap," he thought. "A sucker. My ancestors would be rolling in their graves." "It's all right," he told Morshak, resigned. "The shadow cult helped me, or tried to, anyhow. If it's here for that, I guess it can stay." The Corvishman gave him an odd look, then rolled his eyes skyward. "Fine. But I'm not feeding it." "Hunt!" the goblin chirped. With a great sigh, Morshak snapped the reins and set the cart in motion. Cobb clutched the cart edge to keep from sliding around as the wheels crunched through brush. The goblin clung as well, one arm still wrapped around the bundle. As they bumped up the embankment and lurched over it, Cobb gritted his teeth and thought, "I'm a passenger on my own piking pilgrimage." The cart rattled over the ruts, then settled in again, and the ride smoothed. With his teeth no longer juddering together, Cobb took a deep breath, tore his gaze from the goblin and said to Morshak, "Talk." "What about?" "Yourself. Who are you? Why do you know so much? You said you're my other half." Morshak was silent a moment, then said, "Icarus. The tribal name for my spirit. I'm a vessel like you, but mine is associated with the lighter elements air, fire, metal. The sterile instead of the generative. The what? Fertile. Things grow from darkness into the light. Nothing is born from air, fire or metal, even birds need trees. Except the murii, right? They're made of silver." Morshak glanced back briefly, not long enough for Cobb to gauge his expression. His voice stayed level. "The murii are elementals. They have no blood, no bones, no breath, no body generated from wood and water and earth, no need for air, no passionate fire. Only metal. Only one type of metal, even more restrictive. They are never truly born, nor can they truly die. They are not alive as we consider it. Some choose to live like people, but you shouldn't mistake that for being human. They were never animals. They do not have our drives, our instincts, our thought patterns. While there are ways of integrating with an elemental line, you're far more likely to be related to your goblin friend than to the Muri, no matter what the Carindrixie legends say. Cobb looked at Rien, and Rien looked back at him. In horror, Cobb said, "What?" "Well, your people have lived in the mountains for a long time. In the cold, dark nights of the Carindrixie winter, many strange things have been known to." "This isn't what I asked." "No?" "Oh. What, then?" "You." "I'm just a vessel, unimportant. Our spirits are what matter. And mine is a dark thing, but yours is of the light, . Morshak made an aggravated sound. Piking imperialistic worldview. No. The dark and the light are beyond everything. Humanity, spirits, this world, the gods, everything. They are massive, incomprehensible forces whose only goal is to annihilate all else, anything that casts a shadow and anything that shines a light. You and I, and our great spirits, are so much smaller than that conflict that we cannot say we stand on either side. None of the spirits can. And before you ask, spirits are not souls. Souls are a human anomaly, they are born with you and depart when you die. They can be marked by a god or a spirit or whatnot, but they're always you. The Guardian can't displace or consume your soul, so don't worry. I'm not, Cobb wanted to say, but that would be lying. Still, the thought that though something else dwelt inside him, the true him was still there, eased his nerves marginally. Spirits, on the other hand, are shared among all of the creatures that belong to them, Morshak continued. All wolves carry a piece of the wolf spirit, all Muri a piece of the silver spirit. When a creature bearing a piece of a spirit dies, that piece returns to the greater spirit to live on. Once, we were that spirit. Ezengat and Icarlus were two halves of a whole, the progenitor of all, the great spirit of life. But we split a long time ago, and in doing so we began to lose cohesion. The beast spirits were born from us, and each birth took some of our power away, until we had to reach to the elements for stability. You chose the tidal elements, the so-called dark ones, which wax and wane and change shape but never lose their essence, just as darkness can never become light. Water freezes to ice, evaporates to steam, coalesces into water again, the earth sleeps in winter but awakes at the thaw, new and old at the same time. I, on the other hand, chose the ephemeral light elements. They can be dispersed and don't always return, but can also appear as if from nothing. The potential for them always exists. Wood and metal are on the cusp. They share in both aspects, but long ago the Guardian chose wood and I chose metal, and so wood is now considered dark and metal light. It doesn't mean that either of us stand for or against your empire, just that this is the way we chose to shape ourselves long ago, and that though we might want the same things, we are forced to go about them in different ways. The Guardian is slow to rouse, slow to anger, but unstoppable once it gets moving, while I'm quick, I flash hot and cold on a whim. We need each other to maintain a balance. So now I'm here with you. Cobb stared at Morshak's back, not sure what to think. After a moment, Morshak glanced to him and said, "Does that make sense?" "It makes my head hurt." "Ah. Perhaps your brain is too small for the long words." "Hoy! But I suppose that's my fault. I shouldn't lecture to a mountain boy. Maybe if I used very small words. Shall I try again, and you can grunt when you understand?" Cobb just glowered, and Morshak flashed him a vulpine grin before returning his attention to the road. "Not even a grunt," he said. "Ah well, a lost cause. Listen, all that spirit stuff might be what you crazy people believe, but I know that we were made by the light, except for a tiny sliver of darkness that slipped in while he was shaping us. Sometimes it talks to us and lets other dark things in. The monster in me, and maybe the one in you? They're those other dark things. I know it, and I don't want to be eaten by it. Just tell me how to get free." "You know? Who told you? The priests of the Imperial Light." "Yeah. They don't follow the true light." Cobb scowled deeply. Lark had said something similar, along with her blather about the light and dark both shaping life equally, but he knew that could not be true. The dark in him was like an evil seed, tenacious, but tiny. Nowhere near half of him. You're wrong. Well, have it your way. It's fascinating what people will believe when they have no idea of the truth. And the truth is that we're made of dirt and twigs? What else would we be made of? Meat. Morshak laughed. Ah, so says the herdsman. And true, from a carnivore's view, but I won't get into it. Peasants. Yeah. And what are you, Corvishman? Morshak did not answer, and Cobb sat back with a feeling of triumph for having bested the wordy man. In the quiet that reigned thereafter, he remembered the letter in his hand and tucked it into the canvas casing around his canteen. In the opposite corner, Rien still clung to the bundle, pointy chin perched on it like a child peering over a low table, and from the way the goblin looked between Cobb and Morshak, Cobb could tell it sensed the tension even if it did not understand. Cobb felt a rush of fellow feeling toward the goblin. At least he was not alone with his other half. Abruptly, Morshak said, I came for you because there are more forces at work than just the Empire. Yeah, like the cults, Cobb muttered. Precisely. The Guardian is a powerful spirit, but being trapped inside you makes it vulnerable to enemies and allies alike. There are more than a few entities who want us on their side and are willing to force us if we can't be convinced, just as there are plenty who want us dead. And you've been filled to the brim with traps and bonds, you probably can't even hear the Guardian. Cobb grimaced. If the nightmares and the dark sea were what passed for hearing this guardian spirit, he wished he could plug his ears further. Not really. It's supposed to talk? It's supposed to mesh with you the moment it enters you. Transmit all its knowledge. The fact that I have to explain any of this tells me it has failed. Problematic. Then just help me get it out. What do you think I can do? I dunno, you're the other spirit. Do some spirit thing? Sounding amused, Morshak said, you're bound by arcane magic. Spirits don't have much power against it. Your guardian is the one best equipped to destroy hostile spellcraft, but that doesn't do you much good when you're inside the box. As Icarus, I do have a few options for breaking you out of there, but they're not easy and I can't do them on the road. Well then pull over. We don't have time. You realize we're being pursued, yes? Cobb squinted out the back of the cart. In their wake, clouds hung heavy over the dry golden plains, and dust veiled the road from cross-traffic between the villages that flanked it. He could no longer see Baller, and wondered how far they had come in the night. By the Crimsons, he said, subdued. By Ile-Rien. Indeed. Swallowing down the lump in his throat, Cobb forced himself to think. He still wanted to be cleansed even more so than before, and if that meant the Imperial light would destroy this unpleasant heirloom of his father, then so be it. But he rather doubted Morshak would let that happen, and if the Corvishman had spirit powers like what Cobb had manifested in the Shadow Cult Tavern, then he was insanely dangerous. Cobb could not just run away. I could surrender us both to the Crimsons. Maybe the Empire would release my bonds and destroy the dark spirit, let me live. No. That was naive. And Morshak, though abrasive, had done nothing to merit betrayal. Which left Morshak's offer of releasing him once they were no longer pursued. He sighed heavily and said, whatever gets me out of this mess. So agreeable, Dot. But then you have to promise to leave the Empire alone. Morshak's shoulders stiffened beneath the layers of coat and cloak. What? You and the Guardian. You dark spirits can pike off and do your own thing, but I won't be responsible for unleashing you on the Empire again. You said this thing's been a thorn in our side since. Your side? Your side? Do you have any idea? Morshak cut himself off, took a short breath, then cast a scathing look over his shoulder at Cobb. His near-black eyes were wild with anger. The Phoenix Empire is on no one's side but the Emperor's, he said through his teeth, and the emperor serves only himself. Not the land, not the people, not your supposed imperial light. He wants us dead not because we plague him but because we exist, just as he has worked to bring down myriad spirits, elementals, even a piking god. A heretic god. Law. Cobb blinked. The Lord Knight? That's ridiculous. He wasn't even a god. And anyway, his death and the murder of the First Light is what brought on the long darkness. The imperial light didn't rise until after that. Ever wonder why? Said Morshak snidely. Or don't you know about the nemesis? The Lady of Assassins? Of course that's what you've been taught. Morshak sighed and turned forward to watch the road, but kept speaking, some of the venom leaving his voice. She wasn't always the Lady of Assassins. Once she was the Lady of Knowledge, and called by another name than Nemesis, one that could actually get her attention, instead of a label used to keep her from eavesdropping. All of the gods can hear you when you call them by name. Cobb flinched. She used to be benevolent, and numbered among the 6 ladies said to provide inspiration to the world, fervor, shelter, shaping, seeking, frenzy and ruin. They stood in balance with the 3 lords who oversaw the world light, shadow and law and separate from the uncivilized gods of death and dreams. Humanity's pantheon, you could say, because all other creatures are ruled by the spirits. What about the dark? Said Cobb as Morshak drew a new breath. This was all unfamiliar to him, while he recognized the Lord Knight and now the Shadow Lord from Lark's Ranting, and had heard of the Lady of Assassins in passing. He had always thought the Lord Knight was the Light's lieutenant, and the others just part of the dark. Morshak made a sound of annoyance. I already told you this. The dark is not a god, it's a force. So is the true light. The light we know here is a lesser light, a tolerable light, not the scouring light. Just as the darkness here is merely a shadow, not the hungry dark. Now shut up. Reluctantly, Cobb complied. Anyway. 3 of the 6 ladies make up the trifold goddess, the Maiden of Fervor, the Mother of Shelter and the Matron of Shaping. The other 3 oppose them, the Nemesis of Seeking, the Blood Goddess of Frenzy, and the Queen of Masks, Lady Ruin. But they did not always belong to these sides, because once upon a time, the Nemesis was known by her old name, and she was the partner of the God of Law. Though the gods are not mortals, the ones who dealt with us most often picked up some of our traits. Love, doubt, jealousy. And it was said that Law and Knowledge were not merely partners, they were lovers. So when rumor reached her that he was philandering, she did as any scorned woman might do. She sought proof. They called her the Watching Spider back then. Some still do. Her followers were diplomats, spies, infiltrators, investigators, gatherers of information, and they began to tell her that her lover had taken up with another. Or, as it seemed, several others. Several very specific others. The God of Law was known to have a close relationship with his knights. They served his word alone, not the petty edicts of mortal rulers but a celestial law that considered all life equally, and they were vanishingly few. After all, not many people could shed their personal prejudices and all their possessions, withstand bribes and the promise of softer lives, or indeed abandon their kin and loved ones and show no preference toward them over any other mortal. For their sacrifices, they were blessed by the constant presence of their God. His essence dwelt within them. And according to the rumor, it had become adjoining more sexual than spiritual. At first, the goddess of knowledge brushed it off as nonsense. Some of the gods did tomcat around with mortals, the Shadow Lord and Ile-Rien the Travelers specifically, but Law had always appeared to stand aloof. It was in her nature to investigate, though, and soon she became obsessed with the subject. Her followers trailed the knights at all times and reported visitations by Law, ecstatic trances, and all sorts of sordid deeds. When she confronted him, the God of Law denied it all. She became convinced that he was an impostor. Reports piled up, conflicts sparked between her agents and his knights, and her direct interrogation of him brought stony silence. At last, enmeshed in her web of evidence, her heart poisoned against him, she decided that he had to be erased. Her agents became her assassins. One by one, they murdered the Knights of Law, and when the enraged god came to confront her in her realm, she fell upon him and tore him apart. But that act gave her no peace, for she looked upon the world and imagined it tainted by the law impostor's touch. Since then, she has used her agents to murder anyone who stands against her warped view of the true law's beliefs. Some say she even destroyed the first light and brought on the long darkness, but I can't vouch for that. All I really know is that the agents who brought her the first rumors, and thereafter supplied her the evidence of law's wrongdoing, were Imperials. Cobb took a moment to absorb all of that, then scowled. How? The Empire didn't exist till after the long darkness. The formal empire, yes, that didn't start until the Dacian king declared that he had raised the sun. But the individuals and entities that created the empire were active long before then. That's hog crap. Why does everyone try to blame everything on the empire even when they have to twist the facts to make it work? You don't have to believe me. I don't mind. The Lord Knight wasn't a god, the Peking nemesis is dark and that's why she killed him. There was no stupid pre-imperial conspiracy, the Phoenix Emperor rekindled the light, you're full of shit, and that's that. Whatever you say, Cobb. And when I get to Dacia City I will bloody well sling myself onto an altar, if that's what it takes to get cleansed. Morshak barked a laugh. Oh, now you're punishing yourself and thinking that will punish me? You're such a child. Purification through sacrifice isn't what you want it to be. What's that supposed to mean? Figure it out. I'm tired of explaining. The urge to lurch up and shove Morshak off the bench came and went. Cobb exhaled through his teeth and closed his eyes, trying to calm his churning thoughts. There was no way he would humor Morshak by doing what he said. He already knew how the world worked and did not need a delusional spiritist to tell him. As the echoes of the argument faded, though, he frowned. You said you'd speak plain to me, he told Morshak's back. The Corvishman made a sound of disgust. You don't consider this plain? Just because I ask you to rub two thoughts together on your own does not put me in the same cryptic basket with Jasper and his awful stories. Would you rather I talked about lions and hedge mazes? Why do you hate Jasper? I don't hate him. We have a history. What sort of history? There was a silence, then Morshak said, like you and I, right now. Young man just setting out. Mysterious older fellow who knows too much. Except I was younger than you. Just a child. Imagine if all this had begun right after your mother's death. Cobb stiffened. What do Peking know about my mother? She hanged herself when you converted to the light. Redness filled his world. Teeth bared, he grabbed Morshak by the cloak and yanked, spilling him backward into the cartbed. Pinning him to the slats, he clenched his hands around the Corvishman's neck and started to squeeze. This time, Morshak's face remained placid. His gloved fingers cinched on Cobb's wrists and sent an enervating rush of ice up his arms, into his shoulders. Cobb gasped as his hands lost their clench, and tried to pull away but could not break Morshak's grip. I understand that family can be a sensitive subject, Morshak said, an odd smile curving his mouth. As can truth. But this is the second time, and I did tell you not to touch me, yes? Yeah, Cobb said quickly. The chill surmounted his right shoulder and fanned across his back, sapping the strength from the muscle. On his left arm, it halted just below his brand in the bronze band. And you will not do it again, correct? Yeah. Good. With that, Morshak released Cobb's wrists. Cobb pulled back immediately, hissing as feeling returned to his arms in a buzz of pins and needles. He felt himself trembling, felt a hollowness grow in the pit of his stomach, a metallic taste in his mouth. Fear. There was power in the Corvishman after all. You have quite a temper, Cobran, said Morshak as he swung back onto the bench and straightened his cloak and coat. The cart had slowed to a halt, the horse's head down. When he retrieved the reins, it reluctantly heaved back into motion. You should do something about that. It will get you into trouble. Cobb held his tongue and sank down to the cart bed, chafing his arms vigorously. Temper was what had gotten him through the slave ranks, where the only discipline was that enforced by other slaves and where a reputation for not fearing the whipping pole could make them leave you alone. Cobb had gone to the pole more times than he could remember, mostly for fighting in view of free soldiers, intentionally. More than once, he had thrown a bully out from an alleyway into plain sight so that they would both get what was coming to them. The rage was a constant now. Like an underground river, always down there in the dark, waiting to surge up when someone punctured through his veneer of control. Trying to force his mind from the previous conversation and the idea of leaping off and escaping through the grassland, Cobb said roughly, "Why are you cold?" If you're possessed by a spirit of fire, why are you always so pekin cold? I don't see why it matters. You said you'd tell me the truth. Truth comes at a price, Cabron. Right now you can't pay it. Behave better and I might reconsider. Cobb scowled but let it go. Far behind them, the storm clouds had begun to let down their veils of rain. Good tidings for the farm folk, who might plant again if there was enough of it. Bad for the army, who would have to sandbag the riverbank to keep it from washing away half of camp. Good for Canrodi, whose water supply had to be dwindling after a long dry season without its aqueducts. It was hard to care. All of that was behind him. As for what lay ahead, he closed his eyes. It has to be better. Light, please let it be better. Chapter 13, The Pursuit. The first droplets hit Saravi's gauntlets and he cursed under his breath. Already the horses were flagging. Since leaving the garrison they had ridden straight and hard, but the storm was overtaking them and from Verkiai's grunted updates he gathered that they were no closer to catching their quarry. How a rickety cart could have gotten so far ahead was beyond him. They had lost time in Baller, first in waiting for the Myrutan mages and then in the necessary explanations. Saravi had convinced the Myrutan to take the city guards who had survived the underground ambush first, and while those mine washes were in progress he had led his men out and mounted up. No doubt the Myrutan had reported his defiance to the general by now. That would mean demotion. He did not look forward to being a lancer again, but high rank and honor had been out of reach for a long, long time, and the loss would not hurt much. Not like falling from Captain Major. And if they succeeded, if they somehow managed to catch their prey, then he could argue that the results trumped procedure. Ahead, Trevere's horse led them by a long stretch. 10 sky horses were lighter, swifter, and far more skittish than the Lancer's task guards. They were good for messengers and scouts, but useless in combat. The rumbling clouds presaged more rain and perhaps lightning, and when that happened, the sky horses would become a hazard. Some distance behind Trevere was Jijan's horse, now bearing the Shadow Cult prisoner. It pained Saravi to see the woman in command of her own steed. He kept expecting her to yank the reins and veer off into the grassland, where the lancers on their heavy horses would never be able to catch her. But the runes on the orange ribbon flashed any time she fell too far behind Trevere, and she kept her heels to the horse's flanks and its head turned to the road. Fear of pain, fear of death obviously motivated her more than the desire for freedom. Above, the clouds crawled faster than they could ride. The wind from the west was warm and wet, salt-scented, and it yanked at the crest of his helm and pushed his billowing cloak to a diagonal. Slats of light still fell across the road, but they were closing rapidly. All around them, the land was flat and featureless, the first roll of the northern hills yet distant. A short burst of raindrops pattered on his helm. Then a flash from behind, and the crack and roar of thunder. Saravi's horse flinched but kept pace. Ahead he saw the woman's leap sideways, its sharp ears flaring. Trevere's raced on. He scanned the fields. A troop of men clad in metal would be in trouble no matter how fast they were riding. Ahead in the west, trees rose like a skeletal fence from the center of a huge reaped square of grassland, a windbreak for a half-hidden collection of buildings. A glimpse of red paint through their branches and he knew it for an imperial farmstead, one of the many they had forced into service. It would house slave workers, a few supervisors, possibly the original family as well. Temporary shelter. Pike the bad weather, but it was necessary. Trevere! He shouted, but the wind snatched it away. Another flare lit up the midday darkness, more distant but no less loud as the thunder reached them. He spotted the trail that cut toward the farm and cursed as Trevere sped right past it. Raising one arm in signal, he turned his steed toward the trail. His men followed. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Trevere glance back, then yank his horse about. The prisoner followed suit. As Saravi's horse reached the fence that bordered the stubble-thick fields and lined the trail, the sky opened up. Rain struck him like someone had upended a pail over his head. Visibility cut down to a yard and all sound vanished beneath the drumming on his helm. He reined in, but only slightly lest he be overridden. Fence posts passed in a blur. Through the veil of rain he saw the last one go by and yanked the reins aside, turning his horse into the yard before the farm's structures. Looking back, he saw the dim shapes of his men splitting off in all directions, quick and professional with a minimum of jostling. They were all veterans of the journeys in war, they knew what they were doing. Already the packed earth of the yard was awash with water, too dry to absorb it. Saravi tried to remember what he had glimpsed of the layout. Farmhouse at the front, barns to the side and rear. A 10 skyhorse danced through the press, shied at a distant slash of lightning and came to a halt nearby. Saravi squinted over and saw Trevere shouting something, his eyes slitted beneath his plastered forelocks, but heard nothing. Shaking his head, he twitched his reins and led the way around the indistinct bulk of the farmhouse, his men falling in behind him, to find shelter. "What do you think you're doing?" Trevere raged ahead of Lark as they stomped over the threshold of the farmhouse, soaking wet. "Not getting struck by lightning," said the lieutenant flatly. "I don't care about lightning. We have to catch up. I have an idea." "And what might that be?" Lark stepped aside from the door and let the soldiers pass while she wrung her braids out. The entry from the farmhouse led into a broad L-shaped room, the long end somewhat sunken and filled at the moment with surprised farmhands at a collection of trestle tables. At the short end, right by the front door, was a nicer table half-piled with papers and logbooks, with a door to the kitchen beyond it and a set of stairs heading up into darkness. The older man who had answered the door flinched as Lieutenant Saravi swept the papers aside and swung his dripping saddlebags onto the table. "Savannah," said the lieutenant. "It has a larger garrison. Several mages." "So what? We alert them?" "I'm not letting. You. What do you think you're doing, barging in here?" Came a voice from the stairs, and Lark looked over to see a man in a thrown-on crimson uniform staring at the sudden influx of soaked soldiers. Saravi and Trevere exchanged glances, then Trevere smiled with an excess of teeth. "Sir, I have something you might like to see," he said, approaching the stairs. Lark saw him reach down to his belt and felt a thrill of mingled horror and glee. Was he about to stab one of his own people? But he just flipped open the scroll case that hung by the dagger and pulled out a parchment. The crimson officer snapped from his hand with a scowl. Then read it, and blanched, and offered it back as if it was a live snake. "Please get your people out of our way," Trevere said pleasantly. Yes, sir." The officer snapped an awkward salute, then squeezed past him and rushed into the lower room to shout orders to the assembled farmhands. "Vorkii!" called the lieutenant as the big mage ducked in and yanked the door shut behind him. Lark leaned away, wrinkling her nose. Wet, he smelled even more like ogre and pungent herbs. He gave her a broad grin and a wink when he spotted her, then ambled to the table, and she shuddered and crossed her arms tightly over her chest. Saravi had pulled a map from the saddlebags and spread it on the table. With Vorkii over one shoulder and Trevere at the other, he said, "The pilgrimage." "That's what I heard. He will have to use the rift climb, and for that, he will pass Savannah. There are no roads cross-cutting to the climb before that. We contact Savannah and have them open a portal, and resume the chase from there." Trevere scowled. "We should have done that from Baller. Had I known he was so far ahead, I would have recommended it." But we can do it now. Can we contact Savannah? I have stone, said Verkii. Then quickly, said Trevere, excitement swelling in his voice. If we can cut them off on the road. Perfect. Lark bit her lip as the mage started rummaging in his satchel. I should do something, she thought. She was unshackled, bound only by proximity and only to Trevere. She could nick a knife from the kitchen, or a sword from the soldiers who were gathering around the fireplace in the lower room to strip off their wet cloaks. The farm officer was herding the last of his charges up the stairs, still giving Trevere the occasional frightened look. Nearby, the older man, the farm's owner, stood wringing his hands. Get a knife. Shank Verkii before he can contact the other mages. Then probably get fed to that monster blade. Not a good plan. Cobb was an imperialist and a bit of a brickhead. She had no desire to waste her life for him. And Trevere. If you stay obedient, neither of you will have to die. So he had told her when she gave up the goblin's tooth. She did not trust him, but it was a thread of hope, however slender. With this ribbon on, she could not even run away. HSST, said a small voice by her ear. She stiffened, then shifted her shoulders against the wall and tried to pretend that she had just been uncomfortable. The mage had not tossed his wisplights around yet. Don't speak, said the voice. Now that she focused, she could feel a faint puff of dry air on the back of her neck, a pin spot pierced through the shadow. We've been monitoring your situation. You're in an ideal position right now, Dot. For what? She wanted to say, but kept her mouth shut. She did not recognize the voice as one of Balor's Shadowbloods, so she had to assume this was an agent from higher up in the ranks. We need to know more about the boy and their interest in him, it continued. The Regency has decided that you'll stay with them for that purpose. She winced. Ask questions. Try to ingratiate yourself. Seduce one of them if you can. Any of those three, the officer, the monster, the mage. We need more information on all of them. Nod if you understand. Oh, you can't be serious, she thought, but nodded her head a fraction and heard a faint sigh through the pin spot. We're sorry about this, said the voice, but it's important. Then the little dry wisp of air was gone. Swallowing thickly, she looked around again to see Verkii at work, Trevere down by the fire, and Saravi watching her with his cool gray eyes, like a bird of prey. She clenched her teeth and stared back, trying not to let misery well up, trying to force a smile that would not come. He tilted his head ever so slightly, then looked back down to his map. Worst assignment ever, she thought. The cart rattled swiftly northward. Cobb watched over the side with periodic interest. It was like seeing the trek of last year run backward, the plains giving way to soft hills and thicker, closer forest, everything becoming at first more green and then gold and orange and red. More and more, the farmed fields yielded to orchard and vineyard, to pasture and paddock. The villages close to the road were active, even prosperous, not abandoned like those between Balor and Felon. All their residents fled. As they pulled by with the storm at their heels, Cobb saw banners strung between cottages. Ribbons, lanterns, sturdy tents set up against the weather. Children in colorful garb watched the approaching clouds. Must be the harvest festival, he thought, bemused at the passage of time. It was near noon when he first glimpsed the gray stones of Savannah rising from the hills ahead. He swung up to the bench beside Morshak for a better look, pretending not to notice the goblin clinging to his sleeve. Rien had progressively sidled over to him during the ride, no doubt afraid that Cobb might boot it off the cart, but obviously seeking comfort, and so though having the goblin even touching his clothing made him tense as a wire, Cobb allowed it. He squinted ahead at the city. His first real time with the army had been at the north gate of Savannah, 2 springs past. In the months they had laid siege to it, he had thought he'd seen everything the world could throw at him. Serpent sorcery, circle magic, the collapse of siege engines, the saboteurs and rebels from the northern woods, constant raids, burned villages, poison supplies, and lots of heads on pikes. The city had been conquered by the Empire once before, and had learned to fight back. But ultimately the walls had fallen, the ruling council executed. The troops had been pelted with paving stones when they marched through, and rotten fruit, and worse things. Like Baller, Savannah was a shadow-called bastion, a twisty warren of traitors and thieves. These days, it was fairly well behaved and under strong imperial rule. Trade had reopened between it and the Northlands, including Carindra, which quarried the stone that made up its grey walls. It had been strange for Cobb to think, when he first approached it, that the walls he was set to assault held blocks that he had hewn during his time as a quarry slave. "Still interested in Decia City?" Morshak asked, breaking him from his thoughts. "Yeah. Course I am." "Why?" "Then this is where we turn off." He hauled on one side of the reins before Cobb could ask, and the cart horse wheeled dramatically to the right and headed up the embankment again. Cobb held on tight and felt Rian's pointy fingers dig into his arm. "Why can't we follow the cursed road?" Cobb gritted out as they bumped and lurched down the other side. The river loomed ahead, deeper and faster here as it cut like a knife through the soft hills. Morshak steered straight for it. "Do you really want to meet your Imperial friends so soon?" "Hold on." Cobb thought again of escape, but it was already too late. The horse stormed ahead, its shod hooves clattering on the river rocks, then plunging into the water. The cart wheels followed and the water rushed up, first axle height, then topping the wheels and flooding in between the footbar and the bench. Cobb pulled his legs up and felt the cart lift slightly. As unburdened as it was, it almost floated. The current swung them backward. The traces groaned, and beneath the water Cobb heard the wheels grate and smack against rocks. The cart horse bent its heavy head and braced its hooves, and somehow, through sheer muscular strength and task-guard determination, it hauled them bit by bit toward the other side. Cobb muttered a prayer under his breath as he clung tight, the rushing water chilling his ankles through his boots. Then he noticed something. The reins had gone slack. He looked to Morshak and saw with shock that his eyes were closed, his hands hanging loose in his lap. Reaching out quickly, Cobb grabbed his shoulder and propped him up as his head sagged. Another lurch of the cart and the reins slipped free of his fingers entirely. But the horse still pulled, practically swimming. The wheels floated free, then hit rocks again, and with a great wrench the cart began to rise from the river, shedding water and empty sacking. "Get the stuff," Cobb hissed at Rian, who nodded and leapt along the narrow edge of the cart to nab the floating bundle with prehensile toes and tail. Transferring that to its teeth, the goblin returned to his side as everything else washed away. As the horse pulled them laboriously up the opposite bank, Cobb heard a crackle, then a harsh crunch from beneath the cart. It yawed dangerously to one side, and he leaned out to see the rear wheels splayed at a diagonal. The axle had snapped. "Pike me," Cobb said, and let go of Morshak as the horse drew to a stop. Before he could swing off, though, the Corvishman straightened. "Stay," said Morshak. "I'll deal with it." Cobb stared after him as he swung down and scurried around the cart, then slung himself under it. A bit of muttering in some odd rough language, and suddenly the splayed wheel yanked itself back into position. After a moment, so did the other one. Morshak slid back out and heaved himself onto the bench, and grabbed the reins. "What did you?" "Off we go." And that was that. Cobb hung on for dear life as Morshak steered them wildly into the countryside, through tall grass and brush, past orchards and thickets and the small villages that patchworked the landscape. Up and down pebbled hillsides, ignoring all trails, once scattering a herd of goats in his fixation on going as straight on as possible. The herder shouted curses and chased them for the length of a hill, and Cobb cringed and wished he still had a hat to pull down to hide his face. And Savannah grew distant again, fading to the west as they cut northeast toward the great high wall of the rift. "You said he was in front of us." "And now not," said Verkii with more patience than Saravi could have mustered. The Ogrican mage shook the makeshift dowsing wand at the hunter, the goblin tooth bound to its tip glimmering with residual magic. "Shifted Ave." "I don't believe this," seated Trevere as he struggled to draw his skittish skyhorse closer to the mage on the burly taskguard. Seriously, I don't believe this. Where is he now? Verkii gestured northeast, and Saravi winced. Since reaching Savannah and extricating from the curious Crimson garrison, they had been riding south along the trade road, watching the storm clouds pile up ahead and wondering when the fugitive would show. At least we won't get rained on again, Saravi thought with bitter humor. How can he be out there? I thought you said there were no cross-cutting roads. There aren't, said Saravi. They must be going overland. This can't be happening. We can still catch them. Verkii, the trace still works? Highs. Then we follow them overland. If they've ditched the cart, it's still 3 riders on 1 horse. If they haven't, they can't be moving that quickly. Are we even sure that the goblin is with him? Trevere shouted. The whites showed all around his eyes. Saravi did not like that look. No, said Verkii. Haya trust, or Haya go back to General empty-handed, highs? Trevere snarled at him, then wheeled his horse around and set his heels to its flanks, urging it off the road and down to the water. They had passed a few bridges on the way south, but he seemed in no mood to backtrack. Trading glances with Verkii, Saravi let out a short sigh and waved his men forward. Already the woman prisoner was fording the river after Trevere, their lightweight steeds struggling in the swift water. At least only our boots will get wet, Lieutenant? Called Lancer Lynchard from behind. Saravi snorted, allowed himself the margin of a smile, and urged his horse after. Marks had passed by the time they found a real road again, and Morshak went over the edge with the same lunacy as before. The cartwheel slammed into the dirt on the other side and Cobb gritted his teeth, sure that something would finally shatter. But though the wood creaked alarmingly and the wheels thumped over the ruts with bone-shaking force, it all held together. Morshak righted their course and they tore along the road at a rapid pace. The horse should have been exhausted. And testy. Cobb had never ridden, but he had been near the cavalrymen and their heavy steeds before and almost had an ear taken off by an irritated taskguard. They were difficult to manage at the best of times. This was not the best of times. He had planted himself in the back of the cart again, as it afforded him some protection from the branches and thorn brush that they had started to encounter. Rien huddled in his lap. All around them, the hills were mounting not just northward but eastward, like they did along the entire span of the rift. Low, lumpy, rolling hills like a rug rucked up by shifted furniture, slowly rising to foothills and peaks of rubble overgrown by long ages of tectonic passivity. And beyond them, the rift itself. They were on the Imperial Road now. Straight ahead, beyond the foothills and the bright wash of autumn-colored forest, rose that fantastic cliff like a wall built to divide the Empire from the rest of the world. Sunlight painted the entirety of its face, detailing the black zigzag of the great climb that ran, thin as a stitch, from the cluster of buildings that huddled at the base of the rift to the next straining vantage of its very top. Cobb's stomach knotted as he watched the town draw nearer. Riftward, it was called, and though it was tiny against the mighty backdrop it had the look of a blooming city. Morshak had returned the cart to the road right before the dirt embankments ended, and now they were running along a broad, flat stretch of ground between 2 low stone walls that marked the approach to the town. Not far ahead, the road turned cobbled and then the buildings sprang up like mushrooms, spreading out to all sides to cover the wrinkled hills. Built of stone, brick, and wood in a hodgepodge of styles and constructions, they flew banners proclaiming services and supplies and also the red flags of the Crimson Border Patrol. Further in, the low stone walls became raised sidewalks, separating town traffic from rift traffic, while through the clutter the road ran like a river to the great earthen ramp that began the climb. That road and all its intersecting avenues were packed. Mounted riders, roped flocks of wild gartos, pilgrims afoot and caravans of every size and description milled and pushed their way along. A line of poles and shade trees had been planted through the middle of the Grand Avenue, dividing upward traffic from downward, but quite a few of those poles had been snapped and a few horsemen rode the wrong way up, for there were not many caravans coming down. Even at a distance, the air was full of the reek of sweat and dung, the cacophony of shod hooves and nervous squeals and carters' bellows. Children, drunkards and peddlers perched on the raised walkway, shouting catcalls and sales pitches into the din. At the very edge of the climb was a red-roofed booth, from which came a swarm of crimson soldiers to check every cart and wagon before it could begin its ascent. Despite how fast they worked, they seemed to be the cause of the traffic. "Now I know why folks turn to smugglin'," Cobb muttered. Above him, Morshock chuckled. "If I knew the smugglers' routes, I would use them. Thought the Corvish were the major smugglers on that side. They may well be, but it is not my occupation." Cobb turned a curious eye to his companion. Not for the first time, it occurred to him that Morshock was very unlike what he had come to expect from a Corvishman. Not that he knew many Corvishmen, but still. He was articulate where Weshker was rough-spoken, condescending instead of cheerful, reserved and sarcastic rather than friendly to the point of familial. And sometimes he slipped up. "They?" Cobb prompted. Morshock did not answer. "Listen, I know there's something wrong with you," said Cobb, watching Morshock's face in profile. "I don't know what it is, maybe it's the spirit in you, or maybe it's just the way you are, but I don't like it. So I need you to answer me something. In honesty. I don't think we have time for that." "What?" "Look behind us." Wary, Cobb squinted down their back trail. The storm clouds in the distance flickered with unspent lightning, but closer on the road rose a thin plume of dust. A plume of dust flecked with red tabards. "Oh, Pikes, not again," said Cobb. "I advise you to hold on." "What are you?" The cartwheels hit the first paving stones and Morshock snapped the reins. Immediately their ride turned into a teeth-jarring bounce. Rien clung to Cobb's shirt and he tried to conceal the goblin with one arm while clutching the cart side. It would not do to have someone spot the creature and scream. "Can't believe Darylyn's still chasing me," he thought as he watched the approaching riders. Though shielded by the dust, he knew that his ex-friend would be staring right back at him. Pursuing relentlessly even though he had been the one to send Cobb away. Nothing made sense anymore. Carts and pedestrians flashed by, shouting curses. Jostled around in the back, Cobb glanced forward to see Morshock sawing on the reins, the horse responding to every tug to navigate them through the press. The cart edge clipped a wagon, scraping paint off with a grating shriek, and Cobb winced and ducked his head as the infuriated wagoner lashed his horsewhip at them. It snapped toward Morshock's shoulder. Then hit a sphere of blue light, the tip of the whip rebounding as if from a stone wall. The breath fled from Cobb's lungs. Sorcery, he thought as the screams he had tried to avoid rose up around them anyway. Morshock paid no heed and the glow around him faded in an instant, but it had been enough. Everyone nearby now struggled to get out of their way, while those ahead turned to peer toward the sudden disruption. "I don't believe it." Sorcery. He had seen magic before. Plenty of it. The silent circle mages that attended the army were always busy maintaining the bubble-like wards that protected the camp from arcane strikes or striking back at Canrodi and its own protective shell. He had seen them fling lances of light at the walls of Savannah, seen them erect shimmering barriers against the wildfires in Jernizan, and he had been pressed into a chair by the Inquisitors before, his memories examined as casually as if they thumbed through a book. But those were Imperials. The good side. Sorcery was supposed to be different. Practiced by those in the uncivilized North or the corrupt South, it was unregulated, illegal. Dark. Only the Empire's silent circle mages were close enough to the light to use the pure magic, everyone else was tainted. Yet Morshock's sphere of light had not looked tainted. Is he a circle mage in disguise? But that was illegal too. Circle mages had to wear the robes, it was imperial law, one of the few things that let people feel comfortable about having them around. Always visible, never permitted to hide. In his mind's eye, he saw the dome over the army camp and the dome over Canrodi. The red lances of the Imperials, the green of the enemy. Morshock's blue ward, the same as those that flared up around any circle mage when they were struck. Someone's been lying to me. Pikes, everyone's been lying to me. He stared down the road to his pursuit. All those men were hunting him because he was dark, but the real darkness was riding among them. The liar, the monster. The killer in a friend's guise. "Come on, Ile-Rien," he muttered under his breath, feeling a sudden clench in his brow. "Come get your greeting." Normally I would call that a fantastic idea, but right now I do have to ask you to stay down. Cobb shot Morshak a dire look, but the sorcerer's attention was on the crowded street ahead. They scraped past another cart and the flock of Gardos chained beside it hissed alarmingly, the scales standing out from their black necks and their short, useless wings flared with aggression. Their beady eyes followed Morshak. "Darylyn's my enemy," Cobb snapped. The pressure in his skull mounted. He thought he knew what it meant, and touched his forehead where 2 spots of pain had sprung. Rien wriggled in his grip and he let the goblin go. It scurried to an opposite corner and clung to the side wall, shivering. "Blah blah blah, honorable single combat," said Morshak. "Too many night stories for you. That age is fallen. We do things my way now." "Oh yeah?" The soldiers were closing in. He saw the first horse reach the cobblestones, saw the fair-haired figure bent over its straining neck. He gripped the edge of the cart and rose to his feet. "What did I tell you?" Morshak hissed. "Sit down." Cobb had no blade, not even a stick. Still, something inside him spoke words of confidence while the pain clenched at his skull. That black, ruined landscape surged within him. He rolled up one sleeve, then the other. "Sit, gods curse you!" snapped Morshak. He saw the rider's eyes. Locked gazes with them. The distance shrank, the foam now visible on the horse's muzzle, the determination and fear showing in the line of Darylyn's mouth. Then the world went black, the sky white, and Cobb felt every heartbeat around them, the flutter of each lung, the curiosity, the concern, the pure panic that had invaded all the beasts in their vicinity. The feeling hit so hard that Saravi quailed in his saddle, jaw sagging, heart stopped for an instant of sheer mindless terror. Wing beats drummed in his head, the pinions of some horrible, titanic raptor to which all life was a helpless feast. Then the horse bucked beneath him and he clung instinctually, shaken from his shock. The presence remained, a traumatic weight, but though his pulse thundered in his ears he managed to think, "Control yourself. You are not an animal." All around him, the road had dissolved into chaos. Cart horses thrashed in their traces, frenzied packbeasts broke from their cringing handlers, wagons swayed and smashed together and spilled their contents onto the cobbles. Poles snapped, spilling the frenzied masses into the down-rift side. Behind him he heard the harsh cries of his men and the clash of shod hooves on stone as their warhorses, though hardened, succumbed to the wave of fear. His own steed lurched and reared wildly, forward momentum arrested by the need to turn but the lack of space, and he gripped the saddle horn and twisted with its movements to avoid being dashed against the stone wall that loomed all too close. This was not the first time. The fires in Jernison had sent the horses mad. Each close encounter with a grass dragon and its long, poison fangs had been much the same. His armor hindered him, and as he fought the whiplash of the horse's crazed movements, he felt muscle wrench and sinew fray. But he refused to be thrown. Not with the hooves, the wheels, the claws and panicked feet that threatened to crush all who fell. He saw ahead in streaks and flashes. Trevere's horse was on the upper walkway somehow, dancing madly. The girl prisoner flew from hers and hit a wagon side but managed to rally. In the next sweep he saw her on the walkway chasing the black shape that was Trevere while his horse fled in the other direction. And far, far up the road was the cart they had pursued all this distance, driving straight up the path that had been cleared for it somehow through the chaos. In the back sat their quarry, his head slumped down. On the bench was. He could not even look at it. Primitive aversion forced his eyes away, made the skin of his shoulders crawl, made him duck his head as if the sky itself would grow claws and tear him away into its thunder-bruised nest. No details, not even a shape, just a single impression. White wings. Holy light, he thought. Lark ran. The ribbon around her wrist forced her along, burning, even as her sides ached and the air raced into her lungs like stinging needles. Ahead was Trevere. She kept her eyes on him, not daring to look around at the madness, at the wreckage still ongoing. Her boots slipped on the spillage of sidewalk vendors' wares: water, beer, pulped fruit, broken glass. The wall walkway she traveled was all but clear. A few people slumped and trembling pitifully, but the rest fled. She could not let the fear stop her. The closer she came, the more she felt it, like a clawed hand pressing down on her from above. How Trevere could approach it without stumbling, she could not imagine, but with every step he drew further ahead of her, closer to parallel with the cart and his prey. She only glimpsed the cart in between the berserk thrash of wagons and beasts, but she knew the figures on it. Kade Carrion, huddled in the corner. And the man from Baller who had thrown her to the wall. I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it, she thought, but knew she had to. Trevere had his blade out. She saw his head turn, searching the chaotic sea, and knew what he planned. Forcing the fear away, she ran for both their lives. He was abreast of it now. The beasts and vehicles were surging out of the cart's way, but between the wall and the trees, they could only go so far. She heard wood snapping and splintering, glimpsed caravan wagons half yanked through the broken poles, but still the cart had to weave. Trevere kept pace with it and moved to the very edge of the wall, boots pounding at the verge. Her stomach twisted. He leapt out. Sunlight streaked his fair hair as his feet came down on an abandoned wagon bench. 2 steps, and as the cart drew level with him, he leapt again, the long dagger leaving a bloody streak in the dust-fumed air. She saw the flare of light first, the whip-crack sound striking her ears an instant after. Backward Trevere flew, his tunic smoking, and slammed through a shade canopy and into the brick building behind it. A burning tingle ran through her, not the pain she had expected, but Trevere was a tough bastard, already getting up, a rictus of fear and rage on his face. Then he was running again. But she had closed the distance. She did not reach out. She knew that if she yanked on his shirt, it would take just a motion for him to slice her hand off. The cart was pulling ahead, the ramp that led to the climb drawing rapidly near, but if Trevere tried, he could catch it again. Can't let you. Her boot came down right at his heel, and she threw herself forward, tucking her shoulder against his side and lashing her arms around his middle. He coughed in surprise and tried to keep going, but her weight, her momentum, thrust him down. His arms flashed out to break his fall, and the blade cut a massive gouge in the walkway as he hit. Then he was thrashing, twisting, and she closed her eyes and thought, the end. He flipped her easily and she gagged as a knee nailed her in the gut, then a hand clamped around her throat. She clutched at the wrist, knowing it was the wrong one, knowing that the blade was free, and wondering if maybe it would have been better to let the sorcerer blast them both. Better than being fed to that monstrous, murderous hunger. And then the breath rushed out of him in a hiss. The grip loosened. The knee slid away. She slitted her eyes open and saw him straddled above her, but his gaze on where the cart must be, a look of such despair on his sweat-streaked face that it hurt to see. She wanted no empathy with him and pried his hand from her throat, and he let her. His eyes were glass. Slowly he rose, and slid the blade back into its sheath. Around them, the cacophony began to subside. She pushed up on one arm and saw why. The cart was in the climb, its splintered flank just barely visible in the thin gap that let light and air into the passage. The fear had faded like a fog burning off. Screams became weeping and cries for help. The hunter's hands were shaking. Even when she stood, even when she moved away to holler an answer to the lieutenant's distant shouts, he stayed there. She sat on the wall and watched the soldiers work to calm the crowd, prying apart tangled vehicles and releasing frantic beasts and lifting the injured to the walkway as the storm rolled ever closer. And still, any time she looked back, Trevere was there. Staring. His head lifting and turning ever so slowly, as if to track the progress of his prey. Chapter 14, The Climb. Cobb came back to consciousness with a blazing headache. All around him, the world was black, the only sound the crunch of gravel beneath cartwheels. He tried to sit up and small arms clenched around his chest. A sad meep sounded from against his side. He sighed faintly and felt around for the goblin's bald head. Its tail curled possessively along his arm, and he reflected on how this would have sent him shrieking into the night less than a week ago. Blinking in the dark, he struggled to get his bearings. A flash lit up the area briefly, throwing crazy shadows, and in that glimpse he realized he was in a tunnel like a throat, with a slit carved out of the sidewall and parallel to the slight incline. Thunder rumbled in the wake of the flash, reverberating through the passageway as if he and the goblin and the cart had been swallowed by some great lion. "The rift climb," he mumbled. He did not remember making it through the town. "Ah, you're awake," said Morshak's voice from the dark. He craned his head but could see nothing. The slit in the wall had subsided to deep gray, the storm having finally reached the rift. A faint, freshening scent of ozone and rain drifted in on the breeze, but the air in the tunnel was still and dank. "What happened?" Cobb mumbled. His mouth was dry and tasted of metal. "We evaded our pursuit. I apologize for my tactics, but I could not risk them catching you. Tactics?" He patted his side until he found the strap and the weight of the canteen, and fumbled the cap off. Water spilled down his throat and chin, and he coughed and wedged himself into a sitting position. "And anyway, you needed your sleep." "I fell asleep?" he thought, baffled. The last thing he remembered was watching Ile-Rien draw near. The rage, the pain, the rise of the spirit, and then waking. He frowned and twisted the cap back on. "You knocked me out." "Yes." "How?" "Details. Just trust that I know what's best for you." Cobb scowled. That was the last thing he wanted to hear, especially from a sorcerer. "Sorcerer, that's right. He's a piking spellcaster. Probably a piking mentalist. You're a bastard and I hate you," he thought hard in Morshak's direction. No reaction. All right, maybe not. But the recollection made him uneasy. "So you're a sorcerer?" "Evidently." "And sorcery's the same as magic?" He heard the smirk in Morshak's voice as the man said, "The very same. Just energy put to arcane use. I'm glad I don't have to explain everything." "I thought you said magic and spirits don't mix?" "They don't. But then how can you be a spirit thing and a mage at the same time?" "Practice." That's not a Peking answer. "Oh, it's not? My apologies. Now go back to sleep." Gritting his teeth, Cobb said, "Why? How long have I been out?" "Several marks. Difficult to tell since the storm rolled in, but I believe it to be evening." "And the crimsons?" A sudden lurch of conscience. "Did you kill M?" "No. They have fallen behind." Cobb exhaled, relieved. Though the soldiers had killed people in pursuit of him, he knew it was their duty. He would still be one of them if not for the spirit. However much they might have lied to him about sorcery, that revelation was too new and too peripheral for him to wish them dead. Except for Ile-Rien. "Guess they'll turn back," he said hopefully. "Over the rift is Gold Army jurisdiction." "Perhaps. One of them seemed quite invested in your return." Cobb scowled, not wanting to think about it. "Do you know why?" Morshak prompted. "No." "Come now, Cobb. Why do you care?" "If he's a danger." "Of course he's a Peking danger." Cobb snapped. "He's an assassin. But he's a crimson. And as you said, across the rift is gold territory. Cobb clenched his teeth and stared at the flickers in the clouds. He would follow me into the very bowels of the dark. It was the truth. He had seen that determination burning in Ile-Rien's eyes at the tavern, worse than anything he could have imagined. His former friend, his protector, his own personal guardian. Insane. Absolutely insane. And the horror was that Ile-Rien seemed aware of it. Like he was chained somehow to the pursuit, no matter where it might take him. No matter what it might do to him. Cobb knew he was being a fool, but he feared for his lost friend almost as much as he was afraid of him. So you think he might? Yes, Cobb said. He will. Then we should. Shut up. Morshak's affront hung in the air for a moment, then the sorcerer sighed. Have it your way. I won't mention it further. Cobb grunted and scrubbed at his face with the heel of his hand. It was stupid to care. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But 5 years was a long time, and even the flash of the sword, the death gurgle, the mad gleam of Darylyn's eyes. Even such violent upheavals could not change what had been. Ah, pike me, I'm gonna cry again, he thought, and pinched the busted bridge of his nose. Curse it, I'm turning into a little girl. How long till we reach the top? He said, forcing gruffness. Hard to say. Hopefully we'll arrive by mid-afternoon. Have you slept? You need me to drive? Do you know how to drive? Then no. I do not need you to drive. But, I mean, you've slept, right? Of course. When? While you weren't looking. Cobb frowned. Aside from a few pit stops, he was sure they had been on the road steadily since last night. And the horse is fine? Been a rough trip. Don't concern yourself. But, Cobrin, go back to sleep. Pike you, I'm not tired. You've had a long, trying few days. So what? I've gone with less sleep. Angry now, Cobb grabbed the edge of the cart and hauled himself up to the bench, the goblin squeaking and clinging to him with all 4 limbs and tail. His hip bumped against Morshak's as he settled in and braced his feet, and even through several layers of clothes, he felt the cold radiating off the sorcerer intensely. Ahead was nothing but dark tunnel delineated by the thin strip of cloudlight. Tell me what's going on, he said to Morshak. Nothing. I don't like being lied to, Dot. Funny. You've lived with it for quite some time. Cobb gritted his teeth but told himself he absolutely would not punch the sorcerer. Not like it would do any good anyway, since that blue ward. Hold on. Why didn't your magic stop me when I was trying to strangle you? Morshak turned his head slightly. All Cobb could see of his face was one eye reflecting a thin rim of cloud. I'm not defending myself against you, he said calmly. I'd like to think that we can trust each other. So if I punched you? Please don't. But if I did? I truly don't want to light you on fire, but you're making it difficult. Fine, said Cobb. Morshak's evasiveness was getting on his nerves, but it told him that something was amiss. If only he could fathom what it was. But you said you wouldn't be cryptic, he tried. Tell me, do you understand the difference between cryptic and none of your blasted business? No. Morshak sighed in exasperation. All right, fine. Why don't I tell you a bedtime story? You mocked Jasper for tellin' stories. This is different. I will be very, very blunt. But you'll have to promise to stop bothering me about the cold and the sleeping. And the magic. Deal? Cobb snorted. Deal. Get in the cart. With an invisible nod, Cobb slid back to the cart bed and settled in, feeling around for the bundle as his stomach nagged at him. The goblin wiggled free and curled up nearby, its tail still slung possessively over his thigh. Once upon a time, there were 6 sacred places. And in each sacred place was a seal. The bundle fell from Cobb's twitching hands. Lines of light carved the tunnel roof into a shining net, and the pain stabbed in like a pitchfork to the forehead. Distantly he felt the boards against his shoulders, the sudden strain of every muscle, but he was falling away into the blackness, into rushing dark water and the surge of the ruins, the roar of stone and wood. Then a cold hand touched his brow and brushed away the dark realm. The pain vanished. He slumped, dazed. Maybe I shouldn't tell that one, said Morshak dryly. Cobb struggled to sit up, his body responding only sluggishly. His lips moved but no sound came. As if expecting the question, Morshak answered it. The Guardian wants to show you something, he said. I can imagine what. We were both there at the time, your spirit and mine. The bonds upon you keep it from communicating, though, and its attempts will only hurt you. Let me try a different story. Can't you do something about the bonds? Cobb managed roughly. Not here, not now. Put your Dacian suicide plans on hold and I'll take you to Corvia, to the mountains. I can work there. No detours. I'm going to Dacia City. Morshak sighed. Well, you're a fool. I'll see what I can do once we've shaken our pursuit. Now, story. I suppose I should start at the beginning. Cobb found the bundle again and held it tight, waiting for the pain as Morshak began. Long before we bothered to record time, and long before there were such things as goblins or men, all living creatures were one people, united under one great spirit. Shapeshifters. Matter and form were fluid in that age, the earth herself was new and fresh, her face always changing, and the waters and the winds were never still. We were like her. We could change ourselves at will, like children shrugging in and out of costumes. We explored the shifting world as innocents, from the lightless caverns and the ocean depths to the great peaks and the skies beyond. Some of us were taken with the glories of certain places and lingered there, forming ourselves to adapt to their hazards, while others could not settle, always seeking the new horizon. We spread everywhere, to every corner of earth and sea and sky. And the Great Spirit spread with us. It was inside like a tether connecting every soul, and within everyone we met, we saw ourselves. Idyllic, you might think. But time moves away from such innocence. The first schism came in a green valley far from here. We did not yet know death, and so our numbers within that valley grew to fill its bounds, with the green declining beneath the teeth that tore at it. Season after season, we ate more and watched less grow back. And some of us decided that this was not how things should be. We could still shape ourselves at will. And so, withdrawing from the herd, these first revolutionaries gave themselves claws and sharp teeth, and held the first hunt. You might think of them now as wolves, but they did not look like it. They were a conglomeration of traits: long legs for chasing, sickle claws for cutting and clinging, heavy jaws to tear flesh and snap bone, ridged skulls and hardened hides to protect from the kicks and struggles of their prey. And yet they were the first pack hunters, and did their self-assigned duty well. Too well. For when they looked into the eyes of their prey, they still saw themselves, and when their prey looked into them, it was the same. A horror. From the very first kill, reverberations sped through the Great Spirit, shuddering down into every single creature in existence with the knowledge that somewhere, someone had broken the unspoken covenant. And for a moment, the Spirit clenched around those renegades like a hand on a pulsing heart. They were the anathema, the great traitors. Blood on their mouths, the wolves trembled beneath the weight of the Spirit's fury. But then, one by one, small voices rose in defiance of the Spirit. That green valley was not the only place the people had overrun. The seas teemed, the skies were dark with wings, and each season the growing things were being stripped back more and more by greedy mouths. The world had become overfull. And the Spirit stopped and considered this. For it had also seen its children's suffering. It knew that something must be done, but this new pain was terrible and deep, the gaze shared by predator and prey wounded both to their shared core. And so, in an act that was as much self-preservation as accession, the Great Spirit tore itself in two. One side for the predators, one side for the prey. With that division, we became two races. Those who had become predators left their former societies and, in groups or alone, began the culls. Some prey fought back, some adapted for defense, and some scattered to the winds and waters. Through it all, the one spirit that had become two regarded itself and questioned what it had done, for now starvation had been replaced by death and war. Still, for a while the situation worked well. Where the prey had been overwhelming, the predators curbed them, and where the predators took too many, they starved or adapted to need less. Civilization began when the prey built the first walls to keep their predators out. In the sky, in the water, on land and underground, the battle for life and resources fostered invention and created tribes. This broke the spirits apart further. Tribal folk began shaping themselves the same, behaving the same, and adhering to tribal rules so that they might easier identify predators in their midst, or, for the predators, so that they might work cooperatively to bring down their prey. Laws, traditions and taboos sprang up, and the two spirits found that they could not hold all these disparate systems within themselves. And so the spirit of predators and the spirit of prey each broke away child spirits and gave them to the tribes. Still connected in some ways to their great parents, these child spirits became the essence of their tribes, and through them their tribes became races of their own. The plains runners became the Reteki, the river waders the Ogar, the cooperative forest hunters the Ile-Rien. And as the spirits split, and as the tribes formed, it became more difficult for the tribesmen to shift to something that they were not. Wolves could no longer infiltrate deer by taking on their shape, now they were almost always wolves. The Ogar shed any pretense of shapeshifting, preferring their great bulk and might over any clever tricks the old gift might have given them. Likewise, the tribe of goblins chose not to change, and descended into the lightless depths to explore and conquer the underground. The birds adapted more and more to the air, the sea tribes to the water. And then the outsiders came from beyond the sky. You see, there are many things beyond the sky. The true essences of the dark and the light, other worlds, other realms both lesser and greater, other enemies, far crueler than any that walk this earth. But these outsiders were the first to find us, and as they descended in their crystalline spires, people of all tribes looked up in amazement and felt themselves drawn to the places of impact. And when the spires opened and the outsiders saw us, we learned that we had more to fear than the battles of predator and prey. For the outsiders brought two things that had not yet been seen in these lands: magic and genocide. We looked upon them and saw cold, heartless beauty. They looked upon us and saw monsters. And from the very first, they were determined to destroy us. They descended upon the nearest tribeholds and eradicated them. Prey fled, predators tried to fight, but we were no match for the power directed against us. You should know that well. You're wearing one of their arrowheads. Cobb blinked and touched the shard of silvered crystal that hung from the cord around his neck. The elements rose up to aid us, but one by one the walkers of earth and wood and ice were struck down. And as the outsiders hunted us, we learned that our spirits could die too. Prey tribes scattered, their terror driving them into full animal forms, their traumatized spirits fading into nothing. Predator tribes fought and found their spirits captured by the outsiders' magic, then executed. Their bodies froze in their warforms, unable to change, and many were driven mad by their spirits' death throes. And the two greater spirits, the ones to whom all the native peoples belonged, knew something must be done. The spirit of prey was infuriated by the war. Its gentle children were being decimated anywhere they were found, and few knew how to fight back. Though it could no longer control all prey creatures, the creation of the tribe spirits had distanced it too far. It found a way to slip into the skin of one of its mortal children. In that skin, it still had all its influence over the earth, the water, the trees. It could crush the life from outsiders and drag them underground, rally the prey people to its will, and most surprisingly, destroy any magic the outsiders flung at it. And it named itself the Guardian. Its counterpart, the spirit of predators, was delighted by this new opportunity. But instead of leaping into the skin of one of its mortal children, it sent them to capture outsiders. Through experiments it learned that just as the outsiders could destroy the native spirits, so could it destroy an outsider's essence and slip inside its form. And it named itself the Ravager, and moved among the outsiders as one of their own, to learn their magic and use it against them. Slowly the tide turned. We began to hold our ground and fight them with their own weapons. Clever skin changers learned to infiltrate them by taking on their forms or crude versions of them and enacting assassinations. You and I wear those forms now. Slowly, we split their forces and drove them into the cages we had made for them. Because though we were raging, though we were full of hate, we would not do what they had done. We would not exterminate them. And the guardian and the ravager moved among the generations as the upheavals of war and spirit death and infiltration slowly subsided. The children of dead spirits were adopted into new tribes. The features we stole from the outsiders remained, first as badges of honor and then as habit, as anonymity, as sort of a common tribal currency. A way to speak to each other not as predator and prey but as equals, as allies against the outside. No fangs, no claws, no antlers or hooves, nothing to remind the other side that sometimes we killed and were killed by each other. Masks. And because of these masks, sometimes passion bloomed where it should not. The spirits, still in pain from the loss of so many of their mortal children, allowed such passions to be consummated, but the progeny of these unions belonged to neither spirit. They had souls of their own. They were what we call humans now, mixed bloods, unshifting, wearing the faces of the outsiders. And now the two halves of the Great Spirit, the Guardian and Ravager, have come to reside in us, but for a long moment there was silence but for the rumble of wheels and the slow, distant murmur of the thunder beyond. The bundle lay forgotten in Cobb's lap, the words whirling in his head. Somehow he could almost glimpse it, the battlefields, the shining spires, the native creatures in all their strange and brutal iterations. He swallowed thickly, not sure if he could believe it. It changed so much. So you know Wraith magic because you're this Ravager? He said finally. A short history of magic, Wraiths taught it to humans. Humans used it to overthrow the ogres then blow each other up. The Silent Circle rose to regulate magic in the north, stomping on many people in the process. Other arcane organizations operate elsewhere, practicing other styles of magic. The end. Ogres? What ogres? And where were the so-called gods in all this? The sorcerer's cloak tugged between Cobb's back and the cart wall, so he knew that Morshak had shrugged. Hard to say. They didn't emerge until humankind became more a race than a collection of half-breeds. They're the humans' gods, after all. Even death. How could death not have been there before? If she was, she didn't show herself during the Age of Wilds. She can't take skin-changer souls because they don't have any, just pieces of their tribal spirit. So if she existed, it was without purpose. However, the hybrids, half-bloods, humans, whatever you call us have souls and no spirit to claim us. So death came for us. Later so did the other awakened gods, their followers go to them when they die, instead of to death's netherworld. A bit like the connection between the spirits and their tribes though less benign, in my opinion but by choice rather than by blood. What do you mean, awakened gods? Well, we don't know what they were doing before humans came around to worship them. Sleeping, perhaps. Some gods used to be mortal, but the others, like Death and the Nemesis and the God of Law, just showed up. Not the light, though? No, it was always there. Along with the Shadow Lord. The moon came later, but before the awakened ones woke up. Moon Shadow, Shade Mother they call her sometimes. The Southerners worship her. That still sounds like everyone except the light is dark to me, but Morshak made a noise of annoyance. Look, this is the story as I've always heard it. Maybe it's not the absolute truth, but at least it's better than Jasper's stupid lion. What lion? Wait, he actually didn't tell you? No, and yet you keep complaining about it. So what is it? A long pause, then Morshak exhaled an exasperated breath. Now I'm telling his stories for him. I suppose that's what I get. Fine. Once, a very long time ago, there was a boy named Gwygryn who lived in a tower in the woods with his parents and his little sister. His father, a forester, and his mother, a sorceress, were tasked to watch over the dark forest in which they made their home, for it was a time when great and terrible forces walked the wilderness and sometimes threatened the shining cities beyond. The tower Wait, said Cobb, puzzled. I know this story. But it's Ile-Rien, and they didn't live in the forest, they lived outside it. Is this your story or mine? You said it was Jasper's. Well, I'm the one he told it to, so. But you're tellin' it wrong. Morshock spat a stream of curses, then said, Fine. You tell it. Cobb pondered for a moment. It had been a long time since he had heard the story, and just the name Ile-Rien made him remember his home in the mountains and the sound of thunder outside, the rain dripping around the cave mouth. The atmosphere here was unsettlingly similar, so much so that he could almost feel his mother's arms around him in the dark, her scent and her warm breath in his hair. For a moment his heart ached so badly he could barely breathe. It was about a boy named Ile-Rien, he mumbled, trying to get past the lump in his throat. Lived with his folks and sister, yeah, but it was near this dark sorcerer's forest which no one was supposed to enter, but. His words rang clumsily in his ears, with none of the grace or cadence he remembered, but when he tried to piece together the real words, he heard his mother's voice, and he could not bear that. Taking another breath, he went on, his sister. His sister was shy and Ile-Rien was bold, so he was always off near the woods while she stayed home. So one day Ile-Rien came back and she was gone. Their parents were working elsewhere, so the sister'd been all alone. And there were cat prints everywhere, she loved cats, and then the sister's little footprints going toward the woods. So Ile-Rien followed em. They went right up to the forest and he went in because he was kinda stupid. They don't say it like that in the story, but he was. So he called for her and heard someone crying, so went to find em. But it was just a cat stuck in a hedge, a normal cat with a ribbon round its neck like his sister's. So Ile-Rien freed the cat and followed it when it ran off, but it was too fast, so he got lost. He came to a lake next and there was this wildcat thrashing in the water with a ribbon around its neck, but he wasn't entirely stupid, so he didn't go wading in to help it. He rolled a log in the water instead and it scrambled up and ran off, so he chased it. It was fast but he was pretty determined. He chased it for a long time, then suddenly the forest ended in a huge hedge. The wildcat went right over, and Ile-Rien tried to follow but the hedge was all thorns. He walked all the way around but there was no break in it, so he sat down and cried. Then this ragged old lion came out of the forest and walked right up to him, not growling or anything, and lay down in front of him. He saw a ribbon in its mane, so he climbed on its back, because I guess he was that stupid after all. So the lion jumped right over the hedge, and Ile-Rien saw that behind it was this tall black tower. The lion went up to the big black door and then said to Ile-Rien, I am an old weak lion. If you give me your youth, I will be strong again and can take you to the top of the tower. And so Ile-Rien, who I guess was used to things like talking animals and crazy suggestions, agreed. The lion broke the door in one pounce, and behind it were big spiral stairs going all the way to the top. The lion ran up em, and as it did, Ile-Rien grew. At the bottom he'd been just a kid, but as they went up he got bigger and stronger and the lion grew younger and sleeker. And Ile-Rien thought he'd become a man and could rescue his sister on his own. But the stairs went on, and the lion ran faster and faster, and Ile-Rien got older. His hair started going white. Stop, he said, but the lion was just a blur and he couldn't let go of its mane. Up and up they went until he was brittle and weak and the lion was young and strong. Then finally they reached the top of the tower, where they found a landing with one open door. They went in. The only thing in the room was a big tangled bed. Ile-Rien slid off the lion and went and pulled away the blankets, but there were only bones there. Bones and ribbons. Cobb paused, only now realizing some of the implications of the story. He had not heard it since he was a child, when dark forests and black towers and talking lions had been more interesting than the blankets and the bed. It sent a shudder down his spine. But, so, anyway, he continued, wanting it over now, the lion came closer and changed into a man with a lion's head, the dark sorcerer. And he stretched his mouth wide and ate old Ile-Rien up. The end. He heard a snort from above, then a throttled laugh, and then a full-force bend-over guffaw he could tell because of the way the cloak tugged. He glanced back but saw only vague movement in the darkness, Morshock's laughter ringing off the enclosing walls. "What?" he said, irritated. "It's another choking laugh. It's not you." That was brilliant storytelling. Oh Athalar, oh Drixie, how priceless. Karen Drixie. Yes, don't spoil it. This is too good. And who the pike is Athalar? Jernizan's lion god. You don't even know that? And the man dissolved into further peals of laughter. In the cart, Cobb sulked. He vaguely remembered talk of lions in regards to Jernizan, probably why the Crimson Army was so paranoid about cats, beside the fact that they were dark servants. Jernizan was the enemy of both the Empire and Carindr had allied itself with the Empire for protection against Jernizan's depredations. That a tale implying that the Jernizan's lion god was a sorceress, child-eating monster would be popular among his people made sense. Not just eating. "Oh gods," said Morshock, voice still brimming with amusement. "I wish Jasper had told you his version now, just so you could tell him yours." Imagine the look on his face. "Yeah? Well, what's his like, then? Will you let me tell it this time? I'm a skin, aren't I?" Yes, let me see. Black Tower, Dark Forest, parents and a sister." "Right. Now, the tower and its walled grounds were enchanted with the strongest spells the sorceress could muster, to make them safe within the threatening forest, and thus the children never felt afraid, though their parents were often called away to hunt the wicked denizens of the woods. They had each other in the family cat, and would roam the vast labyrinthine gardens where their mother's enchanted flowers grew. One day, while they were playing hide-and-seek among the hedges, Gidrin. End Volume 1, Part 1.